My Crown Prince Consort is a Firecracker chapter 4964 to chapter 5133. The brownish-yellow color of the bottle shimmered under the faint sunlight, and it was very beautiful. The middle-aged man shuddered for no reason, and he couldn't help but tense up. You, what do you want to do?" he shouted harshly. At this moment, even he himself didn't notice that his voice was trembling slightly. He was truly extremely afraid of this little great ant in front of him. Seeing this little great ant walking closer and closer to him, the middle-aged man's heart couldn't stop pounding violently. He kept feeling that something bad was about to happen. But the middle-aged man couldn't tell what it was. It wasn't until he saw this little great ant open the glass bottle's cork that a faint, strange fragrance wafted into his nose. The middle-aged man's body stiffened, and he couldn't stop shuddering. He was very familiar with this medicinal fragrance. He was too familiar with it. This was impossible. How could this little great ant know the usage of this medicine? Impossible. This was the one and only antidote to the directional shape-shifting medicinal liquid in the world. As long as he consumed it, he would immediately revert to his original form and reveal his original appearance. The middle-aged man was already panicking. He didn't expect that all the unlucky things would be piled together and happen one after another. ****. Jojo. Duanyu pulled her back and looked down at the small glass bottle in her hand. What is this? Feed it to him. Feed it all down. Arbor disdainfully glanced at the ghastly pale middle-aged man on the ground before stuffing the glass bottle to Duanyu. On the side, Xiaoyi quickly walked over and reached out to take the bottle from His Majesty. She walked up to the middle-aged man and looked at him with a strange expression. What was wrong with this middle-aged man? His expression looked like he had eaten feces. His face was yellow and ugly. Wasn't it just a bottle of medicinal liquid? Look at how frightened he was. Could it be that the little crown princess's bottle of medicinal liquid was extraordinary in some way? Go away. Don't grab me. The middle-aged man bellowed with reddened eyes under the suppression of several hidden guards. Duanyu narrowed his eyes and sized up the man before him. He muttered to himself, have I seen him somewhere before? You know this ugly freak? Sir Jojo glanced at Duanyu in disdain. Duanyu couldn't help curling his lips in amusement. I keep feeling that you're a bit familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen you before. His memory wasn't bad. If he had seen someone once, he should be able to remember them. However, he couldn't recall the face of the middle-aged man in front of him, but he felt that he was vaguely familiar. She disguised herself. Ugly freak. Arbor said coldly, he took a kind of directional transformation liquid that can completely change his appearance in 3 days. No one knows about it. Duanyu abruptly reacted, and his handsome face promptly chilled. Directional transformation medicinal fluid? He knew why the middle-aged man in front of him felt so familiar. Because he had seen this person before. At this very moment, the middle-aged man who had been forced to drink a small bottle of antidote was undergoing a complete transformation. Her originally flat body was gradually becoming curvaceous. She was still wearing the gray robe of an ordinary merchant, but her exquisite figure was wrapped in it. Even though she was wearing the same gray robe, she looked much better now. She sprawled on the ground, her beautiful eyes filled with resentment and indignation. With a complicated expression, the woman coldly swept her gaze towards Arbor. You are the state of Dorwo's third state preceptor, Shintu Jing, right? Duanyu exposed the incomer's identity with a chilling glint in his eyes. Long time no see. How have you been, state preceptor? Arbor detected a strong hostility in Duanyu's voice. The little stoic immediately turned her head and sized up state preceptor Shintu. The state of Dorwo? She seemed to have never heard of it. Also, this woman looked to be around 26 or 27 years old. Her rosy cheeks were tinged with spring, and her dark brows were deeply furrowed. She looked to be an out-and-out beauty. She didn't expect her to be some state preceptor. Shintu Jing glared hatefully at the man and woman in front of her before her gaze finally landed on Arbor's face. She shouted coldly, even if you kill me, you can't stop the implementation of Lily Er's plan. Arbor was dumbfounded. What the hell? What Lily Er's plan? Arbor turned to look at the enraged Duanyu in confusion. Judging from Duanyu's reaction, He seemed to know about the transformation medicinal liquid and Lily Er's plan. You're courting death. Duan Yu's icy voice reached Shen Tujing's ears, and the latter shuddered abruptly. However, this woman insisted on suffering for her pride. She stiffened her neck and revealed a fearless expression. Kill me or torture me as you wish. But I just want to tell you too that Lily Er's plan won't be interrupted because of my death. Duan Yu raised his hand, and a silvery white flame scuttled out from his fingers. Just as it was about to land on Shen Tujing, Arbor quickly grabbed him and asked, "What's going on?" Jojo actually didn't understand what Lily Er's plan. This strange conversation between the two of them made her feel as if she was being kept in the dark about something. Nothing. Duan Yu took a deep breath, trying his best to suppress the surging rage in his eyes. There must be something. Arbor tugged at his sleeve, unwilling to give up. Hurry and tell me. You're not allowed to deceive Jojo. Duan Yu glanced at her and saw that the little stoic was staring fixedly at him with a pair of round eyes. He couldn't help but find it amusing. Okay, I'll tell you, but don't be angry. Arbor nodded. Go ahead. I won't be angry. You know, my mental endurance is pretty good. A moment later, Duan Yu told Sir Jojo everything he knew about Lily Er's incident. Jojo's expressionless face was taut. Her eyes were burning with rage. Without another word, she pulled out a black ferrule and smashed it down towards Shen Tujing's head. Bang! Bang bang! Xiaoyi and the other secret guards couldn't help but cover their faces with their hands and laugh in their hearts. Oh my god, this is the crown princess with good psychological endurance. Without another word, the little crown princess smacked Shen Tujing's head with her ferrule until it bled. Her bright eyes were tainted with a trace of fury, and she kicked Shen Tujing from time to time as she fought. These people actually dared to backstab her and imitate her. They must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall to create a large batch of imitations of Sir Jojo. Unlike the 100 or so golem Jajas that old fellow Tian Tuzi created, they were cute and harmless and could even command them to work at will. These lilies were all things that had been forcibly distorted and created by someone. According to Duan Yu, once Lily Er completely died, the puppeteer behind her would use a secret puppet technique to continue controlling her. Arbor pulled up Shen Tujing, who was sprawled on the ground. Just thinking about it made her feel extremely disgusted. These people from the state of Daluo who indulged in the wildest fantasies actually concocted a scheme where one person substituted the other for the other. Unfortunately, their intelligence didn't seem to be enough. Otherwise, this state preceptor Shen Tu wouldn't have foolishly bumped into her, the person in question. No wonder she looked constipated and guilty when she saw her just now. It turned out that she discovered the subject of the experiment had appeared in front of her. How could Shen Tujing know that the little stoic was silently cursing? If she knew, she would definitely cry out for injustice. She was simply unlucky to the extreme during this period of time. Speaking of which, her unlucky experience started when she found Songzhou's ruler. First, she destroyed one of her doppelgangers in the hands of Songzhou's ruler. Then, Ming Province's crown prince closed the door and beat her like a dog, hunting her down in the entire city. Shen Tujing was utterly helpless and could only use the fraudulent transportation talisman matrix to transport herself out of the sealed Great Yong city. In the end, something even more fraudulent happened. The transportation talisman matrix almost failed. She didn't know what method that Ming Province's crown prince used. After several failed transmissions, she was so desperate that she used up all the transportation talisman matrices around her. And so, something even more ridiculous was about to happen. This non-directional transportation talisman matrix transported her to the Sea of Forgetfulness. As soon as she came out of the transportation talisman matrix, she encountered a large corpse-devouring shark. After a desperate struggle, Shen Tujing, who barely escaped death, fainted in the Sea of Forgetfulness due to exhaustion. Thus, she floated up and down, floated to the subject of the experiment, Arbor. She didn't know if she should say that her luck was good or bad. She had been unconscious for more than 2 hours. Although she had already used a defensive talisman matrix on herself before she fainted, fortunately, she still didn't encounter that corpse-devouring shark. Otherwise, who knew if she would be in the shark's stomach right now? Arbor gazed coldly at third state preceptor Shen Tujing in front of him. This beautiful state preceptor of the state of Daluo was currently staring back at him stubbornly with a stiff neck. Arbor felt incredibly vexed when he saw her and directly slapped her face with his ferrule. He shouted coldly, "Keep looking and I'll gouge out your eyeballs." Shintujing let out a miserable cry. At this moment, her face was already incomparably wretched. After going through the little stoic's rough beating, what bullsh *t beautiful preceptor, her face was completely different from the word beauty. "Speak. Where are the rest of those disgusting imitations that you guys collected?" Upon hearing Duanyu's words, these replicas did not seem to have the slightest intention of refuting. Instead, they were very proud and even quite happy to become such a substitute. Wherever that scumbag went, he would be a scumbag. Arbor pulled Shintujing up and grabbed her by the neck. "Don't think I'll look up to you if you don't say anything." "That won't work on me," Arbor coldly said. "Search her soul. My knockoff tower of punishment will allow her to slowly enjoy the rest of her life." Arbor spoke word by word in a leisurely manner. However, Shintujing could not help but tremble all over as she looked at her in terror. In reality, she didn't understand what Arbor meant by the knockoff tower of punishment, but she just couldn't help being abnormally alarmed. It's useless even if you search my soul. Once my soul suffers from external pressure, it'll become an autonomous soul and explode. So you won't be able to obtain any useful information." Duanyu raised his hand to suppress her. "Then explode." Shintujing's eyes widened in horror, and she turned to Duanyu in shock. This man actually sentenced her, Shintujing, to death without a second word? No, you can't search my soul. Please stop." Shintujing couldn't resist begging for mercy. I can say anything. I will say everything I know. There are many things that can't be learned through a soul search." Duanyu pressed his hand on Shintujing's head and asked apathetically, "Oh? There are things that can't be learned through a soul search?" Yes. "I don't dare to deceive your excellency." Shintujing hastily shouted, This one's divine sense was once blocked by a defensive barrier set up by the state preceptor. Although it won't cause a soul explosion, but once that defensive barrier detects an external force invading my conscious, it will directly destroy my consciousness." At this point, Shintujing couldn't help but shudder violently. "Before your excellency completes the soul search, I will become an idiot. You won't be able to obtain any useful information." This was truly a bit interesting. Duanyu swept an icy glance at Shintujing and slowly put his hand down. He said with a smile, "I'll believe you for the time being. Tell me everything you know." Shintujing hastily exhaled deeply and nodded repeatedly. "I don't dare to deceive your excellency. This Lily project has already been in operation for more than half a year. Lily 0 is the most perfect imitation that the state preceptor created." At this point, Shintujing couldn't help but glance at the young crown princess with a complicated expression. Seeing the latter's extremely indifferent expression, Shintujing sighed and said, "I originally thought that Lily 0 was truly a flawless creation. Who knew, after seeing the crown princess with my own eyes? Only then did I realize that no one in this world could possibly replace you. No one would be able to keep up with this #1 paralyzed face of yours. As you know, Your Majesty, Lily 9 has already been personally executed by you. As for Lily 5, she was also executed by the Crown Prince of Ming Province in Great Yong City. The remaining lilies, except for 0, should all be in the Pingjin Prairie's territory of the Kingdom of Daluo. Didn't His Majesty already send people to clean them up?" Shintujing stole a glance at Duanyu before taking a deep breath and saying, "That perfect work of art, Lily number 0, reportedly also came to the River of Forgetfulness a while ago. Second State Preceptor Shen Nangue brought her along with him. As for where they are going, I truly don't know the specifics. The surroundings of the state of Luo's territory are all man-eating black swamps." "How did you pass through these black swamps?" Duanyu asked coldly. Shintujing answered honestly. "Our tribe has a large mechanical turtle that can pass through the black swamp unimpeded. Even if an ordinary person were to use a defensive shield, it would be very difficult for them to stay in the black swamp for more than an hour without being disturbed by the poison bugs and poison ants." Arbor's eyes lit up. He stroked his slightly warm abdomen and asked, "Is it fun?" Strangely, while Sir Jojo was interested, he could feel that baby Mo seemed to be interested in this mechanical turtle as well. This must be the connection between mother and son. Sir Jojo thought, if Jojo's Lotus knew about this, she would definitely be jealous. Lily or number 0 came to the river of forgetfulness? Duan Yu's lips were tinged with an extremely faint sneer. Oh? Still not giving up on finding a partner? What? This time, the one you want to collaborate with is the current master of the Forgetful River tribe? That demonic cult master Ding Yun? Shintujing shook her head frantically and hastily said, I don't know. I truly don't know where second state preceptor Shen Nangue will take Lily or number 0 to. Your Majesty, please judge clearly. Shintujing said in a fluster, this humble one's every word is the truth. I have absolutely no intention of deceiving your Majesty. She had only interacted with Duan Yu once. But this time, she had buried one of her clones, and even Lily or number 9 was completely destroyed. She shouldn't continue courting death in front of such a vicious and merciless person. Otherwise, she would probably die without a burial ground. Shintujing took a deep breath and did her best to look at Arbor and Duan Yu with eyes full of sincerity. Arbor swept her a glance. Throw her into the knockoff pagoda of punishments. Duan Yu's mouth twitched, and he turned back to secretly glance at the little stoic. Even when the little stoic was angry, she was still a bit adorable, especially when she kept talking about the knockoff pagoda of punishments. 2 slender tree branches poked out from under her sleeves and coiled around the horrified Shintujing's arm. I really have to say everything. I already told you everything I know. What else do you want? Shintujing shrieked in terror. I swear, I dare to swear an unbreakable heavenly Tao blood oath. Everything I said is true. Absolutely not a single word of falsehood. Arbor expressionlessly glanced at Shintujing and allowed the sapling Chocho to drag her into the knockoff pagoda of punishments. Chocho called out crisply, Masta, can you not say knockoff next time? Although their pagoda of punishments was indeed a knockoff, it was fine as long as it was easy to use. The authentic pagoda of punishments has 17 floors, but yours has 12 floors. If you don't make a knockoff, who will? Arbor pursed his lips and muttered softly. Master Chocho's voice reverberated in her ears. They can also strengthen the Tower of Punishment and make it taller. It can be repaired to the height of 17 floors. Don't waste your energy. A replica would always be a replica. No matter how much it was repaired, it would never become the real Tower of Punishment. Chocho angrily threw Shintujing into the first level of the knockoff Tower of Punishment. Shintujing had just entered when she felt her entire body being pulled over uncontrollably by a force. She immediately let out a shriek. Suddenly, several iron chains fell from above her head and bound her tightly. Jojo, you think she's lying? Duan Yu asked in confusion. Arbor shook his head. I don't think he's lying. Whether a person was telling the truth or not, one could tell by looking at her eyes and subtle expressions. Just now, Shintujing had dared to look back at her while speaking, and she hadn't spoken slowly either. She didn't seem to be thinking as she spoke. Basically, as she had said, she would tell him everything she knew. The corner of Duan Yu's eyes silently twitched. He coughed lightly and asked, then why did you drag her into the Tower of Punishment? Oh, that tower has been empty for a while, and no one can throw it in. Let her try. Duan Yu was speechless. It seemed like this Shintujing was merely an unlucky person trying out the tower. Sir Jojo didn't expect him to remember that there was such a character in the Tower of Punishment after throwing her in now. Duan Yu didn't want to say anything more about this unlucky Shintujing. But since this was Sir Jojo's decision, Duan Yu naturally supported it to the end. Let's see if we can dig out any useful information from this Shintujing, Arbor said seriously. What the heck is this kingdom of Daluo up to? Arbor said coldly with a frown, I want to make a trip to the Pingjin Prairie and meet that king of the kingdom of Daluo. Duan Yu hastily shook his head. With your current condition, it's not suitable for you to go to a place like the Pingjin Prairie where the terrain and environment are extremely vile. Arbor thought about it and agreed. She quickly nodded and said, all right, then help me capture their state preceptor and whatnot. She wanted to properly investigate just who dared to be so audacious as to create so many Liliers to trap her. Oh wait, it should be to trap Emolien. Humph. Jojo's Lien was truly a pig's head. Jojo was about to be drowned in counterfeits, yet he was still busy counting mushrooms in some nook and cranny. Duanyu nodded while holding back his laughter. He said helplessly, okay. I'll listen to you. Obediently return to Tsang province with me in a few days. We'll talk about the rest later. This matter is very fishy and needs to be thoroughly investigated. Look at this little fellow. She was so restless even when she was pregnant. She kept moving around and jumping around all day, which made him a bit flustered. Arbor put on an unperturbed expression and patted his arm. Don't worry, my body is very healthy. What a joke. She was a great pill alchemist. It would be hilarious if she couldn't even take care of her own body. She was most aware of her own body's condition. If it weren't for her little stoic face that was always expressionless, she might have been grinning from ear to ear already. This baby in her belly was very likely to be a peerless oddball. When she was pregnant, she didn't feel anything. She didn't feel sleepy or nauseous. She didn't feel dizzy or hot or anything. He would only give her guidance when he was picky about food. In addition, when he encountered something good, he probably would also give her guidance. For example, when she encountered the light congealing mirror last time, she clearly felt baby's abnormal movements. This little weirdo probably took after his father, Arbor thought. He was a foodie and liked to collect all kinds of good things. In the future, when he grew up, he would not be taken advantage of. He was a shrewd character. As Lady Xianxia thought about this, her small hand couldn't help but rub her belly. As if he could feel her caress, his stomach started to heat up. Jojo? Duanyu couldn't resist glancing at her when he saw her in a daze. Qiaomu coughed lightly and patted her stomach in all seriousness. It's fine. Duanyu, don't worry for nothing, my body is fine. After eating and sleeping well, he felt as if his entire body was filled with inexhaustible strength. With a single punch, it wouldn't be surprising if he could split mountains and rivers. Who else could be as strong as her when they were pregnant? Jojo-sama was indeed different. Duanyu curled his lips. Jojo, are you praising yourself in your mind? Who said that? Qiaomu cast Duanyu a sidelong glance and harumphed. She then pattered forward with small steps. If you walk any further, you'll fall into the sea. Duanyu couldn't help but follow from the bow of the ship. I've deployed an extra 1,000 men. We'll search the nearby waters for another 2 days. Arbor turned his head away with a huff. You're the one who's looking for him. Okay. I miss him. Duanyu sighed helplessly. Jojo was truly too tsundere. Just looking at him gave people a headache. Arbor snuck a glance at Duanyu and harumphed. Alright then, I'll search for him for 2 more days on your account. Duanyu nodded in exasperation. MHM. After searching for so long without any sign of Emolien, the little emperor was unhappy. Of course, it was more likely that he was worried. Don't look at how this little thing's face was stoic and unperturbed. Perhaps her mind was full of twists and turns, simulating all kinds of bad things and secretly worrying herself to death. She really was a silly girl. Did she think that he wouldn't know her thoughts if she didn't say anything? Duanyu sighed softly and shook his head. I'm not busy. Actually, it's fine to search more. Behind him, Xiaoyi rolled his eyes in exasperation. Left Prime Minister Wu Yong had sent dozens of urgent letters, but His Majesty turned a blind eye to them and said he wasn't busy. Seriously enough, in comparison, the Crown Princess, the little stoic, seemed to be more reliable than His Majesty. At least she set a deadline, unlike His Majesty who was unreliable. For the sake of the Divine Province's Crown Prince, wait, could it be that His Majesty was so persistent in searching for the Divine Province's Crown Prince because? Duanyu turned around and saw Xiaoyi's constipated expression. He was currently looking at him strangely, and his handsome face was a bit red from holding back his words. If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you holding it in? Duanyu was speechless. Presumably, he didn't have anything to say. He was just helping Prime Minister Wu urge him to hurry back to the capital. Did he have to hold it in like that? Your Majesty, you don't have improper thoughts about the Divine Province's Crown Prince, right? After Xiaoyi said this, Wui felt something fly past his eyes. It perfectly rose into the air with a whoosh before landing back into the sea with an extremely dashing bang. Duan Yu pulled back a leg and expressionlessly flicked his sleeve. He pulled over the dumbfounded Jojo and coughed lightly. Ignore him. His brain isn't working well. However, it was as if Arbor had a new train of thought. He looked at Duan Yu strangely before glancing at the hidden guards who were like wooden stakes prodding him. I feel that Xiaoyi is a warrior who dares to speak the truth. Everyone was speechless. You shouldn't have kicked him. Instead, you should have greatly praised him. Arbor said with a straight face, these days, there aren't many people who dare to be so impudent and outspoken in front of their superiors. That's right, people who were impudent and outspoken were basically buried with grass half the height of a person. Duan Yu looked in shock at Sir Jojo, who had leaped onto the air transportation spirit artifact. He turned to ask Wui, who was standing upright beside him, what does Jojo mean by this? It's exactly what your majesty is thinking. Wui resisted the urge to burst into laughter and said with a serious expression. Duan Yu. Jojo, come back. It's not what you think. F***ck, how could he have any thoughts about Mo Lian? It was enough for him to see that guy. 2 days later Duan Yu's group rode the air transportation spirit artifact in the direction of Tsang province. Sir Jojo couldn't conceal the disappointment on his face, but he tried his best to restrain himself and not show it. No matter how the eloquent little servants tried to coax him into talking, Jojo was dispirited. An hour after the group left, the tranquil seawater suddenly seemed to be boiling, and a whirlpool started to swirl from the bottom. Crash! After a loud sound, a huge wave rolled down and almost overturned a merchant ship that was coming towards them. Ah! Someone on the boat suddenly screamed. A young woman, who was sitting at the bow of the boat and sipping tea, couldn't help but scream. She was just sitting there, admiring the beautiful scenery of the sea. In the end, she was drenched by the huge waves. Her face immediately darkened. Be careful. A strong man with a short black beard suddenly rushed out from the side and blocked the young woman with his sword. He quickly rushed toward the strange beast opposite him with divine power. It had 6 legs and 4 wings, and its whole body was wrapped in flames. The giant beast's body was as strong as a small hill, towering in front of everyone. This frightening size was enough to make one shiver in fear. The strong man's face showed a trace of shock. He muttered something and waved his hand, and a long sword appeared in his hand. He swung his sword horizontally. The sword light carried divine power and rushed toward the giant beast that was charging toward him. However, it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. This little bit of power was insignificant in front of the giant beast. The giant beast flipped up from the water and tore the waves in front of it with its claws. With a splash, the water split from the middle, and the whole boat was torn apart by its claws. The woman in the green gauze couldn't help but scream again. She was slapped into the water by the huge waves. The strong man with a short black beard opened his eyes wide and shouted, "Miss." He quickly jumped into the water to save the young woman. Who knew that the giant beast would flip back and forth in the water, and huge waves would roll over? The splashing sound of the water was abnormal. The boatman who fell into the water screamed in fear. They hurriedly climbed into the water, trying to get away from the giant beast as soon as possible. However, they were so weak. The moment the giant beast flipped in the water, it opened its mouth and sucked several boatmen to its mouth, and tore them apart effortlessly with its claws. The woman in the green gauze was soaked in the water, and her face was a little distorted from fear. She panicked and slapped the water surface, kicking her legs like a dog. She repeatedly screamed, "Mr. Shen, Mr. Shen." The robust man with a short black beard became a little anxious. He jumped out of the water in a hurry. Then, he took a few steps in the air, and arrived beside the green-robed woman. Then, he pulled her out of the water. The man brought the girl up into the air and quickly bounced up. However, in the next second, a huge wave came crashing down on them again, slamming them back into the sea. The angry roar of the giant beast echoed in his ears. The green-robed woman turned her head to take a look and was so shocked that her jaw almost fell to the ground. He was almost within reach of the giant beast. As soon as she looked up, she could see the giant beast's huge face wrapped in flames. Its face was ferocious and its eyes were like copper bells. The green-robed woman shuddered. She couldn't help but shiver. Let's go. The man made a prompt decision and pulled the girl out of the water again. Mr. Shen, crash. A few huge waves slammed heavily on the top of their heads. The two unlucky ones had no way to resist this overwhelming force, and were heavily smashed into the bottom of the water by the huge waves. The green-robed woman even gulped down a few mouthfuls of water. She suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Damn it. The robust man cursed in a low voice, and his face became abnormally ugly. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a crisis on this trip to the Sea of Forgetfulness. He looked up and saw that several boatmen had died in this disaster. The dozen or so bodyguards he brought with him were either dead or injured at this time. Almost all of them were consumed by this giant beast. The man with a short black beard grits his teeth and takes out a small exquisite pagoda from his sleeve. He says in a deep voice, "Let's hide in this defensive artifact first." The woman in green muslin hurriedly nods and urges, "Mr. Shen, hurry, hurry. As long as they enter this defensive artifact, they can resist one or two attacks." The woman in green muslin raises her head and looks at the man in front of her with a pair of beautiful almond eyes full of expectation. Shen Nangui can't help but reach out and touch the woman's delicate and white cheeks. He smiles slightly and says, "Don't be afraid, we won't." Whoosh. The surging waves make Shen Nangui completely shut up. He hurriedly throws out the small pagoda in his hand. The two figures suddenly disappear in the sea. In the rippling sea, a small exquisite pagoda the size of a palm is bobbing up and down along with the waves. Suddenly, it is heavily slapped into the blue sea by a giant beast's claw. Ao, ao, ao. The giant beast roars angrily twice. Using its two claws, it tosses the small pagoda that is emitting a faint halo back and forth as if playing with it. One moment it is tossed into the air, the next moment it is slapped into the bottom of the sea. It goes back and forth many times, making Shen Nangui in the exquisite pagoda feel very uncomfortable. Although this exquisite pagoda is a defensive artifact, the space inside is extremely small. The two of them are standing close to each other. At this moment, they are miserable. The same beast outside was treating it like a toy, using its claws to pull it around. The entire small pagoda would shake and fall from time to time. The two of them were stuck in this pagoda, and following the constant shaking back and forth, they were about to vomit from it. Pa! The palm-sized face of the woman in green muslin hangs a trace of panic and fear. You hear something? What sound? Shen Nangui's face changes again and again. He naturally heard it too. This subtle sound seems to be the sound of the defensive artifact cracking. The two of them look up. Sure enough, they see a trace of light coming in from the outside. The top of the pagoda seems to have a tiny crack, and now this crack seems to be expanding infinitely after being slapped by the beast's claws. Shen Nangui cried bitterly in his heart. In his entire life, he had never seen a giant beast with such great strength. With his bare hands, with his bare claws, he was able to destroy a defensive divine artifact that he had painstakingly built with a lot of manpower, energy, and refining materials that he had painstakingly built for months. Shen Nangui's heart ached so much that he almost wanted to vomit blood. However, at this moment, he could only hide in this small pagoda with his tail between his legs. "I'm fine." Shen Nangui, who was once again flipped upside down by the beast's claws, comforted the pale girl in green gauze in his arms. "We'll be fine. This defensive divine artifact won't shatter so easily. It will take at least 2 to 4 hours for this defensive divine artifact to completely break apart. All we have to do is wait for this beast to get impatient and continue to slap it. Then, we'll be saved. Don't worry." Shen Nangui comforted the woman in green. He didn't know if he was comforting her or comforting himself. As soon as he finished speaking, a few extremely frightening caw-caw-caw sounds came from the top of the tower. The two of them's face turned very pale. They looked at each other and saw a trace of panic in each other's eyes. Shen Nangui was speechless. He did not expect to be slapped in the face by the gigantic beast as soon as he finished speaking. He had just assured the lady in green that this defensive divine weapon could last for another 2 hours. Who knew? Now, it seemed that it could not even last 3 minutes. Crack! 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 The sound of something breaking was touching the two people's twitching nerves. In a flash, the entire pagoda suddenly cracked. 4 to 5 rays of light penetrated the pagoda from above and around the pagoda. The entire exquisite pagoda had completely cracked open. At the same time, the gigantic beast seemed to be unable to bear the unusual torment in its stomach. It suddenly opened its mouth and roared. A few shining light balls flew out of its mouth. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a few people wrapped in a defensive divine weapon that flew out from within. Quick! The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal hurriedly urged. Mo Lian, whose expression was cold, turned around and took out a small mirror that was filled with an ancient aura from her sleeve. She shone the mirror at the gigantic beast opposite her. Blinding rays of light converged into innumerable invisible threads that violently flung onto the gigantic beast's body. Seeing that the light-congealing mirror had jumped out to trap him again, Hun Dun gritted his teeth in hatred. He could not help but roar angrily as he shook his body, trying to get rid of the threads on his body. The rays of light converged by the light-congealing mirror wound around Hun Dun's body and bound him tightly. No matter how much Hun Dun roared, he could not break free from the bindings. Mo Lian suddenly turned around and raised her hand. The fragments of the exquisite pagoda flew into her palm piece by piece. She kept all of them in a storage talisman. She did not expect to pick up so many excellent god-level crafting materials on the first day she came out. She had to admit that her luck was really superb. Prince Mo felt a little elated, but he quickly focused all his attention on the gigantic beast of Hun Dun. This gigantic beast's willpower was really stubborn. They had been punching and kicking in its stomach for so long before it could not bear the pain and let them out. Even with the light-congealing mirror, it was very troublesome to completely seal it. No wonder the heavenly axiom wanted to seal it in the abyss at all costs. Releasing it would be a great disaster indeed. Mo Lian raised her hand and wiped her finger. A line of blood spilled out. The light-congealing mirror suddenly emitted a dazzling light that was comparable to the brilliance of the sun and the moon. With a whoosh, it leaped into the air. The entire mirror suddenly expanded by dozens of feet and became 3 to 5 times fatter. The power of the light completely suppressed the chaos beast. Soon, Mo Lian and He Chen's Saint energy landed on the giant beast and bounced the condensing light mirror over. With the help of the powerful holy light emitted by the condensing mirror, Mo Lian quickly sealed the chaos beast. But even so, Prince Mo's eyes were not calm and relaxed. He frowned slightly and looked down at the condensing light mirror in his hand. How long can this power be sealed? Clearly, the condensing mirror's holy light had a natural suppressive effect on chaos sacred beasts. However, the chaos beast was simply too powerful. It would be difficult for it not to charge out of the light condensing mirror again. Even if Mo Lian had placed a few more confinement seals on the condensing mirror, there was still no guarantee that the chaos beast would not be able to charge out. He Chen sighed softly. It seems that this seal is only temporary. If they could not think of a good way to get the best of both worlds, the chaos beast might come out to harm the world again after a while. At this moment, a bald little boy with a photon brain jumped out from the side. Don't kill it. Hun Dun isn't usually this anxious and violent. It's mainly because it has been locked up for too long, so it's a little irritable. This is easy to understand, isn't it? Yuan Shurchen chuckled. Understand my ass. An irritable and violent creature opened its mouth and swallowed them all. Fortunately, he and Mo Lian's group were tough, so they weren't chewed up, otherwise, who could they find to reason with at this moment? It's definitely not like this usually. Congealing Mirror said to Mo Lian and the rest with a straight face. You guys were already too much when you destroyed everything in its stomach. Now that it's been sealed, don't hit it anymore, okay? Yuan Shurchen couldn't help but roll his eyes. He thought, I didn't expect this small congealing mirror to be such a compassionate Virgin Mary. Mo Lian didn't say anything and stuck several sealing talismans on the surface of congealing mirror. Then, she turned to Yuan Shurchen and said, set up an array and seal it in the abyss of the sea. Stop. Shenwu suddenly blocked GC and the rest who were trying to sneak away with his sword. The natives of Sin Kingdom were only left with 3 melons and 2 dates. Other than GC who had lost her ears, there were 3 middle-aged and old men. All of them looked emaciated. When the sea breeze blew, they couldn't help but shiver. You, what else do you want? GC let out a shriek, her face contorted in anger. Although the people in front of her all revealed their original handsome faces, in GC's eyes, they were simply like ferocious-looking devils. How could a man who could cut off her ears for no reason be a kind person? Moreover, they could even seal a chaos beast again. How could a few repulsive people from Sin Kingdom be their match? They were not even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Nothing. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal smiled coldly. Hand over a strand of your life soul, and I'll consider sparing your lives. GC and the other 3 men from Sin Kingdom widened their eyes at the same time. They shook their heads and took a few steps back. Unfortunately, their backs were soon covered by a thick, transparent barrier. It was only then that he realized that, at some point in time, someone had set up a barrier around him, trapping him completely. GC and the others had nowhere to run, and a bad premonition arose in their hearts. You, what are you going to do? GC found that her voice was trembling when she opened her mouth. Mo Lian ignored her. She turned to Yi Chen and said, let them go to the undersea abyss and continue watching the chaos. The faces of GC and the others instantly turned pale. Alright, go and contact Jojo. Leave these people to me. Just as the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal finished speaking, a few thuds could be heard. GC and the others trembled as they kneeled on the broken deck of the ship, their faces pale. Sirs, please don't do this. On the other side, the bald 3-year-old child was also crying loudly as he hung from the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's leg like a pendant. He shouted loudly, no, don't throw Lord Guangguang into the pit at the bottom of the sea again. What are you trying to do? Master Guangguang finally came out, and you want to throw Master Guangguang in again? No. No. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal shook his long leg, wanting to throw away the pendant clinging to his leg. Unfortunately, little congealing mirror's short limbs had great strength. This little fellow clung to his leg tightly and refused to let go. It was as if it had grown on his leg and could not be moved at all. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal twitched his mouth speechlessly. Alright. Come down first and we'll talk. I won't. You bad people want to throw Lord Guangguang heartlessly into the seabed abyss, that lousy place where birds don't shit and chickens don't lay eggs. You want Lord Guangguang to continue lying at the bottom of the cold sea for millions of years. Do you think I'm stupid? I won't let go even if I die. On the other side, Mo Lian ignored the others and floated above the river of forgetfulness. She took out a communication jade talisman from her sleeve and frowned as she stared at it for a while. What was going on? There was no response from the communication jade talisman. He turned his head and looked at the speechless Yi Chen. Try using your communication jade talisman. You don't have to try. Lord Guangguang pouted and said weakly, earlier when you ganged up on Dun Dun, I blocked all of your divine senses. I'm afraid you won't be able to open your inner worlds for a while. Mo Lian, Yi Chen, and the others all glared at this little brat. I didn't do it on purpose. Lord Guangguang shouted stubbornly. How would I know? I thought you were going to kill Dun Dun. Although Dun Dun and I don't have much of a friendship, but we've been together for more than 1,000 years. No feelings, but there are feelings of companionship. Lord Guangguang hung pitifully on Yi Chen's leg and clung to his robe tightly. It wailed, don't throw us into the seabed abyss. We don't want to stay in the seabed abyss anymore. What do you know? If Dun Dun breaks out of the seal again, can you still suppress it? Mo Lian said coldly. No, it won't. It won't. Congealing Mirror shook its bald head vigorously and shouted, I swear. I swear in the name of the heavenly Tao. Dun Dun's nature is still very kind. It's just that sometimes it's too lonely, that's why it wants to come out. Swalanshan couldn't help but chuckle. He shook his snake tail and rolled his eyes. It's not like you didn't notice how many people it bit to death when it came out. But those people from the evil kingdom aren't good people either. Sir Guangguang weakly defended himself. Moreover, my Dun Dun can be taught slowly. It's still young. It'll be sensible after being taught. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal had already taken out his communication jade talisman. He frowned and said, even if my spiritual consciousness is blocked, what does this have to do with the communication jade talisman? Why can't I even send a message? Lord Guangguang pursed his lips and smacked his lips as he said, don't you know? Lord Guangguang, can block everything. That's right, including spatial teleportation. You are by Lord Guangguang's side, you can't even use teleportation talismans. The message talisman is also useless. He Qin glared angrily. He really wanted to beat this child to death. You are the artifact spirit of the ancient sacred artifact, congealing mirror. Legend has it that you have the ability to unlock the great godlock array. Why can't you unlock the shield? Seeing that the masters beside him were so angry that they were about to beat the child, Shenwu hurriedly went forward and asked, wanting to help Lord Guangguang out of this predicament. Congealing mirror had a weak expression on its face. Prince Mo's expression froze. How can we break it? 7 days later, it will naturally be broken. Mo Lian waved her hand, and congealing mirror hugged Yuan Shurchen's thigh, crying out with a strong desire to live. Lord Light didn't do it on purpose. It's you fierce people who suddenly came here shouting to kill. Lord Light only wanted to protect himself. That was why he secretly set up the spirit lock shield. Was it his fault? He didn't want to do this, but these people in front of him didn't look like they were to be trifled with. It was scary. Yuan Shurchen was speechless. He raised his hand to persuade Mo Lian. It's useless even if you throw him into the sea now. How about this, let's bring congealing mirror to Jojo. Let Jojo bring them into the star domain. Yuan Shurchen winked at Mo Lian. Mo Lian instantly understood. No matter how powerful chaos was, as long as it entered Jojo's star domain, it would have to acknowledge Jojo as its master. It wouldn't be able to do much. That seemed to be good too. Looking at congealing mirror's lack of intelligence, it was definitely not Jojo's match. When the time came, wouldn't it be easy for Lord Jojo to capture it? Who is Jojo? Where are you taking us? Congealing mirror asked in a daze. Mo Lian glanced at it coldly. Congealing mirror quivered. It was so scared that it crawled onto Yuan Shurchen's thigh, hugging his leg and crying out. I was just asking. Can't I just ask? Mo Lian turned her head, her gaze landing coldly on GC and the rest. At this moment, GC, Elder Zhou, and the other 3 citizens of Sin Kingdom had already pulled out a strand of their soul, trembling as they offered it. Master, please spare our lives. If you have any orders in the future, we will not disobey. Sirs, please don't drive us back into the bottomless abyss. After saying this, old Zhou and the other 2 subjects of the Kingdom of Sin, along with great suzerain GC, repeatedly kowtowed to Mo Lian, Xichen, and the others, earnestly begging for mercy. Now, they were really scared to death. Was there really such a cold and heartless person in this world? With great difficulty, they were finally able to climb out of the gloomy and narrow underwater abyss, only to see the sunlight for a few minutes. These people wanted to chase them down to the bottom of the abyss again, to guard the cold bottom of the abyss, to guard the darkness. What a cruel heart. Mo Lian looked at them coldly. After thinking for a while, she frowned and looked at He Shurchen. Zhualanshan couldn't help but interrupt. Actually, their kung fu is SOSO. It's fine to keep them to run errands or something. Mo Lian sneered. I didn't expect that a cowardly little snake like you, who ran away at the sight of danger, would have compassion overflowing one day. What? Zhualanshan glared angrily, smoke coming out of his nostrils. Who's a coward? You, Junior, don't speak if you don't know how to speak. Go to the underwater abyss. What? The faces of the small condensing mirror and the people of Sin Kingdom instantly turned pale. They had already begged for mercy to this extent. This heartless man, could it be that he still wants to seal them in the underwater abyss? Seeing their bitter and sorrowful expressions, Yuan Shurchen could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth and explain, let's go and see if Xiao is still here. Previously, they were sucked into the chaos beast's stomach and rushed out of the abyss. They didn't know how many nautical miles they had traveled in the deep sea. Now, they were no longer near the abyss. Returning to the abyss wasn't to throw them in, but to see if the little stoic was still guarding there and hadn't left. Hu Jingchen patted Mo Lian. We'll wait another 7 days at most. As long as they received news of Jojo, they would rush over even if they had to travel day and night. The holy spirit of the condensing mirror patted its chest and muttered to itself, as long as we don't throw Sir Guangguang into the abyss. Voila, voila! After several sounds of water splashing, several disheveled people scuttled out of the sea. The woman in green gauze sighed in relief when she saw the tranquil surface of the sea. On the other hand, Shen Nangui's expression was very unsightly. He looked around and said coldly, "Friends, shouldn't you return something that belongs to someone else? Where's that large beast the size of a small mountain?" The woman in green gauze looked around and asked in terror, "Could it be that that thing is your mount? If it was really their mounts, then they should really be made to pay for it." Not only did this large beast destroy their entire ship, but it also gave her such a huge fright. Before the woman could finish retorting, her voice gradually lowered. Her eyes were practically shining as she looked in the direction of Mo Lian, Hu Jinchen, and the others. The young sirs were all as handsome as gods. They were simply celestial beings at first sight. Mo Lian swept an indifferent glance over, and her gaze suddenly froze. The venerable peach blossom immortal was just about to say with a smile, "Who goes there?" when his voice suddenly paused, and he looked at the woman in green gauze with knitted brows. The woman in green gauze didn't think that death was imminent. She revealed an innocent smile and giggled. "This is our kingdom of Dorwo's second state preceptor, Shen Nangue." The woman had just finished speaking when she felt a tremendous force assault her. She instantly cried out in alarm, and her feet were suspended in the air as she flew forward involuntarily. Shen Nangui's hand was as fast as lightning. He reached out and grabbed her shoulder, firmly anchoring her body to a dilapidated plank of the ship. Who would have thought that another wooden vine would attack from the side and suddenly wrap around his wrist? With a forceful tug, Shen Nangue could only retract his hand in pain. He could only watch helplessly as the woman he had pressed against the deck of the boat cried out in alarm. Her body was lifted into the air, and she couldn't help but fall to the opposite side. Bang! The woman fell into the sea and swallowed 2 mouthfuls of salty seawater. Helplessly, she poked her head out of the sea and looked at Mo Lian, who was standing above her, with a look of inexplicable horror. She was a little confused and did not understand what was going on. Speaking of which, she had never met these handsome men before. Why would they, attacking a weak girl like her as soon as they met? "What kind of thing are you?" Mo Lian's voice was as if he had been fished out from an ice cellar, so cold that there wasn't the slightest bit of warmth. He could tell at a glance that this woman's appearance was very similar to her Jojo. No, it couldn't be said that they were similar. Such a lowly wretch wasn't even fit to carry his Jojo's shoes. Although this woman in front of him looked somewhat similar to Jojo, her entire face looked rather uncoordinated. It gave people the feeling that it was a fake face. It was as if her original face was covered with a seamless and well-made human skin mask. At first glance, she really could be intimidated. The venerable peach blossom immortal looked at the girl coldly and said with some doubt in his eyes, "She doesn't look like a human skin mask." What was going on? Why would a girl who deliberately put on a fake face and pretend to be Jojo appear in the Sea of Forgetfulness? There was definitely something fishy about this. He had to take these people down and interrogate them. "Who are you? Why are you suddenly attacking others?" Shen Nangue was furious and could not help but curse. "You and I don't know each other and have never met before. Why are you suddenly attacking? Why?" When he was pulled by the wooden vines, his palm was almost broken. The pain was unbearable and he could not help but let go of Lily Zero. Now that he saw Lily Zero fall into the sea in a sorry state, Shen Nangue was furious. These young people were too presumptuous. Why did they attack them the moment they arrived? Previously, it was clearly the giant beasts that they had attracted to harm them. They had even destroyed their ships for no reason. Now, they actually dared to attack them first. This was outrageous. The more Shen Nangue thought about it, the angrier he became. He glared at Mo Lian and the others. However, they did not give him any explanation. One of the young men in a black shirt raised his hand and said, "Capture them first." Immediately, 3 burly men and a woman wrapped in a flowery headscarf pounced in their direction. Shen Nangue was shocked and quickly activated his defensive shield. Several attacks had already landed on his body with a loud bang. The 4 people who attacked him were very strong. They were all above Divine Realm level 10 and were almost on par with Shen Nangui. Therefore, Shen Nangui, who was outnumbered, was unlucky. The girl with the flowery headscarf was GC. After she lost her ears, she did not look beautiful. She could only take a piece of flowery headscarf and wrap herself up. Now, the sound seemed to be coming from afar. She could hear it, but it was not clear. She saw old Zhou and the other 2 move, so she quickly followed to help capture them. After all, she had just recognized Mo Lian as her master. Naturally, she had to perform well in front of her master. In less than a few minutes, Shen Nangui was pressed down by Ol Zhou on his shoulder, and he knelt on one knee on the deck. With this press, the wooden board sank into the water. Half of Shen Nangui's leg was submerged in the water, making him look extremely miserable. At this time, Lily Zero, who had fallen into the sea, was pulled over by Shen Wu and Snake Man again and thrown onto another broken wooden board. The plank sank, and Lily Zero almost slipped off the plank and fell into the salty sea again. She widened her eyes in horror and looked at Mo Lian, He Chen, and the others with a sorrowful expression. Her voice trembled with a trace of fear. Sirs, your skills are extraordinary. Why must you make things difficult for a weak woman like me? The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal was enraged. He raised his hand and slapped her across the face. Because she used too much force, the woman's neck bone was almost broken. She could even hear the sound of her neck bone cracking. Damn wretch. How dare he use a face that resembles Jojo's to make such a disgusting expression? It was too painful to look at. Drag him over. Mo Lian's voice was extremely cold, and a trace of coldness flashed through her phoenix eyes. Lily Zero couldn't help but tremble. She widened her eyes in horror and exclaimed, You, what are you doing? What are you doing? Ah. Let go of me, you. Lily Zero was rudely thrown over and fell on the wooden board in a sorry state. Her legs were dragged in the water and her hands could only desperately hold on to the wooden board. Her face was filled with anxiety and she was completely confused. Are these people mentally ill? Otherwise, why would he suddenly deal such a fatal blow to her without distinguishing between right and wrong, beating and scolding her as soon as he saw her? Who did she offend? Speak, who are you? Mo Lian's voice was cold and his eyes were filled with a thick layer of killing intent. Congealing Mirror shrank to the side and did not dare to step forward. The low pressure emitted by this human was too intimidating. Even he, Lord Congealing Mirror, did not dare to make a sound and challenge that man's nerves that were on the verge of exploding. It was imaginable how miserable it was for Shen Nangui and Lily Zero to face this man's immense pressure. What a terrifying man. Lord Guangguang chose to keep his mouth shut and obediently squatted on the side to count mushrooms. He did not dare to make a ruckus. Lily Zero hastily looked up and just so happened to meet Mo Lian's phoenix eyes that were as serene as a cold pond. Her entire body shuddered involuntarily. This man's gaze was too eerie and terrifying. In that brief moment of eye contact, Lily Zero felt as if her heart had been frozen. That feeling of panic came from the bottom of her heart, making it impossible for her to escape. You already said it before. We are the kingdom of Daluo, Before Lily Zero could finish her sentence, she was slapped twice by Mo Lian. Her whole face was inexplicably slapped on the wooden board and soaked in the sea with gravity. She felt as if there was a heavy stone pressing down on her head. She suddenly felt that it was difficult to breathe. She struggled on the wooden plank with her arms and legs in a panic. Ugh. Lily Zero suddenly felt sad. Ever since she accepted the plan and was made into the most perfect lily, she had always been raised like a princess. She had never suffered such pain and humiliation. She originally thought that such a beautiful face would bring her endless glory and hope. Who knew, after half a year of transformation, she, who walked out of the kingdom of Daluo's territory, would be humiliated like this today. Lily Zero choked and coughed violently while crying. When she finally felt the pressure on her head lighten, her messy hair was lifted up by a force. She finally felt fresh air again. She desperately gasped for air and coughed until her lungs were about to explode. The man's cold voice rang in her ears. How disgusting. Turn your face away. Don't use that face to look at me again. Because of her anger, Lily Zero's eyes immediately turned red. Big drops of tears rolled down her cheeks. She didn't know what was going on. These people seemed to be complaining about her beautiful face. Why, this Lily Zero's IQ was obviously very low. Compared to her stupidity, second state preceptor Xianxia was the first to understand. His rat eyes could not help but flicker slightly. He arched his body and asked in a deep voice, "May I know your identity?" "Impudent. Who allowed a bug like you to get up?" A middle-aged man from the kingdom of Sin slapped Xianxia's head without any explanation. Xianxia's legs went soft from the slap, and he fell back to his knees on the broken wooden board. Compared to Lily Xianxia was in no way inferior. The two of them did not look at the almanac before they went out, and now they ran into Emolian and Chen. They were really unlucky. After they entered the River of Forgetfulness, they had yet to find their true master, and they had already encountered these people in front of them who were completely unreasonable. As soon as they came up, they beat them to death. This was truly the case of dying before they could even begin their journey. They had 18 lifetimes of bad luck. Xianxia was so angry that he bit out a mouthful of blood. He opened his mouth but could not make a sound for a long time. Lily Zero, who was beside him, was already trembling in fear. She could not help but crawl on the wooden board, trying to pull her legs out of the water. However, no matter how hard she tried, half of her body was still submerged in the water. Her wet body was very sticky and uncomfortable. "Eh? Look who's here. I was wondering why it was so lively here. So it's the Crown Prince of the Divine Province. TSK, sorry for not coming out to meet you." A mocking laughter came from afar and was carried by the wind into everyone's ears. Everyone was looking serious. When they heard the sound, they turned around and saw more than a dozen small ships, breaking through the wind and waves. They were moving very fast. Standing at the bow of the first ship was a tall and handsome young master in a green bamboo robe. His eyes were smiling as he looked in their direction, and the corners of his mouth held a faint sneer. When his gaze fell on Emolian, there was a hint of sharpness and a hint of mockery. Chen was slightly taken aback, and whispered to Emolian, "Why is that kid here?" Emolian also shook her head in confusion. In just half a month, Dingyan seemed to be getting more arrogant and domineering, and he was even more of an eyesore. "Look at his bluff, he's really a good-for-nothing. Those who come have bad intentions, and those who are kind won't come." Chen whispered with a smile, "I feel that the way this kid looks at you is like looking at a dead person. He really wants to kill you." "It's not like he's only been thinking about killing me for a day or two," Emolian snorted coldly and said indifferently. "Let's see how capable he is, there's no need to say anything else." "TSK, what is your highness doing?" Dingyan asked with a smile as he glanced at the disheveled woman sprawled on the wooden plank. At that time, the woman was lying on the wooden plank and had not turned her head, so he naturally could not see her face clearly. On the other hand, the robust man with the short black beard was forced to kneel on the wooden plank. Both of his legs were submerged in the water, and he looked even more embarrassed. Dingyan curled his lips into a smile. Who is so bold as to provoke His Highness the Crown Prince's anger? Prince Emo looked at him coldly. Instead of answering, he asked, "Why are you here?" A short and thin elder stepped out from behind Dingyan. His hawk-like gaze swept across the Crown Prince and the others, and he smiled sinisterly. "Sect Master is already the master of the entire Forgetfulness River. Crown Prince of the Divine Prefecture, you'd better be more respectful when speaking to our master." When she said this, Emolian and Chen couldn't help but be taken aback. What was going on? They had only stayed in the undersea abyss for a month, and the Forgetfulness River's sky had changed. Dingyan waved his hand with a smile. "Leave." His eyes flashed as he stared at Prince Emo for a while. Finally, he couldn't help but laugh. The Crown Prince and the Venerable Immortal entered the abyss at the bottom of the sea. They came out so quickly. "Look at how jealous you are." Before Emolian could say anything, the Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal couldn't help but mock her. "Why? Do you feel bad seeing us climb up from the bottom of the sea? You can't wait for us to live at the bottom of the sea forever." Dingyan glanced at the Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal with a grin. "I can't wait for you to live together and never come out." What's with that look? The venerable peach blossom immortal glanced at Emolian. Why are you talking to him? Emolian said expressionlessly. Take those two from the state of Daluo and let's go. The venerable peach blossom immortal was speechless. Big brother, can I ask how we are going to leave now? In this vast sea, there are no boats and we can't enter the inner world. Are we supposed to swim to the shore or, fly all the way back, f*ck, this is too much of a scam. Emolian threw him a look that said, are you stupid, and silently took out a storage talisman from her pocket. There's a boat. The venerable peach blossom immortal's eyes instantly lit up. He looked at Prince Mo as if he was looking at his own brother. It had to be said, when Emolian became reliable, he really was, especially reliable. Last time in the karst cave, didn't you say that you wanted to learn from me and put more storage talismans and space containers on you? The venerable peach blossom immortal coughed. I really don't have that habit. He was used to staying in JoJo's galaxy. He would wander around when he had nothing to do. Anyway, someone would take care of everything for him. Wasn't he just going out to fight? Emolian threw him a humph and took out a small boat from the storage talisman. Although the boat wasn't big, it was more than enough to carry the two of them and the 4 people from the city of Sin. Without another word, Guangguang Darren stepped forward and hugged Ma Shurchen's thigh, determined to be a leg accessory. He must not be thrown into the sea by them. Lord Guangguang finally came out, so he naturally wanted to go out and play. Not only did he want to play, but he also wanted to eat all the delicacies in the world. According to Dun Dun, the human delicacies were very good. It wasn't easy for him to escape from the ceiling formation, jump out of the abyss, and leave this broken place surrounded by water. How could he not enjoy his future life? It's all your fault. Hu Shurchen unhappily picked up the bald 3-year-old child and shook him a few times. If it weren't for the light congealing mirror's shielding seal, how could they not even be able to use the communication jade talisman? In 7 days, he can recover naturally. Master Guangguang didn't want to either. The little fellow muttered and raised his hand to hug Hu Jinshan's arm tightly. The venerable peach blossom immortal couldn't help but sigh. He wondered how the little stoic was doing. When he tossed her up, the little fellow looked like she was about to cry. She looked so pitiful that his heart ached for her. He really had to wait a few more days before he could contact her. How worrying. Let's go. Emolian and Hu Jinshan boarded the boat at the same time and turned to look at the 4 people from the city of Sin. GC nodded in understanding and said to the other 3, take these 2 with us. Lying in the water, Lily Zero couldn't help but shudder. However, she heard Ding Yun say with a smile, wait a moment. Prince Mo, you are the crown prince of the divine province, the most honorable person in the 3 provinces. But this is the river of forgetfulness. This young master still has the final say in the river of forgetfulness, Cult Master Ding said with a smile and gave a look to his subordinates. The short, skinny old man suddenly dashed forward and reached out with a sinister face to grab Shen Nangui's head. GC naturally wouldn't let him do it. She dragged Shen Nangui away and, together with old Zhou and the other 2, struck out a palm at the thin old man. The thin old man chuckled coldly without any change in his expression. A pair of old hands that looked like chicken claws suddenly came out of his sleeves and viciously clawed at old Zhou in front of him. Old Zhou retracted his hand very quickly, but his sleeve was caught by the thin old man's claws. With a ripping sound, he looked down and saw 2 faint bruises on his arm. It was obvious that this old man's hands were dipped in poison. Seeing that the thin old man had already grabbed Shen Nangui's collar, GC kicked him with a gloomy face. If this kick landed, the old man would definitely spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood. This thin old man was only skilled in the art of poison, but his actual cultivation might be below them. The old man let out a strange laugh, then took out his hand and sprinkled a cloud of poisonous powder, throwing it in front of GC and the other 3. GC and the other 3 hurriedly held their breaths and quickly took a step back. However, GC's eyes were sharp and her hands were fast. She jumped back with Shen Nangui and flew to Emolien's ship. At the same time, Lily Zero saw an opening and hurriedly jumped into the water. She flipped a few times like a dog. Emolien looked on coldly and didn't stop her. Lily Zero crawled to the feet of Ding Yun and the others in a sorry state and repeatedly shouted, save me, young master, save me. I don't know them, I don't know why they. Lily Zero's voice suddenly stopped and she felt her body become light. Someone had wrapped a spirit binding rope around her neck and lifted her up in the air. She hurriedly stretched out her hands and grabbed the spirit binding rope around her neck. Her face was pale and she coughed a few times. No wonder His Highness the Crown Prince is so angry. Cult Master Ding's eyes flickered as he carefully sized up the woman in front of him. A faint sneer appeared on his lips. She looks. Between her eyebrows, there is a 60% to 70% resemblance. However, her demeanor and behavior are too different. Cult Master Ding sized up Lily Zero from head to toe and shook his head repeatedly. Where did you get the courage to imitate her? Lily Zero instantly felt a chill run down her spine. She could hear her heart thumping nonstop. She suddenly understood, could it be that the reason why the two young masters were so angry at her was because they knew the owner of her face? Actually, she had no idea who her face belonged to at all. He only knew that the state preceptor had said that the closer one could get to this face, the more honorable and wealthy one would be able to obtain a life of honor and wealth. She did it. She worked hard and stood out from the rest of Lily. But why? What if her life instantly collapses the moment she leaves the Doro Kingdom's ancestral land? Wasn't this face beautiful? Wasn't it lovable? That was impossible. Lily Zero hurriedly struggled and cried out in shock. Young master, what are you saying? In the vast thousand realms, there were people who looked somewhat similar to each other, but there were some. How can you say that I'm imitating her? Oh? Ding Yan glanced at her with a smile. You're not imitating her? And no. Lily Zero hurriedly shook her head and insisted that she didn't have any ill intentions of imitating others. Cult Master Ding could not help but sneer. He tightened the spirit binding rope in his hand. Lily Zero suddenly felt her breathing tighten. She choked and coughed a few times. Her face was as pale as paper. No, kill, cough, cough, cough. Lily Zero felt an abnormal sense of panic. She felt like she had just climbed out of a wolf's den only to fall into a tiger's den. This was definitely not her illusion. Lily Zero raised her head, trying hard to see the face of the man in front of her. However, she only saw a cold glint in the man's eyes, without the slightest bit of pity. Fear overflowed in Lily Zero's heart. She muttered to herself and shook her head. No, she could not be so unlucky, right? She had just come out of the Doro Kingdom's ancestral land. She had not even had a few days of comfortable and happy days. Was she going to die on the surface of the river of forgetfulness? Elder Deercry. This subordinate is here. The thin and short old man quickly retreated to Ding Yan's side and bowed respectfully with cupped fists. This cult master heard that you are best at the human face drum. Hearing this, the skinny old man's eyes lit up. He sized up Lily Zero, who was shivering all over, and cupped his hands with a smile. Sect Master, do you want me to make a beauty drum? It's a pity that this woman's face was soaked in potion before. The lines on her face are all destroyed. Even if you make a beauty drum, it won't look good. The perverted old man named Deercry licked the corner of his mouth and revealed a wretched smile. Oh? Cult Master Ding looked at Lily Zero with disdain. Then what's the use of keeping her? Lily Zero was so frightened that her entire body twitched in fear. She pulled her hands and screamed, Don't kill me, don't kill, I have use. My face, that fake face of yours really is ugly to death. Cult Master Ding scoffed as he directly flung the person towards Mo Lian with a wave of his hand. The woman was about to crash into the boat. Under such gravity, she might even smash a hole in the boat under her feet. GC took a step forward and punched Lily Zero in the chest. Lily Zero sucked in a breath of cold air. She could clearly hear the sound of her sternum breaking. That sudden force sent her flying. With a splash, she fell heavily into the water. Young Master Ding chuckled and said, What an unromantic crown prince of Shenzhou. You don't even want a soft and warm body? TSK. Cult Master Ding sized them up a few times and said with a smile, Wow, why do you look so pale? Mo Lian glanced at him coldly. She was too lazy to talk nonsense with this person. He wanted to return to the abyss of the sacrificial sea to take a look, so how could he have the time to continue arguing with others? Unfortunately, this cult leader Ding's brain was probably not working well. Just a moment ago he was still smiling in the clear sky, but in the blink of an eye his face was clouded with clouds and thunderclaps. Let me guess, how many people are serving the Crown Prince of the Divine Land? Is it just these few people? TSK, Cult Master Ding muttered to himself. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed across his black eyes. If that's the case, then Your Highness, please stay for a chat. Mo Lian finally looked Ding Yun in the eye. The corners of her lips curled up slightly, and her phoenix eyes revealed a murderous intent. You're courting death. His cold words fell into Cult Master Ding's ears one by one. The anger in the latter's heart instantly erupted like a volcano, burning fiercely. Why was this person always acting like he was looking down on the common people, looking down on everyone from a high position? This was too disgusting. He knew that if he didn't kill this guy immediately in the lower star region, he would definitely cause trouble for him in the future. If that was the case, how hateful! Mo Lian narrowed his eyes at Ding Yun and became alert. Sure enough, Sect Master Ding raised his hand and waved it. Then, several tens of figures came out from behind him and rushed forward. Hichin teased with a faint smile, he still wants to stay for dinner, Crown Prince. Mo Lian pursed his lips and didn't say anything. The cold expression on his face had already revealed his terrible mood. This Ding Yun always thought that if he killed him, he would have a chance. However, the truth was that even if he deliberately planned to kill him, the result wouldn't be satisfactory, seeing dozens of figures pouncing on him. GC nervously clenched the weapon in her hand and looked like she was ready to fight to the death. She had no choice. Even if she regretted it so much that her intestines turned green, her lifeline was in the hands of that Crown Prince. If she dared to betray him and turn to the enemy, then she would definitely die without a burial place. Right now, the enemy had a lot of people, while she only had a few people here. She, Old Zhou, and the other two were already exhausted. She could only fight them head-on. GC had just thought of this when she saw the Crown Prince of the Divine Province standing at the bow of the ship suddenly raise his hands. A large number of squeaking things came out from his sleeves. Everyone took a closer look and couldn't help but show a bit of surprise. It turned out that the things that came out from Prince Mo's sleeves were hundreds of thousands of mechanical wooden birds. They crashed into the dozens of people rushing from the opposite side. Even Ding Yun was shocked and hurriedly shouted, "Get out of the way." But how could he make it in time? Ding Yun's dozens of subordinates were rushing toward Mo Lian's ship and just happened to meet the hundreds of thousands of mechanical wooden birds. When the two sides collided, the mechanical wooden birds spat out black lines of fire and suddenly fell on them. His speed was incomparably fast, leaving no time for anyone to react. As a result, the crowd saw black flames ignite on the bodies of the dozen or so people who had rushed over. The flames quickly spread throughout their bodies and wrapped them up in a ball. Black flames burned on their bodies silently and oppressively. The dozen or so people didn't even have time to shout before they turned into ashes and disappeared under the pitch-black flames. Lily or Number 0 shuddered and looked at Second State Preceptor Shen Nangue for help. How unlucky must she be to run into the Crown Prince of the Divine Land as soon as she left the clan grounds. With just a few words, he burned the person to ashes. After spitting out the black flames, the mechanical wooden bird continued to flap its wings and rose high into the air. Pairs of mechanical eyes suddenly turned around and stared coldly in Ding Yun's direction. The latter shuddered in his heart, and without another word, he ordered, "Fire." There were at least 300 archers on the dozen or so ships he had brought with him today. Once the order was given, the archers immediately got into position and shot hundreds of arrows at the mechanical birds in the sky. Dang, 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 dang. After a few clangs, the arrows that were released fell to the ground one after another as if they had hit an iron plate. They fell into the sea in disorder and made a series of splashes. Cult Master Ding cursed trash in his heart and suppressed the anger in his heart. He couldn't even kill a row of mechanical birds released by others, so how could he create Mo Lian? This Mo Lian was getting more and more abominable. Don't bother about those birds. Activate the defensive shield and rush over, Ding Yun said in a low voice with a cold face. No matter what, he had to make that guy stay here today. He had waited so long for this guy to be alone. If he missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. If he didn't seize this perfect opportunity, when would he? While thinking, Ding Yin waved his hand and Elder Looming rushed over with a dozen devil cult disciples. A cold smile hung on his gloomy old face. He raised his hand and sprinkled a handful of fine powder over. Mo Lian didn't even frown. He looked coldly at Looming and the others who were rushing over to court death. He raised his hand to block He Chen, who was rubbing his fists and preparing to go forward. In a flash, Mo Lian formed a seal with his fingers. Several ink-colored lotuses floated around him and gathered to form death lotus seals. He threw them at Elder Looming and the others without any explanation. Looming's eyelids twitched and he hurriedly stepped back to avoid them. He didn't even need to touch the death lotus seal. He could feel the majestic power from a distance. It wasn't something a small poison master like him could withstand. Bang, 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 bang. The lotus seals landed in the crowd, causing them to vomit blood and fall to the ground. Instantly, they were crushed by a heavy force and their bones were broken. Their bodies cracked like broken bones. Crown Prince Mo's methods were ruthless. Even when he was indiscriminately killing people, his countenance was still serene, without the slightest ripple. It was so calm that it was as if he was looking at a group of weak ants. In fact, to him, these people were indeed insignificant. They dared to block his path and provoke him time and time again. They were already prepared to die. Ding Yan's eyes flickered and a trace of emotion flashed past his eyes. Compared to a month ago, Mo Lian's cultivation seemed to have inexplicably improved by leaps and bounds. What was going on? Could it be that he and the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal had a fortuitous encounter in the undersea abyss? Hu Shichen blinked and revealed a curious expression. Your strength seems to have increased by quite a bit. Could this person be a monster? Other people would only advance by a small level or half a level. He, on the other hand, had advanced to a new level with a single leap. However, it must have something to do with the ancient Mo Lian's soul that Jojo had found. Mo Lian was really lucky. It was mainly because he had found a very good wife. His luck was super good, and this guy had also risen to the heavens with her. Every time he thought of this, it made his teeth ache. No wonder young Master Ding always thought of ways to kill him every time he saw him. Jealousy, pure jealousy. It was indeed very infuriating. Let's go. Mo Lian turned around and shouted at GC, Old Zhou, and the others, who were stunned into a few blocks of wood. Only then did GC and the others come back to their senses, their eyes carrying traces of reverence. Their master was too powerful. They had never seen such a powerful person when they were in the undersea abyss. With one move of the lotus mark, the all-encompassing pitch-black lotus fire annihilated so many people in a matter of minutes. Super powerful. Just now, GC and the others were still muttering in their hearts, wondering if they had recognized him as their master too early and did not look at the situation. At this moment, they were incomparably glad that they had followed GC's prompt decision to cast aside their pride and acknowledge Mo Lian as their master. Judging from the Divine Province's Crown Prince's appearance, if they had hesitated just a little bit more, they might have lost their lives long ago. To them, what dignity and what honor and disgrace were truly too insignificant compared to their own lives. They had lived in the underwater abyss for so long and been imprisoned for so long. Day and night, they couldn't see the light and had no future. After finally escaping from that ghastly place with great difficulty and starting anew, there truly wasn't anything to be particular about. They just wanted to continue living. Now, it seemed that acknowledging this powerful master wasn't a loss at all. Cough, 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 cough. Several demonic cult disciples waved their hands to disperse the smell of smoke and fire, saying, Cult master, they, cough, cough. Cult Master Ding gloomily stared in the direction of the ship's departure. He stared for a long while before looking up at the sky. The flock of mechanical birds in the air had already chased after the Crown Prince with a flurry of noises. The remains of several mechanical birds were scattered on the deck, and there was still a faint wisp of black fire lingering around them. Don't touch it. Cult Master Ding abruptly reprimanded when he saw a disciple reaching out to grab the remains, inwardly cursing idiot. If he directly used his hand to grab the remains of the mechanical birds, the faint wisp of black fire could follow his fingers up his arm and climb all the way up until it swallowed him whole. Mo Lian, this fellow, was just this kind of malicious person. Even though he abandoned the remains of these mechanical birds and left, he still harbored malicious intentions. The enemy was becoming more and more difficult to deal with. How should they deal with it? Cult Master Ding's face was grim as he turned to look at Elder Deercry standing next to him and instructed him in a low voice. Achoo. Sir Jojo rubbed his nose and tugged at the furry cloak covering his body. Putting down the medical book in his hand and looking outside the pavilion, the little stoic muttered to herself, "Who's scolding me?" Third Mississippi, the palace servant's soft calls entered Arbor's ears, and the little stoic looked up. Outside the pavilion, a slender woman walked in from afar. When she was still a few dozen meters away, she bowed to her. The young Crown Prince Consort opened her mouth and yawned absent-mindedly. "Who is it?" These past few days, Yuan Zhen had been serving this little stoic crown princess by her side, so she was somewhat familiar with her temperament. Every time she spoke in such a casual manner, there would be a hint of impatience hidden in her voice. This was the displeasure of being disturbed. The lady outside the pavilion is the third daughter of the talisman aristocratic family, the Qi family, Miss Qi Liren. Does the crown princess want to meet him? She's here to compete with me in charms? Arbor asked. Yuan Zhen coughed and shook his head, "That's not it. Third Miss should be here to greet you." The Qi family is indeed the largest talisman aristocratic family in Xianxia, and this third Miss is also a black-level great talisman practitioner, but, in fact, many of the young ladies in large patrician families didn't care that much about cultivation and strength. Who would be in a hurry to compete with others? Ultimately, they had to get married. As long as a woman could maintain her beautiful appearance and prolong her life to accompany her husband in the future, that was enough. Not everyone was as exotic as you, the crown princess, who had to keep pace with men in everything, cough. The little crown princess was expressionless. Since she's not here to compete, then there's no point in meeting her. I won't see her. Yuan Zhen. Aunt was simply a bit speechless. Normally, when His Majesty interacted with the little lady, they were always chatting and laughing, as if they got along very well. Who knew that when it was her turn to be alone with the little lady, she would feel like breaking down before she could even say 3 sentences. She really didn't know how His Majesty could tolerate this oddball little stoic's brain. Arbor glanced at Yuan Zhen beside him. "Do you have anything else to say?" This servant was actually speechless. "Then, should we drive her away?" Yuan Zhen probed the little crown princess. The little stoic hastily nodded and picked up that medical book again. "Drive her away. She can come if she wants to compete, drive her away if she doesn't want to compete." She didn't have the free time to chat with these orioles and swallows everywhere she went. If she had the time, she might as well take an afternoon nap to make up for it. Yuan Zhen somewhat sympathized with the third young lady. This third miss of the Qi estate had probably never seen such an oddball little crown princess, and quickly walked out of the gazebo and stopped in front of the third young lady, who was standing with downcast eyes. Qi Liren curtsied, and the maidservant Xiaoju behind her hastily stepped forward and also curtsied before retreating behind her miss. Yuan Zhen returned a half-curtsy and coughed lightly, saying, "It's like this. If third miss doesn't have anything else to say, please return first. The crown princess is busy right now." Qi Liren couldn't help but be startled, and she slightly raised her eyes to look at the figure inside the gazebo. Busy? The little crown princess was currently sitting there leisurely flipping through a book. Yuan Zhen said with a serious expression, "The crown princess is busy. She said that if third miss is free, you can take a stroll in the nearby garden." How could the crown princess say something so courteous? Aunt Yuan Zhen lowered her eyes to hide her tired expression. This was all for the sake of the Qi family. The best strategy was to say a few soft words to the third young lady and send her away as soon as possible. Qi Liren was startled, and she politely curtsied to Yuan Zhen. "Thank you for your trouble, Aunt. Since the crown princess isn't free, then Liren will take her leave first. Third miss, please." Yuan Zhen praised her in her heart. As expected of a well-educated young lady from a great aristocratic family. She didn't continue to pester her endlessly and went forward to cause trouble. Otherwise, it wouldn't look good for both sides. How should she put it? With such a willful little crown princess, her aunt was at her wit's end, seeing that he had tactfully left, the little stoic nodded in a good mood. She picked up a plate of fruits and forked a piece into her mouth. As long as no one was blind enough to provoke Jojo-sama was usually an easygoing person. Yuanjun bowed slightly. Crown Princess, would you like me to bring you a bed so that you can bask in the sun and take a nap? The young Crown Prince Consort nodded expressionlessly. That's fine too. Yuanjun was speechless. She obviously agreed with this idea, but she had to put on it's just SOSO expression. She really lost to this little Crown Princess. As Qi Liren walked past the long corridor across from them, she glanced at the gazebo from the corner of her eye. She saw the palace maids hurriedly bringing over a carved bed from who knew where. Miss, this Crown Princess is putting on too much airs. The maidservant Xiaoju couldn't resist pursing her lips. She really thinks that our Phoenix Emperor City's imperial palace is her family's back garden. Qi Liren knitted her brows and said aloofly, Xiaoju, don't speak carelessly. She mainly came today to see this Crown Princess of the Divine Province and didn't plan to strain her relationship with her. Since the Crown Princess wasn't willing to see her, she also didn't need to approach her. In any case, there would always be a chance for them to meet in the future. There was no hurry. Qi Liren made up her mind and warned Xiaoju, you always like to blabber. If you go to His Majesty, you're not allowed to speak carelessly. Xiaoju stuck out her tongue and hurriedly nodded, indicating that she definitely wouldn't speak carelessly. The master and servant duo hadn't walked far along the palace wall when they saw Wu Ruame, dressed in a red robe with short sleeves. She was riding a large dog that was half the height of a person and was currently running towards them. Xiaoju cried out in alarm and hurriedly stood in front of her miss. Her small face was ashen and then white as she shrieked, You, what are you doing? Wu Ruame hurriedly tightened the noose around the dog's neck and uttered a shoo. The large dog stuck out its tongue and panted heavily before stopping in front of the master and servant duo. Qi Liren took several steps back, her pretty face changing slightly. Wu Ruame was too outrageous. How could she ride a large dog and run amok in the imperial palace's inner court, relying on His Majesty's trust in her father? She was so impudent. She simply didn't have the slightest bit of etiquette and demeanor of a noble family's young miss. Outrageous, seeing that it was Qi Liren, Wu Ruame hurriedly smiled and said, I didn't scare Miss Qi, did I? Miss Wu, this dog of yours? Oh. This large dog. I bought it the day before yesterday when I was visiting a newly opened spirit beast garden. Doesn't it look very majestic and domineering? Wu Ruame smiled and patted the dog's head. I really like it too much. Hearing this, Qi Liren couldn't help but inwardly roll her eyes. Like hell I'd believe you, she didn't even know if half of this Miss Wu's 3 sentences were true. Not to mention that there had never been a spirit beast garden at the foot of the imperial palace. Even if there was one, a person could only form a contract with one beast in their lifetime. Wu Ruame already had a spirit beast by her side, so it definitely wasn't this large dog. It was also impossible to say that she only treated this large dog as a mount. This large dog was clearly a low-level spirit dog. Logically speaking, a beast that had already developed intelligence definitely wouldn't sully itself as a mount. Miss Wu swiftly jumped to the ground and cupped her hands towards the green-faced Miss Qi. She said with a forthright smile, Miss Qi, you aren't angry, right? I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't hit you, did I? Don't touch our young miss. Xiaoju was like a mother hen protecting her chicks. She hurriedly stood in front of third young lady with her chest puffed out, as if Miss Wu's outstretched left hand was infected with some sort of virus. She had a look of disdain on her face. Wu Ruame was rebuffed. Embarrassed, she retracted her hand and coughed, then, if there's nothing else, I'll go first. Since others already despised her so much, there was no need for her to suck up to them and befriend them, right? She, Wu Ruame, had her own backbone, humph. Qi Liren rolled her eyes and suddenly said, Miss Wu, you were riding a dog and running around in the inner court. It's not a big deal if you bumped into me. But if you offend that noble crown princess, I'm afraid His Majesty will be the first to punish you. Wu Ruame was stunned. She quickly turned around to look at Qi Liren. Ah? Oh, right. I heard from my father that the crown princess of Shenzhou is here, right? Then I really have to meet her properly. Qi Liren frowned. Wu Ruome's reaction was somewhat different from what she had expected. It seemed that this woman was rather shrewd. Miss. A skinny servant girl carrying a quiver of arrows on her back chased after her, almost bumping into Xiaoju. Xiaoju exclaimed and hurriedly pushed her away. How dare you? What's wrong with you, little girl? How dare you bump into my miss so recklessly? Although the servant girl's body was skinny, her strength wasn't small. She didn't budge at all after being pushed by Xiaoju. Dilly Wu Ruome hurriedly pulled the servant girl to her side. Didn't I tell you to slow down? I'm very familiar with this place, Miss Wu. Qi Liren frowned and said in a low voice, this is the inner court of the Imperial Palace. It's not like our ordinary household. It's really inappropriate for you to allow your servant girl to run around and yell at the palace walls. It's better to teach her more on a daily basis. Wu Ruame turned her head to look, only to see Qi Liren leave with Xiaoju and her servant girl after leaving these lecturing words. So serious. The maidservant beside young Miss Wu curled her lips and said. Her voice was neither loud nor soft, just enough to fall into the ears of the master and servant who were leaving. Miss, Prime Minister Wu's daughter is too rude. Even the servant girl beside her is unbearably vulgar. She has a good life. Prime Minister Wu had always regarded this daughter as the apple of his eye. Now that the Prime Minister was highly valued by His Majesty and had a meteoric rise, the entire Prime Minister's estate would rise with him. Miss Wu's impetuous temperament, do you think she'll have a conflict with that person? Qi Liren pursed her lips, a faint smile appearing on her lips. It's hard to say. However, thinking of Wu Ruome's strange reaction just now, Qi Liren couldn't help but frown again. Let's wait and see. On the other side, Wu Ruome rode the big dog to the vicinity of the garden. She hurriedly put away the big dog and quickly ran towards the pavilion. Before she could get close, she was stopped by a few palace servants. Shoo, lower your voice. Wu Ruome couldn't help but lower her voice, her eyes darting towards the pavilion. The crown princess is resting there? The palace servants nodded in unison. Although they hadn't taken care of the crown princess for long, the little crown princess's temperament seemed to be very easy to control. She liked peace and quiet. Don't provoke her for no reason. Even if you did, don't provoke her too much. Otherwise, once she retaliated, there was a 99% chance that you would die. For example, yesterday, there was a courting palace maid who poisoned the little crown princess. The first 2 times, the little crown princess ignored her, but the 3rd time, she smacked her to death. Even her family was executed by His Majesty in a fit of anger. She was really unlucky. Now, His Majesty wanted to investigate further to find out who was the one who could not tolerate the little crown princess. I reckon that another batch of people will die if they find out. Wu Ruome giggled and said, hey, I'll sneak over. I won't disturb her, and I won't make things difficult for you, okay? No, Miss Wu. A palace maid hurriedly waved her hand and said, if the little crown princess is woken up by someone, she will be angry for the whole afternoon. The corner of Wu Ruome's mouth twitched. Then I'll wait for her here. Hey, bring me a chair. I'll sit here for a while and wait for her to wake up. The palace servants looked at her speechlessly. In the end, they couldn't dissuade the Prime Minister's daughter. They brought her an old-fashioned wooden armchair and placed it opposite the pavilion. Miss Wu sat down on the old-fashioned wooden armchair with a golden knife. Unfortunately, this was a shady place, and there was always a chilly wind blowing behind her neck. It was really not as good as the little crown princess pavilion. It was sunny and warm, and there were curtains hanging around to block the wind. Wu Ruome sat there for more than 2 hours and sneezed several times in a row. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the royal servants who rushed up to cover her nose. The young crown princess didn't wake up until the end of the afternoon. At that time, the sun was gradually setting in the west, but the sunlight inside the pavilion had also dimmed considerably. Wu Ruame quickly jumped up and moved her frozen hands and feet. She was truly miserable. After sitting here, those junior royal servants had been squatting around her. Whenever she made the slightest noise, someone would immediately come up to cover her mouth, cough. Yuanjun coughed and bowed to whisper, Crown Princess, are you awake? The young Crown Prince Consort was a little confused. She flipped over and sat down on the couch, a hint of bewilderment on her face. Yuanjin's mouth twitched. According to her understanding of the young crown princess, it would take about 7 to 8 minutes for the crown princess to return to her senses. Arbor yawned and looked up at Yuanjin. Why hasn't Duanyu returned yet? His Majesty is receiving the envoys from the barbarian tribes today, so he might come back a bit later. The young crown princess weakly replied with an "oh" and rubbed her stomach. Unexpectedly, when he raised his eyes, he saw a young girl dressed in a red robe with short sleeves tied up. She had an excited look on her face as she ran and hopped in front of him. You're that crown princess of the divine province, right? Wu Ruame reflexively wiped her hands on her gown and excitedly shook Arbor's hands. I was fortunate enough to see you up close. Sure enough, you're identical to the person in the painting. Fakes don't have half of your charm. Arbor blinked and looked down at her little paws that were being held. She asked expressionlessly, "Who are you?" Yuanjin couldn't help but facepalm and hastily stepped forward to introduce, "Crown Princess, this is Prime Minister Wu's daughter, Miss Wu Ruame." Oh. Arbor had heard of Prime Minister Wu's name before. As Duanyu's right and left arm, a trusted aide, he should naturally be a good person. The young crown princess raised her eyebrows and understood the meaning behind Wu Ruame's words. You've seen imitations before? That's right. Not long ago, there was a fake mixed in with the messengers from the kingdom of Daluo. You didn't see that woman. She's really ugly. Her fake face made me want to vomit. The young crown princess moved to the side, and Wu Ruame very naturally sat down next to her. The two of them started chatting like this. Yuanjin was speechless. Although they were chatting, it seemed like Miss Wu was the only one chattering nonstop. From the many countries where the fake Luo came to visit His Majesty, to how His Majesty searched the entire city for the 3 state teachers, to how His Majesty received the news and chased after Wang Chuan. The young crown prince consort sat there and listened the entire time as she spoke vividly and vividly. When Duanyu came over in the evening, he saw the two of them chatting while sitting side by side on a couch. How strange. Jojo didn't get along with just anyone. Duanyu raised his eyebrows and allowed the palace servants to roll up the pavilion's curtain for him. He slowly walked in with a smile in his eyes. Arbor asked when he saw him enter, "Duanyu, are you done?" "I chatted with little Maisie the entire afternoon and almost finished the pastries." Aunt Yuanjin couldn't help rolling her eyes. The crown princess's N.O. is that so didn't exceed 20 words, and she even said that she chatted with someone the entire afternoon. What a joke. Duanyu's gloomy mood instantly brightened, and he quickly walked up. Don't eat so many pastries. It'll be dinner soon, Duanyu said with a chuckle. Every time Jojo was gluttonous, she would reveal an expression of "this thing is just SOSO," or "I only eat a bit occasionally." Her earnest little face looked comical. She was clearly a foodie, yet she was unwilling to admit it. Arbor looked down at the pastry she was holding and then glanced at the disapproving Duanyu. She silently tossed the pastry onto the plate and retracted her paw to pat off the pastry crumbs on her fingers. I didn't eat much. Crown Prince Consort, you ate several pieces of pastries while listening to Miss Wu's story. Aunt Yuanjin hurriedly said, this servant has already reminded you 3 times. If you eat too much, you won't be able to eat dinner and will easily suffer from indigestion. The little crown princess glared at this person who was undermining her and then angrily checked her pulse. I'm very well. Duanyu curled his lips and couldn't help laughing when he saw her small movements. His gaze swept over Wu Ruame, and she hastily bowed and said, Your Majesty, Ruame should return home for dinner, so I'll take my leave first. Duanyu nodded indifferently. Wu Ruame had just turned around and walked 2 steps when she suddenly turned around and ran up to Xiaomu in high spirits again. Crown Prince Consort, tomorrow's weather is pretty good. How about we go for a walk together? I want to hear the Crown Princess talk about my idol, Commandery Princess Wu Shuang. I heard that Commandery Princess Wu Shuang established a Tiger Wolf battalion that is especially invincible and incomparably powerful. Duanyu expressionlessly looked at this Miss Wu. This fellow opened her mouth and seemed to want to continue chatting with Jojo. On the side, Sir Jojo nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. When she heard Wu Ruame talk about Commandery Princess Wu Shuang, she also hummed several times in agreement. Duan Yu was speechless and quietly asked Aunt Yuanzhen, who was standing on the side, "The crown princess has been chatting with Miss Wu like this entire afternoon?" Yuanzhen nodded decisively. He stretched out his palms and flipped them back and forth. "It definitely won't exceed 20 words. Miss Wu has made 3 pots of tea. This servant thinks that she won't be able to eat dinner." Duan Yu's mouth twitched. "Escort Miss Wu out." Wasn't he a chatterbox? When he thought of this, Duan Yu couldn't help but grit his teeth. He had miscalculated to the extreme. In fact, it was easy for a chatterbox to get close to Jojo. For example, Mo Lian was shameless and clingy. Her sweet words and honeyed words seeped into Jojo's life bit by bit. Before Jojo even realized it, she had already been tricked by Mo Lian. Bah, shameless bastard. Look at Wu Ruame. As soon as she started talking to Jojo, it was as if she had opened up a chatterbox. There was no stopping her. If things went on like this, how were they going to eat dinner? How baffling. Yuanzhen suppressed the smile on her lips and quickly walked up. She curtsied at Miss Wu and said gently, "This servant will escort Miss Wu out." Wu Ruame quickly waved her small hands and stammered, "No, no need. There is no need to trouble Auntie to escort me out. Ruame will take her leave now." Strange, why did His Majesty's expression look so volatile? Could it be that she spoke too much with the crown princess and provoked His Majesty's displeasure? Wu Ruame quickly left. She turned back every 2 steps and waved at Arbor while calling out, "Crown princess, Ruame will come find you tomorrow." The little crown princess expressionlessly waved her paw. Splash. After the sound of water splashing, a few corpse fish that were half hanging on the boat were kicked into the water. "The water source near the River of Forgetfulness is severely polluted," Shen Wu said with a serious expression. "Looks like we don't have to wait another 3 years for this place to be eliminated due to the harsh environment." After getting rid of the corpse fish at the entrance of the abyss of the sacrificial sea, Jichen said solemnly, "Jojo's aura is faintly discernible. It looks like he came here before but left a day or 2 ago. Could he have returned to Dragon Flame City first?" Mo Lian pondered for a moment and nodded indifferently. "It's very possible." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go back immediately," the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal said hurriedly. Mo Lian had long been impatient to return home and wanted to rush back immediately. He didn't know how Xianxia was doing right now. He must be scolding him every day, there's no time to lose. "Let's go back immediately," the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal urged. His gaze fell on the man and woman tied to the bow of the boat. How did they handle it? "Since we've asked clearly, there's no need to keep them." Mo Lian responded apathetically, and after sweeping a glance at Shen Nangui and the others, he shifted his gaze back to where he came from. Shen Nangui was startled. He stammered and hurriedly made a sound. GC impolitely glared at him and lifted her hand to remove the ball of cloth from his mouth. Your Highness, we've already told you everything we know. We'll tell you everything we know. Please let the 2 of us live." When Crown Prince Mo heard this, he turned around and swept them a cold glance. Such a bone-chilling gaze caused Shen Nangui and Lily to shut their mouths, no longer daring to speak carelessly. The Crown Prince in front of them had a cold unthreatening gaze. It was as if his entire body was emitting a frosty aura. He was so magnificent and dazzling that no one dared to look at him directly. "Your Highness, I also know that the Kingdom of Daluo is planning to secretly attack Dragon Flame City," Lily Zero said, her body trembling uncontrollably. "Lily Shen Nangui turned pale with fright and tried to get up to cover Lily Zero's mouth. However, GC's movements were too fast. She pushed his hand back and said, "Behave yourself. Don't get touchy as you please." Mo Lian gloomily stared at that woman in ragged clothes, who cut a sorry figure from head to toe, and who was covered in bloodstains. This woman had fallen into the sea several times before, and her head had even knocked against the deck of the boat several times. Although the wound on her head had already scabbed over, the dirty, unidentifiable bloody scar was extremely unpleasant to look at. Lily Zero had a tactful expression on her face as she cried out, I overheard it. When the Grand Imperial Preceptor was discussing with the monarch, I just happened to hear a few words. They're secretly plotting to attack Dragon Flame City. I'm not lying. Bastard, Mo Lian's cold gaze swept past the emaciated Shen Nangui. She suddenly raised her hand and sucked him under her feet. Shen Nangui only felt an irresistible force pull him over. His body was involuntarily pulled over by the suction force. "Ah, why you guys?" Shen Nangui could not help but exclaim. When he felt his head being grabbed, his face turned pale. Mo Lian did not want to search his soul at first. There was something strange in this person's consciousness. However, she couldn't be bothered with that right now and directly pulled him up into the air. Halfway through the soul-searching, Mo Lian sensed that this guy's soul was about to explode, so she directly sent him flying with a kick, tossing him far into the sea. After the tremor subsided, huge waves crashed towards their small boat. Fortunately, Xianxia was prepared and blocked all the splashes outside the defensive barrier. When Mo Lian returned with a grim expression, Xianxia asked, "How was it?" "We only searched half of it. That restriction is very strong, so we were lucky to be able to search half of it." "Then what should we do now?" "Go find Duanyu first." Xianxia thought he misheard and stared at Mo Lian dumbfoundedly. "Find Duanyu? Are you sure?" Mo Lian nodded expressionlessly. Xianxia glanced at Mo Lian strangely and silently criticized in his mind, "What kind of feelings does Mo Lian have for Duanyu?" The enemy was already about to reach his hometown in Dragon Flame City, yet he still leisurely said to go find Duanyu first. That's right, with Duanyu's friendship with him, he would probably send reinforcements. This place is closer to Tsang province, and we can't summon flying beasts or use transportation talisman matrices right now. Let's go ashore first. They had to find Duanyu first. It would be faster if he used a flying spirit beast to send them back. Moreover, his Dragon Flame City's defenses weren't that easy to break through. With 30,000 elites gathered in the city, unless the kingdom of Dualuo sent 1,000,000 soldiers to attack, Dragon Flame City should be able to handle it. How could a mere small grassland kingdom gather 1,000,000 soldiers? In any case, Mo Lian didn't believe it. Xianxia nodded and coughed lightly. That's true. Finding Duanyu for help seems more reliable. Alright then, let's quickly depart for Phoenix Emperor City. How many days do you think it will take? Within 2 days, Mo Lian replied calmly. It was precisely because it was fast that they should hurry to Tsang province to find Duanyu. Otherwise, with the speed of the ship, it would take more than 10 days to swim back to the Divine Land slowly. Xianxia patted Mo Lian's shoulder and said with a "MHM, Brother Duanyu will definitely help us." Mo Lian nodded. When she turned around, her eyes coldly swept over GC. For some reason, GC felt a flash of inspiration, and she instantly understood the meaning behind her master's gaze. She hurriedly raised her hand, and a cold dagger appeared between her fingers. Before Lily Zero could figure out what was going on, she felt an incomparably cold sensation in her throat. When he lowered his head to look, the dagger had already slit his throat, drawing out an incomparably magnificent line of blood. Lily Zero's eyes widened as she made a sound from her throat. Her expression was one of disbelief as she struggled to speak. Why? Why did he kill her? She had already explained everything about the kingdom of Daluo, so why did he still want to kill her? Unwilling to accept this, Lily Zero collapsed heavily on the ground with a sorrowful expression. Her neck was slightly arched, as though she wanted to see what color the haze in the sky could reveal. After all, she had just undergone plastic surgery, and her beautiful life had probably just begun. It was needless to say how miserable it was for her to die in this sea of forgetfulness. Lily Zero's corpse was thrown into the sea to feed the zombie fish, so no one would care about her life or death. On the other side, Duanyu, who was currently serving food to Sir Jojo, paused in his actions. His nose itched as though he was yearning for something. "Your Majesty. The East Mountain King requests an audience." "Jojo, you eat first. I'll be right back." Arbor replied with an O and was currently using his chopsticks to poke at a piece of tomato fish, battling with it. Yuanjin expressionlessly stood on the side, occasionally refilling the little crown princess soup and reminding her to drink more nourishing soup. Arbor secretly peeked at Yuanjin. "And, you should also go eat." In reality, she really wasn't that particular about her meals. She simply didn't need someone to stand on the side and serve her with this and that. Yuanjin curtsied. Yes. Thus, she led several junior palace maids out of the door. Seeing that there was no one else in the hall, the little crown princess immediately tossed her chopsticks aside and walked to the other end of the long table. She picked up a large soup spoon and ate 2 mouthfuls of corned shrimp. When Duanyu entered, he saw the little stoic pacing back and forth around the table while holding a small silver bowl in her hand. She moved the spoon from side to side as if she was pointing at the mountains while muttering, "Eat this? I don't like it. Eat that? This corned shrimp tastes pretty good. Why are you so picky? Mother knows. You're too annoying. You can only make your own decisions after you come out. Listen to mother for now." Duanyu couldn't resist twitching his mouth, and he quickly walked up to pull her back. "Who are you talking to?" This little fellow was rambling on, looking a bit comical. Arbor rubbed his stomach and said in all seriousness, "Baby likes to eat food with divine energy, but food with spiritual energy is a bit disdainful." As for ordinary ingredients, he seemed even more disdainful. Duanyu pursed his lips and said, "He's as picky as his father." Right. Arbor's eyes brightened, and he immediately said to Duanyu, "He's like his father. He's picky and especially annoying." Duanyu couldn't help nodding in amusement. "Yes, especially annoying. Jojo, this is for you." He casually stuffed a small piece of exquisite spice into her hands. "Light it to sleep at night. You'll sleep better and won't wake up in the middle of the night." Arbor was taken aback and muttered to himself, "You know? For the past 2 days, whenever she closed her eyes, she would feel as if she was floating and struggling on the sea. Her sleep was very restless." "Don't think too much about it. If our people have any news about them, they will naturally report back." Duanyu paused and looked at her with a grin. "You're overthinking things. Don't tell me you think they're already dead?" "Bah." Arbor rolled his eyes. Duanyu couldn't help being amused. "There's nothing wrong with their life lantern miniatures, so you don't need to worry. Perhaps they don't have a boat or a paddle right now? They can only hold on to a broken wooden board and float on the sea. They float for a while, 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 float for a while." Sir Jojo glanced at him, and his tense little face suddenly relaxed. He laughed and said, "Liar. What happened just now?" "It's nothing, just some trivial matters." Duanyu pulled her to sit down. "Eat some more." Achoo. The venerable peach blossom immortal looked up at the clear sky. "Didn't you say we could reach in a day or 2? GC and the others were rowing the boat with all their might. When they heard his voice, they turned back to look. "My lord, we're going against the wind, so we're rowing slower. We can reach the shore at the earliest tomorrow morning. Hurry up, these conditions are simply too terrible. There's not even a shelter. Thankfully, it's not raining, or else we wouldn't even have a shelter." Just shut up." Mo Lian glared at him. Whatever he said came out of his mouth. That night, as they wished, they welcomed a violent storm. Prince Mo was in awe of the venerable peach blossom immortal's mouth. Whatever he said came true without any hesitation. The few of them faced the wind and rain, working together in the same boat. In the pouring rain, they drifted along with the waves, bobbing up and down, swaying endlessly. GC and the other 3 took off their outer robes and sat on the boat. They held a jar in one hand and quickly filled it with water with the other. They hurriedly poured the water out of the boat. Mo Lian and Jichen each held an umbrella and sat expressionlessly at the side. They looked at each other wordlessly. Crown Prince Mo's heart was on the verge of collapse, and he was also very speechless. The venerable peach blossom immortal was indeed a born jinx. He was used to tricking his teammates and himself. "Look at this torrential downpour. Our small boat probably won't be able to hold on for much longer. MMPH. Before Jichen could finish speaking, Mo Lian abruptly stretched out a hand to cover her mouth. "You rascal, do you want this boat to be completely scrapped?" As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous boom was heard from the horizon. A bolt of lightning as thick as a bull's mouth suddenly struck down, coincidentally landing on their boat. As a result, how could the entire ship withstand such a blow? In just a matter of minutes, the ship fell apart and scattered into the sea in pieces. The venerable peach blossom immortal squatted on a wooden plank and looked at Prince Mo with a dumbfounded expression. Xichen. Mo Lian was so angry that she shouted his full name. Will you die if you don't talk nonsense? Me? What the? The venerable peach blossom immortal looked at the sky, speechless. How could his words be so divine? How could he communicate with the heavens and summon the wind and rain with just one sentence? She wasn't his Qiao. Ha. Mo Lian glanced at him. From now on, don't talk. Xichen glared at Mo Lian angrily. The two of them were now standing on a broken wooden plank, drifting forward in the wind and rain. Although they had activated their defensive barriers to keep the water vapor outside, the current situation was simply too comical. Moreover, when had the two of them ever been so miserable? The boat had been torn apart, and they had to use a plank as a stepping stone. Mo Lian glared at Ma Shurchen again. Don't talk. I didn't say anything, Yuan Shurchen said innocently. Mo Lian, what should we do now? GC and the others beside him were also lying on half of the wooden planks with dumbfounded expressions on their faces. They were still holding the jugs that they used to scoop water from before, and it seemed that they still hadn't recovered from the shock of the lightning flash just now. Mo Lian said expressionlessly. Fortunately, this place is not far from the shore. I plan to use the flying talisman to fly ashore. What do you say? Of course I'm with you. Xichen quickly said, so, you're going to abandon the ship and leave? What a joke, the ship had already been struck by lightning and thunder. If it didn't fly, would it really drift on the sea? Mo Lian really wanted to rush over and give him a good kick. Didn't he know why he would abandon the ship? Whatever that jinx said came true. At this moment, Mo Lian felt angry just looking at him. I didn't do it on purpose. The venerable peach blossom immortal said sullenly, I was just saying. Who would have thought that the weather on the sea would change so suddenly? It suddenly started raining. Mo Lian was expressionless. She took out a few flying talismans from her sleeve and threw them to the others. Keep up. He couldn't be bothered to talk to Yuan Shurchen anymore. If he ignored him and left him hanging, he would definitely complain to his wife when he saw his wife later. Notice, it's almost 11 o'clock when I'm back from working overtime today. I'll catch up on sleep first and catch up on the third watch tomorrow morning. I reckon that this month at the end of the year, will be very busy. Xichen hastily said to GC and the others with a grin, all right, don't lie motionlessly on the wooden plank. Everyone has a flight talisman. Keep up. GC and GC were overjoyed and hastily caught the flight talismans Mo Lian tossed over. They swiftly slapped them on their bodies and soared into the sky. They originally thought that they would have to expend their divine energy to fly, but now that they used flight talismans, they realized that it was a great fortune amidst misfortune. As they floated in the sky above the river of forgetfulness amidst the wind and rain, everyone's hearts ached a bit. Wasn't this too bitter? On the other side, Arbor slept until the middle of the night when she was suddenly jolted awake by a nightmare. She hastily sat up and curled up her legs while hugging her quilt. Her delicate brows involuntarily knitted together. Inexplicably, she actually dreamed that her husband was asking for help at sea just now. She must have dreamed of what she thought about during the day. How could her husband be hugging her thigh and sobbing pitifully? Misconception. Definitely. The little stoic cracked her small lips. This fellow laid down again and tossed and turned on the bed for a while. She heard the rustling of the rain outside the window accompanied by the whistling of the wind, so noisy that she couldn't calm down. The little stoic abruptly sat up. She couldn't sleep again. They couldn't have really met with great misfortune at sea as Duanyu predicted, right? The little stoic muttered to herself before jumping off the bed and putting on her brocade shoes before heading outside. The rain outside was rather heavy, and the faint sound of a flute was faintly transmitted into the wind, sounding like weeping and complaining, drawn out and continuous. Arbor soundlessly left the room and took out an ink-painted umbrella from her inner world, following the sound of the flute forward. Pausing in the pitter-patter of rain, Arbor gazed at the figure in plain clothes inside the pavilion. She felt that his back was bleak, as if it contained endless sorrow. Arbor hesitated slightly, but she still couldn't resist walking into the pavilion with heavy footsteps. That person suddenly turned around, a pair of watery peach blossom eyes staring fixedly at her. His clothes were very thin, and as he stood in the wind, his surroundings were silent and still, as if he was the only person left in the world. His figure was slender and tall with long black hair, and he tightly gripped a green bamboo flute in his hand. When he looked at Arbor, his pitch-black pupils involuntarily made her heart tighten. "Did I wake you up?" He smiled apologetically at her. After 3 seconds of silence, the two people said, "I couldn't sleep." Hence, they looked at each other with a smile. Mother's 100th day. The day she left, it was just like today. It was raining cats and dogs, and it didn't stop. A whole hole pierced through the sky. It's your own heart that's been stabbed, right? Xiaomu thought to herself. Duanyu gently raised his hand and swept his sleeve across the round table in the pavilion. His fingers slowly caressed the icy surface of the table. You. She was only a normal person. There will come a day when she will leave before me. Life is like this. From the day you are born, you will experience loss, until there is nothing left for you to lose. However, your obsession is too heavy. You will always wonder if I could have redeemed everything if I had arrived a bit earlier that day. However, we don't have ifs. The little stoic stood behind him and listened silently. Her small hands involuntarily clenched. Who didn't have an obsession? Everyone had one. It depended on how you faced it. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, no one is willing to be alone. Duanyu, she didn't know how to comfort him. She only felt that all words of comfort were empty and weak. How could she empathize without experiencing it personally? Just like when the holy water sect left her back then, she was in so much pain that she couldn't breathe and couldn't easily say, "I can let it go." In reality, it was simply hard to let it go. They were only ordinary people in the world, not those aloof and resolute people who could see the world clearly. There were 8 great sufferings in life. Love, separation, and hatred were difficult to obtain. No one could help her. She could only walk out on her own and release her emotions. Duanyu. The little stoic called out to him. Like a kitten's paw, she lightly scratched the lake in his heart and parted the layers of ripples. Duanyu suddenly turned around and strode forward. He abruptly pulled her into his arms and tightly hugged her. This hug had nothing to do with romance, only a sense of disappointment and loss. The little stoic was startled and subconsciously wanted to pry his arms away and break free from his embrace. However, she heard him lower his head next to her ear and murmur vaguely, "Don't move, just a hug is enough." He would only hug her once in this lifetime, and it would also be his impudence tonight. In reality, he already knew that if he missed it for a moment, he would miss it for a lifetime. Even if time turned back, even if water was spilled, a missed opportunity was a missed opportunity. He couldn't force it in this lifetime. When the little stoic returned to the room, it was already late at night. The light inside the room was dim, and a figure was indistinct outside the door. The shadows of the trees outside the window swayed, and the rustling of the rain accompanied by the sound of the wind made one's heart endlessly vexed. Xiaomu sat on the edge of the bed for a long time before abruptly slapping her own leg. "Who asked you to go out of curiosity? Who asked you to be unable to control your legs?" She abruptly threw herself onto the bed, allowing herself to sink into the soft brocade quilt. What to do? After going out for a walk, she became even more unable to sleep. The little stoic tossed and turned on the bed, inwardly vexed. She felt that she wouldn't be able to face him tomorrow at all. After that hug, even the stoic face understood how deep and heavy this man's feelings for her were. The little fellow rolled around in the soft brocade quilt for most of the night. Finally, she couldn't hold it in any longer. She flipped open the blanket and jumped off the bed. After taking out pen and paper from her inner world, the little stoic sat down at the table. She hesitated for a very, very long time before writing a few words and rolling them out. She wrote a few more words and rolling them out again. Just like that, an hour passed. Looking at the sky, it was almost bright. In the end, he couldn't dawdle any longer. The little crown princess took a deep breath and wrote a line of words on the paper. Then, she covered the paper and walked out quickly. Outside the window, the morning breeze blew in. Under the paperweight was a thin piece of paper with 4 words written on it: "Go home, don't miss me, when he went out, the rain had already stopped. The puddles on the ground had yet to dry up. He raised his head to look at the sky. It was all gray and there was no sunlight at all. The little stoic didn't close her eyes for the entire night, so she was a bit listless and dispirited. They followed the hollow flower hairpin corridor all the way to the east, intending to release the flying beast after they left the palace gate. However, she unexpectedly paused after turning a corner. She looked at the figure standing under the tree in the atrium, and an inexplicable sense of guilt arose in her heart. That's right, she was a coward who fled in defeat. She never expected that this person had already seen through everything about her and had been waiting for her here. The little stoic's footsteps faltered, and she paced behind the pillar like a mushroom, unable to think of what to say. Yet she heard that person call out loudly, "Jojo, good morning." With a radiant smile, he quickly walked toward her. The little stoic hid behind the pillar, pondering what she should say without hurting his heart. In reality, if she didn't truly care, with the little stoic's personality, she wouldn't have taken this matter to heart at all. She didn't want to treat him cruelly and inexplicably give him hope but also disappoint him. She also didn't want to be irresolute and make a mess of things. This person was one of the most important people in her life. He was her close friend, her confidant, and someone she would inevitably worry about for the rest of her life. But there was only one heart that loved hubby, and it couldn't be increased or decreased by a single bit. Hubby treats me wholeheartedly, and I also cherish him dearly. He is my lifelong dependence, and I will never leave or abandon him, and I will never forget him. It is only my heart. Why not tell Duanyu everything clearly from the beginning? If it was impossible, then it was impossible. But the little stoic felt that 2 strands of hair on her head were about to turn white from thinking about how to speak. Her heart was tormented and conflicted. On the other hand, Duanyu had already strode forward and pulled her out from behind the pillar with one hand. I don't want to make you suffer, and I don't want to make things difficult for you or disappoint you. I don't want to give you any hope because I especially cherish you. You are also a very, very important friend of mine. I just wanted to tell you. There is only one Lien in this world. Wherever Jojo's Lien goes, Jojo will go. If he ascends to heaven, I will also ascend to heaven. If he enters the Yellow Springs, I will also follow him. The little stoic only felt that her words were incoherent and unclear. She looked at him anxiously and asked, do you understand what I mean? Duanyu suddenly chuckled and flicked her forehead. What are you thinking about? You're always so thoughtful and love to think about all sorts of things at such a young age. Your thoughts are boundless. It can't be because I hugged you last night, so you feel that my heart is attached to you? You fierce girl, other than that stupid Mo Lien, who would dare to like you? Do you still remember how you beat me up when we first met? I'm not a fool. Why would I like to be abused by you? You won't give up until you hit a wall? That's not me. The little stoic pursed her lips and stole a glance at him. What's wrong with this person? How many years had it been? Why was she still harping on the matter of beating him up when they first met, stingy? I'm just helping that idiot take care of you for a while. When he comes back, I'll immediately hand you over to him without any hesitation. Do you think you're easy to raise? Let me tell you. You're so annoying. Alright, you don't have to say anything more. Hurry up and follow me to have breakfast. After you're done eating, go back to your room and get some sleep. Don't let your imagination run wild. The little stoic opened her small mouth, but her words were stuffed back down her throat by his string of words. Her footsteps involuntarily followed him. Breakfast was like a battle. This guy kept stuffing food into her mouth. The little stoic rubbed her round belly and followed him back to her bedchamber. If you leave without saying goodbye, I won't forgive you for the rest of my life, he suddenly said in a low voice. Arbor stole a glance at him before stiffening his neck and turning around. I just went for a stroll. What do you mean by leaving without saying goodbye? Duanyu chuckled. Little heartless. Alright, you can go in. I still have things to do. Arbor replied with an "oh" and slowly walked forward. His gaze remained on her from beginning to end, and the playful smile on his face dissipated bit by bit as she left. It was as if the starlight had dissipated, leaving behind a long river of serenity that seemed endless and unending. In the end, he only watched her walk in with a serene gaze before closing the palace doors behind her. The heavy sound of the doors closing weighed heavily on his heart. He stared at those two tightly shut palace doors for a long time before turning around to leave. Today, he was no longer in the mood for court matters and didn't want to think about anything. He had accurately predicted that she would flee far away in defeat, but he still didn't predict that his heart would still be so unbearable in the end. He entered the study, closed the doors, and opened the windows. With a wooden expression, he picked up the brush and wrote a vigorous and forceful Jing character on the unfolded paper. If his heart wasn't calm, how could he calm his heart? Jojo said that she didn't want to give him the slightest bit of hope, afraid that he would feel unbearable. But how could she have known that perhaps, as long as there was the slightest bit of hope, it would make him happy instead, even if he would still be disappointed or even despairing in the future? At least, he once had that slightest bit of hope. He threw down the brush and dampened the Jing character on the paper. Like the ripples in his heart, they spread outwards. I'm sorry, Jojo. I lied to you. I only didn't want you to leave. I purely didn't want you to leave me at this time. I was worried, I was afraid that once I left, we would meet again as strangers in the future. I lied to you that I didn't have the slightest bit of feelings for you. Those were lies. I can't speak of the 10,000 points of affection I have for you in my heart. I only wish to bury them deeply and not give you the slightest chance to see through them. I like you, my heart is pleased with you, and I can't help but want to get close to you. Even if it's just watching you silently, my heart is enough, and this life is enough. Arbor slept until nighttime before waking up, and he was actually a bit groggy when he got up. The little stoic pulled a taut face and brushed open the window in passing. She then heard indistinct, fragmented words. Did you hear? The 9th princess got into a fight with 2 women in the rear garden. Aya, lower your voice. Ever since the 9th princess married the prince of the barbarian tribe, she has been coming back to complain to His Majesty every few days. This is not a matter of a day or two. A little palace maid with a sharp voice snickered and said, why would His Majesty care about her? They all say that a married daughter is like spilled water. Not to mention that His Majesty is not even her biological brother. Even if he was, who would care about the life and death of an unfavored princess? Do you know who those 2 women are? Who knows? Prince Dewa has so many concubines. These 2 must have been taken in recently. Pfft. Can the 9th princess beat him? Is the crown princess awake? Yuanjin's voice came from outside the door. Come in. The young crown prince consort's voice was completely emotionless. Yuanjin entered the door and bowed. Before she could open her mouth, she heard the little crown princess say, Auntie, there are 3 gossips outside. Have someone drag them in. Yuanjin was taken aback, and she quickly turned around to give her 2 personal royal maids a look. Those 2 nimble royal maids hastily strode out the door and dragged in the 3 wailing junior palace maids in a short while, kicking them to the ground. The 3 junior palace maids were all quite young, and their eyes were flustered. They shrunk their heads back and didn't dare to meet the little crown princess's eyes. How could Yuanjin not understand? Her face darkened, and she shouted angrily, How dare you? Crown princess, spare my life. Crown princess, spare my life. The 3 little palace maids panicked in fright, repeatedly kowtowing and apologizing to Arbor, loudly begging for mercy. Arbor sat there expressionlessly, coldly looking at the 3 people kneeling on the ground. Yuanjin gave a meaningful look to the palace maid beside her. That palace maid quickly stepped forward, picking up a crying little palace maid on the ground, and coldly asking, Speak, who ordered you to come here and spread rumors? What is your purpose? Aunt, spare us. Crown princess, spare us. Crown princess, spare us, we don't know, we don't know. The little crown princess coldly glanced at them. With a wave of her hand, 3 dictum talismans flew into the 3 people's bodies. Speak, who ordered you to come here? It's eunuch Yang, he gave us some mystic coins and food, told us to come here and pass on a few words. Yuanjin's face instantly became very ugly. She naturally knew about this eunuch Yang. He used to be a respectable person by Empress Lu's side, and now he was one of the most capable great eunuchs by the Empress Dowager's side. But he was properly on duty at Renchuan Palace, so why did he come to provoke the little crown princess for no reason? Didn't he know that the little crown princess was not someone to be provoked? He simply didn't know how stupid he was to do this. Send someone to inform His Majesty. Where is that eunuch Yang? The little crown princess coldly asked. Yuanjun only felt that things were not good, and her heart couldn't help but slightly sink. She quickly replied, Eunuch Yang is the Empress Dowager's Renchuan Palace's eunuch. Arbor stood up with an indifferent expression, walking outside, go to Renchuan Palace. Crown Princess, do you want to go there personally? Although His Majesty had never had any interaction with this Empress Dowager Lu after ascending the throne, and never liked her. But if the Crown Princess just went there like this, then, Yuanjun repeatedly signaled to the palace maid behind her with her eyes. That person understood, quickly and quietly retreated, quickly running towards the front hall. Today's matter was probably not over. Bring them along. The young crown princess ordered coldly, her face expressionless. From the first day she entered the Azure Palace, the days had never stopped. Previously, there was a palace maid who tried to poison her again and again. She couldn't take it anymore and killed her. Now, someone else had come to provoke them. Could it be that Jojo gave others the impression that he was a soft persimmon that anyone could step on? When a persimmon gets angry, it can also choke people to death. Arbor walked out of the palace doors with a stoic expression and headed for Queen Dowager Lu's Renchuan Palace under the guidance of a group of people. The three little palace maids cried until their eyes were crooked and their mouths were slanted. Snot and tears flowed down their faces. They were tied up with ropes and dragged away. All the way, they couldn't help but let out faint sobbing sounds. What are you crying for? Arbor shouted impatiently. These people were really sick. They didn't have the ability, but they liked to go around provoking people. When they were caught red-handed, they always liked to act pitiful, making it seem like she was so cruel. If it weren't for people always coming to provoke her, she wouldn't have bothered with them for 100 years. Stuff their mouths first. Yuanjun kept thinking about the little grandaunt in her heart, hoping that His Majesty would quickly appear. Looking at this situation, it probably wasn't just that eunuch Yang who was unlucky. Empress Dowager Lu would also be implicated. The three little palace maids trembled incessantly. After their mouths were stuffed, they could only let out fragmented whimpers. Xiao Mu's mood only improved slightly after the ringing in her ears became much quieter. However, when the group of people turned to the back garden, they heard heart-wrenching cries before they had even taken a few steps. Several tumbling figures punched and kicked, tearing and pulling from one end of the path to the other. Unable to control their bodies, they fell and rolled into the flowers. Everyone could only stop in their tracks and look at each other. They saw three women with disheveled clothes and hairpins, as if they had gone mad, fighting in a chaotic mess. However, it was mainly 2 against 1. Grabbing the ends of one of the women's hair, they pulled and tore, tearing off half of her sleeve. On his bare arms, there were a few obvious scratches made by fingernails. This time, Aunt Yuanjun's expression became even more unsightly. Because she had already recognized who was being dragged and beaten by the 2 foreign women. It was the 9th princess, Rong Yuhu, who had married into the barbarian tribe not long ago. This was simply too outrageous. Why aren't you pulling them away? You're all dead. Yuanjun angrily berated. The small palace servants who were secretly watching this farce from the side hurriedly went forward to pull the 3 women. After separating them with great difficulty, Rong Yuhu screamed and wanted to go forward to fight back, but Yuanjun blocked her with one hand. Prince Consort, you'd better think thrice before you act. Yuanjun said with a sullen face, it's fine if those uncivilized shrews don't know etiquette. However, Prince Consort has received the best education in our Xianxia. Don't lose the demeanor a mistress of the household should have. Rong Yuhu stood there with disheveled hair. Her entire body was in pain, and her head was about to explode. Xianxia's imperial family is only SOSO. One of the foreign women who had been scolded by Yuanjun said with a face full of mockery, the daughter they taught is even worse than us uncivilized shrews. Impudent. Yuanjun angrily rebuked. These 2 concubines of Prince Yuhua were too ignorant of etiquette and impudent. Where did they think they were? This was the inner court of the Azure Palace. They actually dared to be so impudent and bite the ninth princess in the back garden. It was simply, Yuanzhen was so angry that her face turned green. The two exotic women both had the bloodline of the grassland. Their eye sockets were deep, and their noses were high. They were indeed beautiful, but their coquettish and rude appearance greatly reduced their beauty. "We're not from Song Prefecture. You're just a servant in the palace. How dare you scold a guest like this? What a joke. Hurry up and get out of the way, we sisters still have to rush back to serve the prince." "Isn't that so? The prince is still waiting for us in the bedroom. If we disturb the prince's mood, I don't think any of you can afford to take responsibility." The two girls really dared to say anything unrestrained. Yuanzhen's face turned ashen when he heard that. Arbor stood expressionlessly on the side. At first, he didn't want to interrupt, but when he heard the two women provoking the crowd, he couldn't help but frown. "You're too noisy," the little crown princess said coldly. "Even a pheasant sounds better than the two of you." The two women had been giggling, but when they heard the little crown princess's words, they couldn't help but be startled. Their laughter abruptly stopped. One of them shouted in exasperation, "Damned girl, do you want to die?" Yuanzhen was so angry that his heart was in turmoil. He angrily shouted, "Impudent! A concubine of a prince from a tiny barbarian tribe dares to be so rude in the inner court of the Azure Palace. Take them down." Immediately, 3 to 5 tall and sturdy female servants rushed over. Just as they were about to reach out and grab the two women, who would have thought that the two women would suddenly attack, 2 daggers coming out of their sleeves, aiming for the young crown princess' neck. Yuanzhen's heart tightens, and even the voice that comes out of his mouth trembles. "Quick, someone come quickly, take down these 2 female assassins." If they hurt this little ancestor, in His Majesty's rage, he would most likely implicate everyone present. After following by this person's side for a few days, how could Yuanzhen not understand? This His Majesty, protected the young crown princess like she was his treasure. He absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to touch a single strand of her hair. Whoever dares to touch her can only wait for bad luck. But Arbor doesn't even spare the two women a glance. She directly reaches out a slender jade hand and grabs the dagger that's coming for her neck with her bare hands. "Crown Princess!" Yuanzhen is so frightened that he almost kneels down in front of the crown princess. How could such a small hand that's like white tofu so casually grab the other party's dagger, only to hear a dang sound? The young crown princess' jade hand is like a diamond drill, directly cutting off half of the dagger. The concubine's face is filled with disbelief. Yuanzhen and the others' ashen complexions also slightly relax. Before they can even take a deep breath, they see the young crown princess fly straight up, like a nimble leopard, and send a flying kick out. She stupidly kicks one of the concubines in the face. Bang! That person is sent flying, her back heavily smashing into an evergreen tree. Her entire person rolls down from the tree in a very sorry state, groaning twice. How could she still get up? The other concubine is completely stunned, the dagger in her hand momentarily not being able to hold it steady, and it falls to the ground with a clang sound. Arbor knits her brows. The person behind the scenes went through so much trouble, reaching into the palace and making all sorts of arrangements, only to arrange such a joke. First, he bribed Eunuch Yang by Empress Dowager Lu's side, and then let him use some resources to lure 3 palace maids to do his bidding. In the end, he just wanted to lure her into the back garden and let 2 concubines with low cultivation to kill her. It was completely unreasonable for them to go through so much trouble and only send out 2 low-level assassins. There was something fishy about this matter. Arbor took a step forward, and the pale-faced concubine couldn't help but cry out, "Prince, Your Highness! Ah! Help! Help!" The concubine only managed to utter a few words before she was pressed down by a group of guards. Her face touched the ground and her entire body was pressed to the ground. She struggled bitterly but was unable to move. "Tu Lang, what are you waiting for? Are you waiting for them to kill me? If we sisters die, the prince will definitely not let you go, Suddenly, the treetops moved, and a huge gust of wind blew down from the sky. Crown Princess. Yuanzhen and the others only felt the ground tremble. When they looked up, they saw a strange thing with a wolf head and a human body that was 2.5 meters long appear in the imperial garden. His fist was as big as a giant alms bowl, When he punched towards the little crown princess's head, Yuan Zhen and the others' hearts couldn't help but clench. In front of this tall giant, the petite crown princess was simply like a little child. She could be crushed with a single finger. So the main character was waiting for her here. Arbor's lips curled into a cold smile. She leaned to the side and quickly dodged the big fist that was like a copper alms bowl. Everyone only heard a loud bang. At the same time, at the north gate of the Phoenix Emperor City, a carriage with a blue canopy passed by the long line of people moving forward as fast as lightning. The wheels of the carriage rolled over the bluestone road, making a series of sounds. The pedestrians in front of the line couldn't help but turn their heads to look at the person who cut the line. Marquis Xingho is ordered to leave the capital. He has something to do. A fast horse came forward, holding a round token in his hand, and waved it at the guards. The two guards immediately saluted respectfully, glanced at the token, and hurriedly asked the pedestrians to move to the side. Marquis, thank you. Please. Marquis Xingho's carriage was about to pass through the arched bridge of the city gate. Just then, he heard a series of rumbling horse hooves coming from behind, followed by a cold shout, "Everyone, listen to my order. Take down Xingho." Hundreds of soldiers with spears and swords swarmed forward. In just a few seconds, Xingho's carriage was completely surrounded. The curtain of the carriage was gently lifted, and Xingho's thin old face appeared at the window. He smiled at a middle-aged bearded general who was chasing after him on a horse. "East Mountain King, why have you led your men here?" "I've been summoned to do something." "Marquis, please. His Majesty wants to see you." Xingho's thin face showed a faint smile. He laughed dryly and said, "I don't know why His Majesty summons me." East Mountain King Wu Heng said expressionlessly, "Marquis, you must be joking. Since His Majesty summoned you, it's your duty as a minister. How can you inquire so many people before meeting His Majesty?" Xingho's smiling face turned gloomy little by little. The corners of his mouth moved, and he said coldly, "I'm not feeling well these days. I'm afraid His Majesty is sick." "Why don't East Mountain King report to His Majesty?" "Marquis, do you want to defy the edict?" East Mountain King Wu Heng glanced at Xingho with a faint smile, fiddling with a sharpened dagger in his hand. East Mountain King said with a smile, "I'm afraid Marquis has no room to refuse." Xingho's face turned green and white, and his palms on his knees were tightly clenched into fists. "Guards, escort Xingho back to the palace to see His Majesty." "Yes." Hundreds of soldiers surrounded the carriage. Two of them even straddled the coachman's seat and kicked the trembling coachman off the carriage. Xingho was silent for 2 seconds. Then he sneered and said, "East Mountain King, you don't have to do this. If Marquis is willing to cooperate with this prince, then this prince naturally does not want to force my own colleagues." "Humph." Xingho gritted his teeth, slammed down the curtain and sat in the carriage. However, in just a moment, the curtain of the carriage was lifted again. Wu Heng, the East Mountain King, jumped up with a smile and sat in the same carriage as Xingho. Xingho was furious. "What is the meaning of this, Xianxia? This prince is a little tired today. Let me borrow the Marquis's carriage." Your Highness doesn't need to be like this. Since this Marquis has already agreed to go with you to see His Majesty, I naturally can't do anything else. You don't have to monitor me so closely." The Eastern Mountain King, Wu Heng, shook his head and smiled. "That's hard to say. There's no guarantee that the Marquis doesn't have some talismans or treasures that can teleport. Since this prince is following orders, I naturally have to take precautions. East Mountain King is really loyal." East Mountain King, Wu Heng didn't mind the sarcasm in his words. He smiled and said, "It's my duty to share His Majesty's worries. There's no such thing as loyalty." Xingho closed his eyes and said nothing. This East Mountain King Wu Heng was indeed a character. Originally, this king with a different surname had a withered number of talents in the king's mansion and was gradually declining. He didn't expect that because of his unique vision and meritorious service in supporting the new emperor, the entire East Mountain King's mansion was now being used again. Xingho sighed in his heart. He was indeed too anxious and hadn't made sufficient preparations. His rash action had indeed exposed him. However, the desire to avenge his daughter was like an ant gnawing on a fire, tormenting him day and night. He had no choice but to do this. East Mountain King Wu Heng saw that he closed his eyes and didn't speak. Seeing that they had been officials for many years, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh, "Why do you have to do this?" And Xingho opened his eyes and couldn't help but sneer, "It's easy for you to say. If your daughter was humiliated and killed like this, I'll see if you can face it easily." Bam! Tu Lang's fist smashed heavily on the ground. The cobblestone ground of the small path had completely cracked under his heavy punch. Everyone couldn't help but feel terrified. This person's external martial arts were like a meat shield and were quite sturdy and durable. Several guards rushed up and pierced their swords with spiritual power, but they couldn't cut through his external defense. On the other hand, this man with great strength swung his arm and flung the guards away, causing them to fall into the surrounding grass and flowers. Arbor leaned to the side to avoid his heavy punch and turned to glare at this person. "Heh, being fat means you can fight? What a big joke." She raised her hand and slapped several defense talismans and gravity talismans on her body, wrapping herself properly. Then, she stood to the side. She hooked her finger at the strange wolf-headed man. "Today, if you can shake me even a little bit, I'll surrender." When Yuan Zhen and the others heard this, their faces turned even paler. They couldn't help but cry out in grief in their hearts, "Crown Princess, can you not court death? This wolf-headed monster looks extremely strong. If he gets close to you, even if your divine skills are unparalleled, I'm afraid you'll be at a disadvantage. Moreover, this little crown princess is too boastful." What did it mean to be slightly shaken? In other words, as long as this strange man pushed the little crown princess even half a step away, the crown princess would be at his mercy? "Come." The little stoic raised her hand and beckoned at that howling werewolf. The two concubines looked at each other, supported each other, and stood up in a sorry state. They were just looking for an opportunity to sneak away, but unexpectedly, Yuan Zhen signaled with her eyes and sent a few old nannies forward to block their way. "Two guests, before this matter is completely resolved, please stay here." The two women's faces alternated between green and red. One of them couldn't help but scold in a low voice, "Since you know we are guests, why are you blocking our way?" Yuan Zhen sneered, "Let's wait for your prince to come over and report this matter to him face to face." As he spoke, the werewolf waved his hands, and a dozen punches flew towards the young crown princess's face. Gusts of wind blew, and the shadows of his fists overlapped. Those dozen punches were about to land on the young crown princess. Suddenly, Duan Yu heard a group of people hurrying over from outside the garden. He saw this heart-wrenching scene from afar. With an angry shout of "You dare," he had already rushed forward. The Devil Emperor sword abruptly appeared in his palm, and he slashed at the werewolf's neck without another word. "Your Majesty, please don't attack. This is my barbarian tribe's brave warrior, Tu Lang, this prince's personal guard." Duan Yu couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense. The Devil Emperor sword in his hand had already swiftly brushed past that werewolf's neck. With a swish, a silvery white flame emerged on his neck, burning a bloody hole. Everyone couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Tu Lang's skin was as tough as copper and iron, and it was impossible to easily penetrate his impenetrable defense. At the same time, Tu Lang's dozen punches had already landed on the little stoic's defensive talismans. Everyone's eyelids twitched incessantly as they heard several thump-thump-thump-thump sounds. They watched as Tu Lang's attacks broke through the defensive barrier layer by layer. Seeing that the little crown princess's last defensive barrier was about to be penetrated, the crown princess seemed to be in imminent danger. Unexpectedly, the expressionless little crown princess took out another handful of talismans from her pocket and pasted them all on her body with several smack-smack-smack-smack sounds. Layer after layer of defensive barriers appeared around her once again. Meanwhile, the gales that Tu Lang sent out were already exhausted and had no more strength to break through the little crown princess's defenses. Everyone couldn't resist twitching their mouths as they silently glanced at the silent crown princess. As expected, such a powerful wave of attacks from Tu Lang couldn't shake the little crown princess in the slightest. It couldn't even make her move a single toe. It was as if the little crown princess had grown out of the ground and was rooted there motionlessly. Her posture was as straight as a pine tree, and only the hem of her clothes and strands of hair fluttered in the wind. "You've lost." After a long time, the stupefied crowd finally heard the crown princess say this. What to do? They inexplicably felt this was a bit comical. It's my turn to hit you now. The little crown princess expressionlessly rolled up her sleeves. Everyone, did we miss here or did we not notice it earlier? When did the crown prince consort say that she would fight with 2 lang once each? I'll beat you to death. As the little crown princess said this, she continued to paste several dozen acceleration talismans on her body with smack smack smack. Multi-attack talismans, multi-attack talismans, multi-defense talismans, multi-defense talismans, multiple speed talismans. The little crown princess had put over 100 talismans on her body, and everyone's expression was almost numb. She suddenly moved, she leaped into the air and punched towards the werewolf's head without hesitation. The gravity talisman made her feel very heavy. With a ferocious strike, the wind from the fist carried a whistling force as it heavily smashed into the werewolf's head. Pfft! The man spat out a mouthful of blood and stumbled forward a dozen steps. His body swayed a few times. In the end, he couldn't support himself and collapsed to the ground with a boom. In the huge imperial garden, it was completely silent. Duan Yu's lips involuntarily twitched, and it was quite a while before he coughed lightly. Ahem, Jojo. He walked forward and wanted to pull her to his side, but when he pulled, he realized that the little crown princess was rooted to the ground and did not move at all. He actually couldn't budge her. Duan Yu couldn't resist facepalming. How many talismans did this fool paste on her body? Wasn't this cheating and bullying? Prince Yuhua, who walked over with Duan Yu, felt his jaw nearly drop. He looked dumbfoundedly at the little crown princess and suddenly pointed at her and exclaimed, It's you. He had an impression of this person. The crown princess of the divine province, why are you here? He truly had an impression of the stoic-faced woman. Treacherous and vicious. Utterly unreasonable. When they first met at the academy, she kicked him squarely in the chest. No one else could do that, right? His brother, Prince Zulu, also died at the hands of this unkind little butcher. In reality, their barbarian tribe had yet to settle the score with her, but this woman was unsatisfied. She dared to do anything brazenly, kicking him the moment they met, and now severely injuring his bodyguard. Quick, take a look. Prince Daiwa quickly waved his hand, ordering people to check guard Tu Lang's injuries. Tu Lang was directly sprawled on the ground from the young crown princess's punch. 2 of Prince Daiwa's royal guards hastily rushed up, but they were unable to turn Tu Lang's massive body around even after exerting all their strength. The 2 awkwardly reached out to check his pulse before quickly turning around to report, reporting to Your Highness the Prince, guard Tu Lang is already not breathing. What? Prince Daiwa's head was throbbing in anger, and he glared fixedly at Arbor as he shouted furiously, UWH. What are you shouting for? Duan Yu irritably interrupted Prince Daiwa's roar and swept a displeased glance at the prince. You dare to scare Jojo? You must be tired of living. Duan Yu's handsome face darkened as he impatiently retorted, Daiwa, you better give us a clear explanation. Why did you assign your bodyguard to attack the crown princess? And what's up with those 2 royal concubines of yours? Prince Daiwa looked at him in bewilderment, his nose huffing and puffing. Your Majesty of Xianxia. This prince still wants you to give me an explanation. Why is this crown princess of the divine province in your palace? What improper relationship do you 2 have? Why did she attack this prince's bodyguard for no reason? Don't think you're in the right just because you're loud. This prince is telling you, if you don't give me an explanation, we won't let this matter rest. This prince still wants to spread this news and smear you too, the Emperor of Xianxia, the crown princess of the divine land, ha. Prince Kuawa, don't bully the crown princess for not being good with words. Don't think that you can slander others just because the crown princess doesn't say anything. Yuanjin said angrily, it was your 2 concubines who started this. When we were passing by with the crown prince consort, for some reason, those 2 concubines of yours suddenly attacked the crown prince consort. Nonsense. A trace of anger flashed across Prince Dewa's tanned face. He turned back to look at the 2 disheveled concubines and said angrily, you beat my 2 beloved concubines to such a state, and now you dare to accuse others? My 2 beloved concubines are just low-level cultivators. Would they be so stupid as to provoke the crown princess of the divine land? It's not like he has nothing better to do. Yuan Jinjin was so angry that she laughed, they're just that brainless. What evidence do you have? Prince de Hua roared angrily, looking like his intelligence had been insulted by Yuan Jin. Little Crown Princess took out a jade image talisman from her pocket and threw it into the air. Everyone's mouth twitched silently. Don't you think this fellow is sinister? She actually recorded the entire battle scene just now. She didn't argue with you, much less argue with you. She just threw out the evidence directly. The image projection was clear at a glance. From the moment the Crown Princess stood here, she hadn't said much. After she finished speaking, she was immediately rebuked by the two concubines. The two women were even very bold. They took out daggers from their sleeves and slashed at the Crown Princess' neck. It was clear that there was no room for argument. Prince de Hua looked like he had eaten shit. After stammering for half a beat, Prince de Hua finally found his voice and turned to glance at Duan Yu. Your Majesty, this must be a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. This short and stout dark-skinned prince strode to the two trembling concubines and rewarded them with a slap each with a wave of his hand. You two must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall, right? You even dare to provoke the Crown Princess of the Divine Province? You don't know that the Crown Princess of the Divine Province's peerless martial prowess is unrivaled in this world. Even this prince can only concede defeat in front of the Crown Princess. Why aren't you scrambling over and apologizing to the Crown Princess? Do you still need this prince to teach you? Duan Yu knitted his brows when he heard his sour words. His sarcastic tone seemed to be praising Xiao, but in fact, it was full of sarcasm. Those two concubines promptly prostrated themselves on the ground and cried out timidly, "We were blind and didn't know it was the Crown Princess who had graced us with her presence." The young Crown Princess flicked her finger, and two ebony talismans flew to the concubines and hit their foreheads with two smacks. Prince de Hua's eyes flared with anger, and he was about to shout when he heard the young Crown Princess's cold voice slowly rise. Who instigated you two to detain me here? The faces of the two concubines were muddle-headed. They only felt that the cold voice was echoing in their heads. They couldn't help but answer, "We were entrusted by our fellow villagers to create trouble in the Imperial Garden today. As long as we can detain a noble who is passing by, we don't need to do anything else. Tu Lang can handle the rest." Impossible. Prince de Hua shouted angrily, "How could Tu Lang attack the Crown Princess without my orders?" The two concubines' eyes were lifeless, but they said in unison, "Did Prince forget? It was you who told Tu Lang to protect us well. Once we encounter danger in the noble's hands, Tu Lang will naturally save us from danger." Prince de Hua's face turned even uglier. His face was yellow as shit. He opened his mouth but was unable to refute. The order was indeed given by him. This lustful prince of a barbarian tribe changed women as quickly as he changed clothes. Often, because he doted on his concubines, he wished that he could give them all the good things in the world. When he no longer doted on them, he would abandon them. The reason why he left Tu Lang with the two concubines this time was because 2 days ago, the two concubines came to him and cried, saying that the main wife made things difficult for them, and their days were difficult. Therefore, he left Tu Lang by their side to protect them. Who would have thought that this would spoil things? What benefits did you two take from your fellow countrymen? Hand it over. The two of them were expressionless. They took out several bags of spirit coins from their inner worlds and placed them in front of the crowd along with 2 spirit tools. They were still kneeling on the ground, motionless. Prince Nava, the facts are here, and the goods are there, and the bribe is here. What else do you have to say? Prince Nuwa's face flickered back and forth like a rainbow. Arbor asked expressionlessly, "One last question. Why did you have to attack here? Why did you have to lure her to the royal garden and prevent her from leaving? Was it just to have Tu Lang fight with her, or did you have other motives?" Sir Jojo turned around and met Duan Yu's eyes. "Let's go." The two of them had just flown up nimbly when they suddenly felt a heavy gravity envelop them from midair. There was a huge bang under their feet, and the entire ground caved in instantly. The two dumbfounded concubines were the first to fall. Before he could even react, his body had already been pierced by several sharp knives from the ground with a poochie sound. The two of them widened their eyes in horror and died before they could even cry out. Prince de Hua was more agile. Although he immediately levitated into the air, the gravity above his head caused his body to sink down. He stabilized his sinking body with great difficulty and barely managed to stay afloat in the air. When he looked down, he saw rows upon rows of gleaming snow-white blades aimed at him uniformly. If he really fell down just now, he probably wouldn't have ended up well even if he had a defensive barrier. When Prince Dewa thought of this, he involuntarily shuddered, and his eyes swiftly looked in Duan Yu and Arbor's direction. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Where are they? His Majesty Xianxia and the Crown Princess of the Divine Province were both gone. Not only were those two people gone, but those royal maids and guards beside them were also gone. It seemed like only their barbarian tribes group was affected by the gravity at the scene. What the heck was going on? Where are they? Prince Nuwa roared, but his body suddenly sank down. This guy paled, and he hastily stabilized his body. The guards were currently channeling all the energy in their bodies to resist that gravity with bitter expressions, so how would they dare to speak rashly? When Prince Dewa saw that the guards were ignoring him, his face turned green with anger. He barely stabilized his body and roared, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry and clean up the blades below." Since the gravity couldn't be removed for the time being, what else could they do? They could only first destroy or fill up this pit of blades below. However, when Prince Dewa gave his order, everyone around him remained motionless with bitter expressions. It wasn't that they didn't want to clean up this pit of blades below, but that they couldn't move at all right now. Even speaking would affect the leakage of divine energy, let alone having them free up their hands to fill up the pit below. They were already having a hard time resisting the pressure and were struggling to hold on, so how could they have any other power to use? On the other side, the pitiful Prince Kawa felt the air in his chest dissipate a little after he finished roaring. His entire body was about to sink. He hurriedly placed his left foot on top of his right foot and gently stepped on it. He thought that he could go up 2 inches, but who would have thought? He fell down a short distance again. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to those sharp blades, his hair stood on end. How could the Emperor of Xianxia and the Crown Princess of the Divine Land disappear in the blink of an eye? They must have escaped when they saw that the situation was not good. How could they leave their guests in such a dangerous place? Prince Dewa of the Barbarian Tribe. A cold voice came from above. Prince Kawa forced himself to raise his head. After a long time, he finally saw the two figures hovering not far away. Weren't they the cunning Emperor of Xianxia and the Crown Princess of the Divine Land? He didn't see when these two people disappeared, and he didn't know when they appeared here again. Now that he was begging for help, his tone softened. "Your Majesty of Xianxia, Crown Princess of the Divine Land, you two are finally here. Quick, give me a hand. Help is at the next stage. Crown Princess, please be clear. I definitely didn't do this matter of hunting you down. I have no enmity with you, so how could I bear to attack you, right? Prince Wa. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Crown Princess, please tell me," Prince Dua said hurriedly. "Are you convinced?" Prince Nuwa was dumbfounded. F***ck, what do I have to submit to? This Crown Prince Consort is probably a lunatic. I'm asking you if you're convinced. I submit, I submit. Prince Kawa cursed inwardly. However, since he was under someone else's roof, he had no choice but to lower his head. Now that he had to rely on someone else to save him, he could only accept whatever they said. Compensation? Duan Yu's mouth twitched as a memory suddenly surfaced. Compensation. Otherwise, I will kill him. Go ahead and kill him. He's so stupid. He deserves to die. Hey, wait, what kind of compensation do you want? Fixed price, 100 pieces of low-grade magnetite for this dog's life. It was strange that he had heard the word compensation so many times. After not hearing it for so long, he actually missed it. Now that he heard it again, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. As expected of a person, he would be so calm after receiving compensation. Just like him, when he heard the word compensation, he was completely unaffected. If Prince Dewan knew what this Song Prefecture Emperor was thinking right now, he would definitely spit in his face. Of course you wouldn't feel anything. It's not like I'm asking you to compensate me. The list of compensation is here. You just need to sign it. The faces of the guards from the barbarian tribe were all slightly distorted. Their prince was sinking lower and lower than they were. When they looked down, they saw that their prince had fallen to the level of their waists. His legs were dangling, and he was only a hair away from the sword in the pit. The most important thing was that they were suffocating under the weight of the gravity. They were holding back their strength and were unable to free up their hands to help. "What are you still considering?" The little stoic said with a taut face, "This place is restricted by gravity and space. Someone set up a triple-strength talisman matrix. If I don't help you, all of you will die. If we die in the Xianxia Imperial Palace, I'm afraid that His Majesty, won't be able to answer to the barbarian tribe. Jojo, go ahead and do what you need to do. I'll handle whether you hand it over or not." Duan Yu immediately retorted. "You." Prince Nuwa only felt that he could not take even half a breath in his heart, his whole body suddenly fell down. His face turned pale as he screamed in his heart, "It's over." In the end, he suddenly felt his left arm being grabbed by something, and his body suddenly stopped. When he looked up, he was sweating profusely. It turned out that he had been entangled by a wooden vine. Beneath his feet, there was a gust of dense sword chi that was about to pierce through the soles of his feet. Prince Chaohua was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Cold sweat also appeared on his head. The little stoic expressionlessly asked again, "Compensation? Compensation, compensation. Compensate." Prince Kawa was on the verge of breaking down. "Why the F***ck should I compensate? Who did I offend? Today's play had nothing to do with him at all. It was all those two concubines' fault for being greedy and not giving up on their evil intentions, causing him to be in this state. Sign it." The young crown princess tossed a scroll of compensation to Prince Kawa. With a curl, he dragged it from the air all the way to the ground. Prince Kawa's arm was held by the wooden vine, and he could barely move. He held back his tears and signed the form with trembling hands. He stamped his handprint and closed his eyes, unable to look at what was written on the paper. This was a prelude to emptying his little treasury. Arbor put away that scroll of paper and muttered to Duan Yu, "We'll be waging war with the Heavenly Fate Empire later on. Stockpile more supplies and money for the army's provisions. Phoenix, the Arch-City, is quite lively, huh?" Xichen looked left and right, his gaze sweeping the streets several times. While he was looking at other people were also looking at them. The sudden appearance of two peerless beauties on the street was like a scenic sight, instantly attracting the gazes of all the passers-by. Hee. Suddenly, a woman with gaudy features swayed her hips as she walked past the two people. She daringly threw a coquettish glance at Mo Lian and even threw her floral handkerchief embroidered with peonies in front of the two people. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal walked over without looking sideways and stepped on the handkerchief in passing. "Pick it up, Mo Lian. I threw it to you." Mo Lian followed suit and stepped on it before leaving, her phoenix eyes chilly. "Keep it if you like it." "Humph, I'll definitely tell my Jojo later that another woman is winking at you." "That's for you." "Ha ha ha." The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal gave a very fake chuckle and rolled his eyes. "It's not funny at all." Mo Lian looked at him exasperatedly. She suddenly missed Duan Yu a bit. Compared to this unreliable guy, Duan Yu seemed to be more reliable in every aspect, and his brain was also more normal. Clang! The sound of a gong suddenly came from the side of the street, accompanied by a loud voice. "Debt collection by imperial decree." Mo Lian's ears twitched, and a trace of suspicion flitted through her mind. Eh? Why did these four words sound strangely familiar? Could it be a misconception? Clang! Debt collection by imperial decree. The debt collection team is now on a mission to the barbarian tribe to collect debts. The loud voice continued, 100 million spirit coins, 100 northern sea luminous pearls, 10,000 sets of special armor, 10,000 special spears. Xichen twitched his mouth as he looked in confusion at the small team walking past them. These people looked like Xianxia guards. Each of them was in high spirits, and their cultivation levels were truly not low. High cultivation did not equate to high IQ. This operation team looked like they were retarded. "Zi Lian, don't you think this routine is a bit familiar?" Mo Lian expressionlessly twitched his mouth. "MHM. It's Jojo's trick." Pfft. Yuan Shurchen was immediately amused. "That's great. We've really found the right path by accident." Jojo is here. Here. Mo Lian's phoenix eyes also lit up. It's with Duanyu. Let's go. Where to? Naturally, I'm going to the Azure Palace. Mo Lian's voice was still there, but she had already drifted far away. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal waved his fan with a smile and quickly chased after her. Who is this person? Arbor knitted his brows and turned to look at Duanyu, who was sitting beside him. There was a person kneeling at the bottom of the steps. He was thin and didn't look very old, but because of his wrinkled skin, he looked very old. The palace maid who poisoned you time and time again was sent by him. Arbor turned to look at the man kneeling before him. So the incident in the Imperial Garden was also his doing? Crown Princess, Crown Princess. I just said that I was wronged, Prince Nuwa exclaimed with a mournful face. Earlier, he had carefully flipped through that 8-meter-long list and almost fainted after reading it. This little crown princess was truly a vicious person. She wanted to empty out their entire barbarian tribe. What are you wronged for? Weren't those 2 concubines who attacked your people? Yes, they were my people, but, who are you? The little crown princess didn't want to pay attention to this Prince Yuwa with his low IQ and directly shouted at the gaunt man at the bottom of the steps. Prince Yuwa shrank back and very unwillingly sat back down in his seat. His shifty eyes glanced at Aunt Yuanzhen's group. Earlier in the royal garden, Yuanzhen, those palace maids, and ordinary royal guards were somehow rescued in that critical situation. They all disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Speaking of which, it was strange that the Zhongzhou Emperor and the Crown Princess of the Divine Province also appeared and disappeared mysteriously, disappearing one moment and reappearing the next. He simply didn't notice what was going on with them. Yuan naturally didn't know that the instant they were trapped in the gravity-binding talisman matrix, Arbor promptly made a decision and immediately brought Duanyu back to the star domain. She also swiftly stored Yuanzhen and the others into a storage talisman, so how could Yuwa detect her movements? Moreover, the situation was critical at the time, and Yuwa and the others were struggling against that gravity at the first moment, so how could they have the time to notice them? By the time they noticed, the little stoic and the others had long disappeared. The little stoic definitely didn't come out later to save people, but to ruthlessly extort Prince Yuwa. Yuwa was too displeasing to the eye. Although he didn't participate in this matter, he had to take the blame for his 2 beloved concubines. Prince Yuwa was currently angrily glaring at the gaunt man at the bottom of the steps. He couldn't resist asking, "Who are you? Why aren't you replying? What methods did you use to bribe those 2 concubines of mine? Go in." Following this reprimand, another person was shoved inside by the royal guards. He knelt down next to the gaunt man with a plop, his head and face covered in blood. He was probably beaten up when he was resisting just now. The gaunt and elderly man looked back at him and continued to remain silent. Meanwhile, the Duke of East Mountain, Wu Heng, walked in with a group of royal guards. He cupped his hands at Duanyu, who was sitting at the head of the table, and then led his men to retreat to the side. Duanyu said dryly, "Marquis and Xingho, you've been exposed for plotting against the Crown Princess twice in a row, so it's useless even if you don't say a word." Duanyu beckoned Yuanzhen to the side. The latter, with a stiff face, slowly walked forward with a tray and put it in front of Xingho. He lowered his head and saw 2 small porcelain bottles on the tray. His eyelids twitched. "Don't blame us for not giving you a chance to argue." Duanyu coldly stated, "There are only 2 paths before you right now. The first option was to tell the truth and commit suicide by taking poison. The second is to say nothing and let your 9 clans accompany you to the Yellow Springs. Don't think that you can fool people by sending all your siblings out of the city to the countryside." And Xingho suddenly raised his head and looked at the young emperor with a trace of disbelief in his eyes. "You caught them?" It had only been a short while. It was 3 days ago that he ordered the palace maids to poison him. It had been 3 days since his family left the imperial capital. Who would have thought that this heartless man would capture his sister-in-law's entire family? The corners of Xingho's mouth twitched slightly. This old man didn't do anything wrong. It's only right and proper to avenge my daughter. Arbor knitted his brows and sized him up. "Do I know you?" He had never seen this person before. What did he mean by avenging his daughter? What nonsense was this? What did this have to do with anything? Just as Duan Yu was about to remind Jojo, and Xingho shouted angrily, "Does the crown princess still remember Xianxia?" The young crown princess was pondering where she had seen this person before, so she reflexively rubbed her stomach after being yelled at. She also retorted angrily, "What are you shouting for? Do you think you're in the right just because you have a loud voice?" Sir Jojo jumped in fright. What a lunatic. That daughter of yours, I've never seen her before. You're crazy, right? Duan Yu's mouth twitched. He really wanted to interrupt and tell the indignant Marquis and Xingho, "You only talk about Xianxia, but the young crown prince consort really can't remember who they were. You have to talk about what happened between the two of them in order to evoke the young crown prince consort's memories. Most of the time, the young crown princess couldn't match a person's face to a person's name. She was face-blind since she was young, so she improved a bit after she grew up, but her memory was truly terrible, so from another perspective, it was really not easy for the young crown prince consort to remember someone who was fortunate enough to be able to match their name, cough." The young crown princess glanced back at Duan Yu in confusion. Why did this guy have such an indescribable expression? How couldn't Xingho understand the little stoic? He only thought she was refusing to admit to harming Xianxia in front of His Majesty. Tears streamed down his face as he shouted, "Arbor, you're actually so shameless. You dare to do something but don't dare to admit it? You and my daughter, Xianxia, only had a small dispute during the experiential learning, but you had to fight to the point that you wouldn't stop until one of us dies. On Xianxia's way back to Cangzhou, you intercepted her and even cruelly murdered her. You deranged woman. Do you know that when my daughter was transported back to the estate, there wasn't a single piece of unharmed flesh on her body?" And Xingho's eyes emitted a cold glint. "I'm avenging my daughter, so shouldn't I kill you? When I complained to the late emperor, he wasn't willing to help me seek justice. So now, I can only deal with you myself." Duan Yu couldn't resist ridiculing in Xingho. How could the late emperor help you deal with the crown princess? That would be strange. Could the hand of the former emperor reach to the divine land to stir up trouble? Just for Xianxia, Cangzhou had to go to war with Shenzhou. Only your daughter's life was important, but what about the thousands of ordinary people suffering from the war? Forget it, I can't be bothered to ridicule him. I don't have long to live anyway. And Xingho repeatedly talked about the interceptions on the way back to Cangzhou. Finally, the little crown princess's broken string was connected. She frowned and looked him up and down. "The alchemist from the Royal Academy?" The young crown princess's eyes grew cold as she said, "When Feng Milan was training, he summoned the three-colored spirit magpies to attack us as soon as he recovered his spiritual power. He injured the little fatty and tried to take my life?" Anqing Marquis said angrily, "My daughter has already paid the price for her willful actions. Hadn't she already been expelled from the academy? Why do you still refuse to let her go? What's wrong with me getting rid of those who have evil intentions towards me? If I let her go, who will let me go? Are you sure she won't go back and complain to you? Won't she cry and beg you for help? Will she turn over a new leaf and not cause trouble for me?" The little stoic asked coldly. "I originally didn't have any enmity with her, but she was muddle-headed and insisted on causing trouble for me everywhere. She didn't have the ability and was dealt with by me, yet you come to cry injustice. Indeed, she has you, her father, standing up for her. You can tolerate her, love her, and indulge her in whatever she does. My arbor doesn't have a father that I can rely on. My father is only an ordinary cultivator. Normally, he would never teach me to stir up trouble for no reason or scheme against anyone I don't like. My father isn't as resourceful as you, Lord Marquis. To be able to do as you please in a place like Azure Palace's inner court and meticulously plan and arrange such a big play. I was bullied for no reason, so I shouldn't cry out for injustice. I should accept it, I shouldn't retaliate, I deserve to be unlucky, right? Once I retaliated, all of you said that I retaliated too much, that I didn't handle it well, that I'm vicious, scheming, and filled with evil intentions. Yes, I'm a vile person who seeks revenge for the smallest grievance. Nonsense." Duan Yu was furious and couldn't resist tugging at her while shaking his head in disapproval. No need to waste words with this person. He's standing on his side and protecting the person he wants to protect, so he naturally feels that you're wrong and an eyesore. Marquis and Xingho. Duan Yu coldly looked at the thin man below the steps. That day, when we were training in Phoenix Grove, our cultivation and divine senses were temporarily blocked, so we needed to rely on pills to recover. Do you know what the first thing Xianxia did when she recovered her strength was? She killed Jojo and her companions. There wasn't any blood feud in the first place. Xianxia wanted to kill her own schoolmate because of some trivial matters, completely disregarding the Academy's friendship. Is there a problem with the Academy expelling her? This matter was caused by her own actions, so shouldn't she bear the consequences herself? Marquis and Xingho's face twitched, and he opened his mouth to refute when Xiaokezhi announced loudly from outside, "Her Majesty the Empress Dowager has arrived." Duan Yu's brows involuntarily knitted together. This fake Empress Dowager Nei Wang had been well-behaved ever since she ascended the throne and never stirred up any trouble. Her Wang family had long died out, and she didn't have any power behind her. She was also very clear that if she wanted to continue this prosperous and peaceful life, she had to build a good relationship with the emperor. Relying on His Majesty to live was her best choice right now. Wang Shi ordered people to escort in a middle-aged eunuch with disheveled hair and covered in blood. When he saw the emperor, he hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, Ijia's people found this shifty-eyed eunuch in the backyard and wanted to escape. After asking, I found out that something big had happened to you." So, he quickly sent someone to escort him over. At the same time, the three little palace maids who were kneeling at the bottom of the steps saw the eunuch who was beaten beyond recognition. They were so scared that they didn't dare to look closely. Still not kneeling? A strong old mama stepped forward and kicked the eunuch's knees, causing him to kneel on the ground with a thud. Duan Yu looked meaningfully at this fake Empress Dowager. Although the fake Empress Dowager had not been in the palace for a long time, she was a smart person. She received the news so quickly and quickly found Eunuch Yang and brought him here. Not only could she quickly distance herself from him, but she could also put on a righteous front. It was a pretty good calculation. "Speak, did you accept Marquis and Xingho's bribe and instigate the three palace maids to lure the crown princess to the imperial garden?" Xiaokezhi immediately berated Eunuch Yang after Duan Yu signaled with his eyes. That Eunuch Yang couldn't help but tremble as he looked pleadingly at an elderly man kneeling behind Marquis and Xingho. "It was I who asked Eunuch Yang for help," the elderly man said calmly with an indifferent expression. Duan Yu was puzzled. "You guys were able to set up an invisible gravity talisman matrix in the Imperial Garden?" Not only that, but they also hollowed out the ground, buried sharp blades, and smeared lethal poison on them. As long as someone fell in, they would have a slim chance of survival. Since when did the head eunuch of Benevolence Palace have such great power? These things couldn't have been done in a day or two in the Imperial Garden. When the fake Empress Dowager saw the Emperor's puzzled gaze sweep over, she knew that he was still doubting her. She quickly smiled calmly and said, "Your Majesty may not know, but although this eunuch Yang is only a level 10 mystic cultivator, he has a contracted mystic beast, a groundhog. It can dig holes abnormally fast, and it doesn't even take an hour to dig a large hole in ordinary soft ground." When she said this, Eunuch Yang immediately collapsed to the ground like a deflated ball. The elderly man's earlier words actually completely confirmed that he had accepted a bribe and had selfishly helped outsiders dig holes in the Imperial Garden. The fake Empress Dowager's words were merely an additional explanation. "Lord Marquis, I helped you so sincerely, but you actually..." Eunuch Yang truly wanted to cry but had no tears. He didn't expect that the Marquis and his personal guards would bite him to death when things came to a head. Your Majesty, please spare my life." Eunuch Yang sprawled on the ground with tears streaming down his face as he wailed sorrowfully. This servant was momentarily blinded by greed and was blinded by greed. If it weren't for Lord Marquis tempting this servant with hundreds of millions of spirit coins, this servant wouldn't have. Marquis and Xingho is truly generous. Who would be able to resist being bribed with more than 100 million spirit coins? So, this matter made sense. Marquis and Xingho probably found the one surnamed Yang because he fancied that groundhog. It had a miraculous effect in digging holes and could coordinate with his own people to set up a formation. "May I know this sir's name?" "You should be a fellow villager of Prince Nuwa's two beloved concubines, right?" Duan Yu's eyes coldly swept over the elderly man behind Marquis and Xingho. This elderly man's face was still stained with blood, but it had already congealed into patches of dark red. Sir is a transcendent god realm cultivator, so why pretend to have been beaten and abused? Are you waiting for an opportunity? When Duanyu said this, the fake Empress Dowager, who was originally standing next to Xingho, couldn't help but jump in fright. She promptly made a decision to hide behind the royal guards, her reaction very quick-witted. At this moment, the silent elderly man who had been kneeling on the ground the whole time slowly raised his head, and his lightning-like gaze flitted past Duanyu and Arbor. Ma Wu, kill them. The elderly man's figure abruptly dashed toward Xiao Mu, and his firm and powerful claw swiped at her shoulder. No wonder Xingho didn't panic at all from the beginning to the end. Duanyu couldn't help but curl his lips mockingly. So it turned out that he had brought a Transcendence Realm expert with him. Bang! Duanyu's palm collided with his opponent's, and the latter was pushed back 3 steps. The elderly man named Ma Wu glanced at Duanyu in astonishment, and his figure suddenly split into 2. It was so fast that Duanyu only had time to change his expression. This old man actually had a corporeal clone. He, Jojo, dodged quickly. Duanyu blocked the old man's attack, but he didn't have the time to care about the other clone. Duanyu watched as the old man smiled sinisterly and his hand was about to grab Arbor's neck. A streak of black fire poured down from the sky. It was so fast that no one had time to react. With a loud boom, it hit the old man's clone. Old man Ma Wu probably did not expect such a variable to appear in the air. Caught off guard, he was hit in 1 hit. The clone retreated dozens of steps with a grunt. He retreated from the long, wide steps to the flat ground. The old man stomped on the ground. It took him a lot of effort to stabilize himself. He lifted his head and stared at the figure with a sharp gaze. A black figure tore open the space in front of him in an instant and stepped out. His phoenix-like eyes were filled with coldness. The man's face was covered in a layer of cold frost. He exuded an intimidating aura. The pressure coming at him made old man Ma Wu widen his eyes in shock. You. Ma Wu had only uttered 1 word when the other party did not give him a chance to speak. He raised his hand and shot out 5 balls of black fire. They went straight for his face. The speed was so fast that the old man could not react in time. The 5 balls of black fire were already in front of him. Ma Wu took a deep breath. He spread his hands and released a burst of saint power. The whirlpool-like power was like a tornado that swept away the clouds, blowing in all directions. The 5 balls of black fire were not affected at all. They were not blown away by him at all. Instead, they landed on his body. The black flames burned on Ma Wu's body in a low-key yet luxurious manner. Ma Wu froze. He quickly brushed his outer robe aside and threw it on the ground. At the same time, the 5 balls of black fire burned his outer robe to ashes. What are you? Ma Wu clenched his fists and was about to question him when he suddenly felt a burning sensation in his chest. When he lowered his head to take a look, his expression immediately changed and he couldn't help but shudder. He did not know when a ball of black fire had started burning on his chest. It had burned the front of his robe. The black fire danced on his pale skin. The black light flickered faintly. Old man Ma Wu was dumbfounded. Didn't he just activate the saint energy in his body and completely separate the 5 balls of black fire? Why was it still? It would still be the same. The black flames were burning his skin and slowly spreading across his body in an unbridled manner. This was his materialized avatar. Seeing that it was about to be roasted into pieces by the black fire, Ma Wu naturally could not watch as his avatar was destroyed. Just as he was about to pounce, a light green vine shot out from the side and landed on his shoulder with a thud. A moon-white figure flashed and suddenly appeared beside him. A cold light flashed through her smiling eyes. What? You want to win with numbers? From beginning to end, Arbor, who hadn't moved an inch, was now staring unblinkingly at the 2 people at the bottom of the stairs. Now he glanced at him, then at the other. She looked at this and that, and after a while, she suddenly pinched Duanyu's arm. What did you see? Duanyu twitched his mouth in bewilderment. He coughed lightly and said, You didn't see wrong. Mo Lian and Rotten Peach Blossom came out of the sacrificial sea abyss. Not only did these 2 people come out, but they were also very lively. It could be seen that they scared the Transcendent Realm elderly into a corner as soon as they came out. Arbor's small, expressionless face was taut as he stared at the two people below with his pitch-black eyes. The little emperor looked down at the two people with pursed lips and did not make a sound. Duanyu couldn't resist glancing at her and grumbling in his mind, how strange. Why doesn't Jojo have any reaction at all? Arbor suddenly turned her head and extended a small paw to smack his hand. You're still in a dream. No need to lie to me. Duanyu, accept reality, Jojo. Those two swindlers have returned. On the other side, Mo Lian, who was using the black fire to entangle the old man's clone, turned her head and saw that the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal had already taken control of the old man's main body, so she ignored that Ma Wu. He quickly looked up at his expressionless wifey. His expression immediately turned bewildered with this look. Why did his wifey turn around and leave? At this time, the little stoic had already turned around, leaving him with the back of her head. Mo Lian hastily chased after her. When she passed by Duanyu, she turned her head to glare fiercely at this guy. Duanyu was baffled. What did I do? Why did Mo Lian glare at me just now? Is Mo Lian crazy? Jojo ignored him, so why did he glare at me? Serves you right for Jojo ignoring you for 100 years. Who told you to dawdle, to be stupid, to be silly, to be stupid? You only have yourself to blame. Mo Lian hastily dashed to Arbor's side and hastily grabbed her sleeve. Wifey. Jojo. Xiaomu was pulled around by him, and her pair of pitch-black almond-shaped eyes stared fixedly at him like this. She didn't move at all for a while. Jojo? Arbor suddenly extended a small fist and smacked Mo Lian's chin with a bang. Duanyu was shocked and took pleasure in her misfortune. Good hit. Ma Yichen was stunned and beamed with joy. Ha 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 ha, Mo Lian actually got beaten up one day. It simply couldn't get any better. The little fellow suddenly pounced on him, pouncing on his body. Her little hand pinched his face a few times as she muttered, you still want to turn into a nightmare to deceive people. See if I don't beat you to death? It felt real to the touch. It felt like skin to the touch. In addition, her husband's indescribable face was so close to her that it felt too real. Don't try to lie to me. Arbor kicked him a few times. Over the past few days, there had been a lot of nightmares trying to grab her. In her dreams, they kept screaming at her. Sometimes, they even pretended to be Mo Lian's death to scare her. They made use of every opportunity during the day and night. Even if she sat there in a daze for a while, it was very likely that she would be tortured. It was simply abominable. Did he think Jojo was an idiot? Kill this nightmare impersonator who pretended to be Lotus. Dong dong, dong dong, dong. Mo Lian was first hit on the chin, followed by 2 kicks to his body. At this moment, the little fellow's fists were like raindrops, repeatedly punching him back and forth. Mo Lian's heart instantly sank. He quickly reached out and hugged her tightly. He put on an expression that said, "Wife, go ahead and hit me. This husband can take it." He stared at her pitifully and said, "Wife, stop when you're satisfied. My hands will hurt." Arbor was stunned. He stopped and looked at him. Suddenly, he pinched his chin. Mo Lian hissed and looked at his wife pitifully. "My chin is going to swell, Jojo." Arbor kicked him. This nightmare impersonator can even talk. Mo Lian, Jojo, it's your husband. Open your eyes and look carefully. Look at your husband. He can run, jump, and kiss. What kind of nightmare impersonator can be so smart? Dong. Sir Jojo's fist landed on someone's head. Mo Lian's mouth twitched inwardly, and he felt like weeping but had no tears. It's real. It's not a nightmare. It's a real person, Jojo. You beat me up for a long time just now. Don't you realize the difference between a nightmare and me? I'm alive and well. Do you think I'll let you off just because you're so handsome and act cute? Sir Jojo looked at him expressionlessly and did not speak for a long time. Mo Lian panicked. She turned to look at Xianxia, who was floating over quickly. She pointed at him and said, "Look, the rotten peach blossom is here." You're right. We both jumped out of the abyss of the sacrificial sea unscathed. Jojo, look, look. My husband is fine. The rotten peach blossom is also very good. As she spoke, the venerable peach blossom immortal floated over with a smile. He glanced at Mo Lien, who was acting cute and spinning in circles. Did she need to act cute to coax Jojo? Jojo hated cute things. The more she acted this way, the more counterproductive it would be. Look at him. He leaned forward and said with a grin, Jojo, long time no see. Did you miss me? Boom. Lady Jojo unhesitatingly gave him a punch, which landed squarely on his face. The latter's handsome face was instantly filled with confusion. Huh? I'm peerless and unparalleled. How did I get beaten up before my good looks could be used? Strange. Wasn't he supposed to beat up Mo Lien? Why did he get implicated? This was not right. It wasn't easy for them to reunite. Shouldn't Xiao be pitifully leaning over and crying to them? This? What kind of trick was this? Sir Jojo expressionlessly pulled out a pitch-black ferrule from his sleeve. Mo Lien's eyelids twitched. She hurriedly grabbed his wrist. Jojo, your husband is here. Who are you hitting? You're lying to Jojo. Arbor shouted angrily and swung his ferrule at the venerable peach blossom immortal. Jojo's hand hurt from the beating just now. Suddenly, he remembered that he should use a ruler to beat people. It wouldn't hurt his hand, and it would make him feel more comfortable. The venerable peach blossom immortal's mouth twitched, and he hopped toward Duan Yu in a panic. He kept shouting, Jojo, that was merely a stopgap measure. I didn't intend to trick you into abandoning you. Arbor swung his ferrule at him. The pitiful venerable peach blossom immortal could only raise his paw and accept the blow obediently. Then, he shouted, ouch, ouch, ouch. She tricked Jojo into going down with her, but in the end, she abandoned Jojo halfway. Throw Jojo up there and use the barrier to block the way. Every single one of these things was their doing, stinky liar. The venerable peach blossom immortal dashed to Duan Yu's side in a panic and hastily shoved Duan Yu in front of Arbor. If I could do it all over again, I would still do the same. Your safety is the most important, so I can't abandon you. Compared to Mo Lien, what is Mo Lien? At this critical juncture of life and death, I must prioritize saving you. Mo Lien glared at him and retorted without a second thought. Then why did you generously sacrifice yourself for a cause at the bottom of the abyss of the sacrificial sea? Why did you have to die for us? You even died for him? Sir Jojo roared angrily. Duan Yu's mouth twitched. Can't you two stop courting death? At this critical juncture, would it kill you to go along with her and say a few soft words? As expected, Sir Jojo was enraged and swung his ferrule at the two of them. Poor Duan Yu was merely trying to stop the fight, but he ended up getting beaten up more than the venerable peach blossom immortal. There was simply no one else like him. If Sir Jojo attacked in anger, would you be scared? The three of them instantly felt a bit desolate, especially when Ma Shichen and Mo Lien looked at each other, feeling like they had courted death. If they hadn't foolishly spilled the beans just now, perhaps Jojo wouldn't have gotten so angry. Now that Jojo already knew that the two of them had encountered a life-and-death crisis in the abyss of the sacrificial sea, they probably had to confess honestly. Duan Yu wanted to cry. He was too baffled. After being scammed by these two frauds, Jojo was now beating up anyone he saw, including him. Retaliate? That was impossible even in their next life. If they didn't retaliate, the little fellow was quite ruthless. If they dodged quickly, they would even incur the little stoic's furious glare, accusing them of dodging. You, hurry up and say something. The venerable peach blossom immortal was just short of directly telling Mo Lien, bro, why are you being so reserved? Hurry and kneel down to beg for mercy, and we won't laugh at you. If Jojo says you're wrong, then you're naturally wrong. Hurry and admit your mistake, admit your mistake. Arbor suddenly paused and expressionlessly rubbed her stomach. When Duan Yu saw this, he quickly asked, did you use too much force earlier and your stomach hurts? Arbor shook her head and coldly said, Baby Mo said that when he comes out, he'll beat you guys up for me. He told me not to do it now because it's too tiring. Everyone looked at him in bewilderment. No, Baby Mo, who is it? The venerable peach blossom immortal secretly winked at Mo Lien. *T, judging from Jojo's tone, she was quite familiar with this Baby Mo. Why did another weirdo appear by her side after not seeing her for more than a month? Mo Lian quickly walked up and grabbed Arbor's small hand. Jojo, baby Mo. Mo Lian's gaze followed her small hand down and landed on her stomach. Suddenly, a light bulb lit up in his mind, and he became excited. He grasped Xiao Mu's hand tightly in his palm as his gaze swept back and forth across her stomach. Xiao, is this baby Mo, is it? Our children? Arbor remained calm and asked with a straight face, what do you think? I am naturally overjoyed, Xiao. In his excitement, Mo Lian actually stuttered, Xiao, I'm really going to be a dad? Arbor was still expressionless as he said stiffly, indeed. The corners of the venerable peach blossom immortal's mouth twitched. She felt that the conversation between the couple was so serious that it was a little funny. Happiness came too suddenly. Prince Mo beamed with joy. Just as he was about to reach out and pick up his wife, he saw the little fellow slap the back of his hand. She said coldly, you and I haven't reconciled yet. Don't come over and hug me. Mo Lian, everyone says that husband and wife fight at the head of the bed and reconcile at the end of the bed. Yet I insist on letting you know. The little stoic said solemnly, me and you, the two of us. If you fight at the head of the bed, you won't be able to reconcile at the end of the bed. Mo Lian, I suddenly have a bleak feeling that I might have to sleep in the living room for several nights. The venerable peach blossom immortal turned his back and couldn't resist bursting into laughter. CK, as expected, he still liked to stay with the little stoic. There was always something to laugh at and joy at every moment. Even if he just looked at her like this, he was still very happy. He watched as his wifey suddenly turned and left after saying this, leaving the three people with the back of her head. Mo Lian couldn't resist reaching out and called out aggrievedly, wifey, don't go. Can't this husband accept his punishment? Jojo. Mo Lian hastily leaped up and swiftly flashed to his wife's side. However, he saw that the little stoic had already stopped and turned back to meet his eyes. Humph. Xiaomu harshly harumphed at him before trotting past him in a trot. Strange, why did you want to run away? The one who should run away, be guilty, reflect, and apologize was Mo Lian. It was the rotten peach blossoms, it was the two of them, Sir Jojo shouldn't run away. The little stoic stomped down the steps with a cold and solemn expression. Ma Wu, who had coincidentally fallen to the ground, was already struggling to crawl halfway up. Just as he opened his mouth to say you, the little stoic effortlessly stepped on his head. The little stoic treated him as a stepping stone and stepped over him without even looking at him. She walked to Xingho, who had collapsed on the ground. You're called Xingho, the little crown princess asked coldly. Everyone couldn't help exasperatedly looking at each other. Xingho was merely a title, right? How could his name be called Xingho? However, forget it, whatever the little stoic said was the truth. Why didn't you answer when I asked you a question? The little crown princess impatiently circled Xingho and paused to look down at him. Xingho snorted and collapsed on the ground dejectedly. Suddenly, he laughed loudly. This old man overestimated himself. He didn't expect that the Transcendence Realm elderly Ma Wu would have no chance of victory in front of His Majesty. No, if those two hadn't suddenly arrived, perhaps Ma Wu and His Majesty would still have a chance. But now, the situation was hopeless. Xingho closed his eyes, completely unable to see any hope. He could only bury his daughter's grudge like this. He was unwilling, indignant, and resentful. The little stoic said hey and looked down at Xingho's fluctuating expression. She impatiently said, didn't you want to avenge your daughter? I'll give you a chance to avenge your daughter, Arbor said dryly. She didn't think that she was wrong to give the order to kill Xianxia. After all, if someone offended her, she had to fight back. The other party's skills were not as good as hers, so he could only admit that he was unlucky. But, looking at Xingho's tearful appearance, he felt that he couldn't erase his old father's sincerity. Thus, he said, how about this, I'll have a fair fight with you. Life and death are up to fate. What do you think? Ma Wu moved his body and stumbled forward a few steps. Before he could get close to the little stoic, he was swatted away by Zhichen, who suddenly flashed in front of him. The old man had been suppressing a mouthful of blood for a long time. At this moment, he could not help but spit it out. Little girl, you're going too far. She clearly knew that with so many helpers around her, it was impossible to achieve a fair competition. As long as she was injured in the slightest, would the 3 people in front of them let them go? Anger flashed through Ma Wu's eyes. The Marquis's cultivation is not high. Naturally, he is no match for the Crown Princess. Crown Princess, if you want to compete, there is no harm in competing with this old man. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal couldn't resist snickering. What are you saying? You're a transcending divinity realm who concealed your presence and hid in Xianxia. You still have the face to ask to compete with Jojo? You're an old man who lived for over 100 years, yet you still have the nerve to ask? Do you think you'll gain face by winning by picking a little girl to compete with? Mo Lian felt that as her husband, it was time for him to work hard to perform. Therefore, he hurriedly floated to his wife's side and smiled fawningly at her. Wife, your husband will beat him for you. Your husband will definitely beat this old man in front of you into a pig's head. Ma Wu stood with his hands behind his back in a huff. Flames of anger danced in his old, dim eyes. Marquis and Xingho is my benefactor. I am willing to give up my life for the Marquis. If you insist on interfering, then this old man has nothing to say about the grudges between others. Mo Lian laughed in anger when she heard this. Others? Grudges between others? Old man, not only is your brain not good, there is something wrong with your eyes. This is my wife. I took over my wife's business and helped my wife beat people up. How did it become someone else's business? Your brain is not clear. I don't want to waste my breath on you. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal was speechless. Mo Lian's words seemed to make sense, but in Xingho and Ma Wu's disdainful gazes felt as if they were looking at an idiot. What a sanctimonious person repaying a debt of gratitude. Arbor sneered coldly as his gaze swept across their faces. Ma Wu frowned and covered his chest with one hand. What? To put it bluntly, isn't this matter caused by you, the Crown Princess? If you were magnanimous enough and not so vicious, you would not have sent people to kill Princess Xianxia on her way back to Xianxia and let her die an unnatural death. If the princess had not died, the Marquis would not have come to find trouble with you, and I would not have made you my enemy. Arbor could not help but laugh. They seemed to have all the logic in the world. This? Mr. Ma Wu? You guys truly have double standards. Qiamu coldly curled her lips at the 2 people. When you accuse others of being vicious, why don't you think about yourself? When you were killing people in the Imperial Garden, did you think about sparing the lives of those 2 concubines? No. You bribed the 2 concubines and gave them some money and assets in exchange for their lives. You planned to kill both them and me in the gravity restraint rune array since the very beginning. You didn't intend to let any of the innocent people here go, and now you're telling me that you're vicious? Tell me, one must be broad-minded when dealing with matters? Arbor sneered. It turns out that the words broad-minded have been used to demand others from the beginning to the end. Us? Ma Wu was at a loss for words. Indeed, there was no way to refute it, because it was the truth. When they attacked, they didn't intend to let anyone live. The old man hurriedly glanced at his master, and Xingho. At this time, Xingho was sitting on the ground, as if all his bones and strength had been sucked out. He couldn't see any hope in front of him. He had lost. He had lost everything from head to toe. Whether it was a plot or an assassination, he had tried both, but he was no match for the little crown princess in front of him. It seemed that the little crown princess in front of him was not an existence that could be defeated by a few people he randomly assigned. Marquis. Ma Wu saw that he was in a daze and hurriedly called out to him. Old Xingho came back to his senses, and a trace of coldness hung on his hazy face. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a series of strange laughter rolled out from his throat. He sat on the ground in a daze and did not move at all. What are you laughing at? The atmosphere in the main hall was not pleasant. When Arbor saw Xingho, that old geezer, sitting motionlessly on the ground and playing dead after his challenge, he became even more displeased. Was he going to fight or not? Why was he just sitting there and laughing like an idiot? Arbor was about to roar at Xingho when he heard the clanging of weapons from outside the hall. Mo Lian frowned and seemed to have recalled something. She quickly turned to Duan Yu and said, "Tell your men to stop." There are 4 servants outside that I took in from the abyss of the sacrificial sea. There's also a human snake and Chichuan from the Shin residence. Tell them to stop fighting. If it weren't for the sudden sounds of fighting, Mo Lian might have already thrown Shen Wu and the others to the back of her mind and completely forgotten about them. It couldn't be helped. Ever since he saw his wife for the first time, he couldn't take his eyes off her. Right now, there was only his daughter-in-law in his eyes, heart, and mind. At this moment, his small eyes kept glancing at his wife's small belly. His heart was filled with joy, apprehension, anticipation, and melancholy. All kinds of emotions came one after another. That gaze was so intense that it was impossible for Lord Xiao to ignore him. Humph. Sir Jojo proudly turned his head away. Mo Lian quickly shuffled up and stealthily moved to his wife's side. He tugged at her sleeve. Jojo, hubby missed you so much. These days and nights, hubby has been thinking about you and worrying about you. I didn't have any appetite for food or drink. My heart is especially miserable. Arbor harumphed with a stiff expression on his face, resolutely refusing to give him any response. The little crown princess pursed her lips, and her gaze shifted to the entrance. She saw the first person to enter, dragging a 2-meter-long snake tail behind him as he slithered across the floor. The little crown princess was startled, and her eyes abruptly widened. Wasn't this that berserk sage beast man snake? Why was he tailing Jojo's Lian the entire time? From the looks of it, this group of people seemed to be very familiar with each other. Where was the appearance of those who fought with their lives on the line? Xiaomu was puzzled as she looked at the human snake in bewilderment. She remembered this stinky snake all too well. Back then, at the entrance of the sacrificial sea, he had fought with it. It was a huge battle, and the berserk saint beast was almost invincible, so Lanshan's gaze couldn't help but shrink. He didn't know why, but when he saw the little girl's gaze sweep over, he only felt his tail stiffen. The scales on his tail that had been cut by the Fushi greatsword previously seemed to be reflexively hurting at this moment. Lanshan instinctively hid behind Mo Lian and muttered softly, "Take care of your wife." Look, isn't she glaring at me?" This little girl's eyes were sharp and she was not an ordinary person. Lanshan would never admit defeat. He felt that he could not meet the little girl's sharp eyes. With the pressure that he imperceptibly released, it was impossible for it to not affect the stoic-faced little girl in front of him in the slightest. Lanshan's eyes flickered, and he nodded slightly at the little stoic from a distance. Truly, one can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. "We meet again, little girl." Originally, he wanted to say, "What a coincidence, little girl. It's a small world, and we meet again." However, the words that came out of his mouth were completely wrong. The little stoic even took out 100 attack talismans without another word and directly threw them at him. Lanshan was a bit stupefied, and his slight smile froze on his face. No, that wasn't it. F***ck, was the little stoic sick? He greeted her with a smile. He had already expressed such friendly intentions to her, so why the heck did she attack him? Was there still justice in this world? Where did justice exist? Where was justice? Lanshan hurriedly sent Mo Lian a pleading look for help. The latter couldn't resist covering her face with her hand and twitching her mouth. She had just called out Charles when the 100 or so attack talismans crashed towards Lanshan without any regard for their lives, making whooshing noises. They formed a circle of talismans in front of Lanshan and fluttered up and down. "Stay your hand. This old man didn't come here today to fight with a junior like you. You're very good. I've already remembered you." Shen Wu hastily went up to persuade him. "As senior, you should speak less. Really, your words are exceptionally infuriating and grating on anyone's ears." Lanshan originally wanted to curry favor with Charles and say that her cultivation was excellent at such a young age, but the moment he spoke, his tone changed. Arbor glowered at him and thought, "You stinking snake, I haven't settled the score with you for last time's matter, yet you actually dare to remember me. You want to settle the score with me in the future, right? I'll kill you." Once the little stoic's vicious thoughts arose, the 100 or so attack talismans flying around the snake instantly cracked at the same time, and the power of the attack talisman surged out and rushed straight for his face. This was a sign that she was going to blow up the snake's head. Lanshan's expression darkened. and he repeatedly stomped his foot to summon Mo Lien. Mo punk, what's wrong with your wife? I've already said so many nice things, so why is she still hitting me? He didn't forget that this fellow used an ancient holy weapon at the entrance of the undersea abyss and almost severed his snake tail. Mo Lien glanced at him speechlessly. You said a string of nice things? Are you kidding me? Crown Prince Mo stealthily rolled his eyes and very consciously moved to the side to give way. If his wife wanted to beat up a human snake, then he had to let her beat him to her heart's content. At the crucial moment, he had to make a move. Helping his wife beat up the human snake until even his parents couldn't recognize him was a perfectly justified action. Brad Mo, why don't you say it? Io, Iya. The snake man shouted, you, Io. He hastily put on a godly armor helmet and glared at the little stoic in exasperation through the layer of godly armor. Arbor waved his hand and summoned a thunder flash. He clenched his fists and was about to leap forward. Snake Man hastily shouted, facial paralysis. We are on the same side, on the same side. At that time, the little stoic had already rushed in front of the human snake, and the thunderclap sword in her hand emitted wisps of lightning. Wearing his helmet, Snake Rider shrank his neck and hurriedly shouted, stop. I admit my mistake. The little stoic's thunderclap sword was held horizontally above his head. She glanced at him blankly and stopped her slashing motion with an odd expression. What did you say? Snake Man coughed and shouted irritably, this old man admits his mistake. I regret that I was tricked into going berserk. Now, we're considered on the same side, so don't hit this old man again. Sir Jojo was puzzled. He didn't put away his thunderclap sword, but his eyes glanced in the direction of his husband and rotten peach blossom. What was going on? Was this coward before him still the sacred beast that displayed invincible might and swept away all the members of the dragon clan with a flick of its tail? Arbor put away the thunderclap sword and silently glanced at the human snake. She called out in confusion and asked crisply, what's your name? Swalanchan reflexively replied, Swalanchan. After saying that, he couldn't resist glaring at the little lady. He was actually unable to resist the little stoic shout. GC. Shenwu, Zhou Datong. Several feeble voices immediately popped up one after another. The venerable peach blossom immortal couldn't help but cover his face with his hands. Xiao Qiao's roar had intimidated the others and they all reported their names together. Speaking of which, this was truly hilarious. When Arbor heard those feeble cries, she turned to look in Shenwu's direction. GC, Old Zhou, and the other three were very tactful and quickly jogged forward to respectfully salute Arbor. Greetings, mistress. Arbor peeked at Mo Lien. Mo Lien quickly leaned over with a joyful expression. Jojo, these are hubby's new subordinates. Arbor glanced at him with mixed feelings before turning to leave. She clasped her hands behind her back, pursed her lips, and trotted away. Mo Lien turned to look dumbfoundedly at the venerable peach blossom immortal, who was rejoicing in her misfortune. Rotten peach blossom, what's wrong with Jojo? Isn't it obvious? The venerable peach blossom immortal didn't conceal his sympathy and disdain. Jojo doesn't want to talk to you, and Jojo doesn't like you. Jojo is angry at you. When he said the last sentence, the venerable peach blossom immortal even guffawed loudly. That gloating expression made Mo Lien's fists itch. On the other side, Duan Yu quietly instructed the personal guards to handcuff the limp and Xingho and Ma Wu with special shackles before transferring them to the dungeon. After he finished speaking, Duan Yu turned around and looked at Mo Lien seriously. Come out. Prince Mo strolled over with a puzzled expression. Before he could speak, he heard the venerable peach blossom immortal calling out from behind them, Shui Duanyue, don't leave yet. Have someone bring 2 pots of good wine over. I'm a little hungry. Quick, treat us well. Duanyu walked out of the hall and stood still. Mo Lien followed him out and whispered, if you have anything to say, you can't say it inside. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly saw Duanyu turn around and pull out a 3-foot-long sword, stabbing it at Prince Mo without a second word. With a flash of silver light, the crown prince moved quickly and leaped onto the roof. Duanyu pursed his lips and remained silent. With a flick of his sleeves, he leaped onto the eaves and attacked Mo Lian with the sword in his hand with increasing ferocity. Clang, clang, clang. The long swords clanged and clanged. This sound immediately attracted the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal from inside the hall. When he looked up and saw this scene of swords clashing, his jaw nearly dropped. He hastily followed behind and shouted as he ran, "Hey, you two, I told you to get wine. Why did you start fighting?" Although the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal didn't understand the situation, he could see that although their attacks were fierce, they didn't show any killing intent. Clearly, they were just playing around with each other. Therefore, he wasn't particularly nervous and merely followed the two people flying back and forth on the roof. He ran and ran all the way into another court. Through the long lattice window in the bedchamber, he saw the little stoic lying against the window. She had wrapped herself up like a small cocoon and was expressionlessly sleeping soundly. The two of them flew back and forth on the eaves outside the hall and fought for nearly 4 hours. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal was about to doze off from boredom and could only sit aggrievedly under the little stoic's window. He couldn't resist rolling his eyes as he watched the two of them fight. He would occasionally call out "Stop fighting," but he knew that the two of them wouldn't hear him at all. What was going on with these two fellows? They had just met, yet they were already fighting. Finicky, annoying, mentally ill, how did Jojo fall in love with this kind of Mo Lian? He really couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. She didn't seem to be any better. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal glanced at the two of them on the roof and couldn't resist rolling his eyes while propping up his chin. "Stop acting. Jojo fell asleep long ago and can't see." The two of them exchanged several hundred moves before swiftly flying to another eve. Soon after, they stopped and silently looked at each other. "You slashed me 8,972 times with your sword just now. Shameless. You didn't lose out either." Duanyu expressionlessly said, "You attacked 9,103 times, and your attack speed far surpasses mine." Heh. Mo Lian directly threw Raven Moon in his hand onto the eaves, allowing it to dangle unsteadily between the cracks between the tiles. On the other side, Duanyu also did the same and threw his sword. The two of them rested for less than a minute before simultaneously flying forward and punching each other with their fists. Eh? Eh? You? You? The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal couldn't resist jumping up and widening his beautiful eyes as he muttered to himself, "Can you two be a bit more mature?" They fought from sunset until the dead of the night. "I'm freaking so hungry." Most importantly, he simply didn't know why these two lunatics were fighting each other to vent their frustrations. Taking a deep breath, the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal tried his best to put on a perfect smile. He raised his voice and roared at the two of them, "You two idiots, stop." When Arbor woke up, she was a bit dazed. She flipped over and thought for a few seconds, and a hint of panic gradually appeared on her face. She hastily got off the bed and stomped on her shoes in a flurry. With her head full of disheveled hair, she was about to run toward the door. The door to the hall creaked as someone suddenly pushed open a crack from the outside. Mo Lian's face, accompanied by a faint ray of morning light, suddenly entered her sight. The little stoic's eyes abruptly brightened. It seemed like she wasn't dreaming yesterday. Mo Lian and Rotten Peach really did return. When she woke up just now, her mind couldn't quite wrap itself around it. She thought that she had been dreaming in a daze last night, and she was even flustered about whether the Mo Lian she saw last night was real or an illusion. "I won't go anywhere in the future and will stay with wifey." The little stoic expressionlessly looked at him, her pitch-black eyes staring fixedly at him for a long while. Slap. Prince Mo twitched his mouth. He felt that his wifey's slap was quite painful, and he looked down at his pitiful hand. "Sir Jojo harumphed, don't think that you can reconcile with me just by acting cute." She dug around in her sleeves and suddenly pulled out a handmade booklet. She slapped it on Mo Lian's hand. "Copy." Mo Lian's mouth twitched. "I came back too late from working overtime today. I'm sleepy, so I'll sleep first. I'll wake up tomorrow morning to catch up on 2 chapters. At this time, the little stoic had already put on her coat and expressionlessly went to wash up. She left behind her husband, who was dazedly holding a handwritten manuscript with an inexplicably disheveled expression. He stood by the bed and glanced aggrievedly at her departing figure. It was only after Arbor walked past him that she curled her lips, revealing a secret smile. Jojo's small stoic face almost couldn't remain taut earlier. If she laughed out loud in front of that guy now, he would definitely take advantage of her. He would definitely take advantage of every opportunity to make up and ask for hugs. Humph, Jojo wouldn't fall for his trick, and he definitely wouldn't be tricked by Jojo's lotus. While Arbor was washing up and wiping her face, she secretly peeked at Emolien. This guy was like a pitiful little thing as he walked to the table with the handwritten manuscript she gave him and also secretly peeked at her. The two of them just happened to meet each other's eyes while sneaking back and forth. Prince Mo's spirits immediately roused, and he burst into laughter. He quickly ran to her and said, "Wife, you were peeking at me." Arbor rolled his eyes at him. Misconception. No, there's no misconception. You were peeking at your husband just now. Go copy it. Sir Jojo grumpily roared at him. Oh. Prince Mo drooped his head listlessly and strode toward the table, but he couldn't stop turning back to glance at his wife. Jojo, can your husband copy it once? Once, in your dreams. Copy it 100 times. The little fellow gave the final word, not caring about her husband's bitter expression at all. Serves him right, who asked him to lie to Jojo all day long, who asked him to cheat his father all day long. This was the punishment he deserved. Prince Mo flipped open the first page of the handbook, and there were 5 large words on it, quotes from the little emperor. The Crown Prince. On the second page, there were only a few words, everything Jojo says must be obeyed. As the Crown Prince copied, he thought, I listen to everything my wife says. How can I not listen? The more he copied, the more Crown Prince Mo smiled faintly. What was written in the book? When there was a conflict between Jojo's wishes and his own, he had to listen to Jojo. What do you mean? Climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire? Bring your Jo with you wherever you go. He even said that if you ever leave Jojo behind again, you won't be able to speak to Jojo for 100 years. This is too cruel. Emolien thought to herself. How many 100 years can a person have? Not being able to talk to Jo for 100 years was such a sad thing. When the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal knocked on the door and entered, the miserable Crown Prince was only at the 58th copy. Sheets of white paper floated on the ground. Lines of words were written on them like floating clouds, and the strokes were like dragons and snakes. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal was stunned. He did not know what was going on in this room. He bent down to pick up a piece of paper and looked at it. Immediately, he burst out laughing. Heavens, this scene, coupled with His Highness the Crown Prince's embarrassed handsome face, was so comical and hilarious. Pfft, the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal shuffled through the door. He walked around the several sheets of white paper on the ground and walked to Arbor with a grin. Good morning, Jojo. Let Emolien copy here. Let's go eat breakfast. Prince Mo glared at him accusingly. You rotten peach blossom who hit me while I'm down. You actually dared to slander me in front of my wife and in front of me. Arbor expressionlessly glanced at the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal and suddenly made a move that Emolien found familiar. He pulled out a small booklet from his sleeve. He directly slapped it on the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's hands. The little stoic roared at him energetically, copy. The background music instantly turned into Emolien's ha 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 laughter. Her gloating laughter nearly overturned the roof. What was this called? This was called being happy to see someone unlucky. In any case, she was already unlucky, so there was no harm in dragging someone down with her. Ha 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 ha. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal glared at Emolien exasperatedly, only to hear the little stoic roar at him, copy it 100 times. She then abandoned the two and pattered out of the door, minding her own business to find breakfast. Lord Venerable Immortal's current mood was F***ck, F***ck, F***ck. He didn't expect that when he ran over to call his Charles for breakfast, the heartless Charles would leave him here and copy it along with His Highness the Crown Prince. What the heck was this? Once Arbor walked out of the hall, she scanned her surroundings. She then waved at the two little royal maids who were passing by. What happened? Why was it that the surrounding vegetation seemed to have been flattened by someone overnight? Everywhere was a barren expanse. She remembered that there used to be a patch of small pomegranate flowers blooming here. The two little royal maids opened their mouths uneasily, but they didn't dare to speak casually. Instead, they looked at each other. Speak the truth. Replying Crown Princess, last night, His Majesty and the Crown Prince of the Divine Province, had a big fight here. The little stoic was taken aback. She then responded with an "oh" and swiftly ended the topic. She waved at the two. Lead the way. The two little royal maids, one of the rather quick-witted royal maids, immediately felt that the little crown princess probably wanted them to lead the way to find His Majesty. Right, she was just that quick-witted. Even though the crown princess was expressionless, the two of them inexplicably felt that His Majesty might be in trouble. When Arbor found Duan Yu under the two little royal maids' lead, Duan Yu was currently talking to the dispirited Prince of Dewa. Arbor only pretended not to see Prince of Dewa's bitter and unlucky appearance. She walked over on her own. Duan Yu's eyes involuntarily brightened when he saw her, and he said with a smile, "Jojo, there's breakfast." He noticed that Jojo paused in the middle of taking something out of his sleeve. He stopped talking involuntarily. Arbor stuffed the book back into his sleeve and glanced at Prince Kawa, who was looking at him with a bitter expression. "What else do you want?" "Crown Princess, about the compensation, can we discuss it again?" He was so worried that he couldn't sleep well that night. He got up early in the morning and went to Zhangzhou's emperor to cry and beg for mercy. She really hoped that what happened yesterday was just a dream. The little crown princess' 8-meter-long list had the intention of emptying the entire barbarian tribe. Sob, sob, sob. The little crown princess waved her small hand and shouted angrily at Qiao Hua, "Let's talk about this later. You can leave now." Prince of Dewa was taken aback, but he quickly nodded and bowed. Yes, then this humble prince will take his leave first." The little stoic pursed her lips after shooing Qiao Hua away. Duan Yu asked with a smile, "Why did you change your mind?" The little stoic ignored him and took out the little emperor's book of sayings from her sleeve, stuffing it into his hand. "Copy 30 times. As a precaution." Duan Yu looked at her in bewilderment, but the little stoic ignored him and ran off to enjoy the sumptuous breakfast that had already been placed there. Duan Yu flipped open the first page of the book. The little emperor's book of sayings. Thankfully, Jojo was quick-witted. When she was writing the little emperor's quotations, she repeatedly copied 5 copies. In the future, whoever didn't listen to Jojo would copy it 1,800 times. Copying it until they were drunk and begging their grandparents. Arbor puffed up his cheeks and ate the pastries after eating the porridge. After eating the pastries, he scooped a bowl of porridge. Less than an hour later, the pitiful Prince Mo and the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal came over. When they saw the white paper spread out on the ground inside the pavilion, they both excitedly leaped forward. After glancing at the expressionless Duan Yu, they looked at each other and couldn't resist teasing, "Eh? What is this? Ah, there are so many pieces of white paper on the ground. Could it be that Duan Yu was punished to copy?" They each copied it 100 times. The little emperor, who was sitting upright and drinking tea, exposed the two when he heard this. "You still want to mock Duan Yu? You two are in the same boat, but each of you copied 70 times more than Duan Yu. Mock your sister." Prince Mo and the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal both showed bitter expressions. Duan Yu snorted and glanced at them. "Heh, I thought you two didn't copy. It turns out that you copied more than twice as much as me." The Crown Prince, the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal, twitched his mouth and coughed lightly before forcefully changing the topic. "Oh, right, we picked up a light coagulation mirror in the seabed abyss earlier." As he spoke, the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal hastily sent Mo Lian a look. The latter immediately understood and reached out to summon a storage talisman, pulling out a bald-headed photon brain brat. The moment the light coagulation mirror Holy Spirit appeared, Arbor sensed his stomach heating up in response. Baby Mo had a reaction to the light coagulation mirror, so Arbor sensed it. At this time, the light coagulation mirror Holy Spirit also sensed it and turned around. After sizing up Arbor, its round eyes were stern as it declared righteously, "Woman. Lord Guangguang has never been one to be bewitched by lust. Don't use your beauty to try and tempt Lord Guangguang to contract with you." Bam! Just as it finished speaking, someone knocked its head. The light coagulation mirror Holy Spirit clutched its head in exasperation and turned around to glare at Mo Lian. Insolent. A junior like you is being so rude to Lord Guangguang again. Mo Lian was too lazy to listen to his tone. She directly picked him up and brought the light congealing mirror Holy Spirit, whose two short legs were swaying left and right, to Arbor. Jojo, wait a minute. Before Mo Lian could finish speaking, he was hastily interrupted by the light condensing mirror. Hurry up and let Master Guang get off the ground. The light congealing mirror Holy Spirit hurriedly swung its legs and kicked in the air. The corners of Mo Lian's mouth twitched. She exchanged a glance with the expressionless Charles and loosened her grip, throwing the light congealing mirror Holy Spirit away. The sacred spirit of the light condensing mirror howled before pouncing over to hug Xiaxia's leg. It climbed up along the way and raised its small hand high up. Suddenly, it pressed itself against Xiaxia's stomach. Arbor was expressionless. He lowered his head and glanced at the light congealing mirror Holy Spirit. What are you doing? This strange Holy Spirit was like a retard. With one hand pressed against her stomach, its eyes were shining with a strange light. It was as if it could see through her stomach that there was some kind of treasure inside. Its dog eyes were so bright that it almost made people unable to look at it. Ha 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 ha. The sacred spirit of the light condensing mirror suddenly burst into laughter. It stroked Xiao Mu's stomach with its small hand as it muttered, "Truly, one can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by sheer luck." The ears of the saint-level orc serpent who was walking along the path suddenly twitched. He thought to himself, these words sound very familiar. Arbor glanced expressionlessly at the light congealing mirror and raised her hand to pull it away from her, tossing it to the side in passing. The light congealing mirror's Holy Spirit scrambled up from the ground and jumped up and down, shouting, "How dare you! You're not allowed to be so rude to Sir Guangguang." Arbor narrowed her eyes at this fellow, sizing it up from head to toe. Yet she saw the light congealing mirror's Holy Spirit take out a small mirror and throw it at her without a second word. "What are you doing?" Mo Lian saw it clearly and furrowed her brows. She quickly raised her hand to stop it. However, the mirror condensed into a beam of light and rushed over with incomparable speed. Like a flowing light, it passed through his open 5 fingers in an instant. It entered the depths of Arbor's forehead with a whoosh. Arbor's body swayed, and she retreated 2 steps. Startled, Crown Prince Mo hastily dodged to the side to support her. "Jojo." Mo Lian grasped her hand and stared at her, asking repeatedly, "How is it? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Did this light congealing mirror barge into your conscious?" This abominable light congealing mirror actually dared to be so impudent and barge straight into the depths of Jojo's conscious. At this time, Duan Yu and Hichin also hastily flashed to Arbor's side. "How is it?" This light congealing mirror wasn't some mortal-grade mystic weapon. It was a sacred weapon passed down from ancient times. It wasn't man-made but a natural sacred weapon that had been polished over many years and soaked in time. Once this kind of sacred weapon entered the conscious to contract, it would definitely consume a lot of mental energy and divine consciousness. If something went wrong in a moment of carelessness, it would cause the conscious to shake and become unstable. The 3 of them nervously stared at Arbor, who raised her hand to support her head and shook it. The little stoic glanced at them blankly before shaking her head again and saying, it seems fine. Take a look at your conscious again." As soon as Mo Lian finished speaking, the other 2 hurriedly nodded in agreement. Arbor quickly used his inner vision, and his expression became even stranger. She glanced at the 3 of them and muttered, "I took a look. There doesn't seem to be that mirror in my conscious." "What?" Ma Shurchin turned around and grabbed the kid who was kicking his legs and screaming. She snapped, "Tell me, what the hell did you do? You rushed into Jojo's conscious. Are you hiding and planning to secretly do something bad?" The light condensing mirror Saint Spirit fumed, "Nonsense. What can Sir Guangguang do?" The little rascal pushed the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's hand away and paced back and forth in front of the 4 people for a while. He turned around and smiled with his hands behind his back. "Don't be nervous, woman. Lord Guangguang won't harm you." Arbor resisted the urge to beat this little devil up and said expressionlessly, "Why can't I find you when you enter my consciousness?" "Who said I entered your conscious?" The little devil proudly raised his chin, looking down on Arbor. Woman, I won't contract with you. It's useless even if you beg your grandparents and beg Sir Guangguang 18,000 times. The child raised his chin and smiled smugly. This lord already has a contractor now and is stronger than any of you. With this lord's support in the future, your path will naturally be smooth and bright. Sir Guangguang paused and suddenly laughed maniacally at the sky with his hands on his hips. Can I hit him? Xiaomu tried to restrain herself, but in the end, she couldn't resist gritting her teeth and asking quietly. This child looked especially deserving of a spanking. He was purely the type of person who absolutely wouldn't behave without a beating. The three heads next to him nodded several times in tacit agreement. The little stoic reached out and picked up that little imp. Her small hand landed on that child's butt and smacked it. So rude. Slap. Another smack. Children shouldn't make up nonsense when adults are asking questions. Also, if you're not a woman, you have to call me auntie. After being beaten 3 times, the little imp wailed loudly. Where was that high-spirited attitude of earlier when he was laughing with his hands on his hips? Right now, he was being held in Arbor's hand, and his small hands and feet kept swaying in the air. He wiped his tears and wailed, "Fierce woman. Bad woman. Just you wait, when my contractor comes, I'll definitely make you suffer until you're done." Mo Lian twitched her mouth and glanced sideways at the approaching holy beast man-snake. She irritably mocked, "You're probably relatives, right?" They felt about the same in terms of cultural standards and choice of words. Swalanshan, he inexplicably felt 10,000 points of damage, as well as Prince Mo's quiet disdain. What was going on? Do you need me to help the little stoic beat up this light condensing mirror? Swalanshan, who was doing his best to leave a favorable impression and sense of existence in front of the little stoic, asked. Sir Guangguang's desolate wails rippled around the gazebo. "You're all a bunch of bad people." He wailed pitifully, "You're all deranged, heartless, and inhumane," bullying Sir Guangguang. "I'll definitely tell my contractor, wah, wah." Ba. Little benefactor, don't shed tears and wail. Your voice is especially ear-piercing and unpleasant. This humble monk's ears hurt. Everyone, Arbor couldn't help but twitch his eyes. He lowered his head and glanced at the baldy who pattered over to his side. Kong Kong and Guangguang, their names were different yet achieved the same result. Their baldy's appearance was also very similar. However, the little monk Kong Kong was slightly older than Sir Guangguang by 3 years, so he looked just like a little adult standing next to Sir Guangguang. Pooh. The venerable peach blossom immortal couldn't help but be amused. He took the wailing Guangguang and said with a smile, "Hey, Guangguang, look. I didn't lie to you when I said that I would bring you to make a new friend, right? Look, he has the same bald head as you. Just like you, he likes to nag. In fact, he's even more nag than you. Aren't you very happy to be able to make such a good friend?" Lord Guangguang had already stopped crying at this time, his watery eyes looking at little monk Kong Kong suspiciously. Nonsense. Lord Guangguang raised his hand to rub his little head and cried out in a childish voice, "This person is clearly a monk, how can he be the same as Lord Guangguang?" Lord Guangguang didn't shave his own head. He never had any hair. Since I was young, I have never had any hair. Since the beginning, not even a blade of grass can grow. As he muttered to himself, he kept rubbing his round little bald head. Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Alright, the two of you can go play somewhere else. Arbor raised his hand to rub his forehead and shook his head speechlessly. Female benefactor, who is this little benefactor? It's not a person, it's a mirror, Mo Lian said exasperatedly. It's a very noisy mirror. Kong Kong, bring this mirror back to the stellar domain and find a place for it to stay. This mirror was strange. Why was it nowhere to be seen even though it had clearly charged into Jojo's conscious? She had to carefully observe this matter, Mo Lian inwardly mused. She might as well have the sapling Cho escort that thing into the star domain and guard it closely. As long as this thing wanted to harm his Jojo, he wouldn't let it off even if it looked like a child. A cold glint flashed through Mo Lian's eyes. Arbor coughed lightly and said, "Don't be nervous, I feel nothing." This light congealing mirror had indeed charged into her conscious earlier, but it had already disappeared without a trace when she was far away, as if it had never come or stayed there. It seemed that Sir Guangguang's words weren't completely unreliable. At the very least, its contractor should be someone else. Duanyu couldn't help but have a strange expression. This is the first time I've seen a sacred spirit disdain Jojo. Arbor thought that wasn't the case. She was a phoenix egg, a bastard, who fought to contract with her. When had she ever been disdained by a sacred weapon like this? Just thinking about it was infuriating. The little stoic harumphed and haughtily muttered, "That's because it has extremely poor taste." Everyone hastily nodded and repeatedly criticized, "Right, extremely poor taste. This unlucky child. I'll beat it up every time I see it until it doesn't dare to speak carelessly." Arbor swept them a glance and did her best to keep her stoic face taut. She swiped her hand and took out a sparkling and translucent soul bead from her storage talisman. Ancient Mo Lian's half-wisp of soul suddenly turned into a soul bead for some reason that day. Arbor pushed the soul bead to Mo Lian and said seriously, "I wonder if it has anything to do with the danger you encountered." The soul bead was enveloped in an aqua-blue halo and emitted a faint luster. Ancient Mo Lian really did have half a wisp of soul wandering outside. He really didn't know about it. Now that he thought about it, no wonder he felt that the inheritance was a bit fragmented. It was probably missing this piece. In the past, he had inherited an incomplete legacy, so it was no wonder that cultivating it was more exhausting. If he were to absorb this soul orb, in the future, he would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort in his cultivation. He wouldn't need to spend a large amount of energy to research the inheritance, and he wouldn't need to go into seclusion for long periods of time and separate from his wife. Mo Lian's eyes lit up and she nodded repeatedly. Just as her finger was about to touch the soul bead, suddenly, a furry face suddenly turned upside down and appeared between the two of them. It was actually a monkey hanging upside down from the treetop. While the two of them were stunned, they saw the monkey's hairy arms swing and snatch the soul bead suspended in the middle with an extremely fast technique. It opened its mouth and was about to suck the soul bead in. Mo Lian's eyes turned cold. She immediately moved to stop him. In the blink of an eye, Jojo's startled swan dagger flew towards the monkey and nailed one of its arms to the tree trunk. Originally, this monkey had wanted to escape after snatching the soul bead. Now that it was pinned to the tree, it naturally could not go anywhere. What's that sound? The saint snake suddenly raised its head to look. Eagles flew in from all directions, and some of the small animals hidden in the garden were also moving. Even the surrounding vegetation was growing wildly, and branches were entwining towards them. Arbor made a prompt decision and hurriedly pulled Mo Lian and the others into the star domain. At the same time, two sharp-eyed goshawks descended from the sky. They raised their heads and looked around. The commotion alarmed the Imperial guards guarding the Azure Palace, and they all rushed over. Mo Lian held the soul bead and exchanged a glance with Arbor. Arbor waved his hand, and a swirl of light and shadow appeared in front of his eyes, displaying the scene of the outside world. They saw that a corner of the Imperial garden that had been perfectly fine was now obscured by an overwhelming amount of lush vegetation. Many small animals were desperately shuttling through the vines, as if searching for something. In the sky, there were many eagles that had gathered from all directions. One after another, they whistled in the sky above the Imperial garden. The royal guards who had heard the commotion were currently clearing away these lush vegetation and killing the eagles circling in the air. Duanyu, Hichin chuckled mischievously and turned to look at Mo Lian, who was holding a soul orb. TSK, once ancient Mo Lian appears, all living things will grow and surge crazily. It truly is super attractive. Arbor breathed a sigh of relief. He saw a little tree ant running over while brandishing its branches and twirling in front of them twice. Master. The little tree ant Chocho called out, "I wanted to tell you earlier. Ancient Mo Lian's soul orb can't be taken out so casually. Look, haha, the surrounding vegetation has all gone crazy. These low-level animals and plants don't have any intelligence. Instead, it's that, newborn calves that aren't afraid of tigers. And those mystic and spirit beasts that have gained intelligence don't dare to casually approach after smelling your scent." Arbor expressionlessly swept Chocho a glance. "Why are you always giving advice in hindsight?" A trace of bewilderment hung on Chocho's wooden face. He glanced at his little mascot and said aggrievedly, my memory isn't that good. I only remember some things when it happens. Arbor rolled his eyes at him, disinclined to say anything more to this guy. It wasn't that this guy's memory wasn't that good, it was that his memory was extremely bad. Xiao Mu turned around to look at the scene inside the demonic pupil's vortex. She saw the sage beast man snake looking left and right, as if trying to find where they had gone. GC, Old Zhou, Shen Wu, and the others were also helping the royal guards chop down the various vegetation that had sprung up in the surroundings. Arbor turned his head and glared at his husband. At that moment, Prince Emo was looking down at the soul orb in his hand, wondering if he should find a quiet place to absorb the ancient Emo Lian's soul orb. Abruptly sensing his wife glaring at him, Crown Prince Emo quickly looked up and returned his wife's warm smile. Xiao, what are you glaring at hubby for? Hubby has already hand-copied the Little Emperor's Sutra 100 times just now, so he has already deeply recognized his past mistakes. He definitely won't commit them again, so you can't glare at me anymore. We've already copied and punished. It's time we reconcile. Duan Yu and He Chen both thought at the same time, Emo Lian, this guy, he's usually aloof and incomparably proper in front of outsiders, but when he's in front of Jojo, he's like a completely different person. His words and actions are especially shameless. Then they thought, Jojo, that stoic and wooden face, had the attitude of not even bothering to speak more than a few words to you in the early years. If it weren't for the fact that Emo Lian was like a cockroach, stubbornly seizing every opportunity and shamelessly pestering her, perhaps they really wouldn't have been able to get close to her so quickly. Emo Lian walked up to his wife with a grin. Sensing gazes from both sides, he narrowed his phoenix eyes and turned to look at them. This guy glared back at Duan Yu and He Chen's gazes before reaching out to hold his wife's hand and saying with a chuckle, Jojo, your husband copied the Little Emperor's Sutra the entire morning and hasn't eaten a mouthful of hot porridge yet. Xiaomu grabbed him with a backhand. He dragged Emo Lian to the main planet at once. As soon as the two of them set foot on the main planet, they immediately sensed that the surrounding divine power was much stronger than the other star zones. Emo Lian was pleasantly surprised. We can have Rotten Peach Blossom and the others come here to cultivate in the future. The divine power here is almost on par with holy power. As far as the two of them could see, it was a stretch of fine jade dragons. The jade river meandered and was emerald green. It looked like water but wasn't water, like a jade river that slowly extended into the distance. A light breeze brushed past their faces, and waves of a tranquil and clean fragrance dispersed. Occasionally, a few peach blossom petals would flutter and land on the emerald jade river. With a gentle ripple, they would drift away along the jade river that resembled a dragon vein. This scene made him feel carefree and happy. The two of them looked at each other, and the little stoic harumphed with a taut face. Just stay here and absorb the soul orbs. Wife, I just came back. Emo Lian glanced at her aggrievedly. Actually, there's no rush. What did you say? Okay, I'll absorb, I'll go absorb right now. Emo Lian thought about it again. The first few lines of the Little Emperor's sayings were, everything Jojo says is right, so you must accept it obediently. After copying the Little Emperor's sayings 100 times, Emo Lian believed she could recite them backwards. Sir Jojo nodded solemnly with a pair of small paws behind his back. Then, he led her towards their small courtyard. The small courtyard was encircled by fine jade dragons, like a pearl in the vast ocean. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they immediately smelled a faint and mellow fragrance. Arbor's eyes lit up. He tugged Emo Lian's hand and pulled him to the back of the small room. Then, he took out an appearance talisman again and threw it out. A palace in the distance was like a veil that had been pulled open, revealing itself before them. Bit by bit, from the sharp corners of the eaves to the painted walls and corridors, then to the blue bricks and glazed tiles, the enormous palace appeared one by one. Although this was not the first time she had seen it, Emo Lian still felt that it was visually stunning. What greeted his line of sight was a towering tree with colorful spherical flowers. One flower after another fell heavily on the branches. Between the fine leaves, there was occasionally a small golden peanut that was faintly discernible. Jojo's eyes lit up. He pulled Emo Lian forward and sat on a tree branch. He took out a golden peanut and waved it in front of Emo Lian. Longevity fruit. Xianxia said last time that the longevity fruits had already appeared, but there weren't many of them. There were only 5 of them on the entire tree. Jojo, it really looks like peanuts. It was only the length of a finger and looked very similar to peanut. However, this longevity fruit was golden all over and felt like ice or jade in her hand. It was cool and refreshing. When she sniffed it up close, it emitted a pleasant fragrance that seeped into her heart. It naturally couldn't be an ordinary peanut, one for you, one for me, one for Duanyu, one for Rotten Peach Blossom, and one for Big Brother first. Arbor grinned. This fruit contained extremely powerful energy. It was guaranteed that everyone would improve more or less after eating it. Jojo, can you eat this? Yes. Sir Jojo nodded repeatedly. If I can't absorb the extremely powerful energy inside, I still have Xianxia, Little Water, and Little Earth to help me absorb it. That was to be expected. Xiaoqiao's Dantian star domain was supported by the sacred wood, sacred water, and sacred earth. No matter how strong the power was, it was impossible for it to cause any impact to her body. Mo Lian only relaxed after thinking this. The little stoic suddenly raised her stiff little face. Don't be long-winded. Hurry up and go cultivate your cultivation. Mo Lian coughed lightly and stroked her face. Jojo, how can you change your face so quickly? Sir Jojo harumphed and brushed his hand away, roaring, cultivate properly. Mo Lian twitched his mouth. Seeing that the little fellow was about to jump off the longevity tree, he hastily pulled her into his embrace and chuckled softly. Wife, you're naughty. You didn't even hug your husband when you saw him this time. Look, your husband has hand-copied Jojo's quotes 100 times and admitted his mistake. We should make up, right? Jojo chuckled as the corners of her mouth curled downwards, her expression non-committal. Wife. Jojo. Mo Lian's eyes wavered, and a faint smile surfaced on his lips. He raised his hand to rub the little stoic's stomach. It will take at least 2 to 3 days for hubby to absorb. For darling Mo's sake, please forgive hubby for, swish. Mo Lian had just placed his hand on Jojo's stomach when he felt a burst of energy emanating from inside, abruptly jolting his hand several inches away. He was stupefied and looked down at his wife's stomach with a strange expression. He exclaimed in shock, Jojo, it? Arbor glanced at him and absent-mindedly stroked his stomach, pacifying the agitated baby Mo, making a fuss over nothing. The little stoic said expressionlessly, can't you tell? Baby Mo doesn't like you very much. Mo Lian's eyes instantly widened, and he hugged his wife and shouted, why? What did I do? Why am I not welcomed? You lied to Jojo. Mo Lian's mouth twitched, and then he hugged his little wife and swayed her back and forth, assuring repeatedly, I won't lie to Jojo again in the future, I swear. Let's forget about what happened in the undersea abyss. Jojo, answer me. Smile. Heh. Mo Lian chuckled. He lowered his head and kissed his wife on the cheek. He raised his hand and touched her belly. Jojo, now that I think about it, I'm still scared. If he dawdled in the abyss of the sacrificial sea for half a year without finding a way out, wouldn't he miss the most important moment in his wife's life, and baby Mo's birth? That's why we shouldn't let that snake off so easily. Arbor snorted and rubbed his belly angrily. If I secretly beat him up, what do you think my chances of winning are? You're alone? Arbor nodded. Mo Lian, if he said there was no chance of winning, would he suffer his wife's violent beating first? How about this, Little Water, Little Earth, Little Trayant, and the others are all idle. Also, Chirpy, Phoenix, Little White, and the others, it's better to gather them and find a moonless and windy night to gang up on him. The little stoic pursed her lips. She was quite flexible and immediately said, then we'll put it on the tab first. When my Ming, Chirpy, and the others advance to mature sacred beasts, we'll find him to fight. Mo Lian smiled until his eyes turned into crescents. He nodded repeatedly and said, that's great. As he spoke, he reached out again and rubbed Jojo's belly. This time, he wasn't shaken off by the child's disdain. Jojo, have you heard of the kingdom of Daluo? Arbor couldn't help but be startled, and he turned to look at him seriously. You met Lily? Mo Lian nodded solemnly. That number 0? Arbor blinked. Weren't these Lily heirs a bit unlucky? According to that state preceptor Shintu Jing, Lily or number 9 was slaughtered by Duan Yu, and Lily or number 5 was disposed of by Ming Yasi. As for this number 0, according to Shintu Jing, she followed the state preceptor to the river of forgetfulness and miserably encountered Jojo's lotus. Her ending definitely wouldn't be too pleasant. I encountered their state preceptor Shen Nangue and this whatever Lily or number 0 at the river of forgetfulness. Mo Lian recounted the events with a sullen face. When she mentioned Lily or number 0, anger flitted across her eyes. Although he had already executed this number 0, Prince Mo felt like he had eaten a fly whenever he recalled her disgusting face. Just the thought of it made him feel disgusted. Lily or number 0 revealed a piece of information before her death. The kingdom of Daluo is planning to attack Dragon Flame City. Arbor was taken aback, and then sat up straight. But I heard from Duan Yu that this is merely a tiny kingdom of the prairie. They wanted to attack the imperial capital of the Divine Province? What a joke. Yes, but since this attack has been planned for a long time, there must be something special to rely on. If we're talking about backing, could it be that they've already colluded with the Heavenly Providence? Very likely. Mo Lian nodded. Moreover, there's a type of people called puppet masters everywhere in the kingdom of Daluo. I'm afraid there's also a problem. Arbor nodded. Don't worry, you absorb ancient Mo Lian first. I'll set off for Dragon Flame City. Mo Lian made a sound of agreement and held her hand. Remember to be careful on the road. Okay. Arbor was silent for a moment before saying, the Heavenly Providence, Duan Yu already mentioned it to me. Mo Lian nodded and said, it seems that the Qin estate has a history with zombies. They probably haven't been making this zombie mutation drug for more than 1 or 2 generations. This was probably already a set of family businesses. Arbor sighed. Then he thought of something and glanced at Mo Lian. You fought with Duan Yu? Mo Lian hastily shook her head like a rattledrum. No, how could I fight with brother Duan Yu? We haven't seen each other for a long time and missed each other, so we decided to exchange some pointers. Arbor rolled his eyes at him. You even flattened the pomegranate tree in front of my house. Really? Mo Lian hugged her and smiled. I'll plant a few hundred more for you later. You're always so talkative. Arbor pushed his face away and snorted. You stay here and cultivate. I'll go look for them first. Then, he tossed the golden longevity fruit into his mouth. His eyes lit up. Delicious. Sir Jojo's figure flickered and disappeared from the main planet. Mo Lian couldn't help but laugh and shake her head. When Arbor reappeared beside Duan Yu and the others, 15 minutes had already passed. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal laughed. That guy went to cultivate? Arbor nodded and opened his palm, revealing 2 golden peanuts. The longevity fruit is ripe. 1 for each of us. It's delicious. You ate it? Duan Yu couldn't help being startled, and then he looked her up and down. Yes. Xiaomu nodded expressionlessly. I'm eating it for Qiuqiu. After Qiuqiu absorbs the longevity fruit's energy, I'll eat it. I'll go out now. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal quickly picked one up and threw it into his mouth. His expression was exactly the same as Arbor's. Delicious. Duan Yu was rather speechless. Are you here to judge if it's delicious or not? Shouldn't he be evaluating the effects of his advancement? The reason Jojo ate the longevity fruit was actually because this foodie was curious about the taste of the longevity fruit. Arbor turned to look at the duo seriously. Peach Blossom, do you want to go to the main planet to accompany Mo Lian? Hu Shurchen was speechless. Why should I accompany him? I thought the 2 of you liked to hang out together? The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal couldn't resist rolling his eyes. He really wanted to ask his Jojo, what exactly makes you think that I like hanging out with Mo Lian? Do I have nothing better to do than to stay at his place and watch him intentionally or unintentionally flaunt his affection all day long, calling me wifey and stabbing me in the heart with arrows every day? Bah, it's not like I'm sick. Don't the 2 of you like to go here and there and brave through fire and water together? Hu Shurchen, when Jojo said this, he actually felt that he had no words to refute. It seemed that he and Mo Lian, this pair of fellow sufferers had indeed been through water and through fire and fire. Duan Yu chuckled and coughed lightly. Peach Blossom, just go to the main planet. I think you definitely won't want to go to any other star domain. Hu Shurchen's eyes lit up. In that case, that main planet is very different from the other star domains? Of course. Alright then. Hu Shurchen pursed his lips and said reluctantly, I think Mo Lian should also have a lot of difficulties absorbing the ancient Mo Lian's soul orb, so I'll go check on him. Duan Yu and Arbor exchanged glances and couldn't resist chuckling. This guy just didn't mean what he said. He was clearly worried that something would go wrong when Mo Lian advanced, so he spoke haughtily and coquettishly. Peach Blossom Immortal, don't be greedy for the jade dragons flowing on the main planet. Arbor waved his hand and handed the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal to the main planet as he instructed him. A certain venerable immortal harumphed and muttered to himself, I'm not a foodie like you. Arbor used his demonic pupil to observe for a moment before purposely finding a deserted place and flashing out with Duan Yu. As soon as the two of them revealed their auras, the holy beast serpent sensed them and came over. It looked around and said, Hey, why is it only the two of you? Where are they? Who is it? Arbor looked at him with a serious face and asked knowingly. Brad Mo. And Little Peach Blossom, where are they? Arbor pursed his lips. Little Mo, Little Peach Blossom, they called each other so intimately. Those who didn't know would really think that they were good brothers. Fierce girl, don't go. Where did you stuff my brother Mo and brother Peach Blossom to? It's none of your business. Arbor snapped at him before turning to look at GC and the others. GC only felt that the little girl's eyes were sharp and abnormally sharp. She hurriedly bowed and saluted, I don't know what orders mistress has. Get ready. We'll set off tomorrow. Yes. GC and the others hurriedly cupped their hands in acknowledgement. They didn't dare to ask where to set off and why they didn't see their master. Arbor turned to look at Duan Yu. I'm afraid there's a change in Dragon Flame City. I have to leave first. In about 3 months, I'll have Huang He, Senior Chen Qi, and the others bring back the 30,000 members of the Heavenly Fate Legion. I'll arrange for them to stay here with you. Okay. Duan Yu nodded. Thankfully, she had set up several layers of concealment and defense talisman matrices on her private island, Snow Island, so the aftermath could be considered peaceful. She received Senior Chen Qi's message 2 days ago, and everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. There were 30,000 elites keeping watch on the Snowy Island. Even if Heavenly Fate's people wanted to attack the Snowy Island, they had to first consider whether this deal was worth it or not. Jojo, I'll send someone to escort you back. Arbor quickly shook her head and tilted her head. I'll use a teleportation talisman matrix. As long as I don't encounter any baddies who block my divine senses on the way, we'll set off tomorrow morning and reach the outskirts of Dragon Flame City by sunset. Me. The serpent was invigorated and hastily ran over to curry favor. Fierce girl, don't worry. As long as I'm by your side, no one can block your divine senses. Except for the condensing mirror, the serpent added in his mind. However, the sacred spirit of the condensing mirror had also disappeared at this time. It was probably with the Mo Lian brothers. Just now, the serpent didn't say anything when he sensed the presence of the divine realm opening on the little stoic's body. Presumably, the sudden disappearance of the Mo Lian brothers and the Peach Blossom brothers was closely related to the divine realm. Since they didn't want to reveal it, he also didn't pursue the matter. However, the juniors nowadays really had all kinds of mysterious treasures on them. It was truly breathtaking. Duan Yu glanced at the serpent and warned coldly, you must be careful in everything you do. If anything happens to Jojo, you know what will happen. Zhualanshan returned to his senses and inexplicably shuddered. He thought, why do I feel like the juniors nowadays are each more ruthless than the last? He pursed his lips and said, fierce girl, don't doubt me. I made a bet with the Peach Blossom brothers and lost a year's time. In this 1 year, I will stay by your side and protect you well. As a senior sacred beast, I naturally won't lie to a junior like you. We agreed on a year, so it's a year. In this 1 year, no matter where you go, I will accompany you. Even if you overturn the heavens, I will tidy things up properly for you. Arbor couldn't help but be startled. What bet? Speaking of this, he really shed bitter tears. Arbor didn't notice GC and the others beside her and twitched her mouth several times. The past was unbearable to recall, so Lanshan snorted and waved his hand. You don't need to know that. You only need to know that I won't harm you. I will protect you and block everything for you. That's enough. Sir Jojo glanced at Snake Man a few times and suddenly felt that this guy seemed to be more pleasing to the eye. Since he had already said that he would protect her for a year and be her bodyguard, why would he do that, then? She was too embarrassed to think about revenge, nor could she gather Chocho and the others to gang up on him. The snake person abruptly felt a chill drifting over his head, and he glanced at Xiaomu in confusion. All right then, the little stoic said aloofly with a cold expression. Since this fellow was so tactful, then she would reluctantly make peace with him for the time being. Tomorrow morning, we will use the teleportation array to set off. Jojo and Xingho, Arbor's footsteps paused. Frowning, his voice was cold and merciless. Those who kill me will go to hell before me. Duan Yu's lips curved, and he nodded with a smile. Okay. That night, news of Xingho's suicide by ingesting poison came from the prison. His Majesty issued a decree to confiscate the Marquis of Anqing's estate. All of the estate's wealth was used as military supplies to prepare for war. Although Xingho's family was pardoned from death, they were implicated by the Marquis and were exiled to the borders to cultivate dry land. The Marquis of Anqing's estate, which used to be incomparably glorious, declined overnight and was no longer the same as before. Early the next morning, Arbor bid farewell to Duan Yu and left by activating a transportation talisman matrix under Duan Yu's watchful gaze. Jojo's figure was far away in the blink of an eye. Duan Yu only felt as if something had been dug out of his heart, and he stood there in a daze for a long time. Until Aunt Yuanjin's voice was heard. Miss Wu, you're a step too late. The young crown princess has already left using the transportation talisman matrix. Ah? She left in such a hurry. Wu Ruame exclaimed. Oh my, we agreed to go for a morning outing yesterday, so I waited outside the palace, but I didn't see the crown princess come out, so I entered the palace to take a look. Yuanjin couldn't help twitching her mouth as she inwardly mused, then you really waited for nothing. The young crown princess sleeps until the sun is high in the sky every day, so going for a spring outing can only wait until the afternoon, right? Furthermore, that day when you chatted with the crown princess for the entire afternoon, I truly didn't hear you mention the words morning. Waking up in the morning was very important, but the crown princess simply couldn't wake up in the morning. I even brought her fresh pears, so why did she leave? Wu Ruame wrung her hands as she loudly grumbled, oh my, I haven't heard her finish telling me about Princess Wu Shuang yet. Dolly, quickly return to the estate and pack your things. Ah? Miss, where are we going? Her personal maidservant meekly asked. Hey, is there a need to ask? Wu Ruame loudly instructed. Let's go, we're going to the Divine Province for a stroll. I hit it off with the crown princess at first sight, so how can she run away before we're done chatting? Really, quickly return home and pack your things. We're leaving immediately. Oh, but miss, where are we going to find the crown princess in the Divine Province? You won't admit it even if I say you're stupid. Of course it's the imperial capital. If the crown princess isn't in the imperial capital, where else could she be? When Duan Yu returned to his senses, he heard Wu Ruame's boisterous words, and his heart skipped a beat. Wu Ruame was going to find Charles, so why couldn't he go? It was such a simple thing to meet Jojo whenever he wanted to. Once he was done with the matters at hand, he would also go to Shenzhou to meet Jojo. On the other side, the rune array flashed, and Arbor walked out with GC, Old Zhou, and the others. He held an open map in his small hand and looked at it expressionlessly. The corner of Shen Wu's mouth twitched. He coughed lightly and said, Crown Princess, our direction shouldn't be wrong. However, the teleportation is sometimes far and sometimes near. Sometimes it appears on the mountains and rivers, and sometimes it falls into the water. It's not very reliable. The corner of GC's eyes twitched, but she didn't say anything. Shen Wu continued, Crown Princess, why don't we take a closer look at the map in your hands? When they came out of the teleportation portal, Old Zhou stepped on a swordfish. Everyone was caught off guard and fell into the water one after another. Thinking back on it now, The expressions on their companions' faces were truly quite fascinating. The little crown princess didn't show any expression and merely humped softly from her small nose. She flicked the talisman array in her hand, and the rune array enveloped them again. With a whoosh, everyone's mouths twitched, and they immediately disappeared on the spot. A dozen or so breaths later, everyone stepped out of the talisman array on guard, prepared to jump into water or fire. However, after the talisman array dispersed, they discovered a small flat slope in front of them. What entered their eyes was a barren field of withered grass. The little stoic picked up that map again and looked it up and down before saying aloofly, "Take a look." Shenwu was at a loss for words. He thought to himself, why was the little crown princess looking at the map horizontally and vertically just now? She was looking all over the map, but in the end, she didn't understand it at all. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but cough. He pointed at a corner of the map and said, "Crown Princess, look. If we go any further, we should be at the 10-mile slope. According to the map, this 10-mile slope is 3 miles outside of Dragon Flame City. I suggest, let's change to an air transportation spirit artifact and go there. We should be able to reach the Imperial capital before sunset." GC, Old Joe, and the others quickly nodded in agreement. What a joke. They could fly a few miles. There was no need to use that damned talisman array, the little crown princess thought for 2 seconds with her hands behind her back. Then, she nodded reluctantly. Shenwu felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He hurriedly gave Old Joe and the others a look. The latter understood and took out a pocket-sized air transportation spirit artifact. After injecting divine power, the spirit artifact rapidly expanded as though it was filled with air. Everyone entered the spirit artifact cabin one after another. After setting the route forward, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the little crown princess was sensible and didn't insist on using a transportation talisman array. Otherwise, it would really be a trap. Although this was a directional talisman array, the transportation distance was sometimes short and sometimes far. It wasn't easy to control. The little crown princess sat at the side with a stoic expression. Shenwu was just about to speak to her when he heard the little crown princess say, "There's movement up ahead." Indeed, not long after, Shenwu and the others heard the thunderous rumbling of iron hooves coming from below. Arbor drew an invisibility talisman in the air and pushed it outward. A purple talisman power flashed outside the entire spirit artifact cabin. The air transportation spirit artifact immediately disappeared from the sky. In next to no time, the dust from the 4 hooves completely covered the heavens and the earth. A large brown-furred wolf carrying a middle-aged short-bearded man wearing a battle helmet dashed below Arbor and the others' air transportation spirit artifact. The Vanguard Battalion reports that an air transportation spirit artifact of unknown origin has appeared in front of the slope. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and looked around. Why is there nothing here? A young general beside him also couldn't help but look around curiously. Just now, when I was looking from afar, I seemed to have seen an air transportation spirit tool. There's no way it could fly so fast. General Hato. The young general approached the middle-aged general and said in a low voice, could it be that he panicked and abandoned his air transportation spiritual tool to escape after discovering that our wolf squad was attacking? The middle-aged general named Haduo snorted coldly and raised his hand. Search everywhere. Don't let go of any suspicious places. We must not let this person go to the royal manor in the outskirts and destroy our defenses. Once Grand State Preceptor Larry arrives, we'll make our move. At this moment, Xiao Mu and company were openly hiding above this Haduo general's head, openly eavesdropping on the enemy's conversation. The human snake glanced at Xiao Mu strangely, a hint of shock surreptitiously hidden in his gaze. He kept pondering in his mind, he didn't expect this fierce girl's talisman skills to be so impressive. She could casually draw an invisibility talisman in the air and hide the entire air transportation spirit artifact. Not a single one of the many good-for-nothings below them noticed their whereabouts. It was obvious how formidable this little stoic was. After Hato ordered his men to search everywhere to no avail, he could only beat the gong to withdraw his troops. Arbor coldly watched the wolf squad retreat to the outskirts of Dragon Flame City and said in a low voice, "Follow them and take a look." The kingdom of Duoluo really dared to attack? How audacious. The flying spirit artifact circled in the air and quietly followed the Hajuo general back to the Wang Manor on the outskirts of the capital. This Wang Manor was basically under the control of the Duoluo army. Shenwu was puzzled. This place is so close to Dragon Flame City. How come the city guards know nothing about it? He had never heard of the Duoluo country before. He didn't know which small country it was. How come they suddenly had the courage to attack the capital of the Divine Prefecture? Arbor glanced down and drew several invisibility talismans in the air. She flicked them. The talismans immediately entered everyone's bodies. Let's go down and take a look. This matter was indeed strange. Wang Manor was located on the outskirts of Dragon Flame City. It was less than 3 miles away. The Duoluo army had more than 5,000 people. How come they didn't know about such a big commotion? It could be seen that the city guards had either rebelled or met with misfortune. Arbor didn't want to think of the human heart as too complicated, but in reality, the human heart was the most unreliable thing in the world. Shenwu quietly put away the flying spirit artifact and landed with Arbor and the others. The originally bustling Wang Manor was now closed in front of all the doors and a lifeless atmosphere. Arbor led Shenwu and the others from Swalan Mountain past the decorated archway of Wang Manor and walked along the flagstone path. They walked for about 10 minutes. At the same time, Sir Jojo suddenly turned his head and met two gazes with a sharp gaze. A young woman was half leaning on the window and looking out. She suddenly felt a chill and hurriedly shrank her head back. Why did it feel like something ferocious had passed through the window just now? The woman patted her chest and took a deep breath. She felt that she might have been overthinking. Many unfamiliar cultivators had flooded into Wang Manor in large numbers in the wee hours of this morning. Her father-in-law was the mayor, but now he was being controlled by someone. Their entire family's lives were in the other's hands. They didn't dare to act rashly and could only obey orders. The other had the mayor order everyone to stay in their homes and not go out without orders. An entire morning had passed. Their entire family was on tenterhooks and didn't know what was going on. The room was dark and gloomy, and the 6 members of the mayor's family were huddled together at the table. Seeing the woman walk over, the mayor's wife hurriedly asked, "How is it outside?" "Nothing at all." The mayor's wife sighed. "I'm afraid this matter won't end well. If there's a chance later, you and Ahong will immediately take the children away." Clang. The door was kicked open, and Haduo and Guer walked in. Their cold aura entered the room, scaring the 2 young children. They quickly hid in the arms of the old woman. The mayor's wife tried her best to remain calm, but her heart was beating like a drum. The 2 generals were intimidating and exuded a murderous aura. It was not something that ordinary people like them could contend against. Holding a horsewhip in his hand, Guer grinned at the 2 children hypocritically. "Lord Mayor, we need you to stand out and gather all the townspeople." "What exactly do you want?" The mayor braced himself and asked. "All of us in Wang Manor town are honest and normal people. We have never made enemies. Shojadaran, why do you, Pia?" Guer's whip landed on the table and split it in half. "Wah." The 2 children started to cry loudly. The mayor's wife hurriedly covered the children's mouths with her hand and shrank back in horror. "Please, Lord Mayor. Now you can have everyone come out and go to the gathering." The old mayor stood up shakily, took out the sound-amplifying mystic weapon he usually used to summon people, and took a deep breath. There were about 400 to 500 people in Wangzhuang town. At this time, they were all summoned to the gathering. Everyone didn't know the reason and looked at each other. Upon seeing this, Xiaomu stealthily distributed transformation talismans to Mount Swalan, Shenwu, and the others. The group simply showed themselves openly and stealthily mixed into the crowd of normal citizens, gathering at the venue with the crowd of Royal Manor town residents. Around the gathering, there were thousands of soldiers from the state of Daluo, all wearing short armor and red feathered helmets. The townspeople of Wangzhuang town gathered together somewhat timidly. In the cold weather, even if there was a faint ray of sunlight on the horizon, everyone still felt cold in their hearts. Arbor stood in the crowd, looking left and right at the shriveled crowd. He suddenly felt as if he had returned to the Quoto village from several years ago. At that time, they were also this weak. When faced with the bullying of the Heavenly Tao sect, none of the villagers dared to speak. They only dared to watch silently, hiding on the side like walking corpses. They dared to be angry but didn't dare to speak. Today, it was still the same, in a different place, with a different group of people. Nothing had changed. They were still a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Weakness was indeed the original sin. Arbor frowned and looked forward. That Daluo General Hajuo stood on a stone pier half the height of a person, staring at the townspeople of Wangzhuang town below with bright eyes. He turned his head and gave his deputy General Gu'er a look. The young general immediately walked to the front of the crowd with half a whip and asked with a chuckle, "Lord Mayor, is everyone here?" The old mayor and his family stood at the front of the crowd. When he heard Gu'er's question, his body trembled and he nodded silently. Gu'er smiled. "Since everyone is here, let's bring them over." As soon as he finished speaking, there was the sound of iron chains swaying beside him. Everyone felt their hearts tighten as they subconsciously gathered closer to the center. Hua hua, hua hua. A chain as thick as an arm was dragged over from afar. Standing beside Arbor was a girl about her age, about 16 or 17 years old. Because of her nervousness, her round face was covered with fine beads of sweat. Arbor could clearly hear her rapid breathing, and it seemed that her heart was beating faster. "Ah!" the crowd suddenly exclaimed. Everyone looked along the long iron chain and saw two large iron cages more than a meter high being dragged over by 4 or 5 strong men. Clack, 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 the friction between the cages and the ground produced a series of rough and ear-piercing sounds. In the cage, there were 2 monsters whose faces could not be seen clearly. Their hair was messy and drooped on their foreheads. A pair of small, blood-red eyes were staring at them through the cage. Arbor thoughtfully looked at the iron cage a few more times. Looking at the 2 zombies locked in the cage, one big and one small, he felt a sense of déjà vu looking at their figures. One of them seemed to be a boy. Wait, Arbor's eyes flashed, and his sharp gaze once again swept past the 2 monsters in the cage. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. They seemed to be the Fong siblings he met on Lotus Pond Island. "I worked overtime until 10 o'clock today, so I came back too late. I'll sleep first and make up for 2 more chapters tomorrow. Happy New Year, I still have to work overtime tomorrow, so I don't know when I'll be back. I'll probably make up for it later." The townspeople of Wangzhuang town all looked terrified as they took a few steps back in unison. Many townspeople huddled together. Other than the sound of each other's heavy breathing, there seemed to be no other sound between heaven and earth in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the scene of 400 to 500 people was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The girl next to Arbor was nervously pinching the corner of her clothes when she suddenly turned her head to glance at Arbor. In other people's eyes, Arbor currently looked like a woman in her early 30s with a face full of freckles. Arbor also couldn't do anything about this transformation talisman when her image became so terrible. This transformation talisman was too random. Depending on its mood, it could transform however it wanted. In any case, it couldn't escape the word ugly. "Aunt," the girl called out to Arbor timidly. Arbor instantly felt like King a dog, and her gaze swept coolly over the girl. "Aunt," the exquisite and adorable Sir Jojo was actually called Aunt. "Who's your aunt?" "Your whole family is your aunt." The round-faced girl didn't understand why Arbor was looking at her with such a strange gaze, and she whispered timidly, "Aunt W, can we still escape?" Arbor glanced at her. "At a moment of life and death, naturally, even if there's only a slim chance of survival, we still have to fight with our lives." The round-faced girl nodded and surreptitiously took out a wood-chopping knife from behind her waist. She muttered, "Aunt, I think these people aren't decent people. Later, let's seize the moment and charge out." Arbor glanced at the kitchen knife in this fellow's hand, and the corner of her mouth secretly twitched. In the little stoic's opinion, it was enough to have a valiant heart that didn't fear death. At least among these people she was about to save, there were at least some who dared to come out and fight against fate. Swallanshan glanced at the thing in the iron cage and lowered his voice to ask Arbor, "Xiao Qiao, what's in this cage?" Why did it feel like the whole world had changed after he woke up from his hibernation for over 100 years? In the past, he had never seen such an ugly creature. It was howling and panting in the cage. It looked like a human, but not like a beast. It gave people an indescribable feeling. Arbor glanced at him and silently took out a book from his inner world. He patted it lightly in Xianxia's hand and said, "Study it when you have time. The world today is very different from before you hibernated." Xianxia's hand inexplicably trembled, and a thought flashed through his mind. Does this stoic face have a special hobby of handing out pamphlets to people? He flipped open the booklet titled Corpse Puppet Guide and saw a picture of a rotting corpse on the first page. There was a small line of words on it: beginner-level corpse puppet, likes to bite people, the speed at which its corpse poison spreads is low, and its walking speed is very slow. Xianxia's hands trembled again. The zombie on the first page of the booklet was really lifelike, as if it was about to jump out of the paper. If he studied it in the middle of the night, his heart would probably be greatly affected. He hastily slapped the booklet shut and turned to give Jojo a kind smile. The little stoic glanced at him. These two in front of us have evolved to intermediate-level corpse puppets at most. However, 2 intermediate-level corpse puppets were enough to scare a group of mortals. When mortals saw such terrifying things, they would definitely be so scared that they wouldn't be able to walk. Just like now, when the townspeople saw them open the iron cages and drag out the 2 corpse puppets, they were so frightened that they couldn't stop screaming. The pale-faced women in the front row couldn't keep their legs steady and fell to the ground. The Fong siblings were sprawled on the ground, crawling on all fours, but their speed was very fast. Miss Fong passed through the crowd in an instant and roared at a fat woman who had fallen to the ground. The fat woman's eyes rolled back, and she actually fainted from fright. Ha 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 ha. The mocking laughter of the Doro soldiers came from all around, mixed with a few curses. So this is all there is to the people under the feet of the Emperor of the Divine Prefecture. 2 mid-level corpse puppets scared them to this extent. They really are a bunch of flowers in a greenhouse, so well protected. Could it be that they never even knew what corpse puppets looked like before? After the mockery, there was a wave of unbridled laughter, one after another. Arbor glanced at these Doro soldiers from the corner of her eyes and sneered. The small hand by her side suddenly moved slightly. Hundreds of thousands of fiery evil mosquitoes suddenly spread out from between her fingers, flying in all directions. At first, the crowd only felt as if some mosquitoes and flies were flying in front of their eyes, and didn't pay too much attention. But with the cry of a soldier, a fiery prelude began. This person suddenly spat out a ball of fire from his chest, and it inexplicably spread to the people around him. It was so fast that it caught people off guard, and there was no time to defend. The first soldier who was enveloped by the fire quickly shattered into a pile of bones, falling to the ground with a bang. He was deader than dead in a matter of minutes. This unforeseen event not only scared the 400 to 500 Royal Manor townspeople, but also scared the Doro soldiers to death. This fire inexplicably started burning from within, burning outwards. It was as if a fire had been poured on a person's heart, abruptly igniting it. The crowd didn't know what was going on, and became more and more nervous, unable to control themselves. General Doha shouted angrily, "Don't panic. An enemy has sneaked in." The young deputy general, Guer, was experienced and knowledgeable. He immediately sensed that something was wrong. The young man ordered loudly, "Don't panic. Pay attention to whether there are any strange objects around you. Activate your defensive profound artifacts first. Defend. Defend." The soldiers of the Luo kingdom shouted in panic. One after another, they activated their defensive Xian weapons and looked around. Guer's judgment was very accurate. He immediately discovered that there seemed to be many tiny mosquitoes around the Doro soldiers. Mosquito. It's a mosquito. Damn it. Activate your defensive barriers. Don't let these mosquitoes get close to you. General Hajuo was so angry that his nose was almost crooked when he saw his soldiers being targeted by these tiny mosquitoes one after another, and dying from the inside out one after another. This was truly an unforeseen event. Before the main forces arrived, they planned to camp here for 1 or 2 days. Unexpectedly, before the battle had even begun, his soldiers had inexplicably attracted a swarm of mosquitoes, and dozens of them had been killed. This really wasn't a good sign. Could this be a sign that the future siege would not be easy to fight? General Hajuo's face darkened as he loudly berated his soldiers. Don't roast them with fire. These mosquitoes don't seem to be afraid of fire. Use ice. Freeze them. yes, freeze them. As soon as the general finished speaking, several streams of water shot towards the fiery evil mosquitoes flying around in the air. The streams of water quickly froze into icicles in the air, but only a few fiery evil mosquitoes could be frozen. These little mosquitoes moved very quickly, flapping their wings and flying away. It was a fool's dream to want to freeze all of them. General Hajuo saw the mess in front of him and could not help but take a deep breath. He shouted angrily, "A bunch of good-for-nothings. I told you to freeze them, didn't you hear me? Faster, faster. Icicles. Crackle." An icicle formed by condensing water into ice exploded in front of the general, turning into ice crystals that fluttered in the air. The general was so angry that he shouted, "I told you to train hard every day, but you can't even do something as simple as condensing water into ice. When you have nothing to do, you brag to me that you're a great spiritualist, a great spiritualist. When I really need you to fight, you're useless." While he was cursing non-stop, Guerre walked up with a serious expression. "General, these mosquitoes must have been released by someone. We must get rid of the spy in the crowd as soon as possible. Otherwise, these fiery evil mosquitoes will keep coming." If they were resting in their camp and secretly released a group of fiery evil mosquitoes in the middle of the night, General Hajuo could not help but shrink his neck. When the soldiers received the general's signal, they hurriedly raised the clubs in their hands and swung them at the crowd. "We can't waste any more time," General Hajuo said coldly. "Since these people are unwilling to cooperate with us, then we'll deal with them together." Originally, he had wanted to use a portion of them to feed the two mid-level zombie puppets, while the rest of them would be selected to be strong or clever to be properly modified. But now, it seemed that there was no time. He could not let this continue. Otherwise, he did not know how many of his soldiers would be left under the torture of these fiery evil mosquitoes. If he could not find the spy, he would kill everyone present. They were just a bunch of stupid Chinese anyway. It did not matter how many he killed. A cold light flashed in Hajuo's eyes. As soon as he gave the order, a few hot-blooded soldiers of the country of Doro raised the iron spears in their hands and charged at the women and children in the front row. If it had sunk, how could those people still be alive? The townsfolk of Wangzhuang town immediately cried out in alarm. More than a dozen young and strong men were looking everywhere for suitable weapons, wanting to risk their lives to fight against the vicious soldiers of the country of Duoluo. At this moment, a loud boom was heard. It was as if a thunderclap had exploded on the ground. All of a sudden, the group of soldiers in the front row exploded. This time, it was as if a flower had bloomed, and the ground was dyed red. The explosion of the divine power ball shocked everyone present. More than a dozen soldiers of the kingdom of Daluo, who were caught off guard, were blown away. Their limbs were crippled as they hung on the stone pillars. General Hajuo's pupils constricted as he shouted, "Defensive shield! Defensive shield!" Guerre roared as well. Swoosh! In front of Hajuo and Guerre, 3 rows of shield walls immediately appeared, protecting them firmly behind them. Hajuo was cursing in his heart. This battle is a disastrous loss. The worst thing was that he didn't even know who the enemy was or where they were hiding. At this moment, he still couldn't tell. So many soldiers had died in the vanguard. How was he going to explain this to the state preceptor? When he thought of the state preceptor's stern face, General Hajuo couldn't help but shudder. His entire body trembled. At this moment, rows of Doro soldiers, from half-squatting to standing upright, surrounded the two of them. They erected hundreds of defensive shields in front of them and roared in unison. "Pay attention to your defenses." The anger in General Hajuo's heart was about to materialize into sword light. "Which friend is stirring up trouble in our small town? Why don't you show yourself for a chat?" As soon as Haduo finished his sentence, he saw a ball of divine power flying towards them. It was like a ball of divine power was being tossed around. With a loud boom, it smashed into their shields. Countless Doro soldiers used their bodies to withstand the explosion of the ball of divine power. The soldiers in the front row who were bearing the most weight were immediately affected by the explosion of the ball of divine power. They all spat out mouthfuls of blood and barely supported their shield-bearing bodies. Hajuo's face darkened as he looked at the Wangzhuang townsfolk huddled together. "Fire the arrows!" He wanted to see if this person would still hide among a bunch of useless commoners and fish in troubled waters. He was trying to force them out of hiding. Behind the defensive shields, hundreds of archers immediately surged forward. They all knocked their bows and aimed in the direction of the townsfolk. The old mayor trembled as he pushed his children and grandchildren beside him. He cried out in alarm, "Go, go! Go quickly!" The townsfolk finally reacted. When they saw that the enemy was about to shoot them indiscriminately, they hurriedly scattered in all directions. They stumbled and crawled as they fled for their lives. Thump, thump, thump. A dozen or so townsfolk fled a few meters before they suddenly realized that there were 4 invisible barriers erected around the meeting place. Commoners like them couldn't see clearly at all. At this moment, they were like a group of trapped beasts, trapped in these 4 tall invisible barriers. Ah! The round-faced girl let out a cry of alarm and kicked the barrier in front of her. He kicked until his feet hurt, but he still couldn't push away that invisible barrier. At this time, many people rushed to the girl's side, kicking, hitting, biting, and headbutting. However, no matter how hard they tried, they were still firmly trapped in this predicament, unable to resist the cruel fate. Was this the fate of ordinary people? Don't do anything yet. Look, look, look. The round-faced girl suddenly tugged at the arm of a woman beside her. The woman was holding a child who was only a few years old. Her hair was disheveled and she looked like she had gone mad. Now that he was pulled by the round-faced girl, his mind became a little clearer. He turned his head to look in the direction she was pointing. The place where 400 to 500 townspeople had gathered was now left with only 7 people after they scattered like birds and beasts. 7 men and women with crude appearances. They looked very ordinary. Judging from their appearance, these 7 people were about 30 years old. The one standing at the front was a short woman with a round face full of freckles. "Who are you people?" Ha Duo frowned as he looked coldly at the 7 people. Were they the ones who secretly released the fire mosquitoes and smashed people with the god power pearls? They really looked like a group of village women. There was nothing special about them at all. No wonder no one could recognize them when they were mixed in with the crowd. "You're finally willing to come out." Ha Duo sneered. "I thought you wanted to continue mingling with the crowd." He raised his hand to instruct the archers to aim cautiously at the 7 people on the battlefield. "Do you have any more god power pearls to throw?" "Ha!" Ha Duo snorted, expressing his disdain and dissatisfaction very purely. "I don't need to use god power pearls to deal with trash like you," Arbor said coldly as she hooked her finger forward. She just needed to summon a holy beast. Standing behind her, Xianxia couldn't help but twitch his mouth. When the little stoic was exquisite and adorable in the past, she would definitely look very good doing this, but now, she was like a chubby little oil barrel. Her face was full of pockmarks and freckles, so she looked very ugly no matter what she did. Suddenly, 2 figures flashed, and 2 slender and naturally handsome figures appeared next to the little stoic. "Jojo, are you summoning hubby?" The little stoic looked back in bewilderment. A pair of deformed mung bean eyes suddenly lit up. Her lotus had finished absorbing ancient Mo Lian's soul pearl, but that was to be expected. Under the main planet's 12-fold time flow, the absorption of soul pearls should be very fast. "Jojo, why didn't you summon me for a fight? This venerable one's hands and feet are about to turn stiff from idleness." The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal glanced at the other side. He saw a large group of Luo soldiers using defensive shields to form 3 human walls and vigilantly watching them. Arbor was about to walk toward them when she suddenly looked down at her appearance. She pinched her chubby bucket-like waist and instantly felt like the sky was falling down. What was going on? Why did she become so ugly? She inexplicably felt like she didn't even have the right to walk to them. She couldn't use this damn transformation talisman next time. How could it randomly transform and not recover within 12 hours? Before she compared herself to Xianxia and the other ugly people, she didn't feel any harm when she stood next to them. But now, the harm immediately came. Arbor stopped in her tracks. She couldn't stand Emolien's tendency to float to her side. She didn't move, so those 2 people moved over. "Jojo, what's wrong?" What was with the little stoic's expression? She was looking at them oddly. Jojo, your husband came out of closed-door training early. Don't tell me you're not surprised at all? Mo Lian hooked her little hand naturally as he spoke. In the end, the little stoic abruptly slapped his hand away. Before Mo Lian could react, this fellow gestured to her current appearance and asked with a sullen expression, "Did you guys not notice how different I am compared to usual? Were these two blind?" Not a single one of them was surprised to see her like this. "What's the big deal?" Mo Lian grabbed her hand and said nonchalantly, "You're my Jojo anyway. No matter what you become, you're still my Jojo." Swalanchon, whose mouth was stuffed with dog food, rolled his eyes and roared, "Are we still fighting or not?" Just looking at it made him sick and annoyed. For a childless old bachelor like him who had been a bachelor for several hundred years, he seriously couldn't understand what was so good about a wife. Women were creatures who liked to make a fuss and shout all day long. They were so noisy and annoying. In any case, he wouldn't find a wife in this lifetime. "Fight." Arbor nodded and pointed forward with two fingers. "Swalanchon, you were so powerful when you attacked us at Forget River. Now, you should use a tenth of your strength to deal with them. Why are you still harping on the river of forgetfulness? It could have been over long ago." Swalanchon suddenly leaped forward, revealing his beast form. He had a human body and a snake tail, and his magnificent scales rubbed against the ground. With a flick of his tail, his robust tail heavily smashed into the human shield wall with a bang. A dozen or so sounds of blood being spat out were heard in succession. Swalanchon's snake tail smashed down and immediately sent two Duoluo soldiers flying. Although there were people rushing up from behind to fill in the gaps, the entire shield wall was already on the verge of collapsing due to the overly chaotic movements. Hajuo sharply stared in Arbor's direction. He took a deep breath and shouted with a gloomy expression, "This human snake's cultivation is very high. Even I can't see through his realm." D***it, they were originally stationed at Wangzhuang town to wait for Grand State Preceptor Larry's arrival. The defenses in this area had already been set up, so they only needed to follow the Grand State Preceptor's orders and capture some people to transform while waiting. Think about it, how delightful would it be to turn those foolish citizens of the Divine Province into a bunch of brainless monsters that only knew how to obey orders and let them bite each other as they pleased, but now, their plan to cultivate zombies had just begun, and it seemed like it would be interrupted by these people in front of them. They had to hold on until Grand State Preceptor Larry came to rescue them. General Hajuo silently repeated this 3 times in his mind before revealing a stiff smile. "Friends, don't listen to his nonsense. Swalanchon, attack." Arbor habitually gave orders. When the latter heard the little stoic shout, he also inexplicably charged forward out of habit. As he charged, he inwardly cursed himself as a dog. He didn't expect himself to become so docile and obedient after following the stoic for a short while. The human snake charged into the enemy's camp like a giant descending. Wherever its long tail swept past, it swept away everything in its path. No one in Duoluo could withstand this sacred beast's attack, and they all retreated step by step. Mo Lian grasped Arbor's small hand and said softly, "These people brazenly set up a stronghold in Wangzhuang, so they should be relying on talisman formations." Arbor nodded slightly and glanced at the transparent barrier around them. What kept the townsfolk out of the meeting place was the defensive barrier that had been set up. She had been somewhat curious since the beginning. This talisman grandmaster had spent a lot of money to set up such a large defensive wall, but why didn't he show himself? She smashed them with the divine power bead and asked the snake to bully them like this, but she still couldn't force this talisman master to show himself. It could be imagined that this person's relationship with the country of Daluo shouldn't be that good. It didn't matter. She was just curious about talisman masters. Every time she met a talisman master, she always thought that it would be best to have a talisman competition with them. This way, she would be able to have a better understanding of her own talisman skills. She silently practiced according to the golden talisman jade tome. Most of the time, she felt too lonely. If he could have a few sparring partners, he would feel that it would be good. In fact, whoever became her sparring partner would have 8 lifetimes of bad luck. This fellow used the long-lost talisman techniques from the golden talisman jade tome to crush others. Every time she was done, she would feel that the other party was too weak and reveal a regretful expression. Ever since this fellow's reputation as a talisman master spread throughout the 3 provinces, very few people wanted to compete with her in talismans. No one was a masochist. Xuelon Mountain's snake tail swept past, and the power was like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, instantly crushing the defensive shield formation. The 4th watch made up for the 2nd watch, and the 6th watch was completed. Many of the Luo soldiers were rolling on the ground as they screamed in pain. General Hajuo's face darkened as he said in a low voice, "Retreat." He felt that if they continued to stay here, the 5,000 soldiers under his command would all die here. They would all be destroyed by someone. In order to preserve their strength, they had to endure for now for the sake of long-term benefits. Hajuo gritted his teeth and raised his hand. He whispered to the young General Guerre, "State Preceptor Larry might not be able to make it on time. We must retreat quickly." If they retreated now, they could still save 2,000 to 3,000 soldiers. If they continued to dawdle, no matter how many people they had, they would not be enough to be wiped out by the snake. As he spoke, the snake smashed a few more Luo soldiers to death. Hajuo saw that something was wrong and hurriedly shouted, "Retreat! Retreat! Retreat!" Guerre's face was cold as he bellowed. The panicked soldiers of the Luo kingdom hurriedly fled backward, like flies that had been pinched off, disorderly and disorderly. The entire banquet hall was instantly filled with a cacophony of shouts. It was a complete mess. At this time, no one had the time to care about others. They were too busy running for their lives. The soldiers fled like a swarm of bees, but they were soon blocked by 4 invisible barriers. General Hado leaped onto a muscular black wolf, and the rest of the Doro wolf team hurriedly followed suit. Following their general, they rushed to the transparent defensive wall. Hajuo took out a set of jade talismans from his sleeves and threw them forward. Dozens of jade talismans formed a circle in the air and scattered in all directions. The barrier in front of them disappeared without a trace. Arbor stood there expressionlessly and watched Hajuo's series of actions. He sneered in his heart. It seemed that this talisman array master was a cautious person. He did not show himself and only gave the general the key to open and close the talisman array. But one thing was for sure. This master must be hiding nearby and watching. After all, anyone would be curious after setting up such a large talisman array. "Let's go." When Hado saw that the barrier in front of him had opened, he patted the wolf's head without another word. He rode on the large black wolf and charged forward. His speed was so fast that even the young General Guerre, who was following closely behind him, could not keep up with his speed. General Haduo had left them a short distance behind. The soldiers of the Kingdom of Doro all followed closely behind Captain Wolf, running without thinking. They only wanted to get far away from that crazy snake's attack range. This human snake was simply unparalleled. Without a second word, it would smash anyone it saw. Wherever its huge tail swept past, almost everyone would be turned into a pile of meat paste. "Quick!" Guerre patted the wolf's back and urged loudly. There was a trace of anxiety in his eyes. He knew very well that Grandmaster Chu's talisman array was quite powerful. Even if he had the key to open the defensive wall, it would only take him a few minutes to pass through. After a few minutes, the defensive wall would close up again, sealing the remaining people inside. "Heh!" Guerre snorted coldly, a hint of ridicule flashing in his eyes. At that time it would be like catching a turtle in a jar. As long as Grandmaster Chu sent them on their way outside the talisman array, they would have a good time. Apart from that human snake whose realm could not be determined, everyone else would be in for a bad time. The Kingdom of Luo's soldiers followed Wolf Troop as they charged out of the gap in the defensive wall. They didn't even turn their heads or dare to take another look behind them as they continued to dash forward. Xianxia was a bit dumbfounded. He slithered to Arbor's side with his snake tail and asked in confusion, "Are we going to let them leave just like that? How's that possible?" The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal rolled his eyes at him. "Of course our Jojo has a backup plan." Xianxia nodded with a sluggish expression and said, "Let me think, the little stoic isn't an open-minded person. How could she let these people leave just like that?" Arbor turned to glare at him. Mo Lian's mouth twitched, and he rebuked Xianxia with a taut face, "Don't speak if you don't know how to speak." Mutes liked to talk, and every time they spoke, it always sounded off. Actually, Xianxia's original intention was to say that the little stoic was someone who repaid kindness with kindness and enmity with vengeance, so she shouldn't have let that General Hajuo lead just like that. He felt that this action didn't seem like the little stoic's personality. In the end, his words took a 180-degree turn, and he was referring to this person who didn't use words to convey his meaning. Xianxia shut his mouth aggrievedly, but he was very puzzled on the inside. This little girl was truly too difficult to handle, like the weather in March. That little face of hers really changed on a whim. She was fine just now, but now she immediately tensed up. Ignore him, he's uncultured. Mo Lian pulled his wife's hand and said quietly, later, we'll find him a teacher and properly educate him on popular culture. Tell him not to use these idioms carelessly in the future. Arbor pursed his small mouth and nodded reluctantly. She looked up at her husband and then lowered her head to look at herself, a faint trace of worry rising in her heart. Her current appearance as a fat winter melon, why did she feel so disgusted standing next to her husband? The little stoic pulled a long face and pushed the man. Move over a bit. His Highness the Crown Prince blinked and looked at his wife in incomprehension. Why? Not really compatible. How could it not be? Crown Prince Mo abruptly reached out and picked up his wife. Wife, you match me no matter what you look like. Arbor widened his deformed beady eyes and glared at him angrily. He raised his little hand and smacked him on the head. Don't mess around. I'm not fooling around. Prince Mo blinked and lowered his head to rub her hair. We've been married for so many years, Jojo. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a force pushing against Jojo's lower abdomen, trying to push him away. Mo Lian was shocked and didn't dare to resist. She could only allow the force to push her back 2 steps. She glanced at her daughter-in-law who was 2 steps away with an aggrieved expression. Arbor couldn't help but want to laugh. He raised his hand to touch his stomach and snorted. Baby Mo doesn't like you. This was not the first time he had pushed his father away. The pitiful His Highness the Crown Prince despised him so much even before his child was born. On the other side, the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal truly couldn't stand it anymore. He patted Xianxia next to him and said, let's go ahead and take a look. Those people should be back by now. Which people should be back by now? Xianxia followed him in bewilderment. They didn't go far before they saw dust swirling in the distance. A large pack of black wolves was carrying a group of panic-stricken Doro soldiers as they retreated. It was as if there was a ghost behind them. The group of people fled in all directions, not caring about their image at all. Some even crawled 3 times with each step and rolled on the ground, as if their legs were so weak that they couldn't even lift them up. Xianxia was baffled. He looked at the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal in confusion. What's wrong with him? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a large swarm of things rushing over from behind the Luo soldiers. From afar, it looked like a black ocean, making one's scalp tingle uncontrollably. The rolling little sand scorpions rushed over in great jubilation. Like a tide, they surrounded the soldiers of the kingdom of Daluo. Soon, the thousands of Luo soldiers, as well as Haduo and Guer's group, were all trapped in a tight encirclement. They kept moving forward, shrinking the encirclement. F***ck, what are these things? Xianxia hurriedly retreated a few steps, his scalp tingling. Boom, 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 boom. The stone slabs around them suddenly flew up and stacked on top of each other, quickly building 4 high walls around them. They rotated noisily, trapping everyone in these stone slabs. Haduo and his group's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. They cautiously moved left and right, looking back and forth. They saw that the original invisible defensive wall had been replaced by stone slabs. These stone slabs that had suddenly erupted from the ground were now like moving city walls, stacked up from top to bottom, left to right, trapping everyone firmly in this area. The townspeople of Wangshuang town were huddled in a corner. The 400 to 500 people wanted nothing more than to shrink into a speck of dust, not wanting to attract the attention of these people in front of them. These cultivators could easily destroy the heavens and the earth. The entire town could be razed to the ground by them. They hoped that the immortals' fight wouldn't affect them. In the eyes of these cultivators, the commoners of Wangshuang town were probably ants. Arbor looked coldly at General Haduo. The latter rode on the big black wolf and met her eyes. He couldn't help but be intimidated by the cold light in her eyes, and his heart trembled slightly. Guer wasn't as calm as Haduo. He couldn't help but shout when he saw the scene before him, "Don't think you can trap us like this. Grand State Preceptor Larry is almost here with his men. Once our main forces arrive, all of you will die. Grand Preceptor Larry, Grand Preceptor Larry." When all the soldiers of the country of Dorwo heard this person's name, it was as if they were injected with chicken blood. They clenched their fists and shouted out in an uproar. Arbor waved his hand and released a cloud of poison powder. The voices of the Dorwo soldiers immediately stopped. Everyone was speechless. "You're so long-winded," Arbor said impatiently. "Search his soul and see when that Grand Master Lila will roll over. If he was fast, he could wait for him here and catch them all in one fell swoop. If there were still a few more days of travel, then there was no need to wait. Who would have the time to wait here all day for them to attack?" Mo Lian really wanted to remind his wife that she called him Lali the Great State Preceptor, not Lila. However, the impatient expression on his wife's face made him silently give up. Forget about this kind of small matter. Whatever his wife says is right. His wife can call him whatever she wants. I don't think there's a need to search his soul. Swalanshan frowned and said with a firm expression, "There are no signs of any large army within a radius of several hundred miles. He's a liar. Jojo, he's lying to you, he's lying to you. No one came here at all. He's just stalling for time." "What Grand Preceptor Lila? There's no such person," Swalanshan hurriedly slandered. "Damned liar." Arbor flew into a rage when he heard this. He slapped the stupefied Guer across the air. "How dare you lie to Jojo?" Arbor slapped Guer's face in anger. Guer's face immediately tilted heavily to the left. 5 fingerprints appeared on his face. He was still in a daze from the slap and had yet to react. Prince Mo hurriedly shouted, "Jojo, don't move. Let me do it." As he spoke, he had already flown over like a rabbit. While he landed a dozen punches on Guer, he didn't forget to turn around and send a flying kiss to his expressionless wife. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but raise his hand to cover his face. He thought to himself, Emolien's skin is getting thicker and thicker. Now, it's getting worse. Acting cute, my foot. Just looking at it makes my eyes burn. Arbor was speechless. What should I do when my husband has no bottom line? However, my husband looks so good when he smiles. He's like a flower that needs to be cared for and nurtured. He'll definitely grow stronger and stronger in the future. Jojo has to work hard to nurture him. He can't let the flower grow crooked. While he was pondering, Student Mo had already landed dozens of punches, knocking the unlucky Guer off the wolf's back. He fell to the ground in a tragic manner. His tumble caused his head to land on the dirt floor with no stone tiles on his face. When he ate a mouthful of dust, his nose, mouth, and face were all broken. Guer howled miserably several times as he struggled to get up, but Crown Prince Mo swiftly kicked him down with a swift kick. Guer's eyes stung. He had the urge to cry. Oh my God, who can save me? What if I encounter a lunatic with extremely strong killing power? Arbor coughed softly and waved his hand. Stop. Listen to what he has to say. Mo Lian stealthily retracted her long leg and lowered her head to look at Guer, who had been trampled into the mud by her. She snorted and said, "Don't pretend to be dead. If you continue to pretend, I'll really kill you." Everyone was speechless. Guer struggled to raise his head. He looked extremely miserable. Half of his face was covered in bruises, and his eyes were almost squeezed into 2 slits. Grand State Preceptor Larry, his original plan was to stop Wang Zhuangzhen today, Guer said in a trembling voice, his face full of helplessness. This time, he didn't dare to speak carelessly. After all, in the other party's camp, other than the extremely powerful Snake Man, this crazy person in front of him was also very powerful. Guer lay there and looked up at the other party. He couldn't help but feel that this psychopath's aura and consciousness were so strong that he could crush him with just a finger. Even an ant is nothing more than this, Guer thought dejectedly. Facing such a powerful person, he really couldn't muster up the slightest thought of resisting. Arbor sniffed and thought for a moment. You mean, your leader didn't keep the appointment? Yes, esteemed madam. Guer nodded and answered honestly. Emolian suddenly frowned. Arbor had interacted with him for a long time and was familiar with his words and actions. Seeing his frown, he knew that something was wrong. He quickly walked over and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Emolian nodded gravely. "These people deliberately stayed here to delay us." Arbor was a smart person who grasped the gist of things. He immediately understood after hearing Emolian's words. As it turned out, that Grand Preceptor Lila purposely left these cannon fodder here to delay them, therefore, this Lila had actually long calculated that they would definitely rush back to deal with the situation in Dragon Flame City after hearing about it. He purposely set up an extremely conspicuous stronghold at the foot of the imperial capital to lure them here as a delaying tactic. "Your Highness, then let's hurry back to the city now?" Shenwu hastily asked. If something happened to Dragon Flame City, the entire Divine Province would be shaken, and the current peaceful days would no longer exist. As a citizen of the Divine Province, he had long been accustomed to the current peace and prosperity. He truly didn't wish for anyone to disrupt the current good times. This tiny kingdom of Daluo dared to scheme against the imperial capital of the Divine Province. What kind of competence supported him to do such a foolish thing? Arbor silently took out a transportation talisman matrix. "Let's go." GC, Old Joe, and the others suddenly twitched their mouths, and they all revealed bitter expressions. The little crown princess was going to activate the directional dam transportation mode again. This time, they hoped it wouldn't directly transport them to the enemy's main camp. Hu Jingchen chuckled mischievously and flashed to Arbor's side. "Jojo, I like this transportation talisman matrix the most. We don't have to walk a long way and arrive in the blink of an eye. It's effortless." Arbor nodded in agreement. At the same time, he glanced at GC and the others in confusion. The transportation talisman matrix this darling made was so fast and convenient. Why did these people look constipated when they saw her take out the transportation talisman matrix? Could it be that this transportation talisman matrix wasn't fast and stable? Jojo, it's their stupidity. They don't know what's good for them. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal saw through the little stoic's thoughts with a glance and walked up with a grin. "Let's go." Then these people. Arbor turned to look at Hajuo's group, whose expressions were unsightly. These small soldiers of Daluo were completely defenseless in front of this humanoid sacred beast of Mount Swillon. So as long as they wanted to, they could annihilate all these people here. Haduo stared at the little stoic nervously. He truly didn't expect Grand State Preceptor Larry to be so deceitful as to leave them here to stall for time for him. The Grand State Preceptor had treated them as abandoned pawns from the very beginning, leaving them here to die. Emolian glanced indifferently at Haduo and the others. "Settle down in this array formation first, Jojo. Tell Tong to escort these people back. As for how to deal with these prisoners of war, that was for the Emperor to worry about." The Crown Prince expressed that he and his wife were too lazy to care. Arbor nodded and drew several binding talismans in the air. With a flick of his little hand, he pushed them into the surrounding air. A double confinement glyph formation was set up on the originally solid defensive wall. "Snake." The snake man was dumbfounded. He turned to look at Arbor and said, "I have a name. My name is Zualanchan. Leave a wisp of your soul remembrance here and watch over them." Arbor didn't waste words with him and got straight to the point. With a wisp of Zualanchan's soul guarding this place, even if Hajuo's group wanted to make a move, they couldn't possibly hide it from the snake man's eyes. "Got it." The snake man pursed his lips and pulled out a wisp of his soul remembrance to leave inside the confinement glyph formation. With the snake man guarding this place, Hajuo Ghoul and the others couldn't possibly escape. Haduo drooped his head dejectedly. He was currently still straddling that large black wolf, but this wolf wasn't as fierce as before. Under the endless pressure of a human-shaped sacred beast, the wolf's head also completely drooped. It sprawled on the ground and whimpered, its voice sounding like a kitten or puppy, comical and pitiful. Arbor tossed aside the transportation talisman matrix and led the Crown Prince's group forward a few steps. Everyone's figures were immediately enveloped by the light of transportation, and they disappeared from the talisman matrix with a whoosh. After everyone's figures disappeared, a wretched and skinny old man with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks appeared outside the defensive wall. He raised his bony hand that was as withered as a chicken's claw and lightly touched the thick layer of defensive wall. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, such powerful talisman techniques. There were even double confinement talisman matrices set up inside this defensive wall. Such extravagance truly wasn't something a minor talisman practitioner could do. This person's gaze involuntarily flickered, and a complicated expression flitted across his eyes. It was a pity that such a young and talented little girl couldn't be used by them. It truly was a pity that she died. Just as he thought this, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He abruptly turned his head and met a pair of beady eyes head-on. The pitch-black light was like the stars in the night sky, sparkling with a dense halo. Chu Qingfei practically made a prompt decision and made a judgment in less than a second. He scooped up a handful of red powder and sprinkled it at the little stoic's head. Zhou. Mo Lian and Hu Shichen's faces simultaneously darkened. They pushed forth layers of water-like energy, directly deflecting the poison powder Master Chu sprinkled in front of Arbor. Arbor's eyes instantly narrowed sharply, and he sized up the man in front of him. Who are you? You give people a sense of familiarity. Arbor raised his hand to block Mo Lian and Hu Shichen's attacks, and he sized up the person in front of him again. I remember you. Her voice was faint, and in Chu Qingfei's eyes, it was as if she was a malicious spirit that walked out of hell. When you poisoned me, you also quickly threw out a puppet charm. Did you think I didn't see it? In fact, Arbor had already discovered Master Chu's scheme the moment he made his move. The poison was just a cover. The talisman that made people lose their minds was the real trump card. You are that poison master and charm master, Arbor said coldly. You are from the Clear Sky sect. Chu Qingfei shuddered. You were the one who poisoned and cursed Sha Gua and his team during the Shuntian school tournament. Miss Chow had a good memory, but she really couldn't remember many people. Especially at that banquet, she had only swept a glance at most of the talented scholars and beauties she had bumped into. She might not be able to remember many of their faces and names. However, if you were to say that she had a bad memory, she could remember everything that had happened so many years ago clearly. As long as someone had tried to kill her, as long as she had caught the person's weak point, she would never forget it. She remembered all of them deeply and would not miss a single detail. Your disciple calls you Master Chu. Arbor said coldly, Master Chu, the Clear Sky sect is indeed under Hall Master Mu of Tianyun, ha. What a Mu Qingya. She was already half dead as an experimental subject on Snow Island, but she still hadn't given up on her evil intentions. Add more tomorrow. Sleep first. Add more tomorrow. Maybe 8. Seize him. Arbor pointed at Chu Qingfei with a cold glint in her eyes. She was going to personally interrogate this filthy thing. Although Zhualanshan was baffled and completely couldn't understand what Sir Jojo was saying, his reaction speed was very nimble. Once Sir Jojo gave the order, he immediately charged forward on his own accord. At the same time, a ruthless glint shot out of Chu Qingfei's eyes, and he shouted, Bring it on. In the blink of an eye, Chu Qingfei flung out several talismans glowing with purple light from his pocket. He flicked the talismans open, and his figure instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's jaw nearly dropped, and he muttered, He ran away? What kind of master was this? Where was his shame? Did he have no shame as a master? He ran away just like that and didn't even have the courage to confront Jojo. Moreover, when this person shouted before running away, everyone thought he was about to explode and make some big move, but in the end, Mo Lian twitched his mouth, and he lowered his head to glance at his wifey. However, his wifey's expression was very calm, as if she wasn't the least bit surprised or angry about Chu Qingfei's escape. She suddenly extended a finger and extended a second finger, then a third. When the third finger appeared, everyone only saw a flash of light before their eyes. That idiot Chu Qingfei returned with a bewildered expression. This idiot stood in front of the serpent man and stared at him in the eye. Then, he crossed his arms in front of his chest and roared with a flushed face, Bring it on, little one. He disappeared again. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal couldn't resist slapping his thigh and guffawing. F***ck, what was wrong with this person? If you wanted to escape, then escape. Why did you have to shout so loudly before escaping? Was this to encourage yourself or to show off? Emo Lian's mouth twitched, and he lowered his head to look at his wifey. He saw that she didn't bat an eyelid and continued to extend one finger after another. When she extended the third finger, sure enough, Chu Qingfei, this old fellow, returned again, with a swish. When this old man appeared in front of the serpent man again, the serpent man was on guard this time. He kept looking at the little stoic with his head tilted. When he saw the little stoic raise her third finger, he was prepared to attack at any time. Therefore, the moment the light and shadow flashed in front of him, the serpent's huge tail swung out and wrapped around Chu Qingfei's body, pinning him to the ground. Ah! Chu Qingfei let out a blood-curdling scream. He felt as if his internal organs were about to be torn apart by the snake's tail. It was too difficult for him. Master Chu was on the verge of tears. He really didn't expect that such a small mission he had accepted would actually make him face these fiends in front of him so miserably. If he had known that he would encounter Arbor and the others, he would never have accepted this mission. He had already seen how powerful Mo Lian was when he was underground in Greyfield Village. That was a ruthless character who had destroyed his physical body with a single strike, and he had risked his life to escape with his divine soul. The moment he saw Prince Mo, Chu Qingfei had already thought of retreating. When he discovered that the barrel-waisted little woman in front of him was originally Arbor's transformation, the fear in his heart deepened. Afterwards, he simply didn't think of confronting them head-on. His only thought was to escape. Therefore, he fainted and hastily used a transportation talisman matrix to escape. Unfortunately, he failed to teleport twice. It was as if the teleportation array had suddenly lost its effect. No matter how he teleported, the light flashed and he returned to his original spot. It was as if there was an invisible rope that hooked him, making it impossible for him to teleport. How would Chu Qingfei know that when Arbor set up the trap array, she had already taken precautions? She used the power of space contained in her body to open the space restriction here. Anyone who entered the range of her trap array would be controlled by the space restriction. If she didn't take you out herself, even if you used the teleportation talisman or the teleportation array, you wouldn't be able to get yourself out of the space restriction here. There was no other reason. There was probably no one in the entire continent who could resist her martial ant space restriction. She had also studied the space restriction that her master had taught her in her spare time. In just a short period of time, it was almost impossible to study the essence of it. The deeper she studied it, the more she felt that the space restriction was extensive and profound, extremely mysterious. The space restriction that she was using now was still the power that she had absorbed from the small silver ball in the Phoenix Woods. She hadn't used it all before, but now that she had opened the space restriction, she had almost used it up. The remaining power was estimated to be only enough for 5 teleportations. However, the small silver ball that her master had given her contained a vast amount of space restriction. What she had extracted from the Phoenix Woods was only 1/10,000th of it. After using it up, she could still draw more from the small ball, Sir Jojo thought to himself. Chu Qingfei's miserable howl pulled Jojo's thoughts back from the distance. Glancing at him, he snorted and waved his hand to let the snake woman pull Chu Qingfei over. Swallanshan didn't care about a weak human like Chu Qingfei at all. He directly rolled and swung his snake tail, and with a bang, threw Chu Qingfei in front of Arbor as if he was a dead dog. "Don't throw him to death!" Arbor roared. Then she took small steps and hurried over to Chu Qingfei. She took out a pair of white silk gloves from her pocket and put them on. Then she grabbed Chu Qingfei's hair and pulled him in front of her. That rough action didn't look much gentler than the snake woman. Everyone couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. Arbor asked coldly, "Tell me, did Mu Qingya send you here?" It was time to send that damned Mu Qingya on her way, Arbor thought with a cold expression. He raised his hand and took out a communication jade talisman from his inner world. He immediately wrote 2 lines of small words and sent them to Yellow Crane Fairy on the snowy island. "Don't keep Mu Qingya alive, deal with her." She was really fed up with this woman jumping out and biting her every now and then. Although she was only an ordinary person, her methods were unique. Not only could she drive the Shuntian Prefecture's prefecture lord, Gung Pengcheng, to work for her, but she also had so many followers of the Clear Sky sect who were all extremely fanatical about her. It seemed that Jojo's life would only be peaceful if all these talents were dead. What Arbor didn't know was that he had wronged Mu Qingya this time. At this time, how could Mu Qingya have the ability to strategize to this extent and send Chu Qingfei here to block Arbor? Chu Qingfei himself didn't know that he would meet Arbor in Wangzhuang town on the outskirts of the imperial capital. If he knew that Arbor would come, he would have run away 800 years ago. Previously, he hid outside the talisman array he set up to watch. When he saw Mo Lian from afar, he didn't dare to move. It was only because he saw Arbor and the others leave using the transportation talisman matrix that he dared to sneak over to check on the situation. Who would have thought that Arbor wouldn't play by the rules at all and suddenly turned around to catch him by surprise? Thinking about it, this person must have done this on purpose. In order to lure him, a talisman formation master, out, he deliberately activated the transportation talisman matrix and pretended to teleport away. In reality, they didn't leave at all. When Chu Qingfei thought of this, he wrung his hands even more and inwardly cursed himself for being as stupid as a pig. With several decades of life experience, he actually fell for a youngster's trick and fell into his hands. Arbor took out a normal spirit sword and patted Chu Qingfei's head. Tell me honestly, did Mu Qingya send you to deal with me? If you tell me the truth, I might consider letting you off. Chu Qingfei's lips trembled, and he hastily shook his head. This matter has nothing to do with Hall Master Mu. The little stoic's fist landed on his left eye. Does it have anything to do with it? Yes. It has something to do with it. It was Hall Master Mu who sent me here. Everyone speechlessly twitched their mouths. The little stoic, this was no different from beating someone into confessing. Most importantly, this Master Chu didn't seem to be a particularly unyielding person. After being punched 3 times by the little stoic, he immediately turned on her. Following her temperament, he would say whatever she asked. In reality, there was a high possibility that this matter really had nothing to do with that Hall Master Mu. Poor Mu Qingya, she really was a scapegoat. Arbor's face was gloomy. On his chubby little face, a pair of beady eyes gazed at Master Chu with a cold glint in his eyes. Master Chu couldn't help but shudder again. He kept feeling that if he didn't answer honestly, the sword in this guy's hand would very likely stab into his chest in the next second. I knew it was Mu Qingya who sent someone to do it. She really has a lot of flower escorts. Arbor looked furious and slashed the side of Master Chu's neck with his spirit sword. Speak. Besides you, who else is following Mu Qingya? Are the Clear Sky faction's people all dead? How was he supposed to answer this question? Grandmaster Chu looked at Xianxia with a bitter expression. He wasn't in charge of the Clear Sky sect's affairs. Although he was a member of the Clear Sky sect, he was actually a member of the Hall of Heavenly Fortune Talisman. The reason why he joined Hall Master Mu's Clear Sky faction was entirely because he would help Hall Master Mu out of the temptation of benefits. It wasn't because he was bewitched by beauty like the little stoic said. But now, it seemed that this stoic face didn't want to hear any other explanation at all. She had long determined that everyone around Mu Qingya was under her skirt, including him, Chu Qingfei, who was also Hall Master Mu's beloved follower. If the stoic face wanted to think this way, he really didn't have any other ideas. Speak. Clear Sky Sect's people, whether they're dead or not, I really don't know. But as far as I know, the vice head of the Clear Sky sect still wants to rescue Hall Master Mu. The little stoic flew into a rage and slapped Chu Qingfei's shoulder. I just knew that if that woman Mu Qingya didn't die, things definitely wouldn't stop. Then didn't you already order your subordinates to kill Hall Master Mu just now? In reality, Hall Master Mu was truly wronged in today's matter. Chu Qingfei thought speechlessly. Right now, he truly didn't want to say anything more to the little stoic. In any case, no matter what he said, it would be wrong. The little stoic was certain that Mu Qingya was behind this, so what could he freaking do? Speak. I'll speak. I'll tell you everything. Chu Qingfei nearly wanted to cry. Why did he feel that it was so difficult to communicate with this woman in front of him? At this time, Chu Qingfei couldn't resist looking at Mo Lian, who was watching the show from the side. His gaze actually contained a bit of a plea for help. Your Highness, do you still remember this humble one? Mo Lian glanced at him expressionlessly. I don't remember. Everyone, Chu Qingfei said pitifully, I am Grey Ping Village's Earth Spirit Formation. Mo Lian's brows twitched slightly. When this person mentioned Grey Ping Village and the Earth Spirit Formation, Mo Lian's heart couldn't help but jolt. She sized him up and nodded. I remember now. You're a pawn that Tianyun placed in Grey Ping Village to nurture the underground zombies of Grey Ping Village. Back then, you picked up a ready-made formation from a heaven-level talisman master's foundation and used someone else's formation to set up your own Earth Spirit Formation. The outer layer is the Earth Spirit Formation, and the inner layer of defense is the formation set up by that heaven-level talisman master. Arbor's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, Is it that talisman formation that Ancestor Xiaoyang set up? This old man was bragging nonsense. He even said that he set up an 18-layer talisman formation that no one could break open. In the end, Mo Lian saw the existence of a holy meridian underneath. Speaking of this, the little stoic recalled that she should find time to receive the holy meridian that Ancestor Xiaoyang left her. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a pity to leave such a fat sheep in a place like Grey Ping Village? You're the person whose physical body I destroyed back then? Mo Lian sized up the old man. Currently, his body was tattered and incomplete. It was unknown where he had taken over this body. Compared to his original body, his appearance was even more unsightly than before. Chu Qingfei's tears really flowed down. He nodded repeatedly and said, Your Highness, it's me. I've already been killed by you once. Can you let me go this time? In your dreams. The little stoic threw at him crisply. Everyone couldn't help but want to laugh as they silently glanced at the child. She glared coldly at Grandmaster Chu and snorted, During the Shuntian Academy tournament, it was you. She poisoned Sha Gua of the hippopotamus team and stood behind Mu Qingya for a long time. She poisoned me one moment and cast curses on me the next. She contributed to my life. It's you. The little stoic's roar of it was extremely forceful, just like 3 heavy hammers that pounded on everyone's hearts. Chu Qingfei's eyebrows twitched and he hurriedly shook his head in denial. No, it's not what you think. You're still trying to deceive me. Arbor punched the old man's right eye. The old man hastily cried out miserably, Yes, it's indeed me. During the academy tournament, I poisoned your opponent and also cast a puppet curse. But, you broke it very easily, ah. Before the old man could finish speaking, he was slapped silly by the little fellow's slap. From what you're saying, I broke your puppet curse, so that means I shouldn't be angry, right? No. What? Chu Qingfei's tears streamed down. His face was truly slapped too painfully. No one could compare to this girl's black-hearted. She only slapped your face until your old face is swollen. The little stoic coldly glared at her deformed, chubby little face and said angrily, You still have the face to cry? Indiscriminately, he did so many wrong things as a lackey for someone else, yet he still had the face to cry in front of her. He really was promising. Do you have a disciple? Arbor punched her nose. She specially wore a pair of silk gloves just for when she beat someone up. No. Dirty hand. Chu Qingfei's tears and snot flowed down as he bawled bitterly, Crown Princess. Don't hit me anymore, Crown Princess. It truly hurt too much. This little Crown Princess only hit his face. By now, the parents of this body's original owner probably wouldn't recognize their son anymore. Speak honestly. Xiaomu grumpily roared. Don't know where the Crown Princess's words came from. Chu Qingfei was terribly flustered. Lying there, he could hear his heart beating like a drum, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. His left hand, which was hanging by his side, moved slowly and silently. A light purple talisman was pinched in his sweaty palm. This was his last life-saving talisman. If this talisman was also useless against the little stoic, then he would definitely meet his end here today. Don't pretend anymore. Arbor swept him a disdainful glance and sneered, Other than that time in the school tournament, you specially poisoned Sha Gua and the others to deal with me. You even followed me from 1,000 miles away with your disciple to Ani Prefecture and lurked around me for more than 10 days, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. And no such thing, ow. Chu Qingfei's mouth was smashed by the little stoic's fist. The corner of his mouth broke, his teeth fell out, and his blood mixed with saliva dripped down. "Have you thought it through now?" Arbor asked coldly. Chu Qingfei hurriedly nodded. The depression in his heart had already reached its peak. He suddenly moved his finger, but at the same time, Mo Lian flashed forward and stepped on his hand. Crack! With a crisp sound, Chu Qingfei's face twisted in pain. His hand, which was holding a talisman, bent unnaturally and fell weakly to the ground. Arbor looked coldly at the purple talisman floating up, but there was no surprise on his face. With a light flick of her hand, she flicked a few times in the air, and the purple talisman that flew in front of her suddenly broke into pieces and exploded. Pooh! Failing to activate the talisman, Chu Qingfei suffered a powerful backlash. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, there wasn't a single piece of unharmed flesh on his body. His miserable appearance was simply unbearable to look at. Arbor continued to stare at him coldly. "You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it? At that time, you also received Mu Qingyao's order to bring your disciple to chase me to Ani Prefecture, right? You are that great talisman master of heavenly fate who has been hiding behind the scenes all this time?" Arbor sized him up before shaking her head and muttering to herself, "No, you should only be at the Black Rank realm. That great talisman master of heavenly fate's hidden depths isn't just at this realm. Your disciple is thin and small. When we were in Ani Prefecture, we once had him lead the way to find you. Unfortunately, you were as slippery as a loach from beginning to end. By the time we found your residence, it was already empty and you had already fled." Chu Qingfei's face was already ashen. You. He stared at Arbor in fright, as if he hadn't heard her words at all. His entire being was immersed in immense fear. You are. Great curse master." He finally spat out these words. Soon after, he saw a vicious killing intent flash past Arbor's eyes. This young crown prince consort was actually a great talisman practitioner. She had probably kept the vast majority of people in this world in the dark, right? Her identity as a great curse master was, in fact, a great curse master. He was well aware of what that purple talisman of his just now was. It was a life-seizing curse, right? A curse, and to be able to easily dissolve a profound-level life-seizing talisman, who could she be? She was a curse master, and a great curse master whose rank in the art of curses was a level higher than his, earth rank. Heaven rank. There was actually such a person in this world who could conceal her identity as a heaven-rank great curse master so well, deceiving everyone, even he had fallen for her old trick. No wonder Hall Master Mu had wanted the little lady to die all these years, but the little lady couldn't die every time. Ha. What kind of joke was this, wanting to kill a heaven-rank great curse master, just by relying on those 2 or 3 people? Just by relying on a few mediocre talisman practitioners or curse masters, could they kill her? It would really be strange if they could. "You know too much," Xiaomu said calmly as before. She didn't seem to be the least bit anxious about her identity as a great curse master being exposed. Chu Qingfei's tears streamed down his face. There was no medicine for regret in this world. Even if there was, the little stoic definitely wouldn't be so kind as to let him take it. He was dead for sure today. Just by looking at her calm expression, he knew that he couldn't be any more dead. I can hand over a strand of my soul to follow your excellency forever." Chu Qingfei suppressed the unwillingness in his heart and stammered. "Not everyone has the qualifications to become this crown princess subordinate," Arbor said coldly. His cold voice was like a sharp arrow that stabbed into Chu Qingfei's heart. There was no hope left. "Kill him." Arbor stood up and said expressionlessly. This person had made a move against her time and time again. He had even chased her for 1,000 li, from Shantian Prefecture to Ani Prefecture. His evil intentions had yet to die. For such a person, there was no need to continue to make things difficult for him. What's more, his heart was filled with unwillingness, and he might even counterattack from time to time. How could he be allowed to live? Arbor waved his hand and walked away. A short scream came from behind, and then everything returned to normal. GC, Old Joe, and the other citizens of Sin City all had a serious look in their eyes. Even they didn't dare to casually think about the identity of a grand charm master. They simply didn't dare to make any deep guesses about this mysterious and frightening skill. They didn't have much contact with the little crown princess and only knew that she was a talisman master. Now that they learned that she wasn't just a talisman master but also a grand charm master at the earth rank or above, they couldn't help but respect her a bit more. His Highness the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess weren't ordinary people. Fortunately, they had always been obedient and didn't underestimate this Crown Princess. In order to live more comfortably in the future, they definitely had to be more cautious in their actions in the future. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal walked over with a grin and said, "I searched this guy just now. This person is from the Hall of Heavenly Fortune Talismans. The reason he joined the Clear Sky faction is probably because of benefits. Mu Qingyao is truly generous to him. Mu Qingyao already gave him many benefits for that small matter of poisoning Shuntian Prefecture. According to his memories, there are at least 3 people in the Hall of Heavenly Fortune Talismans whose talisman level is higher than his. One of them is his teacher, Great Master Yi. Jojo should have exchanged blows with him before. The other person is called Luo He. He's the Vice Hall Master of the Hall of Heavenly Fortune Talismans." Arbor nodded. "I know him. I don't really remember that Great Master Yi. I met this Luo He not long ago in the Tianji Mystic Realm. Jojo should have also met Great Master Yi before." Yuan Shurchen said with a smile, according to Chu Qingfei's memories, his master, Great Master Yi, has been by young Sir's side for a long time. This young Sir is probably either eldest Qin or Omega Kotoku. Perhaps we've met before, but he shouldn't be conspicuous, so it's normal that Jojo doesn't remember him. Arbor grasped the little fattie's hand with a very solemn expression. "Then there's the other person. It's their hall master of the Talisman's Hall." Yuan Shurchen smiled faintly. "This person's identity is very mysterious. Even Chu Qingfei, who is Great Master Ye's disciple, has never seen this person before. According to speculation, this person is extremely likely to be a heaven-rank Great Talisman Master." Arbor uttered an "oh" and didn't say anything else. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's lips twitched as he smiled. He walked up to the little stoic and said, "Jojo, I've said so much to you, but you're only going to reply with one word? It's already good enough that you have an O." Mo Lian rolled his eyes and pulled his rash wife to his side. Jojo usually doesn't bother with people when it comes to topics that don't interest him. Xiaomu silently glanced at her husband before pulling back her chubby hand. "You're spouting nonsense." How could she ignore him? Usually, no matter what others said to her, she would definitely respond. After dealing with Chu Qingfei, Arbor took out the real teleportation array from his sleeve and opened it. Just now, they had all disappeared for a moment because Arbor had activated the invisibility glyph array. At the same time, he had used the power of space in his body to teleport everyone a certain distance away. He had completely fooled Master Chu, causing him to muster up the courage to walk out. As a result, he was caught red-handed by Arbor's men. Jojo wasn't someone who liked to be tricked, but she often tricked others. If the little stoic truly wanted to scam someone, based on her methods and character since she was a child, she could basically scam someone successfully. Whoosh! The group of people immediately disappeared from Wang Zhuangzhen's trapping array. At the same time, all the residents of Wangzhuang town were taken away. When he appeared again, everyone could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness, they didn't fall into a ditch or crash into a wall. This time, they appeared very normally 500 meters away from Dragon Flame City's East City Gate. Just from the city gate, everything looked very normal. People shuttled in and out of the city gate normally and lined up in an extremely orderly manner. Arbor and Mo Lian looked at each other. Should we directly enter the palace? This place looked normal. Could it be that the inner court of the palace was already under someone's control? Mo Lian was the best at reading little girls' thoughts. Ever since she was young, he could immediately understand the little fellow's small gaze. When he saw her current expression, he couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. Don't underestimate royal father. He wasn't the old great king of the Mo kingdom, so how could his father be so easily controlled, even if he had already allocated all of the U court guards for him to use? Mo Lian didn't believe that his old father didn't have anyone he could use by his side. Furthermore, his father's strength wasn't something that his deceitful adoptive father could compare to. Even if the kingdom of Daluo had already secretly snuck into the palace, It was impossible for them to control everyone at the first moment. Don't dream of 1,000 years. We'll enter the city normally and observe the situation from the outside. Mo Lian curled his lips and couldn't help but sneer. If the city is filled with the kingdom of Daluo's people, then they will naturally find an opportunity to send a message to the palace. If they can't control the palace immediately, then they won't have that opportunity in the future. Most importantly, we have to carefully inspect the city to see if someone has set up a talisman matrix. Arbor quickly nodded when he heard this. Jojo's Lotus was still the most considerate. There were many commoners in the city, so they shouldn't be harmed by the kingdom of Daluo's talisman matrices. Since they planned to enter the city normally, everyone followed the cue. Soon, Arbor noticed that the gazes of the people around them were a bit strange, especially the two women in front of them. They turned their heads several times and continuously sized her and Mo Lian up. At first, the little stoic didn't understand what was going on, but when she saw those women turn their heads several times to look at them, she suddenly had an epiphany. She lowered her head in a flash of inspiration and saw her husband holding her little chubby hand in a grand manner. The little crown princess expressionlessly pulled her hand away. Her current appearance especially resembled a rich woman who kept a gigolo. She wore a blue satin-lined jacket and a silver hairpin in her hair. But that didn't seem right. In order to match her status as a commoner in Wangzhuang town, she had disguised herself as a commoner when she mixed in with the crowd. Mo Lian, who was beside her, was dressed in a white robe and looked like an elegant young master. At a glance, one could tell that he was from a noble family. Was she, a poor woman keeping a rich man as her mistress? Crash, this image was really enough. Arbor couldn't help but curse in his heart. If he had known that he wouldn't be able to recover, he wouldn't have used the transformation talisman. What are you looking at? Yuan Shurchen snapped at the two women who were staring at them. Were they crazy? Why did they keep turning their heads to look at them instead of queuing properly? The two women muttered a few words and gave Arbor a strange look before turning their heads back. The little stoic was displeased on the inside. She lowered her head to look at her bucket-like waist and her thick and small arms and legs before harumphing indignantly. It's fine, husband likes it, Mo Lian said with a grin. Who cares what other people think? Let's go our own way. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal rolled his eyes and couldn't help but curse in his heart. I beg you, stop trying to curry favor in front of Jojo all the time. You're simply too shameless. It was especially irritating to see heaven and earth grabbing the opportunity to feed other people dog food. The group successfully entered the Eastern City Gate. Less than a second after stepping into Eastern Street, the little stoic's expression couldn't help but change slightly. How is it? Mo Lian asked softly. There's an unusual smell wafting through the air. Mo Lian was startled and hurriedly asked, could it be that the people of Daluo have already poisoned the city after they sneaked into the city? It smells like special pollen. Arbor looked up at the gray sky and narrowed his eyes slightly. Mo Lian used a message talisman to summon someone, but after a few seconds, a black-clothed youth appeared in front of them and bowed in a low-key manner. Go and quietly bring the general guarding the East City Gate here. I have something to ask him. Yes. Jojo, there's a small tea house nearby. Let's go up and wait. Everyone quietly went to the tea house. After a while, a personal hidden guard brought a middle-aged general upstairs. The man was sweating profusely and had a nervous expression on his face. When he saw Mo Lian, he hurriedly went up to greet her. In the past 2 days, did you discover anything unusual in the city? The middle-aged general in the East City shook his head, but then he seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly added, before dawn today, a big black bird appeared in the sky above the city, but it quickly flew away. At that time, we sent a master archer to shoot it from a distance, but unfortunately, the distance was too far and he couldn't hit it. That black bird flew too high, piercing through the clouds. Those who weren't of high cultivation couldn't shoot it at all. That master archer only shot its tail feathers and shot down 2 black feathers. Other than that, there was nothing unusual. Prince Mo and Arbor looked solemnly at each other. It doesn't seem like Tianyun's style, Arbor said with a frown. The previous few times Tianyun attacked, it was always remote villages or places where no one lived at all. His biggest operation was to attack Songzhoujian city. But in the end, it also ended in failure. Arbor continued his analysis. Although their current frequency of action has increased a lot, it's not to the extent of directly attacking Divine Prefecture's imperial capital. Xianxia and the others aren't that stupid, are they? How could they rashly attack Dragon Flame City before they're fully prepared? Mo Lian nodded. I also feel that this is a bit strange. It's very different from Tianyin's usual practice. The reason why Tianyin took down Jiawei City Fortress before was because that place was originally ungoverned. After that, it's easy to understand why he attacked Wangchuan. The River of Forgetfulness is vast and rich in resources. If we can take over the entire River of Forgetfulness and use it as a base, it will provide them with many convenient resources for their subsequent operations. Arbor and Mo Lian looked at each other again. This matter is not led by the Heavenly Fate Emperor. Tianyin is actually cooperating with a small country like Duoluo? What are they after, unless they can get a lot of benefits from the kingdom of Daluo? What kind of benefits could make Tianyin willing to do this favor and accept such an unreliable task? Your Mo clan has a long-standing grudge with that whatever Duoluo kingdom? Xiaomu asked curiously. Mo Lian shook her head. What grudge could there be? I've never heard of such a small grassland country before. If they hadn't come up with Lily Er's plan and jumped up and down in front of the Crown Prince wouldn't even know what they were. Is that so? Arbor glanced at the Crown Prince in confusion. But I keep feeling that Duoluo seems to be targeting your Mo clan. Although that Lily Er plan is quite annoying to me, it seems that the target of the plan should be you. They want to take me away from you and use this to threaten you. They must be plotting something from you. Based on how much Zhou's Lian cared about Zhou, these people must be plotting a gargantuan benefit. When Mo Lian heard the words Lily Er's plan, his entire face darkened. They will all die, he said coldly. The people he sent out were already searching everywhere for those Lily Ers. As long as this plan dared to continue, he dared to kill everyone he saw until all these fakes were destroyed. Arbor sighed and said dryly, they are also pitiful women. Zhou. Mo Lian glanced at her with displeasure. Fine. Arbor nodded repeatedly and said, I know that most of them probably brought this upon themselves. I don't pity them. She only felt that it was a pity. Why did they indulge in such wild fantasies and want to become someone else? Wasn't it good to live their own lives? Before the plan was carried out, those Lily heirs already knew what kind of life they were about to face in the future. They willingly became this fake and wanted to replace Arbor. Their thinking was extremely naive and laughable. Furthermore, don't you think it's funny? Who did those Lily heirs meet? Arbor shook her head exasperatedly. They met that bipolar fellow Mingyasi, found Duanyu, and even met Mo Lian. What kind of freaking excellent luck was this? Zhou. Mo Lian helplessly squeezed his wifey's hand. Let's not stray from the topic. Oh, right. Arbor nodded. Since the night cowbird appeared in the eastern district, then the pollen smell I smelled in the city must have been spread by it. Now that we're in such a hurry, I also don't know what the night cowbird spilled this time. Arbor clenched her small fists and lightly slapped the table. How about this? I'll first prescribe a few more types of antidote. Forget it, I'll spray it with all kinds of antidotes first. Alright. However, this city still needs to be under martial law for the next few days. Have the people from the patrol camp in the city strengthen their patrols. If they discover a sick person, they must immediately report it. Alright. Mo Lian nodded again and turned to look at the middle-aged general who was sweating profusely. That general had already understood the young Crown Prince Consort's intentions. Did the Crown Prince Consort mean that the large black bird that appeared before dawn this morning was sent by the Heavenly Fate Palace to scatter the medicinal powder? Go back. Be more vigilant these few days. 4 hours later, Arbor and Mo Lian used the transmission talisman formation multiple times and wandered around the entire inner city of Dragon Flame City. Fortunately, they were teleported out of the city twice, so they had no choice but to secretly turn back. Fortunately, after going back and forth, Arbor didn't find any traces of the people of Daluo setting up array glyphs. Instead, he studied the original Great City Protection Array of Dragon Flame City from inside out. The original Defender Array of Dragon Flame City was completed hundreds of years ago. Mo Lian said softly. Every year, father would send a special team of talisman masters to carry out talisman power transmission and maintenance. Although it has never been activated, the array glyphs are still intact. At this point, he lowered his head and glanced at his wifey. Jojo, isn't that right? On the way here, Arbor had studied the defender array of Dragon Flame City. It was indeed an extremely expensive defensive array from 100 years ago. The array disc was set up in the southwest of the palace, and the talisman power inside was also very abundant. The person who set up the array must be a heaven-level talisman master. And there might be more than one person. Dragon Flame City was huge. Without 3 heaven-level talisman masters, it would be impossible to set up such a large array in a month. Very good. Arbor nodded. There was really no need to worry about Dragon Flame City. Once the defender array was activated, even if 100,000 soldiers attacked the city from the outside, they would not be able to break it without 3 months. Arbor looked up at her husband. It's a very powerful multi-layer defensive array. There's really no need to worry. Mo Lian grinned and took his wife's hand. Since there's no big problem in the city, let's go back to the palace. The two had just returned to the tea house at the east gate when they saw a horse galloping toward them. At the entrance of the tea house, the person on the horse hurriedly dismounted, rushed forward, and bowed. Xiaochu greets your highness. Mo Lian raised her eyebrows slightly and thought, my old father is really well informed. He got the news so quickly and knew that I was back. Xiaochu was the chief palace maid by his side. She had been dutiful all these years. Before his mother woke up, she had been in charge of the affairs of the palace. Everyone thought that this chief palace maid would one day turn the tables and be conferred the title of consort by the emperor, but reality proved that she did not. His Majesty saw a golden dragon flying dozens of times above the imperial city and knew that your highness had returned. Your highness must have had a hard time going to the river of forgetfulness. His Majesty said that your highness should quickly enter the palace. Mo Lian knew that after letting Little Seven circle in the air dozens of times and sprinkle a dozen kinds of antidote powder, she knew that her whereabouts could not be hidden from some people's eyes. It seemed that nothing important had happened in the palace, so why did the Grand State Preceptor of Daluo send people to block them at Wangshuangzhen? Arbor also did not understand and looked at her husband with a puzzled expression. Only now did Xiaochu see that her crown prince was holding the hand of a small woman with short arms and legs. Whether it was their height, figure, or looks, the two of them were worlds apart. It was too eye-catching. Xiaochu looked at Arbor with a strange expression, then looked at His Highness the Crown Prince. Before she could speak, Mo Lian calmly put his arm around his wife's waist and whispered, Jojo, let's go to Imperial Father's place. Arbor was absolutely unwilling to enter the palace at this time. If Mo Lian's father saw his comical appearance, that guy might laugh for a year. No way, Arbor quickly waved his hand. Since there's nothing else with your father, I'll return to the Eastern Palace first. Mo Lian was secretly amused. Seeing that his wife was adamant about not going with him to see his old father, he could only nod helplessly. All right then. Jojo, go home first. I'll be back later. The outstanding talent glanced at Xiaomu again with a strange expression. Jojo, wasn't the crown princess called Jojo? She often heard the crown prince call her that. But the crown princess, she, still not leaving? Mo Lian's indifferent gaze swept over Xiaochu, causing the latter to quickly look away. Could it be that the crown princess went to Wangchuan and was secretly attacked by enemies? Was she framed and her image changed? She had also heard that the two of them seemed to have encountered many things in Wangchuan. A while ago, the emperor had even anxiously sent shadow guards to Wangchuan to find the couple. Given His Highness the Crown Prince's love and care for the little crown princess, he would not tolerate even a grain of sand in his eyes. He would never allow anyone to disrespect the little crown princess in any way, not even a harsh word. Therefore, her impudent and bold gaze must have angered His Highness the Crown Prince. Thinking of this, Xiaochu couldn't help but feel a little shocked. She hurriedly restrained her expression and bowed respectfully to Arbor. Xiaochu's eyes were poor. I didn't know that the crown princess was here. She quickly swept a glance at Arbor and hurriedly lowered her head. Arbor was very sharp and immediately caught the hint of surprise in this head palace maid's eyes. Yes, her current image was very bad, so it was natural for her to be surprised. However, Xiaochu's surprise felt very strange. It seemed that her surprised gaze also contained some sympathy and pity. What the hell? Did she think that Sir Jojo's current image was permanent? I'll be able to recover in 4 hours, alright? Sir Jojo, who had been pitted for no reason, was not in a good mood. Jojo. Mo Lian smiled and patted her head. Your husband will be back in 2 hours. Let's have dinner together. Arbor nodded and looked at his back as he rode away. Her brows furrowed slightly. Xiaomu felt a bit strange, and her heart was a bit unsettled. Hence, she attributed this strange feeling to an omen. Her experience growing up told her that her intuition was very sharp. Little butterflies, follow His Highness into the palace to take a look. Arbor flicked her fingers. 2 black poison-tailed butterflies flapped their wings and quickly chased after Mo Lian. Is there something wrong with that woman? The venerable peach blossom immortal walked to Arbor's side and asked in a low voice. Her eyes are clear and her complexion normal. She wasn't drugged or controlled. She wasn't under any puppet spell. Arbor shook her head. However, her intuition had always been accurate. She had a feeling that a storm was coming, as if something was about to happen. Arbor returned to the Eastern Palace. He first returned to the Star Domain to wash up and wash off the dust on his body. When he came out, he had just sat down at the table and asked Kai Xiao to bring him a cup of tea when he received an urgent message from Mo Lian. Jojo, quickly come to Imperial Mother's Morning Sunlight Palace. Xiaomu abruptly jumped up from her stool and knocked over the tea beside her. There was an inexplicable sense of panic in her heart that she could not suppress. He hurriedly took a robe, put it on, and ran out of the room. Then, he saw a black shadow suddenly appear beside him and hurriedly cupped his fists. Crown Princess, His Highness has ordered this subordinate to bring the Crown Princess to Morning Sunlight Palace. What happened? Arbor pursed his lips and asked sternly. His Highness the Crown Prince finished talking with His Majesty and went to the Empress. The Empress said that she had invited your mother, the Crown Princess, to the palace for tonight's banquet and asked His Highness to stay for dinner. Who knows, when your mother entered the palace, she brought you along to pay respects to the Empress. What do you mean? Sir Jojo's heart could not help but fiercely shrink. The secret guard hurriedly said, It's what you think, Crown Princess. Your mother brought a fake into the palace. Xiaomu only felt like the world was spinning. No wonder she felt that something was off everywhere. With the country of Daluo's weak power, it was impossible for them to make a move against the imperial palace. They found her mother. No wonder her heart was palpitating earlier, feeling that something was about to happen. So, it was because the people of the country of Duoluo had reached into her home first. Although the Qiao estate didn't have any guards on the surface, there were hidden guards in the dark, so this point was quite strange. How did that fake enter the door without alerting the hidden guards and deceive her mother? Although her mother's cultivation wasn't high, her daughter's personality had long been imprinted in her bones and blood after interacting with her for so many years. Arbor believed that her mother definitely wouldn't mistake her for someone else. Therefore, there was a high chance that this matter was, even the hidden guards of the Qiao estate had probably fallen into some kind of trap. The hidden guard saw an extremely bloodthirsty and sinister smile on the little crown princess's face. Like a devil returning from hell, that pair of deformed little eyes emitted a sinister light and emitted endless ghost energy. He immediately shuddered and didn't dare to say anything more. He turned around and led the way, rapidly leading the crown princess to the Empress' central palace hall. The people of the country of Duoluo had courted disaster this time by messing with the crown princess. There was no doubt that they would be in for a lot of bad luck in the future. The 2 figures were as fast as lightning, quickly disappearing into the dark night. On the other side of the room, Bai Wuxia discovered that her son's complexion was very bad. His pair of cold phoenix eyes occasionally swept across the crowd, revealing an extremely chilly and austere intent. Ever since Madame Wei Shi brought her daughter into the palace to meet the Empress, the crown prince's complexion immediately changed. Bai Wuxia felt that things were developing in a strange direction. The news of the crown prince's return to the capital was first informed by His Majesty. At that time, she received news that the crown prince and his entourage had already returned to the capital, but she didn't see the crown princess accompanying them. Now, the crown princess had only returned to her maternal home and entered the palace with her mother. Why did her son's complexion become so strange? Queen Bai secretly glared at her son, then smiled at Wei Ziqin and said, Madam Wei. Prince Mo suddenly stood up and bowed to his mother. Mother, your son will go pick up his wife. Queen Bai looked confused. She looked back at Wei Ziqin, who was smiling. She looked at the little girl next to her. What kind of person was the empress? If she still couldn't sense that something was amiss, then she would be a real fool. She looked suspiciously at Madame Wei and her daughter before her gaze fell on Wei Ziqin. Their son spoke bluntly to the two people in front of him and even said that he was going out to pick up his wife. What did he mean by picking up his wife? Did that mean that the little girl who looked like Jojo wasn't his wife? Could it be a fake? The more Bai Wuxia looked at Madame Wei and her daughter, the more uncomfortable he felt. She was now a little confused and kept looking at the door, waiting for her son to come in and explain to her. At first glance, he felt that there was nothing wrong with this facial paralysis in front of him. But for some reason, the more he looked, the more uncomfortable he felt. The eyebrows were very similar, but sitting there, the aura was completely different. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Wei Ziqin looked at her in confusion and asked. Why did His Highness the Crown Prince suddenly get angry? Today, the Empress had summoned many women. At this moment, everyone looked curiously at Wei Ziqin and her daughter. They were more or less curious. Everyone present more or less knew that the Crown Princess was a troublemaker. After experiencing several palace banquets, most of them were very well behaved now. They didn't dare to treat the little Crown Princess as an ordinary person. Think about it, when did something good happen when the little Crown Princess was invited to a banquet? Everyone who dared to provoke the Crown Princess at a palace banquet definitely didn't have a good ending. From a small matter like Madame Gua to a big matter like the City of Shadows, at the most recent palace banquet, the little Crown Princess slapped the face of a single alchemist. She drew a sage-grade golden talisman and even summoned a frightening ferocious beast. At that time everyone present was dumbfounded. They couldn't think about it. If they thought too much about it, it would only make them cry. So today, when this group of noble ladies and madams saw Wei Ziqin and her daughter arrive, they all went up to greet them in a very friendly manner. All of them revealed quail-like smiles. If they couldn't offend them, then they should hide and go along with them. But, they felt that things were developing in a strange direction again. His Highness the Crown Prince, who had always doted on the Crown Princess endlessly, actually gave the Crown Princess and her mother, Madame Wei, a cold shoulder in front of everyone today? Was the wind going to change direction again? It was said that His Highness the Crown Prince encountered a great danger during his trip to the River of Forgetfulness. When he entered the city this time, the Crown Princess wasn't by his side at all. Could it be that His Highness the Crown Prince finally couldn't stand that fierce girl and completely fell out with the Crown Princess? Prince Mo quickly walked out of the palace hall and coincidentally bumped into the outstanding talent leading a group of people in his direction. The outstanding talent hurriedly led the group of palace maids to greet him as soon as they met. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince. The outstanding talent said respectfully, this servant is under His Majesty's orders to bring some special tribute fruits to Your Highness and the madams. The Crown Prince swept a glance and saw many fist-sized, translucent, and pink fruits on the fruit platter. He didn't pay much attention to it and only nodded slightly before walking over. Just as he reached the long steps in front of the palace hall, he saw a round little figure flying over as fast as lightning. He jumped in front of him in an instant. Mo Lian hurriedly reached out to hug her and lifted her sleeve to wipe the sweat off her forehead. Why did you run so fast? Don't worry, those two people won't be able to escape. Where are they? Mr. Jojo roared angrily. Mo Lian hugged her and swayed, crying out pitifully, Jojo, your husband was molested. Who? Arbor's eyes flashed with killing intent. It's that fake. She kept throwing flirtatious glances at me as soon as she arrived. At first, I thought her eyes were cramping. Arbor moved his limbs and shouted, I'm going to kill her. Let's ask him first. Mo Lian hurriedly pressed down on his wife's body and smiled. Let's get to the bottom of this first. I've already sent someone to the Qiao residence to check on the situation. We'll receive a reply soon. The outstanding talent walked a few steps and turned back to glare at a palace maid who had stopped in her tracks. Don't look around. Don't you know the rules? That palace maid hurriedly retracted her gaze and asked the outstanding talent with a strange expression, "Aunt, who is that plump woman? How could she be so intimate with the crown prince?" It was simply inconceivable. The outstanding talent coldly swept her a glance. "Do your own thing. Don't ask about things that you shouldn't meddle in." That palace maid followed behind the group and couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Unwilling to give up, she turned back to look at the plump woman with a bucket-like waist. It seemed that His Highness the Crown Prince's judgment of people wasn't very good. He previously doted on that extremely bad-tempered crown princess so much. But no matter what, even though the crown princess had a bad temper, she was still good-looking. But this plump woman with a bucket-like waist, no matter how one looked at her, she looked disgusting, right? Why was His Highness's eyesight getting worse and worse? The little royal maid stumbled slightly and hurriedly lowered her head to look at the road, quickly catching up with the group of outstanding talents in front of her. "Jojo, don't get angry first. Let's understand the situation first." After all, they had been away from Forget River for so long, so they really didn't know what had happened at home. If by any chance, Xiao Zhongbang, Wei Ziqin, and second uncle's family had all fallen into someone else's hands now, then, when they did things, they would definitely be restrained. "That mother of yours is also a fake." Mo Lian lowered her head and whispered in Arbor's ear. When they met just now, the fake Wei Ziqin gave him a very fake smile and even called him Your Highness the Crown Prince with some respect in her expression. How could this be Jojo's mother herself? Jojo's parents and second uncle's family all called him Little Mo when they saw him. How could they call him Your Highness the Crown Prince? Your Highness the Crown Prince was what outsiders called him. How could his own people call him that? "I'm worried about them." Arbor's expression was very ugly. Especially since Xiaoya should be about to give birth soon. She didn't know how her family was doing now. Mo Lian gripped his wife's small hand tightly and deliberately said in a relaxed tone, "When we were on Seacone Planet, we had seen all kinds of storms. We could even resist the siege of the Sher family of China. I believe that our family will definitely be fine." Arbor nodded and quickened her pace, walking hand in hand with Mo Lian into the main hall. Along the way, Arbor was already used to those strange gazes. It was similar to how those aunties and big sisters at the city gate looked at her. It was just that the madams and misses present here had much more noble statuses. Arbor was already very calm. In any case, her husband didn't mind, so why should she care about the gazes of others, even if she was 70 or 80 years old and hunched over? Jojo's lotus was still Jojo's. Bai Wuxiao looked up and saw the couple holding hands. He quickly stood up and asked, "Tang Yuan's wife, what's wrong? How could it be? Did he take some medicine that he shouldn't have? He was still poisoned. What's going on? You're even shorter than the last time I saw you." Arbor looked at Queen Bai, speechless. Mo Lian couldn't help but twitch her lips. "Mother, can you not mention the word short?" The Empress's reaction could be said to be extremely fast. A strong desire to survive arose spontaneously. No matter what had happened before, she still couldn't figure it out. At this moment, whenever they saw their son holding the hand of a lady or woman, they would recognize her as Tang Yuan's wife. Even if their daughter-in-law's appearance had changed drastically, their son would not mistake her for his wife. As a mother, how could she not know that her son's taste was unique? Wei Ziqin stood up with a slightly unpleasant expression. She coldly glanced at Arbor, who was next to the crown prince. "What is the meaning of this, Your Highness?" The women in the hall were a little confused. Their gazes all fell on Arbor's face. They couldn't help but think to themselves, "I can't bear to see this. The crown prince is as handsome as a god, but now he's holding the hand of a short woman. The funniest one is the Empress." The little stoic crown princess was clearly sitting next to Madame Nei Wei, but Her Majesty the Empress actually called that woman with a bucket-like waist her daughter-in-law. What kind of stupid thing was this? The noble ladies and madams in the hall coughed lightly and looked over in confusion. At this moment, Arbor and Mo Lian strode into the main hall at the same time, and their gazes immediately locked onto the mother and daughter pair. They had Wei Ziqin's face and figure, but Arbor didn't need to look to immediately sense that this woman impersonating Wei Ziqin didn't resemble her mother in any way. In Mo Lian's eyes, the stoic-faced young lady sitting next to Madame Neiwei was simply trying to draw a tiger but ended up looking like a dog instead. It was simply too laughable. Jojo's adorably stoic face had been carved into the depths of his blood and bones since he was young, leaving an incomparably deep impression. Just based on this woman in front of him, she could pretend to be stoic just by putting on a stoic face. She was more like an idiot. She looked like an idiot and didn't seem to be quick-witted at all. His emotions were ignited at the slightest spark, and he was on the verge of exploding. Arbor suddenly felt Mo Lian's finger pressing down lightly on his palm. She forcibly suppressed the fury that was about to erupt and slowly suppressed it. Since this mother and daughter pair dared to enter the palace so openly, they must have something to rely on. Otherwise, why would they dare to step into the palace's inner court and walk right into a trap? Therefore, mother and them. Arbor's heart tightened slightly. You're the perfect creation, Lily or number 0, right? This was Arbor's first time seeing someone who looked infinitely similar to her up close. If one only looked at their appearances, they really were very similar. Their appearances were almost 70% similar, and absolutely no one would be able to distinguish the two from more than 10 meters away. If this impersonator was placed together with the original little crown princess, they were completely like a pair of twin sisters. This was the real mature creation of the state preceptor. The ones he had encountered before were probably just immature imitations. Arbor's gaze fell on the woman's face. It was hard to imagine that there would actually be such a group of people in this world. They were unwilling to face their own lives and racked their brains just to imitate others. What was the meaning of a life that was replicated like this? The stoic-faced young lady beside Madame Wei hastily stood up uneasily and looked at Arbor in confusion. Who are you? Everyone knows that the crown princess is a great talisman master. She is best at drawing talismans in the air. Give me one. Arbor looked at her indifferently and got straight to the point. Everyone had a baffled look on their faces. There were even a few nervous women who hurriedly got up and quickly called the servant girls and manservants beside them to move their tables and chairs to the back. What kind of joke was this? The crown princess was about to draw talismans in the air and summon that ferocious beast whose face couldn't be seen clearly. According to their past experience, this person who dared to provoke the crown princess must be tired of living. For safety's sake, the madams decided that it was better to stay away from this little crown princess who could explode at any time. This impersonator actually didn't panic and stood up naturally and gracefully. She bowed at Empress Bai before turning to Arbor with cupped fists and a smile. Only then did she say gently, "What's so difficult about drawing talismans in the air?" "It's just that, madam. In what capacity are you asking me to draw talismans in the air?" As soon as the fake finished speaking, Arbor didn't say anything else. He raised his hand and swiped at the air in front of him, creating ripples. He drew and revealed talisman in a few minutes and quickly threw it over. What was strange was that just as Arbor made this move, the fake opposite him also moved her hand very quickly. She copied him and drew a few lines in the air, as if she had learned it on the spot. Her movements were actually quite accurate. The fake also moved her finger and quickly drew a talisman in the air, which collided head-on with the revealed talisman that Arbor had flown over. Everyone saw the two void talismans collide in the air, creating a beautiful stream of light. The power of the talisman splashed everywhere and dissipated with a few whooshing sounds. The group of officials, madams, noble ladies, and laymen could only watch the commotion. They only saw the brilliant light in front of them and really couldn't see what was going on. However, they could clearly see that the little woman with a water bucket waist standing next to the crown prince didn't have any change in expression when she shot out a void talisman. However, the crown princess on the other side swayed a few times. It can't be. Who would believe that such a fierce person like the crown princess would actually be defeated in one move? Everyone glanced at the little pudgy Xiao Mu in bewilderment before looking at the slightly pale fake. They heard the slightly older madam of Censor Jiang murmur in a low voice, "What we see may not be real. Could it be that the crown princess we see is actually an impostor? And the one that His Highness the Crown Prince led through the door is actually the real crown princess?" As soon as she said this, everyone seemed to have been enlightened and instantly sobered up a bit. A madam on the side quickly nodded and said, "No wonder that water bucket, cough, young madam." When she said this, she couldn't help but feel awkward. How should she address the woman with a water bucket waist at the door? She definitely didn't look young. Calling her young madam didn't seem appropriate. Calling her the crown princess. Looking at that pair of mung bean eyes and that ordinary ugly face, she really couldn't bring herself to call her that. What kind of strange trick was this little crown princess up to? Why did she suddenly change her face and have to torment herself to look like a middle-aged woman? From the looks of it, His Highness the Crown Prince truly loved his wife. This little crown princess had already tormented herself into such an ugly state, but His Highness was still able to turn a blind eye to it. How great must he be to be able to do this? On Arbor's side, his eyes were slightly bright as he stared at the fake in front of him. There was a completely incomprehensible luster in his eyes. Your imitation is not bad. Arbor took 2 steps forward and suddenly became interested. Let me see the effect of your imitation talisman. As soon as she finished speaking, she moved like a bolt of lightning. Her fingers formed seals as she ceaselessly stirred the air in front of her, and she ceaselessly changed various hand signs and movements. Everyone only felt their vision blur as they saw the air fluctuate. Talismans glowing with purple light were drawn by the young woman with a water bucket waist in the air. Row after row, the list went on so quickly that it made everyone's breathing stop. The head of the fake opposite him was dripping with sweat. At first, he could keep up with the speed of Arbor's talismans, but after a few minutes, even a layman could see that something was wrong. Something was too wrong. That fake crown princess's hand signs were the same as the other person's, except for the first time when a talisman flew out and knocked away the water bucket waist woman's void talisman attack. After that, there were no more flashes of talisman light. On the other hand, the barrel-waisted woman was like a demon. Talisman after talisman appeared in the air. She continuously drew 99 void talismans. 3 in a row, 33 in a row. From top to bottom, it formed a purple talisman wall in front of everyone. Who could keep up with this speed of talisman drawing? Even if they used imitation talismans, they could not keep up with Arbor's movements and speed. Even though everyone had seen many talisman masters before, this was the first time they had seen such a scene. They were so shocked that their jaws dropped. At this moment, everyone saw the barrel-waisted woman facing the fake crown princess and coldly curl her lips. After this action, her chubby face began to change little by little. Her facial features were rapidly recovering, slowly recovering to their original appearance. This scene was indeed magical enough. The transformation talisman's effect disappeared at this moment, and the young crown prince consort regained her original appearance. The illusory excess fat on her stomach also disappeared. What replaced it was the thin figure of the crown princess under a wide satin jacket. Her eyes were cold. It was the same rustic jacket and the same simple silver hairpin. However, at this moment, the little crown princess was shockingly beautiful in everyone's eyes. Other people's beauty faded with the passage of time. The little crown princess seemed to be different. The little crown princess became more beautiful with the passage of time. Seeing her today, they felt that compared to the past, she seemed to have a faint charm. There was an indescribable feeling between her eyebrows. Queen Bee slapped her thigh and happily stood up. Sweetheart, you've finally changed back. Quick, quick, come to mother. Let mother take a good look at you. Daughter-in-law, I haven't seen you for a long time. Why do I feel that you've gained weight? The crown prince could not help but roll his eyes. What was wrong with his mother? She said that his wife was short and fat. If you don't know how to speak, then don't say it. The little crown princess subconsciously touched her lower abdomen and nodded as she admitted, I am a little plump. It was time for her to gain some weight. She should take care of her small body and let baby Mo grow up well. As an experienced person, Empress Bai's eyes immediately lit up when she saw her daughter-in-law's little action. At this moment, she couldn't care less about being an empress. She walked over to the two of them and asked, Little glutinous dumpling, is your wife? Mother. Prince Mo rolled his eyes at her in dissatisfaction. Is this the time to talk about these things? How could it not be the right time? His daughter-in-law was pregnant, which was a big deal. It was much more important than those messy things. All right. Mother will let you settle the matter first. The White Queen curled her lips and stopped. She looked at the 33 rows of talisman walls in front of her daughter-in-law, and her eyes lit up. Tang Yuan's wife, what talisman formation is this? 9-9 to 1 attack talisman formation, Arbor said expressionlessly. I created it myself. The White Queen immediately revealed her true thoughts and nodded with praise. As expected of my daughter-in-law. You have no problem creating your own talisman formation. Quick, let Mother open her eyes and see how effective this attack talisman formation is. Mother. Mo Lian secretly gave her a look. The White Queen immediately understood. She raised her hand and opened it slightly. A transparent and flawless defensive wall immediately appeared between her hands. The barrier abruptly landed beside the young Crown Prince Consort and the fake. At the same time, the Crown Prince waved his hand to form 2 defensive walls around them. Following which, the 99 talismans that were drawn in the void started to spin like butterflies. The talismans spun, leaving afterimages in front of everyone. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded the screaming fake Crown Princess. The hearts of the many noble ladies and madams of the officials all skipped a beat. They hurriedly stepped back, hoping to get as far away as possible. Fortunately, all the commotion happened within the defensive barrier that the White Queen and Prince Mo had set up together. It did not affect other places. The 99 offensive talismans spun into a cocoon shape, wrapping around the fake Crown Princess. Suddenly, in a strange way, the 99 talismans combined into a huge talisman that was more than 20 times larger than a normal talisman. It emitted a holy golden light. While everyone was gaping in shock, it charged toward the fake Crown Princess with the force of a thunderbolt. That unlucky fake was instantly bound by the golden light and pressed to the ground by that super-large talisman. Instantly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. What's the use of an imitation talisman? It's similar in appearance but not in spirit. Arbor shook his head helplessly. He waved his hand and said, explode. The huge golden talisman wrapped tightly around the fake. At this moment, a strange light burst out. All the offensive talisman power turned into thousands of streams of light, piercing through the fake Crown Princess body without any hindrance. Everyone stared blankly at him. They felt that in an instant, the unlucky one had been turned into a sieve by the thousands of streams of light. Small holes appeared all over her body from top to bottom. They were all holes caused by the thousands of streams of light. They were densely arranged on her body, arms, face, and neck. After she stood up with difficulty, she raised her head. She looked very strange. It was as if she was a fountain that had been poked with thousands of needles and was leaking from head to toe. There wasn't a single spot on his body that wasn't bleeding. Bright red beads of blood were constantly pouring out from the tiny holes on his body. The unlucky fake could only watch as his blood flowed out of his body. His entire face was no longer calm and expressionless. It was completely twisted beyond recognition. He could feel his life force slipping away, and his life was about to come to an end. You tried to paint a tiger but ended up looking like a dog. Mo Lian angrily rebuked. She raised her sleeve and slapped the fake heavily across the air. Scram. Just looking at it was disgusting. She actually dared to impersonate his Charles and openly enter the palace to annoy him. She was simply courting death. Boom. The fake Crown Prince Consort fell straight to the ground, sprawled out on all fours as her limbs drooped down weakly. Bai Wuxia called out helplessly, quick, someone come and carry her out. Don't dirty this consort's newly laid carpet. So hateful, the Empress walked over to her son and daughter-in-law and said with a smile, quick, come and tell Mother about the important matters. Tang Yuan's wife, are you? Report. At this moment, a secret guard from the palace rushed over. He knelt on one knee and said, reporting to the Empress, Grand Concubine Feng's carriage has been surrounded by a large group of strange-faced harpies at the east gate. The Empress' eyes narrowed dangerously. The Grand Concubine had indeed gone to Longting Temple to burn incense today. It was about time for her to return to the palace. She finally couldn't hold back anymore? 50824 Addendum, so that's what it was all about. Realization dawned on Queen Bai's face. She glanced at the impostor on the ground, and understanding flitted through her eyes. Your Majesty, Madame Wei is missing, a female official beside the Empress reminded her in a small voice. Queen Bai glanced and saw that Madame Wei was nowhere to be seen. She quickly looked at her son and daughter-in-law and grumbled, Madame Wei escaped. She got off too easy. Earlier, everyone's eyes were focused on the 99 void purple talismans that flew out of Arbor. They were so shocked that they couldn't recover their wits for a while. Thus, Madame Wei took advantage of this gap and quietly slipped out of the door. No one saw her. Arbor snorted disapprovingly. She can't escape. When Queen Bai heard this, she knew there was hope. She looked at Arbor with a curious expression. Daughter-in-law, what brilliant plan do you have? Quickly tell mother. Looking at her daughter-in-law's calm and stoic face, the Empress was dying of curiosity. I placed a tracking talisman on her. As long as she doesn't leave Dragon Flame City's range, I can receive feedback on her location at any time, the little stoic whispered to the Empress. Other than that, I also sent out tracking poison-tailed butterflies to follow her. She hasn't gone far. She's circling around the chrysanthemum garden outside your hall. Is that so? Then let's hurry over and catch her, Queen Bai said in a low voice. We can't let her escape like this. Since she dares to enter the palace so openly, she must have a plan and must have something to rely on. We can't lower our guard. There's no rush. Arbor tugged on the Empress' sleeve. I placed a talisman array there. She won't be able to leave anytime soon. Queen Bai quickly asked, Daughter-in-law, when did you place a talisman array in the chrysanthemum garden? When I came, I placed a talisman array everywhere I passed. As long as I use my divine consciousness, the talisman array will activate. Queen Bai looked astonished. She glanced at her daughter-in-law and murmured, Can mother ask how many talisman arrays you placed? Arbor blinked and tilted his head. I didn't count, but there are more than 20 rune arrays. White Queen was speechless. They're all trapping arrays? All of them. Trapping array, bewildering array, killing array, gravity array. White Queen was speechless. She suddenly didn't feel like talking to her daughter-in-law. The Empress, who originally thought that her talent was not bad, felt that life was really. There was no harm if there was no comparison. Once there was a comparison, she immediately felt tens of thousands of points of damage. It was simply too speechless. This little guy was actually able to set up dozens of talisman arrays that were not the same as he was on his way here. This was too inconceivable. Prince Mo, who had been pushed aside by his mother, looked speechlessly at the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law who had been whispering to each other for a long time. He quickly stepped forward and said, Mother, what are you and Jojo talking about? After he finished speaking, he hurriedly left. He had been dominating his son and daughter-in-law for so long. He was simply disrespectful. Son, your wife is really extraordinary. She's far from ordinary. Empress Bai clicked her tongue and said, You've really picked up a treasure. Of course. When Prince Mo heard his mother praise his daughter-in-law, his previous anger was immediately swept away. He put on a smiling face and nodded. Mother, Jojo's talent in drawing talismans is really. You don't know if you haven't seen it. It's definitely. If Jojo says he's second, no one in this world would dare to say they're first. Yes. The White Queen nodded in agreement and thought to herself, I must go with my son and daughter-in-law later and see the dozen or so different talisman arrays set up by my daughter-in-law to broaden my horizons. The mother and son gathered together to flatter Arbor, but the person in question glanced at them helplessly. Seeing the two talking enthusiastically, Arbor could only speechlessly pull the crown prince's sleeve and point at the fake crown princess who was paralyzed on the ground. Mo Lien glanced over from the corner of his eyes, only to see the fake lying on the ground suddenly move his limbs. Her hands were twisted in a very twisted posture and turned slightly behind her back. Arbor's eyes flickered. He looked carefully and found that the fake's hands and feet were connected to a transparent thread. When the thread moved, the fake immediately got up and crawled a few steps forward in a stiff posture. Two beams of cold light appeared in her eyes as she stared faintly at Arbor in front of her. Arbor was not afraid of her even when she was alive, let alone the puppet in front of him who was controlled by someone else. He glanced at her contemptuously and drew 3 offensive purple talismans in the air with his fingers. Swish! 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 They rushed toward the puppet's head. The fierce attacks landed on the fake's head 3 times in a row. The latter let out an unpleasant roar and crawled on the ground with her sharp nails. Filth dripped from her mouth. Why are you hiding? Since you've come, then quickly show yourself. The White Queen could not help but laugh. She raised her hands and 2 flying fireballs crashed toward the eaves. Along with a crisp bang sound, fine powder fell from the palace beam. A black figure suddenly landed on the ground. The newcomer bent over and made a defensive posture. Under the mask, a pair of small black eyes flashed with a cunning light. "Your talisman skills are not bad." Arbor did not say anything and gave him 9 offensive talismans. The latter's expression immediately changed. He dodged left and right, trying to avoid her attack. However, his body moved and crashed into a defensive wall behind him. Only then did he realize that there were 4 defensive walls around him. No, the moment he appeared, he was trapped in the defensive array glyphs of the little crown princess. This abominable girl's methods were truly impressive. The Grand State Preceptor knew that it would be extremely difficult to impersonate the little crown princess. Therefore, they decided to be prepared and cast a mimic talisman on Lily or Zero. If they met the real crown princess, they could use the mimic talisman to fool others. Moreover, the Grand State Master had clearly told them from the start that they could enter the palace as they wished. The crown princess had already sent people to delay them. But now, it was obvious that the plan could not keep up with the changes. Everything had failed because of the little crown princess's return to the palace. Damn it, how did things suddenly develop to this point? The people sent by the state preceptor to stall the crown prince and the crown princess were all useless. So many people couldn't even hold back 2 young people. The puppeteer dodged several attack talismans from Arbor, but when he turned around, he accidentally hit his head on the defensive wall. At that time, he was drunk. He only felt a sizzling electric current on the defensive wall that slid through his body and electrocuted him, throwing him to the ground heavily. The puppeteer cursed in his heart, his eyes were so frightened that they were distorted. He quickly turned to look in the direction of Arbor. He saw the little girl looking at him expressionlessly. Her dark eyes were filled with mockery. The pair of eyes that looked at him were completely devoid of emotion. They were like 2 deep pools of water, dead and still. How could there be such cold eyes in this world? The puppet master's entire body trembled, and he felt somewhat unwell. There was no one in this world who could be more deceitful than the little crown princess. This crown princess had built a defensive wall, but she had used some strange method to integrate the power of lightning into the defensive wall. As long as someone crashed into the defensive wall, they would immediately be injured by the power of lightning. Needless to say, the uncomfortable feeling of the lightning corroding the body was especially good. The puppet master had been caught off guard by the electric shock. Until now, his hands and feet were curled up like a shrimp. He was almost unable to speak. The White Queen looked as if she had discovered a new continent. She circled around the transparent defensive wall and exclaimed in amazement. "Daughter-in-law, what method did you use to integrate the power of the 5 spirits into the defensive wall? This method is good. Look, it caught someone off guard. Didn't that unlucky puppet master fall to the ground? Ha ha ha, in a fight, this method was too easy to be deceitful. It didn't take any effort. As long as the other party crashed into the defensive wall, he would be in big trouble, and the person who set up the defensive wall didn't need to use too much spiritual power. This was a good method to get things done once and for all. How did this little girl think of these strange methods? She was really creative. She dared to try anything." Arbor blinked. This was one of the methods of controlling spiritual power recorded in the Spirit Division record. Arbor felt that it was very useful to integrate the power of the 5 spirits into the defensive wall, defensive shield, and various defensive equipment. Thus, she studied it thoroughly. She realized that this was definitely a necessary skill for deceitful people. She immediately applied what she learned and prepared to learn all the tricks in the Spirit Division record. "Mother, do you want to learn? I can teach you if there's a chance." Okay. Seeing that the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law's heads were about to tilt together again, the crown prince hurriedly stood between the 2 of them and said with a serious face, "Jojo, stop fooling around. Let's quickly figure out the situation at home first." When Shamu heard this, she couldn't be bothered with probing that puppet cultivator anymore and sent her husband a look. Mo Lian raised her hand slightly. Immediately, 4 black shadows pierced through the air and beat the puppet master to the ground in a few moves. They lifted him up and threw him in front of the crown prince and the young crown princess. Madame Wei wandered around the large chrysanthemum garden for about half an hour. The more she wandered, the more she felt that the scenery before her was very strange. Why was he always walking around in circles in this area? She was shocked and immediately reacted. She might have been plotted against. Just as she was about to stop and think carefully about what to do, a cold wind blew past her. She saw an old man with gray hair and beard appear in front of her with a cold expression. State Preceptor. The fake Madame Wei first let out a small sigh of relief. Then, she was shocked and hurriedly lowered her head in greeting. State Preceptor Larry coldly glanced at the fake Madame Wei. You're too useless. These two people didn't even last a quarter of an hour in the hall before their true identities were exposed, truly useless. Thinking about how his most perfect creation, Lily or Number 0, had been ruined in the hands of the other party, he felt extremely uncomfortable. How abominable, Ha Duo, Guer, and the woman in front of him were all useless, the best of the worst. Ha Duo was especially disappointing. He brought 5,000 men to guard the outskirts of Dragon Flame City. He was guarding against the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess suddenly returning to the capital. Who knew that no matter how much he tried, he still couldn't prevent them from returning? He had returned, and he had returned to the imperial capital in secret. When he received the news and realized that something was wrong, it was already too late to inform everyone to retreat. Follow me. This double trapperay couldn't stop Larry. This person shook out a bright yellow lamp from his sleeve. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a trace of a cold smile. No matter how dense the array was, he had a divine artifact and could naturally break through any miasma in front of him. The fake Madame Wei was slightly relieved. She quickly nodded and followed Larry. As she walked, she lowered her head and said, Lord Grand Tutor, I'm afraid Lily or Number 0 and the Puppet Master are, more likely than not, it bodes ill. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and slipped away. Otherwise, she would be one of the people who died in the Empress Central Palace. Grand Tutor Larry didn't say a word. He turned around and led her to wander around the chrysanthemum garden, following the floating lamp in front of him. They seemed to walk without any pattern. In less than half an hour, he led the fake Madame Wei out of the chrysanthemum garden. The fake Madame Wei heaved a sigh of relief and bowed. Thank you, Lord Grand Tutor. Suddenly, State Preceptor Larry reached out and grabbed her by the throat, causing the fake Madame Wei to stare at him in panic. The fake Madame Wei wanted to say something, but she didn't even have the strength to speak. Her eyes were full of fear as she stared at the Lord Grand Tutor, who suddenly changed his expression, and she made a sound. With the sound of her neck breaking, the fake Madame Wei's eyes were bloodshot as she widened her eyes in disbelief. Crack! State Preceptor Larry mercilessly crushed the fake Madame Wei's neck and said coldly, Idiot! Such an idiot should not be allowed to waste resources. Just as he was about to leave, he turned around to stare at the fake Madame Wei's wide-eyed face and smiled sinisterly. On the other side, Arbor, who was secretly checking the whereabouts of the fake Madame Wei, suddenly stopped and looked up at Mo Lien with a puzzled expression. What's wrong, Jojo? We suddenly lost contact. Arbor was suspicious. He tugged at Mo Lien and whispered, Let's go out and take a look. The tracking talisman on the fake had lost its effect. There could only be two possibilities. The first possibility was that the fake discovered the existence of the tracking talisman and removed it. Secondly, the fake was already dead. Naturally, the tracking talisman lost its effect. I wonder what kind of situation it is, Mo Lien hummed in response and naturally followed his wife out of the central palace's main hall. Seeing this, Empress Bai hurriedly raised her feet to catch up with her son and daughter-in-law. She trotted all the way to catch up with them. Huh? Arbor couldn't help but let out a puzzled sound. Mo Lien sniffed around and looked around for a while before saying, Jojo, someone used a divine artifact here. Arbor couldn't help but laugh. This fellow's nose was really sharp. She could even sniff out the scent of a divine weapon being used by someone else. Did that fake walk out of your double confinement formation? The White Empress couldn't resist asking. Someone probably barged in and took her out. Arbor carefully sensed and confirmed this point. There were clearly two people's auras flowing in this formation. This meant that the fake was taken away by someone. A faint sneer appeared on Arbor's lips. Excellent. Then she wanted to see how many of her talisman formations this person's divine weapon could break. When she thought of this, a cold glint flitted through her eyes. Her thoughts turned at lightning speed, and her divine sense moved, activating all the talisman formations she set up along the way. It was fine if someone from the palace accidentally stepped into her talisman formations. With the current strength of her divine sense, she had no problems controlling talisman formations from a distance of 500 kilometers without harming any innocent people. As for the person who rashly barged into her talisman formations and took the fake out by activating the divine weapon, Arbor curled her lips coldly. You can only blame yourself for not taking the path to heaven and barging into hell when there was no door to hell. Arbor followed the traces left behind by the tracking talisman several hundred meters forward and discovered the fake Madame Neiwei's wide-eyed body under a green plant. At first glance, everyone was shocked by the fake Madame Neiwei's death. Her eyes were wide open and empty, as if she had seen something, and her mouth also gaped. She wanted to cry out as if she was caught off guard, but she still couldn't make a sound at the last moment of her life. Her death was incomparably miserable. Arbor only swept her a glance before turning her face away in disgust. Now, this fake Madame Neiwei had revealed her true appearance. Her round and plump middle-aged woman's face didn't resemble her mother Madame Neiwei in the slightest. This directional transformational medicinal liquid was truly extremely annoying. She had to speed up and develop a medicine that was faster than forcing people to take the antidote orally. It would be best if it was something like a medicinal powder. She could make people reveal their true appearance with a casual sprinkle. This way, it would be more convenient and more effective. When she thought of this, the little stoic's tightly pursed lips couldn't help but droop slightly, revealing a solemn and serious expression. How did this fake die? A female official beside the Empress quickly walked forward and was about to squat in front of the corpse to take a look. He only heard the little stoic shout, "Don't move." The female official's hand, which was about to flip the corpse, froze in midair. The little stoic rushed forward and directly poured half a bottle of corpse-dissolving water on the fake Madame Neiwei's body, dissolving the corpse in a matter of minutes without even blinking. The onlookers stole a glance at her and felt a chill in their hearts. The young Crown Prince Consort was truly ruthless. The White Empress purposely said to everyone, "This corpse must have been poisoned by someone." If Autumn Leaf had touched it just now, she definitely wouldn't have gotten any benefits. Everyone came to a sudden realization and stole another glance at the little Crown Princess. The latter was expressionless, but his gaze was fixed on the corpse that had turned into water. After the corpse was dissolved, she stepped forward again and took out a bottle. She then sprinkled something in a radius of several feet to purify the poison that had seeped into the soil. It had to be known that if the Empress didn't give her an explanation, the little Crown Princess wouldn't bother to explain even half a sentence in 10,000 years. So what if she dissolved it? In any case, in other people's eyes, she was an especially cruel person. When had she ever cared about other people's opinions? Although the female official Autumn Leaf was startled, she quickly reacted and hurriedly bowed to Arbor, thanking her gratefully. Many thanks to the Crown Princess for the reminder. If the Crown Princess hadn't spoken so quickly just now, she didn't know what would have happened to her. Seeing how the Crown Princess handled the corpse so cautiously, it could be seen that the poison on the corpse wasn't something simple. The detestable murderer killed this woman and left her in the chrysanthemum garden. Before leaving, he even set a trap for everyone and left behind a trace of the poison. It was truly extremely sinister. Arbor nodded slightly, but didn't say anything. She was the only one who knew that the poison on the corpse was contagious. If anyone touched a bit of it on their hands, the poison would quickly spread and spread. If anyone came into contact with it, they would also quickly be infected with this poison. If she didn't clean it up, once this poison spread in the palace, the consequences would be unthinkable. That person can't have escaped too far. The 20 or so talisman arrays she had set up were twisted and turned like a maze. They could be combined together to work at the same time, but they could also be used separately to block and kill. Only she knew best how to use them. Even if that person had a divine weapon as a guide, he probably wouldn't be able to escape her maze of multiple talisman arrays. Arbor turned to Mo Lian and said, "You and Mother, stay here. I'll go with you." Prince Mo immediately interrupted Arbor and hurriedly stood next to his wife. What a joke! How could he be at ease letting his wife run after such a dangerous person alone? Absolutely not, he had to follow. Me. I'll go too. How could she not watch when there was a show? Bai Wuxia also hurriedly reached out to sign up. Seeing this, the old nanny following the empress couldn't help but twitch her mouth. She hurriedly raised her hand to support the empress's raised hand and coughed lightly, "Your Highness. Can we not get so excited just because there's a show, Mother? Aren't you going to the East Gate to check on the grand concubine's condition?" the little crown princess asked in confusion. Consort dowager? Reminded by Arbor, Queen Bai seemed to have just remembered the old princess. She hurriedly waved her hand and said, No, your father should have sent someone over." "Father?" The empress nodded repeatedly and said with a smile, "Aya, do you think your father is completely defenseless? In fact, as early as a few days ago, your father had already sensed that the capital was not peaceful. Over the past few days, he has already sent people to strengthen the security. The secret guards have already investigated the other party's identity. Your father is biding his time, waiting for the other party to make the first move and expose themselves." Queen Bai looked like she was enjoying the show. "Just now, I heard that the concubine dowager was in danger at the East Gate. Only then did I know why these two fakes entered the palace. They must be here to create chaos and provide cover for others." Bai Wuxia snorted and said, "She really has a good plan. Unfortunately, she is unlucky to have met her daughter-in-law as soon as she entered the palace. Not only did she meet the real person, but she was also killed by the real person with one hand. Of course, her fate was extremely bad." The empress talked to herself for a while and suddenly glanced at her son and daughter-in-law. She saw that the young couple was looking at her with the same expression. She couldn't help but feel happy when she saw this. She smiled and asked, "Do you admire your father and mother?" Prince Mo sighed ruefully in his heart. As expected, this biological father of his was truly much more reliable than the old great king of the Mo kingdom, His Highness the Crown Prince, who had been cleaning up after his adoptive father's messes for more than a decade, suddenly felt a bit idle. His biological father was truly capable, and he didn't need to worry too much about court affairs now. He also handled crisis situations quite well. Arbor couldn't help but sigh ruefully in his heart. He raised his small hand and patted Prince Mo's lapel. "Pretty good." It was pretty good. Prince Mo thought that he finally didn't have to rush about and toil so hard in the future. He was also a child who could rely on his father. On the other side, Empress Bai held her daughter-in-law's hand and nagged, "Little glutinous dumpling's father has been so busy these past 2 days that I haven't seen him at all. I wanted to reprimand him, but now it looks like he didn't work for nothing. Glutinous dumpling's wife, let's go take a look at the person who fell into your talisman matrix first. Then, let's go to the East Gate to see your father. When your father was young, he was extraordinarily valiant and could fend off 100 enemies alone. He was definitely an expert in battle. But he's not too bad now." Empress Bai glanced at her son with a grin. "Son, you can't be thinking that your father and mother are still in the dark about the situation in the city, right? Your father and mother aren't old yet. At the very least, we can still support you juniors for 30 to 50 years. It's absolutely not a problem." Mo Lian couldn't help but laugh. She tugged her mother's hand and pretended to be obedient. "Mother, how can 30 to 50 years be enough? At least several hundred years. You must support your son and daughter-in-law." The little stoic very much agreed with these words and nodded empathetically. Support. If father caused trouble for Jojo's lotus, then beat father. If the officials caused trouble for Jojo, then beat those old officials who didn't know what was good for them. When Her Majesty the Empress saw her stoic-faced daughter-in-law's expression, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. The old nanny serving beside her couldn't help but twitch the corners of her eyes. She coughed lightly and reminded, "Your Highness, it's already been a quarter of an hour. You 3 women are chattering endlessly here. Do you still want to do something serious?" The White Queen patted her thigh and quickly said, yes, let's go and take a look. We still have to hurry to the East Gate to watch the show." The old nanny couldn't help but be speechless. She didn't even have the strength to ridicule Her Imperial Highness. Her temperament had remained the same for decades. Even after sleeping for so many years, she still hadn't changed at all. He would go wherever there was a commotion, The group of people followed Arbor out of the chrysanthemum garden and walked along the palace walls for about half an hour. Only then did they stop in a courtyard next to a painted corridor. It's such a remote place. White Queen looked around curiously. Jojo, are you sure it's here? Arbor nodded and waved her small hand at everyone. Then, she strode forward into that painted corridor. The group of people followed the little crown princess over. Sure enough, they didn't walk far before they saw a bearded, gray-haired elderly man with a drooping face. He was fiddling with a lamp in his hand. Arbor's small face was taut as she expressionlessly said, "No need to try. Do you think you can get out of the talisman matrix that I set up? You will definitely trigger the other talisman matrices if you walk out of the first double confinement matrix." Talisman matrices within talisman matrices, one said after another. Just 20 or so sets of talisman matrices that didn't overlap would exhaust people to death inside. No matter how powerful a godly artifact was, it couldn't withstand this kind of consumption. Sooner or later, it would run out of uses. Grand State Preceptor Larry was facing such an awkward situation. The guiding light had run out of uses, but he was still spinning around in an unknown rune array. Even if he used his godly power to bombard the surroundings, the godly power he used up would only merge into the endless void. It was like punching into a pile of cotton. He couldn't hit anything substantial at all. This Grand State Preceptor turned around and stared at Arbor with a malicious gaze. This gaze angered His Highness the Crown Prince, who was beside Sir Jojo. "You don't want your trick anymore?" The Crown Prince sneered. His right hand, which was next to his robe, suddenly moved. A dark purple stream of light was already wrapped around his hand. Xiaomu hastily tugged at his hand, making him withdraw the purple flames. "You're that Grand State Preceptor Lila?" Arbor said with a cold expression. "I didn't expect you to enter the Imperial Palace alone." "Lila, I don't know if I should praise you for your courage or say that you're stupid. Do you think you're very secretive?" "Stupid?" Mo Lian was speechless. His wife had called this Grand Preceptor's name wrong twice in a row. He was too embarrassed to open his mouth and remind his wife that she called his name wrong. Moreover, he kept saying that the other party was stupid. Anyone who heard this would fly into a rage. Prince Mo sneaked a glance at Grand State Preceptor Larry's face. As expected, his face was as black as charcoal. "Stupid girl, how dare you!" Grand State Preceptor Larry roared. His entire body was so tense that he could shoot out in an instant. Like an arrow on a bow, he could charge toward Arbor at any time. "Husband." Sir Jojo raised a pair of big black eyes and stared at him defensively. Her instinctive reaction was to summon her husband. Mo Lian's mouth twitched as he face-bombed. Before his brain could make a judgment, his body had already flashed very honestly, and he flew over by himself. He landed in front of State Preceptor Larry with a whoosh like a bolt of black fire as fast as lightning. The Grand State Preceptor probably didn't expect that the other party would be so immoral as to attack immediately. This guy didn't have time to defend himself, and a cluster of black flames almost burned the tip of his nose. He was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat, and his body stiffly fell backward. He fell quickly and fiercely. As a result, he landed solidly on the ground with a bang. The two blue and white tiles on the ground cracked. Everyone couldn't help but stare at the sky speechlessly. This Grand State Preceptor was too unlucky to have met such a fiendish couple. Today, he would definitely not be able to get over it. Grand State Preceptor Larry rolled on the ground and was about to stand up. Crown Prince Mo expressionlessly flung out a dozen talismans at him. However, with a burst of bone-cracking sounds, this unlucky State Preceptor was unable to straighten his body like a carp doing a somersault. Instead, it was as if all the bones in his body had been crushed. Every part of his body was in excruciating pain. Arbor's eyes lit up. The speed at which her husband threw the gravity talisman was too fast, and his gesture was too cool. Just as this Lila was about to stand up, he was smashed by the gravity talisman. The force of the impact collided with the force of the gravity talisman. The timing was just right. This unlucky State Preceptor's body should have been crushed by the force of the collision. "Idiot!" Arbor scolded crisply. She walked over to Mo Lian's side and said, "Search." She didn't want to waste time with this person, so she directly searched his soul to see what kind of plan the Kingdom of Daluo had. Did they capture the people of the Qiao residence? Larry saw the two approaching, and it looked like they were going to search his soul. This guy's whole body shook, and he used his fingers to pull out a talisman. In a flash of golden light, he disappeared from the spot. Arbor was astonished and muttered to herself, "Sacred-grade golden talisman." This person actually had a sacred-grade teleportation talisman hidden on him. She had studied the golden talisman jade tome for so long, but she had never seen anyone else in this world who could draw a sacred-grade golden talisman. Lord Jojo pondered for a moment, and her curiosity about the Hall of Heavenly Fate talisman incantation deepened. There must be capable people in the Hall of Talisman incantation that she had never met before. Someone who could draw a sacred-grade golden talisman, on Changle North Street, in an inconspicuous courtyard. Young Master Omega Kotoku was wearing a plain and thin garment, and his expression was cold as he sat in front of a rockery in the courtyard, waiting for news. Soon, a tall and thin man quickly walked in, hurried to his side, and leaned over to whisper in his ear. The second young master frowned and nodded indifferently. "Do as I say." "Yes, young master." The tall and thin man, Fei Zhuang, flashed and disappeared from the courtyard. Duga Ling jumped down from the eaves and lazily tilted his head with a smile. "I can't figure it out." "What can't you figure it out?" Young Master Omega Kotoku grumpily retorted. He was very irritated and didn't want to waste time with people. "I can't figure it out." "Aren't you also tired of seeing that Lily Air Zero? Why are you still helping them? Moreover, since the plan failed, it means that the people of Daluo have no value. Why are you still escorting them out of the capital?" The second young master coldly said, "Do you know who the king of Daluo is?" Duga Ling shook his head. "I don't know." Actually, he wasn't that curious. It didn't matter if he knew or not. In any case, this country of Daluo probably had nothing to do with him. Omega Kotoku did not continue speaking. He only glanced sideways at him. "What are you waiting for?" "All right." Duga Ling nodded helplessly. "All right, I won't ask you why, but, sigh." He clearly wanted to get closer, but no matter what he did, he kept pushing her away. It seemed like he was pushing her further and further away. Moreover, now that the little girl knew about the second young master's identity, there was bound to be no result. Ever since he had returned from the River of Forgetfulness, the second young master had always been on the verge of exploding. He was like a walking volcano, and no matter who he saw, he was extremely displeasing to the eye. Even the eldest young master couldn't stand his bad temper and found an excuse to slip away. The kingdom of Daluo was beaten by the Tsang prefecture's troops and horses. They fled from the grassland to the second young master's place. Ling clearly saw a trace of killing intent in second young master's eyes at that moment, but Ling did not know why he would help them. Second young master had a stubborn temperament and was a stubborn person. He must have his reasons for doing so. He flashed out of the courtyard, but before he could take 2 steps, he was blocked by a man in plain clothes. Eldest young master?" Duga Ling looked at Xianxia with a puzzled expression. Eldest young master was deliberately waiting for him at this corner? "Don't meddle in Daluo's affairs. When I came, I saw notices posted all over the streets to capture the fugitives from the state of Duoluo." Eldest young master Qin looked calmly at Duga Ling. "The entire city has been sealed off. That guy Mo Lian is personally leading a group of the capital's elite troops as they traverse the streets and alleys to capture this group of people." At this point, the eldest young master couldn't help but get angry. From the looks of it, that guy Mo Lian was truly a hypocrite. He was more adept at using insidious methods than anyone else. That guy had ordered people to set up testing talisman arrays all around the city gates. Anyone entering or leaving would have to pass through the talisman arrays. There wouldn't be any problem if an ordinary person walked through, but if an expert above the god realm passed by, those lousy talisman arrays would immediately beep incessantly. How would the eldest young master know so many things after entering the city? As soon as he floated through the talisman arrays, a king string of guards would run after him while brandishing their machetes. They would yell and call for nearby brothers to surround and intercept him. He was chased all over the streets by several hundred guards and almost didn't make it back. What king scam? Was there anyone else like him? So what if they were God realm cultivators? There were plenty of cultivators above the god realm in Dragon Flame City. Did they have to capture and investigate every single one of them? That was simply insane. Those remaining trash from the state of Duo Luo are no longer of any use. It's only a matter of time before they are found, the eldest young master said indifferently. You won't gain anything by interfering. Duga Ling was silent after hearing eldest young master Qin's analysis. Eldest young master Qin sighed and said, You still don't understand? Perhaps the emperor of the divine prefecture had already investigated the identities of those people from the state of Duo Luo from the very beginning. He was only waiting for this bunch of idiots to walk right into his trap. And we actually helped the great emperor. Although they didn't want to admit it, reality proved that they had stupidly walked right into the emperor's trap. Many thanks to eldest young master for the reminder. Duga Ling cupped his hands at eldest young master Qin. Since second young master has given the order, we have to do it no matter how difficult it is. Eldest young master, please be at ease. This subordinate will be careful and won't be easily discovered. Since eldest young master said that there were such testing talisman arrays all around the city gate, then he wouldn't go to the city gate to take a look. Eldest young Sir Qin couldn't help but shake his head speechlessly when he saw Duga Ling cupping his hands at him before turning to leave quickly. You won't cry until you see the coffin. I'll let this fellow personally experience how much of a scam this Mo brat is. After bidding farewell to eldest young master Qin, Duga Ling quickly headed for an inn in the city. Previously, the upper echelons of the kingdom of Daluo had stayed in this inconspicuous inn. However, with the current situation so tense, there was no guarantee that those upper echelons had already changed places. Duga Ling's figure flashed as he walked out of the remote alley. He pretended to glance at the street casually. He saw a group of valiant and high-spirited soldiers wearing short armor neatly pass in front of him. There were many more patrolling guards on the streets. As expected, the security was much tighter. Just as he was pondering, he suddenly heard a series of beeping sounds coming from beneath his feet. He didn't pay much attention at first, but his heart involuntarily thumped when he saw all the pairs of eyes on the street looking in his direction. Capture him! A leading soldier on a horse yelled as he pointed in Duga Ling's direction. Duga Ling felt as if 10,000 horses were galloping across his mind. Before his brain could even react, his body had already started to run away. In an instant, many guards appeared from all over the streets and alleys. They held spears and swords in their hands as they yelled and chased after him. Duga Ling's jaw almost dropped to the ground. He saw the commoners, who were used to this sight, squat to the sides of the road with their hands on their heads, allowing the group of soldiers to chase after others. Occasionally, they would look up and roll their eyes in disdain. It was as if this scene happened every day, and the commoners were already used to it. Duga Ling cursed in his heart as he dashed up the tree and leaped onto the roof in a few leaps. What was even worse was that there were quite a few young faces on the eaves. They were holding a broken net in their hands and were trying to outflank him from all sides. You mother asterisk curs. Duga Ling had just started cursing when he saw 4 or 5 nets coming towards him. He didn't even have time to say anything and quickly jumped behind the eaves. He jumped and fled into the back alley. There are no signs of fighting in the Qiao residence. Clearly, the fake goods didn't alert anyone when they moved in. The 8 hidden guards arranged in the Qiao residence also disappeared at the same time. Tong stood in front of the young crown princess with his head lowered and reported everything to her. This subordinate has checked the traces. The crown princess family didn't leave behind any signs of being kidnapped. It seems like, Tong's voice paused. He looked up slightly and saw Arbor looking at him. He quickly lowered his head and didn't dare to meet his gaze. He quickly said in a low voice, Master and Madam's family seems to have left the Qiao residence on their own. Arbor frowned and opened a brocade box in his hand. He looked at the wooden tablets in the box, and his expression relaxed. In the middle of each tablet, there was a faint flame burning as if it was embedded in the tablet. It pulsed with a strong vitality. These were the life lanterns of Qiao Zhongbong, his younger brother, sister, and second uncle's family in the Qiao residence. Now that the life lanterns were safe and sound and even had a strong vitality, it was clear that his parents weren't in danger. What the hell is going on? Jojo was puzzled. Crown Princess. A clear and loud voice came from the window. The young crown prince consort looked over without batting an eyelid. There were only a few people who liked to poke their heads out of the window. Staying up late, having midnight snacks, and so on, all of them had this hobby and habit. Sure enough, not long after, Aoya's big head swayed outside the window. His bright smile was dazzling. I've investigated it thoroughly. Crown Princess, don't be anxious. His Highness said that he will tell you personally when he returns later. Master, Madam, and Second Master's family are very safe. Xianxia gave birth to a boy successfully last night. Master, Madam, and the others are very happy. Really? Arbor's eyes brightened, and a smile appeared on the little stoic's face. The large rock in her heart finally fell heavily. Yeah. Aoyi nodded his big head repeatedly and said with a grin, His Highness told this subordinate to inform you personally when he returns so that you won't think too much. His Highness also said that Crown Princess's trap, testing talisman matrix is especially useful. He placed one in every street and alley, and as long as it beeps, he can immediately arrest someone. Also, that net specially used to trap divine realm cultivators is especially useful. That's a divine weapon invented by your crown prince. It specializes in tricking cultivators above god level, Arbor said expressionlessly, catching god-level cultivators off guard and trapping them. It wasn't me who took it out, it's not like all the tricking was done by this crown princess. Humph, Aoya's mouth twitched. Master and mistress, they really are a family. Don't say who tricked more. Then this subordinate is going to work. Crown Princess, His Highness wants you to play for a while. His Highness will come back later to have dinner with you. The little crown princess made a sound of acknowledgement and saw Aoya's big head shrink down from the window. Play what? Lady Xiao pondered for a moment before waving her hand gently. Her figure then disappeared from the bedchamber. After learning that his family was safe, Arbor finally had the mood to do something else. Your Highness, the testing glyph arrays on the streets and alleys are not responding. Could it be that the other party learned their lesson and stayed in their rooms? His Highness the Crown Prince thought for a moment and shook his head. Right now, the city is under lockdown. Even if they don't come out, our people will go door to door to check. With the testing glyph, we can find out what cultivation level the person in the room has. They can't run away. Mo Lien snorted, the only thing we can do now is take a gamble and get out of the city as soon as possible. Only then can we have a chance of survival. So the remnants of Dorwo will break through the city gates today? At the same time, countless teams were patrolling the streets and alleys, checking for suspicious people one after another. In a private room on the second floor of the overflowing fragrance garden, the curtain on the window was lifted slightly and put down in less than a second. Cough. Heavy coughs were suppressed by that person's handkerchief, making muffled sounds. Master. The man coughed a few times and raised his face slightly, waving his hand at his subordinate. It was a very old face. Under the gray hair was a pair of tired eyes that were bloodshot. He looked like he had not rested for several nights. The subordinate used a black cloth to cover half of his face, only revealing a circle of pockmarks under his eyes, as if his skin had been burned by fire. After so many years, I didn't expect. The gray-haired old man let out a long sigh. He is even more ruthless and decisive than before. I didn't lose to him, the old man said calmly. I only lost to the power in his hands. If he had such a large force, he could also suppress that person and make it difficult for him to continue living. However, he didn't. Some things, once lost, were gone. No matter how much one fought for them in the future, they couldn't be regained. The old man sighed in response. The subordinate hurriedly reminded, Master, the most important thing right now is to get out of the city as soon as possible. Right now, everyone in the city is looking for us. The longer we stay in the city, the more dangerous it will be. Their plan had failed. Originally, they had sent people to mix in with Consort Dowager Chen's caravan returning to the palace. Who knew that they would be stopped at the East Gate and their identities would be exposed on the spot? Even though they had decisively taken Consort Dowager hostage and fought for a chance of survival for themselves, protecting their master and escaping, their brothers had suffered countless casualties along the way. After being chased and killed all the way, they had just counted the number of people. Of the original 3,000 people, only 300 were left. The casualties were more than 80 to 90%. They had completely lost this scheme. Heavenly fortune is only SOSO. The subordinate said indignantly, I originally thought that they could turn the tide, but I didn't expect. In the end, the thousands of harpies sent to help them were all killed by the emperor's personal troops, simply hateful. The gray-haired elderly man waved his hand with a wry smile. I always knew that relying on others was ultimately futile. Unfortunately, he was clearly not capable enough to rely on himself. Alas, after scheming for so many years, he truly didn't want to wait any longer. With such a good cooperation opportunity in front of him, he only wanted to strive for it with all his might. Thump, 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 thump. Disorderly footsteps came from the bottom of the stairs. Accompanied by the madam's unique shriek, esteemed officials, how can our overflowing fragrance garden harbor filth? Everyone, lighten your footsteps. Our garden's ladies have been tired from the entire night and are currently resting, hee. The black-masked subordinate's expression abruptly darkened, and his hand reflexively stroked the hilt of a saber at his waist. Afternoon. When Lord Xiao expressionlessly appeared in the empty space behind the Eastern Palace's sleeping quarters with a large pot of medicinal powder, 17 to 18 junior eunuchs and junior palace maids cowered and gathered together, looking at their crown prince consort with bitter gazes. Assemble. Kaichi stood on the side and waved the silk handkerchief in her hand, directing everyone to stand in line. The junior eunuchs and junior royal maids bitterly lowered their heads to glance at the medicinal bottles in their hands, extremely hesitant. Kaixiu speechlessly twitched her mouth and coughed lightly, saying, the crown princess naturally won't harm us servants. Drink it all. Right. Kaichi jumped down from the stone block and raised the small bottle in her hand, shouting energetically, everyone raise the bottle together and drink. The group of eunuchs and junior royal maids promptly closed their eyes like heroes about to go to the guillotine. At the same time, they stretched out their hands and raised their heads, gulping down the medicinal liquid in the bottle in one gulp. Although the little stoic was expressionless, the corners of her eyes and the tips of her brows imperceptibly twitched. Please, this wasn't poison. Pass down the empress order. A young eunuch with a round head and a fat head was jogging over with a smile on his face. The first thing he saw was the crown princess, who was standing in front of the crowd with a big pot in her hand. His expression froze for a moment. However, before he could react, the rows of maids and eunuchs standing opposite the crown princess fell to the ground with their heads covered. The messenger eunuch was startled, but he didn't cry out in alarm. The eunuchs and palace maids who had fallen to the ground quickly climbed up even faster. One by one, they stood upright. However, when they stood up, the messenger eunuch was so frightened that he fell to the ground. What a feast for the eyes, when dozens of little eunuchs and palace maids had their bodies and faces completely changed in front of your eyes. It was a horrifying scene that made your hair stand on end. What was more, when these little eunuchs and palace maids all transformed into a sturdy middle-aged man with an unshaven beard 3 minutes later, there was no need to mention the visual shock. The messenger eunuch fell backwards with a thump and closed his eyes. He had actually fainted from everyone's fright. The young crown princess expressionlessly turned her head to glance at the eunuch while holding the big pot. Her chin lightly pointed in that direction, and 2 black-clothed hidden guards twitched their eyes before instantly appearing behind her. Wake him up. The young crown princess shouted in a crisp voice. This eunuch by imperial mother's side was too weak. Why did he immediately faint the moment he reached him? It was simply laughable and comical. The young crown princess harumphed and waved her small hand forcefully. The 2 hidden guards hurriedly cupped their hands towards her and swiftly went forward to pick up the chubby eunuch. She raised her hand to pinch the eunuch's philtrum and lightly massaged 2 acupoints on his body. The chubby eunuch opened his eyes and was momentarily dazed. He stared blankly at the 2 hidden guards close by for a while. What did you come here for? The young crown princess shouted, calling back a portion of the eunuch's 3 souls and 7 spirits. He hurriedly struggled free of the 2 hidden guards' hands before going forward to reply to the crown princess's question. In the end, he saw 17 or 18 faces that were exactly the same at a glance. They all had the appearance of burly men with unshaven beards, and their clothes were somewhat tattered. Quite a few of them had prepared thin blankets and other things to cover themselves with. Their clothes were disheveled and comical as they stood in rows, each of them staring at him with strange gazes. "Mommy." The chubby eunuch was so frightened that he sat down on the ground. He almost couldn't see the dozen or so identical faces in front of him. This eunuch only felt all the hair on his body stand on end. Seeing a dozen or so identical faces at the same time, this degree of fright was comparable to seeing a huge ferocious beast appear in front of him. "How can you serve by Imperial Mother's side when you're so timid?" The young crown princess harumphed in displeasure with a stoic expression. "Stand up straight." The chubby eunuch hurriedly stood up after being yelled at by her. This guy's legs were so weak that he almost couldn't stand up straight. However, when he caught a glimpse of the crown princess's sharp gaze, he quickly straightened himself. Woo! Who did he offend? Didn't he just come to pass on an oral decree? He actually got such a big fright, so weak, so weak. "Grand, Crown Princess, Her Majesty, the Empress's oral decree, please eat dinner together." Arbor blinked and nodded reluctantly. "Okay, go over there and wait for me." "Stand further away." Yes." The eunuch's legs were still a little soft, so he stumbled when he walked. When he was a little further away, the little crown princess lowered her head to look at the big soup pot in her arms, and then looked at the palace maids and eunuchs in front of her. Kai Chi, who had a masculine face, hurriedly waved the handkerchief in her hand and said in a loud and rough voice, "Everyone, stand properly. Line up. Get ready." The young crown prince consort nimbly picked up that pot. With a splash, a small pot of powder was poured on to everyone. The chubby eunuch in the central palace could almost hear the sound of his jaw dropping. They could only watch helplessly as the scheming crown prince consort splashed a pot of green powder onto everyone in the room. Kai Chi and the others in the first row had their faces covered with powder. They held their breaths and almost couldn't open their eyes. The eunuchs and palace maids in the 2 rows behind were in a slightly better condition. However, their faces were covered with green powder, which made them feel uncomfortable. The chubby eunuch silently shut his mouth. He suddenly felt that staying in the Empress's central palace was a very happy thing. It was really not easy for the palace maids and eunuchs who served the little crown princess. Arbor carefully observed the changes on their bodies. The moment the powder was sprinkled on them, the deformed bodies of these palace maids and eunuchs began to peel off their original appearance. The speed of recovery was really fast. In just a moment, these unlucky children revealed their original appearance. Kai Chi stretched out a hand from under the blanket, waved the handkerchief in her hand, and shouted, "Line up, line up. Line up like you did before. Pay attention, if you feel that your body hasn't fully recovered, stand in front." A group of little eunuchs and little palace maids, with a helpless expression, stood in line. "Does anyone feel anything wrong with their body?" Kai Chi shouted again. The little palace maids and eunuchs weakly drooped their heads and replied, "No." Kai Chi ran forward and said to the young crown princess, "Crown princess, it seems that everyone is fine. The medicinal powder that you invented, although the color and the taste don't seem to be very good, the effect is very good when used. Being able to change people's original appearance in just a few minutes, the effect was quite good." The young crown princess was also very satisfied. She walked forward in small steps, raised her small hand, and shouted, "Everyone did a good job. In view of everyone, this time, you have worked very hard to test the directional transformation liquid and the recovery powder. I have decided to give each of you a reward of 800 spirit coins." While speaking, the young crown princess heroically took out a heavy bag of spirit coins from her inner world, handed it to Kai Xiu, who was secretly smiling at the side, and ordered, give it out now." Everyone's heads, which were originally drooping, suddenly lifted up, and their eyes lit up. The jaws of the chubby eunuchs who were watching from the side dropped again. They suddenly felt that staying in the Eastern Palace to serve the young crown princess didn't seem to be a bad thing. Kai Chi's small face, which was covered with green powder, suddenly brimmed with a bright smile. She pulled the many little palace maids and eunuchs around her, and hurriedly said, "Why are you all in a daze? Quickly thank the crown princess." The little palace maids and eunuchs hurriedly kowtowed to thank her, and their faces were full of happy smiles. The bag of spirit coins was quickly distributed. There were still about 1,000 spirit coins left in the bag. Kai Xiu originally wanted to return it to the little crown princess. In the end, the little crown princess waved her small hand generously. Use these remaining spirit coins to buy some fresh ingredients and fruits from the food store. You can have a sumptuous dinner tonight as a reward. The courtyard was filled with thunderous cheers as if it was the new year. When the chubby eunuch left the eastern palace with the crown princess, he could still hear the laughter from inside even after a long walk. Sigh, different people have different lives. As long as he casually tried a non-toxic and harmless powder, he would be rewarded with 3 months' worth of salary. He wanted to take back what he had just said. Serving the little crown princess in the eastern palace was indeed an excellent thing. Arbor followed the messenger eunuch to the central palace and was directly led inside. The head palace maid, Pearl, lowered her head slightly and said with a smile, "Her ladyship said that the crown princess doesn't need to be announced when she comes here. Just invite her in directly." The little crown princess expressionlessly asked, "What do you want to eat for dinner?" Pearl almost laughed out loud. She didn't expect the little crown princess to have such an interesting temperament. The menu was drawn up by His Highness the Crown Prince. "It will definitely be very suitable for your taste." The little crown princess suddenly stopped and tilted her head. "Who's crying inside?" She could hear the deafening cries of the White Empress in the inner hall through the corridor. "Sleep, wake up, and make up for 2 more nights." Pearl smiled awkwardly. "It's the 2 shameful things from the Feng family. They came to complain to your majesty." "Crown princess, don't mind them. Your majesty will drive them away later. They won't affect your mood for dinner." From her words, it seemed that she didn't like the Feng family. The little crown princess wasn't curious and followed Pearl into the inner hall. There was a touch of sandalwood burning in the inner hall. A faint smell floated in the air. Queen Bai sat on a gold-threaded Phoebe Jinnan chair expressionlessly. She stared at the seat below. 2 women, one old and one young, were kneeling there. They were wiping their tears. The older woman cried and said, "Your Majesty, the old concubine has been missing for more than 8 hours. When I think about how she is being tortured, my heart feels like it's being pricked by needles. It's so uncomfortable." Queen Bai said expressionlessly, "The old concubine was kidnapped last night. If you were really worried, you wouldn't have waited until now to mourn. Moreover, old consort dowager is blessed by heaven. She's just missing now. There is no evidence that she has been killed. It's too early for you to mourn in front of me." The Empress's words were extremely rude. A young girl kneeling behind the woman quickly raised her hand and secretly pulled the corner of her mother's clothes. The woman was scolded by the queen and choked. She looked at the queen blankly and didn't know how to respond. The queen asked impatiently, "Why did you 2 come to the palace at this time?" The young girl behind the woman hurriedly walked forward on her knees and respectfully kowtowed to the Empress. "Empress, please understand. Father and mother were worried about Imperial concubine dowager's safety and couldn't sleep all night. Therefore, this morning, mother couldn't wait to bring me into the palace." "It's not early." The queen sneered. "It's almost time for dinner. The second wife of the Count of Huainan didn't want me to leave food for you, did she?" The woman was speechless. She had heard that the queen was very good at scolding people. She originally thought that there might be some lies in the rumors. Who would have thought that it was true, seeing that her daughter was so embarrassed by the Empress's words that tears welled up in her eyes and she looked so pitiful. As a mother, her heart ached for her daughter. However, the person sitting at the top was the high and mighty Empress. She was incomparably noble. When the Empress insulted them, they could only accept it obediently. Her daughter, Feng Mingyue, didn't even dare to cry. She was afraid that the Empress would be unhappy when she saw it. She did not shed tears, but the tears were still swirling in her eyes. The Empress was not blind. How could she not see it? The more he looked at them, the more displeased he became. He muttered to himself, "Why do the mother and daughter look so annoying?" She disliked women who were like daughter flowers the most. They would cling to men at the drop of a hat and would feel wronged at the drop of a hat. Moreover, she naturally felt that she hadn't said anything overboard. She had only mocked him a little, and he immediately looked like he was about to cry. It was extremely boring. "Your Majesty, the Crown Princess is here." Zhenzhu saw that the atmosphere was stiff and timely welcomed the little Crown Princess with a smile. When the Empress saw her daughter-in-law's clean and expressionless face, her eyes instantly lit up. "Jojo, come quickly, come to mother." The Empress waved at her with a smile. Arbor stepped forward and bowed before walking to the Empress's side. The Empress pulled her to sit down. When the Empress saw the little stoic, she immediately forgot about the mother and daughter kneeling on the ground. She only cared about pulling Arbor's hand and asked with a smile, "Child, have you been feeling unwell recently? Tell mother as soon as possible if you feel unwell so that the royal physician can come take a look." Empress Bai nagged with a smile. Back then, when mother was pregnant with little glutinous dumpling, this scoundrel brat tormented his mother quite a bit. "Little glutinous dumpling isn't obedient?" the little stoic asked curiously. "He won't stop." Empress Bai waved her hand and said disdainfully, "He threw me up in the early stages. Everything I eat doesn't taste good." "Jojo." Empress Bai pulled the little stoic over and sized her up. "I see that you're quite well. How's your appetite recently?" The little stoic shook her head expressionlessly. "I don't feel unwell. Everything I eat tastes good." The elderly nanny beside the Empress couldn't help but twitch her mouth. She felt that the little stoic crown princess's conversation with Her Majesty the Empress was a bit comical. That's good, that's good." Empress Bai nodded with a smile. The Empress and the little crown princess conversed back and forth as if there was no one else around, but it made the kneeling mother and daughter duo Madame Bao die of misery. The two of them knelt there, not daring to wipe their mouths, much less stand up on their own. By the time Empress Bai finished chatting with the little crown princess, 5 minutes had passed. The Empress turned around and revealed a stunned expression. "Why haven't you left yet? Is there something else?" Xianxia and the other royal maids all looked towards Madame Bao and her daughter. The mother and daughter duo instantly felt flustered with embarrassment. What could be more embarrassing than being ignored by others? The two of them had been ignored by Empress Bai until now. Now that she said this as if waking up from a dream, it made Madame Bao and her daughter extremely uncomfortable. They were from the Duke of Huainan's mansion and were the legitimate maternal family of old concubine Feng. Now that old concubine Feng had an accident, the mother and daughter came to the palace to show their filial piety. How could they be disliked by the Empress? Xianxia stepped forward and curtsied. Holding back her laughter, she said to the mother and daughter, "Second Inyang, Miss Mingyue, please." Feng Mingyue's face alternated between green and white, her expression extremely ugly. The second wife of the Count of Huainan bowed submissively to the White Empress, shrank her head, pulled her daughter's sleeve, and pulled her out. "Who are they?" When Feng Mingyue went out, she happened to hear the little crown princess ask in a crisp voice, which made her even more unhappy. The crown princess had been back in the capital for so long, but she still couldn't remember all the names of the madams and young ladies of the noble families in the capital. "It's the second concubine of the Duke of Huainan's mansion." Empress Bai couldn't control her anger. "I haven't seen the Duke of Huainan for many years. The older I get, the more confused I become." For the sake of Count of Huainan, she called her second madam. Did she really think that she was a madam just because she called her second madam? Old concubine Feng has such a big accident. Count of Huainan shouldn't send the second Inyang of the Count of Huainan's mansion to the palace to inquire about things. Xianxia also whispered, even if Madam of Count of Huainan has been in poor health all year round. Count of Huainan should also send Miss Feng to the palace to inquire about things. The little crown princess touched her belly and said yes. She turned to look at Empress Bai. "Mother, when is the meal?" Everyone, they really couldn't keep up with the little crown princess's jumping thoughts. Everyone thought that the little crown princess had asked about Madame Bao and her daughter because she wanted to know more about the second concubine of Count Huainan's mansion. Who knew that this little fellow only asked such a question and skipped over the matter as if it had nothing to do with her? The group of palace maids and nannies couldn't help but be speechless. Who did the crown princess take after with her eccentric personality? Her mother, Madame Wei, looked like a very normal woman. The Empress laughed and said, "Good, good, quickly serve the food. I don't know if little glutinous dumpling will be back in time. Let's not wait for him, let's eat first." The little crown princess thought for a moment and reluctantly said, "Then let's wait for him. Master, let's go, quickly, from here, come." The masked man who had escaped from the back door of Overflowing Fragrance Garden supported the gray-haired old man with one hand and hurriedly fled into the alley. Inside Dragon Flame City, buildings of all sizes were densely packed. The masked man supported his master with one hand and gripped a long sword dripping with blood in the other. His movements were very slow. After his identity was exposed from Overflowing Fragrance Garden, the masked man had protected his master and fought their way out. The two of them were like stray dogs, exhausted from running for their lives along the way. Master. The masked man lowered his head and glanced at his master. The gray-haired old man panted heavily and raised his hand to wave at his subordinate. Don't worry about me, let's continue. If they didn't hurry out of the city now, once they were surrounded, there would be nowhere to escape. The masked man took a deep breath. This subordinate has been rude. Master, please lie on this subordinate's back, let this subordinate carry you. The gray-haired old man indeed couldn't walk anymore. After running for his life, his legs seemed to be filled with mercury. When he took a step, his legs couldn't help but tremble. Master, come up. The masked man urged again and pushed the old man onto his back. The old man lay on his back, took a deep breath, and said intermittently, Zhu Fei, if I can escape today, this old man will never forget your great kindness. Master, you don't have to say that. The subordinate called Zhu Fei said with a serious expression, if Master hadn't taken me in back then, I wouldn't be who I am today. Back then, my entire family was killed by an enemy. It wasn't easy for me to escape from the fire. If it weren't for the fact that Master sent someone to treat him, he would have died long ago. Zhu Fei's life belongs to Master. I will not hesitate to go through fire and water for Master. The old man nodded with a gratified expression. Zhu Fei turned a corner and almost bumped into someone. The long sword in his hand was very fast, and as if it was a conditioned reflex, he stabbed towards that person's chest. Wait! That person shouted in a low voice. It's me. The old man lying on Zhu Fei's back recognized the newcomer's identity and quickly said to Zhu Fei, it's Larry. Zhu Fei took a closer look and couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, State Preceptor, what happened to you? Larry's appearance was extremely miserable. He dragged half of his body and leaned against the wall of the alley. It was as if all the strength in his body had been drained. He panted heavily and his whole body was trembling. Larry. The gray-haired old man asked in surprise, what happened to you? Master, we've run into a tough nut. Larry spat blood on the ground and shook his head at the two with a pale face. That Crown Prince Lien has activated half of Dragon Flame City's defensive array. We can't teleport out smoothly at all in the array. Right now, the streets and alleys outside are also filled with traps. You don't know if there will be a test glyph array when you walk out. Whenever we pass through a test glyph array, the glyph array will make a sound. After saying this, Grand Tutor Larry seemed to have lost his strength. He leaned against the wall and panted heavily. I was injured by that Crown Prince Lien. I'm afraid we won't be able to leave this place alive. Grand Tutor Larry couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Did Lily Er's plan completely fail? Failed, completely failed. Grand Tutor Larry closed his eyes in pain. He had poured a lot of effort into this plan and cultivated two of the most excellent Lily Heirs. He felt that it was already the pinnacle of his work. However, a fake was still a fake. Once she was in front of a real person, she immediately lost her meaning. I've already done my best. Grand Tutor Larry sighed. I know. The gray-haired old man sighed and thought to himself, life is so helpless. Sometimes, you won't succeed even if you try your best. Just like him, he had failed once more than 10 years ago. Now, 10 years later, he was facing another failure. This was probably the last failure in his life. The old man thought to himself with a bitter laugh. A person who was about to die had a very sharp intuition. Over there, the test glyph array reacted. A shout came from outside the alley. Everyone's expression changed. Master, go. Larry clutched the wound on his chest and hurriedly pushed Zhu Fei in front of him. Take Master away. Zhu Fei could only take one person away and only had the strength to take one person away. However, since they had worked together for so long, they couldn't just watch Grand Imperial Tutor Larry die. Zhu Fei immediately threw out a teleportation glyph array from his sleeve. Go. No, the teleportation glyph array is gone. It's useless. Grand Tutor Larry still wanted to explain, but he was already dragged into the teleportation glyph array by Zhu Fei. Grand Tutor Larry's expression suddenly became very interesting. I already said it's useless, brother. Why didn't you let me finish my words? I originally had a chance to escape, but now, Grand Master Larry let out a long sigh at Zhu Fei as if there was nothing he could do. Could it be that this was the will of the heavens? Now that things had come to this point, there was no turning back. Zhu Fei didn't know what was going on, but he was delighted. He stepped out of the array with his master on his back and said, State Preceptor, look. You can teleport. Grand Preceptor Larry pointed forward expressionlessly as if all his strength had been sucked out. He didn't want to say another word. Zhu Fei didn't know what was going on, so he turned his head to take a look, and then his eyes widened in shock. He saw that there were about 10,000 soldiers and horses lined up neatly in front of the city gate. An outstanding man with black hair and a pair of slightly raised phoenix eyes was sitting astride a horse. He held the reins in his hand and looked at them expressionlessly. Waiting for the rabbit by a tree stump, you really did manage to find the rabbit. Prince Mo curled his lips and nodded in satisfaction. He raised his left hand and moved 2 of his fingers. Take him down. Zhu Fei hurriedly helped the gray-haired old man to the ground. He gripped the long sword in his hand and circled around his master, looking like he was about to fight to the death. The gray-haired old man reached out to pull him back and heaved a long sigh. No need to risk your life. It was useless. His Highness the Crown Prince of the Divine Province was waiting for him here with thousands of troops. The old man raised his hands and stretched them forward. He said arrogantly, It's fine if you want this king to surrender, but this king wants to see your father. This king wants to discuss everything with your father face to face. Prince Mo's eyes narrowed dangerously. He stared at the old man in front of him with a sneer. You don't have the right to negotiate with me. Before I meet the emperor, I want to settle the score with you about Lily Air. The crown prince's handsome face was cold as he spat out these words in a flat tone. Take him down. With a cold expression, he waved his hand. Immediately, a dozen or so guards with quick movements rushed forward and pressed the spears in their hands against the chests of King Doro, Grand State Preceptor Larry, and Zhu Fei. Zhu Fei's expression turned cold. Just as he was about to resist, the old man reached out and pressed him down. This King Doro, even in the face of a life-and-death situation, his expression still didn't change. What do you want to settle with this king? Lily Air did develop a directional transformative liquid based on your crown princess. But in fact, this plan didn't succeed. You didn't lose anything. Mo Lian couldn't help but laugh. However, those who were familiar with him could see the true emotions in his heart from his cold phoenix eyes. Lily Air's plan didn't succeed. Didn't succeed mean it didn't annoy him? Didn't succeed mean it didn't exist? These people's strange thoughts and strange words were always so funny. I heard that the entire plan was carried out by your Grand State Preceptor Larry, right? Larry dragged his broken body and moved forward 2 steps like a turtle. He stood in front of King Doro and said, Lily Air's plan was indeed planned by Larry alone. It was I who suggested to the great King Doro to use your crown princess. Grand State Preceptor Larry stood in front of the gray-haired old man and shouted passionately. Using your love for your wife, they want to start with you. Grand Master Larry shouted angrily, as long as we kidnap your wife secretly, you will be bound, at least for a short period of time. Ah. Before he could finish his words, he was stabbed in the body by a few guards. Deflated, he fell to the ground, his entire body wilting. At this moment, Prince Mo smiled. This guy was born handsome, and when he smiled now, it was as bright as the moon in the sky. It was as if the entire world was shining because of him. That pair of phoenix eyes, however, did not contain the slightest bit of warmth from beginning to end, remaining incomparably cold from beginning to end. I remember that there are many tortures in the nether continent. One of them is called chariot crack. It's quite interesting. Tie the heads and limbs of those disloyal, heartless, and unjust people to 5 different cars and use large hyenas to pull the cars. Pull them in different directions. Every time the Crown Prince spoke, the color on Grand State Preceptor Larry's face faded a little. Until the Crown Prince said, "What do you think the process of being pulled by the chariot crack will be?" Everyone present couldn't help but shudder. Grand State Preceptor Larry's face was filled with fright. He raised his voice and screamed, "You have no right to do this. This preceptor wants to see His Majesty. Wants to see." Ah. His arms were firmly held down by several guards. His knees were heavily kicked by one of the guards, causing his body to uncontrollably kneel on the ground. His arms were pinned behind his back and pulled up high. What are you doing?" A trace of fear slid through Grand State Preceptor Larry's heart. The Crown Prince in front of him was simply a lunatic. A lunatic. How could he treat a prisoner of war like this? Was it appropriate? Prince Mo looked coldly at Grand State Preceptor Larry, who was kneeling at his feet, pausing between each word, his voice incomparably cold. "I want the whole world to know. What will happen to those who conspire to murder my wife? You will become the center of attention." After saying this, he didn't say anything else, only slightly lifting his chin at his two trusted shadow guards. The two shadow guards immediately flashed forward. One of them effortlessly pulled Grand State Preceptor Larry up and dragged him forward. Let go of me, let go." Grand State Preceptor Larry's heart was filled with fear and dread. He was scared, truly scared. He didn't want to deal with a lunatic anymore, and he didn't want to provoke a lunatic anymore. This Crown Prince must be sick. The Crown Princess clearly wasn't harmed at all. Why did he? What are you doing? Stop. King Doro's expression changed greatly. He originally wanted to take a few steps forward, but he was abruptly stopped by a whip. When he looked up, he saw Crown Prince Mo condescendingly looking down at him with a horsewhip in his hand. His icy gaze was filled with a ruthless glint. "Our whip doesn't have eyes. If you take another step forward, we'll make your blood splatter on the spot." You. King Doro angrily pointed at him, unable to suppress the churning blood in his chest. "You have no respect for your elders. If elders are always like you, coming back every few days to annoy people, then I don't need such elders." King Doro's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice trembling as he asked in shock, "What do you mean? You? This Crown Prince actually knew his true identity? You think that after so many years, no one knows which corner you've been holed up in to preserve your strength?" The Crown Prince looked at him with a face full of mockery and said coldly, "His Majesty found out about your whereabouts 3 years ago. He's been waiting for you to make your move. You really didn't disappoint. After 18 years, you've made a comeback. King Fulin, Grand Imperial Uncle. Remember who your captors are. He was the only Crown Prince on the Divine Land. He's your nephew. Mo Lian. Your Highness, Your Highness. Your Highness." A sea of cheers instantly drowned out King Fulin and the others. "His Highness the Crown Prince will send the traitor King Fulin's subordinate, Larry." The car split up at the intersection of East Street. They pulled for about half an incense stick's worth of time. Larry's limbs fell off first, and then his head. Li Yi reported the entire incident. Although her description was very vague, when she reported, the little Crown Princess was picking up a meatball. After she finished speaking, the meatball fell on the table and rolled around. The little Crown Princess immediately lost her appetite. She hurriedly threw away her chopsticks and sat upright. The White Queen hastily waved her hand and said, "Don't say these things that spoil one's appetite when eating." All right, you're dismissed." "Yes, this subordinate will take her leave." Li Yi leaped and fled. "Daughter-in-law, don't be scared. Little glutinous dumpling will only go crazy when he's angry. He's not normally like this to other people." The little stoic nodded. There had to be a reason why her husband treated Larry like this, and it was most likely related to her. She didn't know how that Larry courted disaster in front of her husband. He probably said something that provoked her husband, causing him to issue this kind of order. But no matter what, she supported her husband's decision. The little stoic rubbed her stomach and glanced at the dark sky outside. She pursed her lips and muttered softly, "It's already dark. Why hasn't husband returned yet?" Empress Bai looked at her with a smile. Since they captured King Fulin and his subordinates, that child probably went to the study to find his father. Perhaps the two of them will interrogate those people overnight. The Empress had just said this when a eunuch came in to report. As the Empress expected, the father and son pair had casually settled their stuttering in the study and were now going to the Supreme Court to visit King Fulin. Arbor puffed up his cheeks. Royal Mother, then I'll go back first. That's good too. I'll send someone to escort you back to the Eastern Palace. Who knows how long little glutinous dumplings' interrogation will last. Don't wait for him and go rest early. Arbor nodded. Before he left, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked, then has Consort Grand Fong been rescued? Empress Bai couldn't help but be speechless. If her daughter-in-law hadn't mentioned it, she would have forgotten about Consort Grand Fong again. To Bai Wuxia, it was already considered very difficult for her to remember 1 or 2 out of 10 of the royal concubines left behind by the previous emperor in the harem. She usually didn't take their matters to heart. Consort Grand Fong was a good-natured person and was usually very well behaved. She didn't have much of a presence, so it was normal for Bai Wuxia to forget her. This Consort Grand Fong could be considered one of the rare ones who didn't cause trouble among the previous emperor's many royal concubines. Since she was tactful, Empress Bai naturally didn't mind providing for this Consort Grand Fong. The entire harem of the divine province was empty. Apart from the previous emperor's old concubines, who might pinch each other for no reason, there really wasn't much else. Since all the renegades have been captured, Consort Grand Fong should also have been rescued, right? Hearing the little crown princess's question, the empress said uncertainly. Then, she smiled and said, little glutinous dumpling and his father will solve these problems. Jojo, don't think about those troublesome things now. The White Empress took a white fox fur cloak and tied it around her daughter-in-law. Xianxia will send you there. No need, it's not that far. I'll take the carriage back. It's quite fast. It's cold outside, be careful on the road. The Empress said and turned to Xianxia, send the crown princess back. Xianxia hurriedly bowed her head and answered. She knew in her heart how much her master valued this little crown princess. After bidding farewell to the Empress, Xianxia welcomed the little crown princess out of the door and sat in the carriage that had already been arranged. Qiaomu leaned against the sturdy cushion and hugged a small, warm hand warmer. She nodded her small head from time to time, feeling drowsy. Jojo's Lian even said that he would come back to eat dinner with her, but he was nowhere to be seen at this time. He really didn't do things reliably. He was about to become a father, yet he was still so careless when handling matters. The carriage paused slightly, and Arbor's large head bumped into the carriage. Fortunately, the 4 walls of the carriage were padded very thickly with soft cotton wool. Arbor's bump didn't hurt much, and it even woke her up a bit from her drowsiness. The little stoic rubbed her eyes and sat upright. Pearl, what's the matter? I don't know why the wheel seems to be stuck on something. There was a trace of anxiety in Pearl's voice. Oh, it's okay. Arbor yawned with an indifferent expression. He raised his hand to open the curtain and looked out the window. If it takes too long to fix, then we won't wait for it. She might as well stick a flying talisman and fly back. Anyway, it was not far from the Eastern Palace. She took the carriage because she was lazy and didn't want to move her legs. This person is too careless. He didn't even see such a big iron rod and let it lie here. It's stuck in the wheel. Crown Princess, please wait a moment. Pearl angrily said a few words. She turned around and said to the servants behind her, hurry up, don't let the Crown Princess wait for too long. The young Crown Princess looked out the window for a while. Her eyes narrowed and her deep gaze fell on the eaves not far away. All of you get down. Arbor suddenly shouted. Pearl and the others almost reflexively obeyed the young Crown Princess' order and fell to the ground. At the same time, a rain of arrows came from above the eaves and landed on the carriage with tinkling sounds. The carriage's exterior looked very ordinary, but in reality, it had been reinforced with heaven-grade refining materials. Therefore, the rain of arrows looked fierce, but in fact, it couldn't even penetrate the outer layer of defense. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few black figures suddenly jumped down from the palace wall and rushed forward a few steps without saying a word. Just as they were about to surround the young Crown Prince Consort, they drew their swords and sabers and began to beat her up. Pearl angrily whistled a loud and clear whistle, and then a cluster of fireworks in the dark night was lit up. Footsteps could be heard coming from all directions. The hidden guards who had been hiding in the dark rushed over when they heard the news. Without saying a word, they went forward to intercept these people in a well-trained manner. Soon, the two sides were engaged in a heated battle. The young crown prince consort lifted the curtain of the carriage and sat there expressionlessly. Even though her drowsiness had vanished without a trace, her spirit wasn't very good, and a hint of drowsiness rose from her heart. However, these idiots who came out of nowhere actually disturbed her when she went home to rest and secretly waited for her here. Dong. A black arrow was nailed to the window of her car. It didn't break through her defense, but it made a deep hole in the curtain. The little stoic glanced at her, and her entire face turned a bit unsightly. The place where the arrow pierced was a pitch-black lotus. Of all places, it had to be Jojo's lotus. A bunch of fools who were tired of living. Let's see how I'll deal with them. It's been 18 years since we last met. You've aged a lot. The first thing the great emperor said when they met was a stab to the heart. The gray-haired old man glared angrily at the man in front of him with his dead fish eyes. For a moment, his heart was filled with emotions. It had been 18 years since they last met. The great emperor was still young and handsome, but he was aging step by step. This caused him to feel resentful and unwilling at the same time. He really didn't understand how he was inferior to this younger brother of his. Back then, when the previous empress was still alive, she also praised him repeatedly. Many times, he felt that he actually didn't do worse than her. However, the applause and encouragement always belonged to him and were completely cut off from him. What do you want to know? Prince Fulin sneered. If you want to learn about the heavenly fortune from me? Heh, don't waste your time. Looking at the situation, if I didn't catch up during the day, I'll catch up at night. I've been working overtime this week. I'm going to be busy. Night. The main hall of the Supreme Court's dungeon was brightly lit. 2 rows of armed guards stood neatly on both sides of the door, looking straight ahead. In the middle of the circular hall, there was a spacious iron cage that could accommodate 100 people. King Fulin sat cross-legged on a tricolored round felt, glaring angrily at Mo Lushing and his son. This damned father and son, sinister and cunning, extremely shrewd and scheming. Only now did he understand that this Mo Lushing, from the very beginning, had been playing with him like a monkey. He clearly knew that he was hiding in the Pingjin grassland 3 years ago, but had not done anything to him, only secretly monitoring him, allowing him to grow stronger. Allowing his forces to spring up like bamboo shoots after the rain, expanding, and expanding. Just when he thought that with his current forces, he could make a comeback, and had some chance of winning against Mo Lushing, reality gave him a heavy slap in the face, slapping him back to his original state. You can kill me or cut me up as you wish. King Fulin sneered, slightly raising his head. But if you want to find out about the heavenly fate from me, I advise you not to waste your efforts. Mo Lushing stared indifferently at the gray-haired man in front of him for a long time, not saying anything, just shaking his head slightly. This attitude and expression of disdain to speak to him immediately infuriated King Fulin Mo Lushue. His eyes suddenly widened, glaring angrily at the great emperor. If you have something to say, just say it. What are you hemming and hawing for? I have nothing to say. Mo Lushing glanced at him indifferently. The latter was so angry that he directly jumped up from the round felt, pouncing on the big iron cage, slamming the iron door across the cage. Mo Lushing, you must think I'm very funny, right? For so many years, I've schemed this and that, but in the end, it's all within your plan. 3 years ago, you saw through my identity, but kept it a secret, hiding it, waiting for me to walk into your trap. Ha. King Fulin scolded angrily. You're probably thinking, how can there be such a stupid brother like me in this world? Mo Lushing shook his head and calmly told him, you're wrong. More than 10 years ago, you started a rebellion in the capital for your own selfish reasons, and your name was removed from the Mo family's genealogy. The current eldest son's name is Big Brother Mo Lufeng. Mo Lushing's expression was indifferent. You're nothing, so don't call yourself my brother. Mo Luzhu gritted his teeth, you removed my name. It's you. What right do you have to remove my name from the genealogy? You greedy thing, you just don't want me to have a good time. Just who is it that has the ambition of a wolf, and still refuses to give up? Mo Lucian was simply angered to the point of laughing. Who was it that started that war 18 years ago, causing the people to have no way of making a living and leaving so many people homeless? Who was it that instigated these strange changes and forced everyone to come to the capital? And who was it that gathered 300 experts and surrounded Zhen and Wuxia in the middle of the night? In that battle, the couple won in the end, but he also paid a very painful price. He racked his brains to repair Wuxia bit by bit, and waited for him for 17 or 18 years until he was dizzy. At that time, he was simply mentally and physically exhausted. Because he had just ascended the throne, there were many things to worry about. At that time, he had to spend a lot of effort to treat Wuxia and also clean up the mess that Mo Liuxi had made. Later, for his son's safety, he had to send little glutinous rice ball away. The happy family of 3 suddenly became his lonesome self. For all those years, he had to endure the loneliness and coldness, endure the bitterness and pain in the dead of night. After enduring the hardships, his temperament had changed greatly. He was usually moody, and when his head hurt, he only wanted to kill people. He wanted to kill all the people in this world with bad intentions. Fortunately, everything returned to the beginning. Little glutinous rice ball was brought back, and Wuxia also came back. Sometimes this feeling was so good that it was almost unreal, making him feel like he was in a dream. Did he hate King Fu Lin? Of course he hated him to the bone. Back then, if this person had not been ambitious and conspired with the rebel forces to ignite the flames of war, perhaps he would not have had to endure the pain of being separated from his wife and son for decades. If Mo Lian heard his father's silent criticism in his heart, he would most likely not be happy. Back then, if his father had not been wise enough to send him to the lower star domain, he might not have met his wife. Therefore, everything in this world was fated to exist by the will of the heavens. He and his dear little wife were destined to be married, and no one could tear apart that line of marriage. Father? Mo Lian reached out and poked her father's sleeve. Her father stopped talking halfway and just stared at King Fu Lin in front of him, not saying a word or getting angry. This was not quite right. Mo Lucian came back to his senses and looked coldly at Mo Liuxi across the large iron cage. The current you is completely unable to be my opponent. Mo Liuxi was abnormally cold and angry. He gripped the iron cage tightly and pounded on the 2 iron pillars with extremely narrow gaps. He roared, "Do you think you've won? Mo Lucian, you never know what I will do next. I left you a generous gift on East and West 12th Street, ha 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 ha. You're just too confident in yourself. That's why you've been defeated in front of me again and again." Dong dong dong. Mo Lian threw a pitch-black ball at Mo Liuxi's feet. "King Fu Lin, no, you've already been removed from the Mo clan. Now that you call yourself King Duo Luo, it's more appropriate to call you King Duo Luo." King Fu Lin Mo Liuxi's eyes were wide open, glaring at Mo Lian and gnashing his teeth. This junior actually dared to provoke him in front of him, reminding him once again that he had been expelled from the Mo clan. Damn little brat, he's really tired of living. Eh? Why are you glaring at me? King Duo Luo, why don't you take a look at what's beneath your feet? You think you can scare this old man with a random firearm? Mo Liuxia was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly heard the word firearm and regained his senses. He lowered his head and looked at the black ball rolling at his feet. He slowly squatted down and picked it up with trembling hands. Even his voice was trembling slightly. How did you find it? Mo Lian looked at him as if he was an idiot. You still don't get it? Someone beside you betrayed you. East and West 12th Street, all the firearms you sent people to bury, the distribution map is in our hands. Is it that hard to find it? We found it all in 6 hours. Mo Lian looked at him in amusement. You can recognize the reality now. When you stepped into the Supreme Court's prison, you've already announced your complete failure. Zhu Fei. It's Zhu Fei. It's him, he betrayed me. King Fu Lin slammed the iron door in agitation, his entire person on the verge of madness. It was Zhu Fei who betrayed him. He really didn't expect that the person he had saved and cultivated until now, the person he had planned to take as his godson, who had accompanied him to the end, would be the one who betrayed him the most. Ha 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 ha, how ridiculous. The emperor expressionlessly watched him go crazy for a while before insincerely persuading him, don't go crazy anymore. Things have already come to this, I have nothing to say to you. I only have one sentence to say to you. The emperor continued to prick his heart, speaking the truth, compared to 18 years ago, you are not ruthless enough, have insufficient means, have insufficient connections, and are not powerful enough. You have regressed a lot, which is why I don't want to act against you. If you are willing to stay on the Pingjin Prairie and retire for the rest of your life, I probably won't care about you. Mo Lian, he felt that his father's attitude and tone were really the kind of infuriating. How could he have such a father? This was too deceitful. It's a pity that you foolishly left the Pingjin Prairie and came to Dragon Flame City. The emperor said with emotion, if it was more than 10 years ago, you definitely wouldn't trust someone so much. Before you do anything, you would always leave something behind. What does this mean? It means that you have been suppressed by me for more than 10 years. After you fell, you never got up again. There is no one around you that you can use. You can only seek help from the heavenly fate, seek some unrealistic help. You lost miserably. After Mo Lian said this, Mo Lian saw that King Doro, that miserable guy, was so angered by his father that he spat out a mouthful of blood on the iron cage. Mo Lusheng looked back expressionlessly. Lord Wang of the Supreme Court, who was more than 50 years old, hurriedly wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and walked forward. What are you still standing there for? Hurry and clean up the iron cage. Looking at His Majesty and His Highness the Crown Prince's pair of disdainful eyes, they must be disgusted that Prince Duo Luo had spat out a mouthful of old blood on the iron cage, which was so dirty that it stung their eyes. As an old official for more than 10 years, he naturally knew a lot about the rebellion of King Fulin more than 10 years ago. Now, seeing the imprisoned Prince Fulin being angered to the point of vomiting blood by His Majesty at home, he was really speechless. Therefore, don't say that His Highness the Crown Prince was a scammer. In fact, this was probably just a son inheriting his father's work and inheriting His Majesty's scammer attribute. Great Emperor waved his hand. Let King Duo Luo be alone for a while. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned around and looked at King Fulin, who was sitting on the ground through the iron cage. Oh yes, I heard that when you were in the Pingjin Prairie, you lived a luxurious life. Recently, our Dragon Flame City has been spending a lot of money. We've spent too much on digging defense canals and building fortifications. In our Supreme Court's dungeon, I'm afraid you won't be treated that well. Great Emperor left after saying this. But who was the Supreme Court's Chancellor? He immediately understood the meaning of Great Emperor's words. Great Emperor hadn't walked far with his son when he heard Lord Wang of the Supreme Court roaring at his subordinates, what are you still standing there for? Escort the criminal out and send him to the water dungeon below. Clang. He kicked over the food box in front of the iron cage. Does a criminal need to eat so much? Eat according to the criminal's standards every day. If His Majesty didn't want Prince Fulin to have a good life, who could save that guy? But from His Majesty's intentions, it didn't seem like he wanted Prince Fulin to die immediately. So the propriety in this matter would have to be linked to Lord Wang's actual skill level, who knew if it was because he saw Prince Duoluo's wretched appearance, but Mo Lusheng felt that his current mood was super good. When he glanced at his troublesome son beside him, he actually said to his son very amiably, you didn't eat enough for dinner just now, right? Let's go back and have supper with Dad. No. Prince Mo very decisively and bluntly rejected his father. Wife must be very unhappy that you didn't eat dinner with her. Supper. Supper is here. A black figure very nimbly flew to the Crown Prince and bowed. Go eat with His Majesty. It wasn't like he was a lonely old man who was always empty and lonely, intentionally or unintentionally wanting to disturb his son's happy life. His son also had a wife. He had been freaking busy all day today, so it wasn't too much to have supper with his wife in his spare time, right? This old man really didn't have any eyes. And he still wanted to drag his son to supper. What was this? They all had their own wives and were living their own lives peacefully. Wouldn't that be great? Mo Lusheng didn't know that his son was ridiculing him in his heart. Right now, he was staring dumbfoundedly at the shadow guard who suddenly appeared in front of him. Go accompany His Majesty. Mo Lian waved her hand, more or less shooing away a fly. Mo Lusheng felt that he was being disdained by his son and inexplicably felt a little sullen in his heart. This child was really becoming more and more crooked and out of shape as he grew up. He was such a cute child when he was young, hugging his father's thigh and drooling when he saw the world. How could he grow so crooked? It was most likely his adoptive father's fault. How did he educate his child? A good child was completely led astray by his adoptive father. Greetings, Your Majesty. The two left the Supreme Court's dungeon and met a monk not far outside the door. His large, shiny forehead was very conspicuous in the dark night, radiating light. When Mo Lusheng saw the head of the person who came, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. He coughed lightly and said, "Great Elder Kong Yin, what business do you have with us?" "Your Majesty, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Great Elder Kong Yin stepped forward with a serious expression and bowed to the two. Then he hesitated for a moment and said, "This old monk wants to visit King Fulin in the dungeon." Mo Lusheng glanced at him. This guy kept calling him old monk, which made him feel uncomfortable. He really did become a monk. "It's not impossible for you to visit him." Mo Lusheng's expression was indifferent as he nodded his head. "It's just that we are not killing this person right now, not because we have any kind intentions of repaying evil with good. Instead, he is waiting. Let's wait and see if there are any fish that slipped through the net and got caught together. Let's wait and see if Tianyuan's people will do anything about it." Other than that, it was just as he had said. He had no good intentions towards this person, and he had no brotherly feelings towards him. There was only the desire for vengeance. Kong Yin nodded solemnly. "Yes. This old monk is not here to influence Your Majesty's decision. This old monk came today to pass on a message to the late King Fulin's heir." Mo Lusheng nodded. "Go on." He looked at Great Elder Kong Yin's back as he turned and entered the Supreme Court's dungeon, remaining silent. "No, I have to sleep. I have to get up at 6 to go to work. I can't afford to work overtime. I'll leave those 2 updates for tomorrow. I probably won't work tomorrow." Bitter. His brotherly love for Mo Luju had long been obliterated 18 years ago. During those turbulent years, if not for the support of Prince Kong and King Xianxia, he most likely would not have been able to hold on. Mo Luju was not worthy of the word brother at all. The great emperor withdrew his gaze from Great Elder Kong Yin, saying coldly in his heart, he will never forgive this person. He and Wuxia had missed so many years of each other's time, and he had lived alone for so many years. These things were not something that a simple word of forgiveness could completely cover up. The father and son silently walked down the long steps. One in front and one behind, walking under the silent moonlight, their figures were drawn out by the faint moonlight. Bang! In the dark night, a cluster of burning fireworks suddenly lit up the entire moonlit night. Mo Lusheng subconsciously looked up. Under the faint moonlight, a colorful firework suddenly lit up the entire night sky. The great emperor's eyes narrowed slightly. "There's a situation. I'll go over and take a look." Mo Lian was secretly shocked. Looking at the direction, it seemed to be heading towards the Eastern Palace. Could it be? He suddenly had a bad premonition. After saying that, he called out Little Seven and rushed towards the direction of the burning firework. Mo Lusheng speechlessly looked at his son's huge formation, summoning the golden dragon flight, and could not help but shake his head, muttering to himself, not calm at all. His son was good at everything, outstanding in every aspect, but when it came to the matter of his wife, he was so irritable that it was as if he was a different person. What calm in front of a landslide, turning into ashes while chatting and laughing, that was because he did not meet his wife. Once he met her, he could not be calm at all. What calm, steady, wise and intelligent, the moment something happened to his wife, all of that was thrown out of his mind. Mo Lusheng's eyes swept a slightly disdainful glance at his son's back, muttering to himself, what a disappointing fellow. Pearl was really anxious now. She had been ordered by the Empress to send the Crown Princess back to the main hall of the Eastern Palace safe and sound. Who would have thought that on the way, they would meet some blind people who came to assassinate the Crown Princess? The most frightening thing was that the Crown Princess, who had been sitting in the carriage watching the commotion, suddenly moved. With a leap, he jumped into the group of black-clothed assassins. A long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Without saying a word, he slashed at the neck of one of the black-clothed assassins. "How dare you prick Jojo's lotus? Bastard!" Each and every one of them was tired of living and rushed to Xiao to look for trouble. "Die." The little stoic attacked ruthlessly. It was fine if she didn't attack, but once she did, everyone was shocked. With a flip of his wrist, the lightning shadow flickered and formed into electric flowers that crackled and fell among the group of black-clothed men. If the little crown princess sits in the carriage and does not move, there will be a group of guards to protect her. But now, she jumped into the group of assassins all by herself. With this move, more than a dozen sharp blades simultaneously slashed at her. Pearl was so anxious that her forehead was drenched in sweat. She shouted harshly, "You little thieves, you dare!" These people were truly desperados who didn't care about their own lives. How did they suddenly emerge from the imperial palace? There was only one way for so many people to avoid the dozen or so rounds of patrols in the imperial palace. They were probably hidden in some space container and secretly brought into the imperial palace. The problem lies with the person who brought them in. In these 2 days, there are not many people who were summoned into the palace by His Majesty and Her Majesty. If we investigate carefully, we will be able to find out who is causing trouble. Pearl said coldly. "Since you are all here, then stay in the palace forever." Pearl raised her hand, and the sound of clothes fluttering flashed in the night sky. More than 10 vigorous and fierce shadow guards joined the battle and rushed toward the assassins without saying a word. After a few rounds, the group of assassins, who were originally tied into a rope, was scattered. The shadow guards cooperated well with each other and separated the assassins one by one in groups of 3 to 5. The numerous assassins that had surrounded Xiao Mu were instantly dispersed by quite a bit. When they wanted to gather again, they were separated by small groups and could no longer gather in one place. Arbor's thunder flash gathered a bolt of lightning and waved it toward the assassin in front of him. At the same time, that assassin's figure leaned back slightly, and he bent his waist like a cat as he twisted his body. He took out a spiritual energy bead between his fingers and abruptly threw it at Xiao Mu. Seeing this scene, Pearl's heart almost jumped out of her chest. The Empress entrusted the crown princess to her to escort back, and now the little crown princess was going to be injured in front of her. She didn't expect that she couldn't complete such a simple task given to her by the Empress. Pearl was vexed, but she was also very angry. She watched as the spiritual energy bead was thrown at the little crown princess at such a close distance. She was so far away that she didn't even have the ability to stop it. However, the expected explosion didn't happen. The spiritual energy bead didn't even make a splash. Everyone was a little stunned. Especially Pearl. She hurriedly looked away and looked at Arbor and the assassin in black with a stunned expression. She saw the little crown princess expressionlessly looking at the assassin who was also stunned and shouted, "Idiot! Do you know why your spiritual power bead didn't explode in front of me?" The assassin shook his head in a very comical manner. Then, he wondered if he was acting a little silly. He could clearly be aloof and refuse to answer the young crown prince consort's question, allowing her to perform this one-man show. However, he subconsciously wanted to answer her. "Because you're stupid," the little crown princess shouted, and then waved her hand. Everyone saw 4 or 5 similar round objects flying towards the black-cloaked assassin. He didn't even have the time to call out before he was caught in the blast of the spiritual energy orb's explosion. The unlucky assassin was sent flying by a wave of air and landed heavily on the ground, unable to catch his breath for a long time. The thunderclap sword in Arbor's hand turned into thousands of phantoms and pierced into the assassin's body. Her bright eyes revealed a faint trace of coldness. After killing the black-cloaked assassin, Arbor deliberately looked back, then suddenly turned around and flew up to the roof. This action immediately shocked Xianxia and the others. Pearl couldn't help but blurt out, "Master, quickly come down." However, Xiao Mu turned a deaf ear to her. She merely looked down at her and gave her an indifferent nod to appease her. As soon as she turned around, Xiao Mu leaped up without warning and swiftly landed on the roof behind her. "Catch him alive!" A black-cloaked assassin shouted, his eyes revealing a trace of excitement. Was this crown princess a fool? If she had obediently stayed in the carriage without moving, there would naturally be a group of shadow guards protecting her. They simply wouldn't have been able to get close to her so smoothly. but now, she had courted death by jumping into their encirclement. Even if they were all separated later on, they would still be able to get closer to the little crown princess in the midst of the chaos. As long as they caught this person at the first moment, then all the difficulties would certainly not be difficult. All the problems could be easily solved. The eyes of that black-clothed assassin flashed. He gritted his teeth and took a palm strike from the shadow guard. He quickly retreated a dozen steps back and borrowed the force to fly up the roof. After a few ups and downs, he chased in the direction of the crown princess' escape. Pearl couldn't help but become anxious when she saw this. She exclaimed, "Quickly chase," and hurriedly led all the shadow guards to jump up the eaves. Stepping on the roof tiles, they rapidly chased after the little crown princess. The group chased each other on the eaves for a long time. Until the young crown prince consort abruptly stopped. At that time, the bright moonlight was like a silver thread, flowing through her hair. It was as if a layer of moonwhite gauze was draped over this little person's body. It was so beautiful that it was like a dream. She stood on top of the corridor eaves of a palace, expressionlessly watching the black-clothed assassins who were trying their best to chase after her. A trace of mockery flashed through the bottom of her cold eyes. This King Duolua was already in prison, yet he still made such a lousy move. Wasn't he underestimating her, Xiao Mu, too much by sending these people to capture her, or could it be that this was actually just an assassination that was not well planned? King Doro most likely invited the disciple of Heavenly Fate to accompany him. In this way, the odds of success would certainly increase by a lot. But unfortunately, the disciple of Heavenly Fate had probably already seen through King Doro. He didn't have much value and didn't have much meaning, so he didn't participate in this operation. Let King Duolua lead a group of small shrimps to jump around in the Empress inner court, or turn the sky and the earth upside down. In short, they wouldn't be able to cause any big waves. It was truly pitiful that even his allies had completely abandoned him. Xiao Mu's lips curled into a faint sneer as she indifferently stared at the many black-clothed assassins who were chasing after her. Those people's eyes flickered slightly. When they met Arbor's gaze, they subconsciously shrank back. A very disturbing feeling of fear rose from the bottom of his heart. Before they could even comprehend why they would feel such a negative emotion, they saw the young crown prince consort smile expressionlessly at them. Yes, it was a very strange smile. It looked like a smile, but the expression on his face didn't change at all. "Your biggest mistake was trying to gang up on me." Arbor glanced at them coldly. She was a vengeful person. If anyone wanted to gang up on her, she would gang up on them and beat them back. She wouldn't give them any face at all. After saying that, Arbor called out with a stoic face, "Big Green, Big Ape, Little Snow, go." Following the three roars, the group of black-clothed assassins who were on guard revealed astonishment in their eyes. Suddenly seeing a blue wand flying into the air and waving a water spirit down without saying anything, to be honest, they were somewhat resistant in their hearts. "If you want to fight, then fight. What's the meaning of summoning your beast? Do you think we don't have a beast with us? What a joke." Everyone was basically a spiritual cultivator or divine cultivator. Which one of them didn't prepare a ferocious beast in their spirit beast space? How comical. It was just a competition of beasts. Who didn't have a beast? A black-clothed assassin gave his companions a meaningful look and summoned his spirit beast with a cold expression. However, the instant he summoned his spirit beast, he saw a furry black gorilla run over and jump over. It raised its fan-sized palm and sent his spirit beast flying 8,000 kilometers with a slap. His enormous spirit beast was sent flying from one eave to the other. Its heavy body smashed through the roof and fell into the hole, causing a series of ear-piercing screams to ring out. There seemed to be royal maids living in that room. The heavens really took pity on them. They should have been frightened to death, the little stoic thought. It was all that hideous spirit beast's fault. It was really strong and actually smashed through the entire roof when it fell down. Ah! That hidden guard whose spiritual beast had been slapped flying only felt a tearing pain assail his divine conscience in the dark, and he involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. He gazed at Xiaomu in horror before collapsing down the eaves. No one helped him up. His companions were also too busy fending for themselves, so how could they have the leisure to help him up? That hidden guard fell down and landed heavily on the ground, kicking up a faint cloud of dust. Arbor glanced at him coldly before retracting his gaze. Qingwan, the great ape, and the snow leopard dashed forward together, biting and tearing at people on sight. They could also send 2 to 3 black-clothed assassins flying down the eaves with a swipe of their claws. People constantly summoned their spirit beasts out of their spirit beasts in a panic. However, they quickly discovered that the 3 spirit beasts summoned by the little crown princess were simply abnormally brave. Their spirit beasts were practically incomparable in front of them. The moment the 2 of them met face to face, they were defeated in a matter of minutes. Attack! The little stoic shouted expressionlessly. Don't look at the fat body of the gorilla. It seemed to be fat from head to toe, but the speed at which it moved made even Qingwan gasp in surprise. The gorilla sent an assassin hiding under the eaves flying with a single punch. He screamed miserably as he fell from the roof to the ground, sprawling on his back. Something even more ridiculous had happened. The gorilla jumped down from the roof and sat on his stomach as he screamed in horror. How could the black-clothed assassin possibly withstand the impact and strength of this attack? Immediately, he spat out a mouthful of blood from his internal organs and fell to the ground in a daze. It seemed that he was about to die. Woof woof, woof, woof. 3 little puppies suddenly sprinted out of the star domain, surrounding a person who was fighting and retreating, dodging to the side of the winding corridor. Woof, woof, woof. The puppies suddenly bit onto the man's trousers and dug their hind paws into the ground. Scram. This person was already scared silly by the way his companions died one after another. When he saw the 3 little puppies also jump out to bully people, he was instantly enraged and kicked one of the puppies. He originally thought that this kick would take away half of that D*MN mutt's life even if it didn't die. However, although his kick seemed to land on that soft puppy, it was actually like kicking an incomparably sturdy iron plate. With a crisp crack, his toe was actually fractured. This was simply the biggest joke in the world. Alright, he had only kicked a small puppy the size of his palm, but in the end, he had fractured his bones. Where was justice? Where was justice? This was simply an oddity. This unlucky fellow simply didn't know why he ended up like this. He clearly only kicked a puppy, so how did he end up fracturing his toe? At this moment, one of the puppies was hanging onto Masta's skirt belt. It quickly climbed onto her left shoulder and barked non-stop. Speak human language, Arbor expressionlessly said. In her opinion, divine and holy beasts probably all had a bit of pride and didn't like to speak human language. Most of the time, they liked to communicate with her by gesticulating. What a weird communication method. Arbor internally ridiculed. Masta. The puppy rubbed against her head. Recovered. I can recover now. Arbor didn't really understand at first, but when he realized what the puppy was saying, his eyes couldn't help but brighten. Then what are we waiting for? Arbor pulled the puppy into his palm and forcefully rubbed its head. Hurry and merge with us to recover your true form as a holy beast. I only need 3 drops of blood. Oh my god, this 3-headed dog could recover. This meant that he only needed to collect their blood to start refining the soul-returning Bodhi pill. In other words, Morong Sun's awakening was just around the corner. Arbor couldn't help but be a bit excited, so his tone also became a bit hurried. What are you hesitating for? Hurry and merge. The puppy's expression was a bit unnatural. But the commotion when we merge will probably be very big. If we're not careful, we'll alarm everyone in the palace. It was already the middle of the night, so the effect wouldn't be too good. When Arbor heard this, he couldn't help but blow his beard and glare. How big of a commotion can it be? I'll set up a soundproof barrier here. Hurry and merge. Sir Jojo was still a little excited. The transformation of the 3 puppies into Cerberus was a little magical. Seeing it with his own eyes would definitely be very magical. The cute little puppy looked at Arbor timidly and confirmed again, "Ma Master, why you're sure? Wasn't that obvious?" Xiamu glanced at the 3 puppies before nimbly patting their heads. He turned around and yelled at the little guy, "Hurry up and transform." All right. The cute little puppy bounced twice and raised its little head. Master Silver, stay a little further away from me. I'll be able to complete my transformation very soon. While speaking, the 3 palm-sized puppy heads gathered together, and their bodies were covered in a layer of moon-white light. In just a few seconds, they really fused together. At the same time that his body swelled up, his 3 heads also rose up, and he let out a long howl. However, the combined Cerberus movements were indeed too great. Arbor didn't expect this guy's body to grow several thousand times bigger after merging. At this moment, the green Luan and the great ape seemed very small in front of it. This guy was like a small bulging hill as he squatted there. He was lofty and huge, tall and sturdy. When he raised his head, he let out a roar. Arbor wanted nothing more than to rush up and immediately cover his mouth with his hand. This guy's roar really woke up more than half of the people in the palace. I still need to catch up on my sleep tomorrow. I'm sleepy. Sir Jojo was speechless and raised his hand to slap it. However, the other party was squatting there like a small hill. If he wanted to slap it, he would have to leap up. It was truly too troublesome. Arbor expressionlessly stood in front of the Cerberus. Its petite figure formed an intense contrast with the blue-eyed Cerberus that stood in front of it. Pearl, who was standing nearby, was truly dumbfounded and couldn't immediately react. No wonder the little crown princess wasn't the slightest bit afraid when she was besieged. There wasn't even the slightest bit of worry on her face. Just think about it, to have such a super large beast protecting her. When Pearl thought of this, she suddenly shut her mouth silently. It seemed like the crown princess didn't just have one beast by her side, she summoned a gorilla, a divine beast Qingluan that flew in the air, and a snow leopard that ran extremely fast. The crown princess was probably the only person in the world who could summon 4 beasts at the same time. She truly worried for nothing just now. It was naturally impossible for a formidable figure like the crown princess to be injured by a few mediocre assassins. Pearl's heart relaxed, and only then did she realize that her back was drenched in cold sweat. When the night wind blew past, the sticky cold sweat made her back shiver, and she reflexively shivered. "Your Highness, His Highness is here!" One of the hidden guards shouted, and everyone hastily turned around to look. Sure enough, they saw an ink-colored figure like a shooting star in the night, covering 1,000 miles with a single step. His speed was astonishing, and he arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. The little stoic turned her body and deliberately aimed the back of her head at this swindler. Mo Lian's figure flashed, and he was already behind her. He was just about to raise his hand to hug his wife. Who knew that the little stoic would abruptly turn around and fling a purple immobilization talisman at his forehead with a smack? Immobilize! This fellow even shouted in a very appropriate manner. Mo Lian speechlessly twitched his mouth, and he shockingly discovered that his movements had actually paused for a second. Although it was only for a second, and outsiders couldn't see any clues at all, he himself could feel it. F***ck, my wife is going against the heavens. She was just a little level 7 God Realm cultivator. The body-securing talisman she made could actually freeze him for a second. Who would believe this? How could the grade of talismans be so strange? Those whose cultivation was 1 rank higher than the little stoic should be immune to all of the talismans she made. But now, outsiders might not be aware of Mo Lian's slight delay, but as a talisman maker, Arbor could clearly sense it. The little stoic's eyes brightened, and she almost walked right into the trap. She stopped in her tracks and asked with a serious expression on her face, "Were you frozen just now?" Mo Lian nodded honestly. "Honey, I'm sorry." The man shamelessly took a few steps forward and reached out his arms to his wife. "I'm a big liar. I promised to have dinner with Jojo, but I broke my promise. You can scold me, hit me, or even hit me." "Humph." Sir Jojo harumphed heavily with a haughty expression. Mo Lian raised his hand with a grin and pulled the little stoic into his arms at once. He covered her small, cool hands and blew on them as he asked, "Were you frightened just now?" The little stoic raised her head. "How could I be frightened? Speaking of which, it should be those unlucky assassins who were frightened." After all, it was not a common sight to see 3 or 4 giant beasts chasing after them at the same time. The main reason was that they did not dare to summon their spirit beasts out of their space. After all, summoning their spirit beasts was not of much use. The other party had a 3-headed giant dog that was like a small hill. As long as it squatted there and barked at them, all the spirit beasts around it would obediently lie down, unable to muster any thoughts of resistance. This kind of pressure from a sacred beast was a complete suppression of one's spirit. It was not something that ordinary spirit beasts could withstand. Mo Lian lowered his head to check. Seeing that his little wife was safe and sound, he relaxed and smiled at her. Jojo, hubby will give you a kiss and you will forgive hubby, alright? I think your entire family. Arbor rolled her eyes at him and raised her small hand, directly blocking his face. This fellow was really becoming more and more unruly. In the middle of the night, with so many guards and palace maids around, he actually dared to be so impudent towards Lord Jojo. Humph, he deserved a beating. Mo Lian pursed his lips and pulled down her small hand to kiss it. His clear eyes were incomparably serious. It's getting late. We should go home and rest. It's not good to sleep late. You will be tired tomorrow and it will affect baby. Mo Arbor thought so too. She glanced at the black-clothed assassins who had already been subdued and were half kneeling on the ground under the many shadow guards. There are spies in Mother's palace. The little crown princess said with a certain expression. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that she had just stepped out of the central palace and immediately encountered a large group of assassins on her way back? Should I use the dictum talisman to ask, or, no need? Mo Lian saw that her expression was slightly tired and rubbed her small face with heartache. Look at how tired his wife was. Originally, she could have laid down to rest. These blind assassins were really hateful and shameless. Zhu. This servant is here. Zhu hurriedly stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Prince Mo. Bring all of them back to Mother for interrogation. Yes. Pearl had no objection to this. The Empress valued the young crown princess so much. Now that something like this had happened, she would definitely not let it go. She would definitely interrogate her overnight. Shinju hurriedly called a group of shadow guards to arrest the black-clothed assassins. Along the way, the assassins were beaten and cursed as they went to the Empress Palace. Meanwhile, in the Supreme Court's underground prison, Great Elder Kangyin silently stood on top of a high rock. Separated by water, he looked at the gray-haired old man locked inside with a stern expression. At this moment, King Duo Luo's gaze also fell on Great Elder Kangyin. After a long while, he finally found his voice. Who would have thought that Great Elder Kangyin would really enter Buddhism and become a monk? The number one figure of the Elder Hall actually took things too hard and decided to become a monk? How can Mo Luxing endure this? Humph. Great Elder Kangyin was silent for a long time. Her eyes were fixed on King Duo Luo, who was imprisoned in the water cage. This person's lower body to his waist was completely soaked in ice-cold water. His upper body was bare, and there were very obvious whip marks on his arms. Great Elder couldn't help but shake his head, asking in a faint voice, so persistent, is it really worth it? This King Fu Lin, if he didn't court death by scheming against something that he shouldn't have. This time, he should be surrounded by his children and grandchildren, a rich and idle prince. I'm not in good spirits. Tomorrow at 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. King Fu Lin's wrinkled old face twisted slightly. With a sullen face, he suddenly rushed to the cage and slapped it hard, shouting, Great Elder, did you come here today to see this prince make a fool of himself? Great Elder Kangyin shook his head. If it weren't for the heir's dying instructions, this old monk wouldn't have come here. The heir had long expected that the prince would have such a day and had already instructed this old monk earlier. If Wang Yi is really imprisoned for conspiring against the law, let this old monk pass a message to Wang Yi. King Fu Lin's old face twitched a few times. This prince doesn't want to hear it. The gray-haired old man slammed his palm on the cage. Sizzling electric currents slid through his body, causing his whole body to tremble uncontrollably. This son had never been of one mind with him. More than 10 years ago, people said that father and son soldiers were of one mind when going into battle, but what about him? As the crown prince of Fulin, he only wished to live his life as a yes-man. He had no grand ambitions, no foresight, not even the slightest bit. It was simply a disgrace to him, King Fulin, so from more than 10 years ago, he only pretended that he had never given birth to this son, leaving them to fend for themselves in a broken place like Seacone Planet, and never thought of looking for them. The heir said that if the prince still remembers the trace of kinship, please let that child go. Don't ever look for him, and don't ever reveal his identity. Impossible. King Fulin slammed his palm on the cage, ignoring the electric currents that flowed through his palm, roasting his skin and flesh. His dim old eyes stared fixedly at Kong Yin, coldly enunciating each word, "That's my grandson. His father has no ambition, but there's still hope for him. He must inherit the mantle of King Fu Lin. As long as he is nurtured well, he can, there's no hope." Great Elder Kong Yin coldly interrupted King Fu Lin. This child was already a monk at birth. And it was personally shaped by the heir of King Fu Lin. His mother was exhausted and worried all day long, and died during childbirth. Kong Yin said coldly, "Heir apparent has been worrying too much all year round, and his health has been deteriorating. So, less than a month after the child became a monk, he also passed away." King Fu Lin slapped the cage heavily and said with a cold expression, "This king will never admit it. What do you plan to do?" Kong Yin's face turned cold, revealing a rare trace of anger. "You're already in prison and you still don't want to give up? You still want to nurture your own grandson and walk on a path of no return that is hard to predict? What right do you have to dictate other people's lives? Then what right do you have to control him? Have you ever asked him if he wants to shave his head and become a monk?" Great Elder Kong Yin fell silent. Indeed, they had no right to speak on this matter. "What do you want?" "I must see him," King Fu Lin said coldly. Ever since he learned of this grandson's existence, he had people bring him back from Seakong planet. However, he was still one step behind. Kong Yin, that old bald donkey, took his grandson away first, and he had no choice but to have people chase him all the way, trying to snatch him back. The strangest thing was, he clearly knew that his grandson had been staying by the little crown princess's side, but his people had secretly gone to look for him several times, and every time they came up empty-handed. It was as if his whereabouts were somewhat elusive. The child's whereabouts had always been very elusive. Every time the secret guards reported, they would say that they saw the little Gongzi hovering in front of the crown princess for 2 hours, and then try to catch him, but he would disappear again. So he always had reason to suspect that the crown princess should have some kind of magical weapon that could take away his little grandson. Therefore, his men always missed their target and were unable to catch his grandson in the normal way. "What will it take for you to stop?" King Fu Lin gloomily glared at Kong Yin. "Blood ties can't be erased, he will always be my grandson." Kong Yin couldn't help sneering, "You are really selfish." King Fu Lin looked at him coldly, "I was wondering why you didn't come to me." "Sure enough, you can't keep your cool. If this old monk didn't come to you, you would have done everything possible to inform me to come, wouldn't you?" King Fu Lin sneered, "Great Elder really knows me well. My request is very simple, if you are willing to get me out of this prison, absolutely impossible." "That's a pity." King Fu Lin glared at him fiercely, "If you can make the decision to let me out of here, I can consider never acknowledging this grandson in this life." King Fu Lin, "It's really bad luck to be your son and grandson. No wonder your bastard sons and daughters are almost all dead these years." This was probably the most vicious sentence that Great Elder Kong Yin, who was a monk, had said in recent years. King Fu Lin didn't care at all, just coldly staring at Great Elder Kong Yin. "You have no children, what do you know? This prince is also fighting for them. Unfortunately, these people are too weak and don't have the fortune to enjoy it." In order to build his great cause over the years, he had sacrificed many children. He had never carefully counted. His daughters were sent out to build connections, no matter who they married, as long as they were useful. As for those bastard sons, they naturally had to sacrifice and fight for the great cause. Even if they had to risk their lives, they had to ensure the prosperous development of the country of Daluo. In the Pingjin grassland, where resources were scarce, they would do anything. Sometimes, they would even wipe out an entire tribe just for half a month's worth of food. Your so-called good fortune is really not something that ordinary people can enjoy. Great Elder Kong Yin laughed mockingly. "Cut the crap." King Fu Lin's face twisted as he slammed the pillar of the water prison. "If you don't bring him to me by tomorrow, don't blame me for saying anything. After all, my grandson may be young but he's my grandson. Logically speaking, he should be buried with a traitor like me." King Fu Lin sneered. "Do you believe that if you do anything to hurt that child, the little crown princess will be the first to come after you?" After saying this, Great Elder Kong Yin felt that there was no way to continue talking with this person, so he turned around and left. He felt that if he continued to talk to this person, he might not be able to restrain himself from killing him. It was too unreasonable. His self-restraint as a monk was almost worn out in front of King Fulin. Taking a deep breath, Kang Yin turned and left, leaving King Fulin's roar behind his mind. Kang Yin. King Fulin's roar came, tomorrow's sunset is your deadline. Wait, you mustn't forget. This prince is capable of doing anything. Of course you can do anything. For a scum like you, who else can you think of in this lifetime besides yourself? Great Elder Kang Yin furiously struck out with his palm. The vast and mighty force pushed the wave forward and slammed heavily on the water cage, producing a loud bang. Less than 4 hours after Great Elder Kang Yin angrily left the water prison with a dark and bright face, everyone in the imperial court had heard about it. Everyone was guessing what had happened. After all, Great Elder Kang Yin had set up a soundproof barrier when he had a private conversation with Prince Fulin. With Great Elder's cultivation, no one could casually approach him. Hence, everyone was very curious about the contents of their conversation. What exactly did Prince Fulin say to Great Elder Kang Yin to provoke Great Elder to this extent? That was Great Elder Kang Yin, who rarely got angry even once in 100 years. Prince Fulin was truly quite remarkable to actually anger Great Elder to the point of smashing the water prison. The ministers in the imperial court were all secretly guessing, extremely curious about this matter. When the news reached the young crown princess's ears, the little stoic had just finished washing up and was led to the table by His Highness the Crown Prince. The two of them sat down to eat breakfast. Xianxia, this little girl, vividly recounted the matter she had scouted out to the young crown princess in full detail. The little stoic didn't pay much attention and was currently focused on scooping up the porridge in her bowl with a spoon. Her eyes sparkled with every mouthful. When His Highness the Crown Prince, who was sitting across from her, saw this, he very cheerfully said, "The small kitchen cooked pretty good porridge today." Reward. "Yes, Your Highness." Xianxia jogged outside with a grin. Xianxia shook her head helplessly and said quietly, "Please forgive me, Your Highness. This girl's personality is truly too jumpy." "It's fine." Prince Mo waved his hand and looked at his wife with a grin. "Jojo, did you sleep well last night?" "Machem, did darling Mo disturb your sleep?" "No." "Then, do we have anything special to do today?" "Let's read." Prince Mo, his wife was too much. The weather was so good today. Why was she reading at home? The imperial doctor said that Jojo is in good health. She needs to move around more after she's pregnant so that her delivery will be smoother. So, how about we go out for a walk today? Jojo pursed his lips and suddenly changed the topic. "When will my mother and the others come back?" She suddenly sat up straight and looked at him with bright eyes. "Are we going out to meet my mother?" The crown prince's sea of jealousy rippled slightly. He muttered unhappily, "You weren't willing to accompany me on a walk. When you heard that we were going to see mother, your eyes lit up." "Okay." The little crown princess replied decisively. "Humph." The little stoic suddenly smiled at him and stretched her hand across the table, poking the back of his hand as she said crisply, "Outing." Mo Lian's heart also rippled. He pushed the chair away and walked quickly to her side. He pulled her over with one hand. "Wife, you're so beautiful when you smile at your husband." "Great joy for your highness, great joy for the crown princess." While the two were talking, they saw Hu Dequan leading 20 or so people in 2 rows. They were holding a large pile of gifts as they walked in with smiles on their faces. The little stoic looked at him expressionlessly. Where did the joy come from? Hu Dequan almost couldn't continue laughing, and he quickly cut to the chase. His Majesty was overjoyed when he learned that the crown princess was pregnant with a dragon fetus, so he prepared many gifts for the crown princess. They continued at 12 o'clock and went to eat. "I'm already 3 months pregnant, and the emperor only remembered to congratulate me?" Sir Jojo muttered expressionlessly. Hu Dequan almost burst into tears again. "This little ancestor, you didn't say anything, did you? The emperor only learned about it from the empress last night. Didn't he rush over early in the morning to deliver this and that for you?" Prince Mo also waved his hand expressionlessly. "Leave it there. We're just about to go out. When we return, we'll take a look if we're interested." "Eunuch Hu, Your His Highness, you're willful. We servants will leave the gift list and items here first," Eunuch Hu said carefully. Eunuch who said cautiously, "May I know where your highness the crown prince and crown princess are heading out of the palace? This servant will inform his majesty and the empress when I return. Now that the crown princess is pregnant with the dragon fetus, she has to be more careful when she goes out." The little crown princess waved her hand energetically. "No need to worry. We're going out for a walk. We'll be back before sunset." After saying that, he took a small step forward and walked out of the door in a very nimble manner. Eunuch whose eyes were wide open. This little crown princess walked with such vigor. She was too fast. The crown prince couldn't help but laugh. He glanced at the dazed eunuch who. "All right, you can go back first. Just leave the gift list there." Imperial father was really stingy. He should have given her a gift long ago. His wife was already 3 months pregnant, and he only thought of giving her a gift now. How stingy. If the emperor knew his son's thoughts at this moment, he would definitely want to slap him to death. He only found out about the little crown princess pregnancy yesterday, and he came to give her a gift this morning. Wasn't his actions fast enough? Wasn't his reaction fast enough? Of course, the emperor was also quite excited. He was originally all alone. Now that his wife was awake and his son had a wife, he would have a grandson soon. There was no need to mention how happy he was. Heavens, he was about to be a grandfather. Just thinking about it made him happy. Although his son was henpecked by his wife and was used to being a hands-off shopkeeper, he was still more reliable when it came to giving birth to children. The two of them were still young, and they still had a long way to go. 2 babies in 3 years, 3 babies in 5 years, and so on. While the emperor was happily thinking about this, the crown prince had already prepared a carriage and led the crown princess out of the palace. Kongyin rushed over early in the morning, only to find that it was empty. Her frown deepened. Classmate Mo leaned against the side of the carriage expressionlessly. Looking at the 3 heads squeezed together beside his wife, he felt gloomy for a while. He had originally wanted to travel hand in hand with his wife and enjoy the world of the two of them intimately. Who would have thought that once they got on the carriage, his wife would release the little monkey Kong Kong and Mo? Why is it called a family outing? Now the 4 heads were huddled together, sitting in a row opposite him. Student Mo felt like crying. He was like an outsider, sitting on the other side of the carriage, and could only look on helplessly as that little bald thief, Kong Kong, chatted happily with his wife. Of course, most of the time, he was alone and talking to himself. For example, "Benefactress, where are we going now? Are we going to pick up Benefactress's mother? Benefactress's mother, how is she now? Are they all okay?" Mo obediently placed his hands on his knees and sat upright. He didn't pay much attention to anyone. The little monkey's face was full of impatience. He couldn't help but roll his eyes at the back of the little fat monk's head. His wife, on the other hand, was very patient, unlike her usual self. Basically, for every 10 questions the little monk asked, she would occasionally answer. The two of them chatted very happily, and they chatted all the way. Prince Mo was very depressed, and he really wanted to kick this nagging little monk out of the new fortress Star Field. But his wife said that the little monk had not seen real sunlight for many days, and he should be allowed to come out and bask in the sun. This would be good for the child's bone development. Prince Mo was depressed, and he was depressed the whole way. The little monk suddenly said, "Benefactress, why don't you let Guangguang out too?" "No." The benefactress heartlessly rejected his request, and the little monk could not help but pout. She was already annoyed enough with a nagging monk, and now there was a nagging Guangguang as well. How was she going to live her life? Was she going to go for a walk or not? Was she going to see her mother? Just listening to these 2 nagging was enough to drive her crazy. Guangguang has been quite miserable recently. The people in the star field don't like to talk to him, and they find him annoying when they see him, and they keep telling him to shut up. Little Monk also doesn't like to talk to him. But thinking about his experience, Little Monk can't help but empathize with him. The more I think about it, the sadder I feel. Everyone, just listening to the Little Monk's first half, one would think that he was overflowing with sympathy, but the second half was not right. After talking for so long, this little monk was just feeling sorry for himself. Arbor could not help but twitch the corner of her mouth, and she looked at him, amused and annoyed. If you don't nag all the time, why would the brothers and sisters in the star field find you annoying? The little monk lowered his little head, and said pitifully, Little Monk was born to worry and nag. If not, Master would not have left Little Monk with benefactress. Little Monk knows that although Master doesn't usually say anything and only chants ba, he must despise Little Monk in his heart. Arbor wanted to laugh, but she could not help but feel sorry for this sentimental little rascal. She hugged him, raised her hand, and lightly knocked on his bald little head. What nonsense are you babbling about? That old bald thief Kongin has always cared about you the most. Your master usually doesn't say anything. However, his concern for you has never been erased. He's just not very reliable. When Sir Jojo thought of this, he couldn't help but snort softly. He raised his hand and patted little Baldy's head. With a thought, he released the light-condensing mirror. As soon as the light-congealing mirror appeared, he immediately took 2 steps forward. When he saw Prince Mo sitting opposite him with a dark expression, he immediately stopped. He very sensibly stepped back and squeezed until he was next to the little monkey and sat down with her in a row. As a result, Prince Mo's seat was empty except for him, emitting an extremely low black pressure. In a row of chairs in Arbor, 5 people were squeezed together, head to head, arm to arm, tightly glued together. Crown Prince Mo's mood became increasingly displeased when he saw this polarized phenomenon. What was going on? Why was his life so hard? Usually, he had to fight for favor with the spirits and beasts, but now he had to fight for favor with a few little radishes. It was too infuriating. Prince Mo's face was full of displeasure, unhappiness, and anger. Arbor looked up and saw the Crown Prince's dark handsome face, and could not help but want to laugh. She consciously moved to sit next to the Crown Prince tomorrow morning, before 10 o'clock in the morning to catch up. She raised her hand to rub her husband's dark face and couldn't help but giggle. Husband, you're emitting a gloomy aura from head to toe. Humph. Prince Mo twisted his head. But when he saw Sir Jojo laugh, his handsome face could no longer keep a straight face. Arbor raised her hand to rub his face and tilted her head to look at him. Husband, where are we going to see Mother? The carriage was heading west of the city. Arbor didn't know what Mo Lien was up to. She tugged at his sleeve, a rare hint of curiosity appearing on her stoic face. How about I guess? Your father knew early on that King Duo Luo and the others were holed up in the black swamp of the Pingjin Prairie. But he never made a move. He was waiting for this King Duo Luo to walk right into his trap. After discovering Duo Luo's movements, your father made first-hand arrangements. He also considered that they might make a move against the Chow family, so he preemptively moved everyone away. Perhaps because he was in a hurry to move, father probably didn't even tell mother. Afterwards, the 2 fakes ended up empty-handed in the Chow residence. They beat them at their own game and settled down. Coincidentally, your mother summoned them for a banquet, so they left in high spirits, intending to start a business. Prince Mo broke into a wide grin and nodded repeatedly. Wife, you're so smart. Perhaps your father already knew the identities of the 2 fakes and secretly sent people to keep an eye on them for a long time. Arbor snorted. So even if I didn't make a move that day, the 2 fakes probably wouldn't have been able to escape. This emperor and the muddle-headed old great king of the Mo kingdom were truly 2 polar opposites. Your father really can't say that you're a scammer in the future. Sir Jojo said with a stoic face, because with your personality, you've most likely inherited the emperor's teachings. You've used the same trick to trick others, but you're even better than that. Prince Mo blinked and leaned closer to his wife. Wife, are you praising your husband? I'm not praising you. The little crown princess glanced at him and moved to the side. Prince Mo didn't mind. He moved closer to her and lifted a corner of the curtain. Seeing that the sunlight was quite good, he rolled up the curtain. The sunlight shone into the carriage and fell on everyone's body, making them feel warm and cozy. Lord Guangguang squeezed beside Kong Kong and hurriedly asked, Where are you taking Lord Guangguang? When he saw Xiao Mu, he actually very much wanted to approach her. However, Crown Prince Mo was glaring at him like a tiger eyeing its prey, so Guangguang could only sit obediently next to Kong Kong, not daring to move at will. Won't we know when we get there? Little Monkey snapped at Little Baldy. These 2 bald emo-brain fellows were really annoying. Sometimes, when they were long-winded, one blowing and one singing, it made people want to stuff their mouths with a handkerchief. Kong Kong, they don't want to say. Why don't you tell this old man? Congealing Jing said to the little monk like an old man. Kong Kong shook his head and said seriously, this little monk is only hitching a ride. This little monk isn't sure where the destination is. Arbor was about to die from laughing at the two little rascals' conversation. He looked at them speechlessly. Turning to look at the large field outside the window, Arbor had a flash of inspiration. He suddenly said, we've been here before. Oh, I know. Your father hid my mother and the others in Half Moon Cliff's splendid mountain villa. Mo Lien smiled and nodded. Jojo was right. When he heard the news, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. This time, if it wasn't for his father's amazing foresight, the Chia family might have suffered even more. If his parents-in-law were injured or met with any mishap, Jojo would definitely be very upset. When Arbor and the others arrived near Half Moon Cliff, they could see thousands of acres of fertile land. The crops were growing well. Arbor remembered that the last time she came, she had secretly watered the fields with holy water. She also had the holy soil turn over the soil. Naturally, the farmers in this area were blessed. As for the farmers who planted crops for her, regardless of whether the harvest was good or not, their family would definitely be rich this year. Hey, this village seems to have expanded a lot compared to the last time we came here. Yes. Mo Lien smiled and nodded. The soil here nourishes the people. Many farmers have voluntarily migrated here. The number of people who have settled here has increased in the past year. Wife, there are a lot of people who want to rent the land in your hands. As long as his wife's fields were planted, they would always make a profit. Not only would the harvest be good, but no matter what crops were planted in the fields, they would always grow well. There was never much to worry about. In a year, the harvest was 8 to 10 times more than others. Which tenant wouldn't want to take the fertile land to plant? Moreover, Arbor's method of collecting land rent was quite humane. She took 40% of the rent, which was 10% less than other farmers' 50%. The income was 10 to 8 times more than other farmers. In this way, although these farmers only received 60% of the food, the harvest was 10 to 8 times more than other farmers. It was a great deal. In the beginning, this news was kept a secret. No one knew who was the one who spread it, but it soon spread from mouth to mouth. Everyone said that the Half Moon Cliff's fields were heavenly fields. Whatever they planted, they would grow well. Naturally, everyone wanted to take the Half Moon Cliff's fields. Groups of farmers migrated here and competed to take up the land. Arbor heard Mo Lien's words and nodded. She naturally knew that her fields were very different from other people's. It was just a few drops of holy water and a few pinches of holy land. This kind of vitality effect could be maintained for about 3 to 5 years. After 3 to 5 years, the holy water and holy land would have to continue to turn over the fields here to maintain it. The carriage had already reached the dirt road at the entrance of the village. Recently, the road had been paved with stone slabs, so there were piles of blue stone slabs on both sides of the road. In Arbor, when they were halfway along, a man suddenly appeared in front of them, and, without a word, fell down in front of them, and began to cry out in pain. The young Crown Prince Consort and His Highness the Crown Prince exchanged astonished glances. Kong Kong couldn't help but rush to their side and lean against the window to take a look. Ba, he shouted, benefactress, this benefactor is lying in front of our carriage. Is he trying to extort money? Arbor's mouth twitched. She really didn't expect that there would still be people who dared to touch her porcelain. She reached out to touch her face. Could it be that my face looks a lot more benevolent? The Crown Prince laughed and reached out to hug his little wife. What are you saying? Jojo has always been a kind little immortal girl. The little monk sighed and shook his head. Benefactress is her husband. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Sir Guangguang hastily nodded in full agreement. How was this fierce woman kind-hearted or peaceful? She was clearly brimming with malice, and whoever she offended would suffer misfortune. Arbor swept a glance at the light congealing mirror, and the latter shrunk its neck before hastily saying, this old man can go down and take a look for you guys to see what's going on. No need. Arbor cast him a sidelong glance. This guy was so proactive, so he probably had some little scheme in mind. He really couldn't miss a second of this little guy with a belly full of evil tricks. Humph. Sir Guangguang sat upright and still with his hands on his knees, a hint of anger hanging on his small face. Woman, you don't believe this old man. The little monkey couldn't resist twitching his mouth. He tried to restrain himself, but he ultimately couldn't restrain himself and smacked that smooth little head of his. You shut up. You keep calling me this old man, this old man. You're just a freaking 3-year-old brat, yet you still have the nerve to call me this old man. He really wanted to slap this guy to death. His lousy mouth was full of seniority, making them all seem like his juniors. In reality, the light-congealing mirror had indeed gone through several thousand or even tens of thousands of years of tempering before finally forming a holy weapon spirit. There was nothing wrong with him insisting on calling himself an old senior. It was just that this old senior's image was probably too infuriating. Sir Guangguang pursed his small mouth and glanced at the little monkey resentfully. He inwardly thought, why are human women so scary? These women beside me don't look like good people at all. Unfortunately, one had no choice but to lower one's head when living under someone else's roof. Sir Guangguang lamented ruefully. On the other side, the little stoic ignored him and gave Xiaoyi, who was driving the carriage, a look. Xiaoyi cheerfully jumped off the carriage and walked to the person lying on the ground in a few steps. He stretched out his long leg and kicked that guy. Hey, hey, hey. Get up, get up. Io, 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 io. That person hugged his left leg and curled up, wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf. This wailing attracted many of the village's women and children. Upon seeing the person lying on the ground, Edley at the village entrance couldn't resist pursing her lips and revealing a contemptuous expression. Blind Wang, that scoundrel, is starting to extort people again. That's right. He just extorted a sickly madam here an hour ago. He must have gotten used to it. Now, he wants to extort another sum of money. TSK, TSK. That madam is kind-hearted. She spent money to avoid disaster. But look at the young man driving the carriage. TSK, TSK. He is really spirited. Who knows how things will develop today? That's right, that's right. It's time for Blind Wang to hit a wall and kick an iron plate. Otherwise, he'll really think that no one in this world can defeat him. Arbor was stunned and glanced at her husband. Who would come earlier than us? Has the news that mother is here been found out? Emolian smiled. Last night, Imperial Father sent someone to inform father-in-law and mother-in-law that the danger has been averted. It seems that my father-in-law and mother-in-law have made quite a few friends while we were away. Arbor was delighted on the inside and nodded. Mother's life is too monotonous. It's good to make some friends. She then creased her brows. This scoundrel lives in Half Moon Cliffs village, but he extorted mother's friends. Other people who don't know will think that our family is like this. It's too disrespectful. Emolian sneered, her icy voice passing through the curtain. Are you getting up or not? Blind Wang, who was lying on the ground pretending to be unconscious, only heard a cold voice enter his ears. His body trembled for no reason. He felt that this person's voice was a little scary. It was like a sharp blade that could cut through his body with just the sound of the voice. He did want to get up, but he was unwilling to do so. An hour ago, he had done the same thing, lying in front of the madam's carriage and easily earning 30 spirit coins. Looking at the magnificence of this carriage today, it was even better than that madam's carriage. Shouldn't rich people like them be the most afraid of trouble and be generous? When encountering such a small matter, most of them would just give some spirit coins and chase the person away. Who would have thought that the next sentence from that cold voice would be like 5 bolts of lightning crashing down on him? If you don't want to get up, then don't ever get up. Emolian's voice did not fluctuate in the slightest as she ordered emotionlessly. Xiaoyi laughed mischievously. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he stretched out his leg to step on this scoundrel's calf. Crack, crack. 2 sounds were heard. This scoundrel immediately shed the truest tears. He cried and hugged his leg, rolling left and right, back and forth on the ground, howling. This time, the ghostly wails and howls sounded much more realistic. After all, this time his leg was really broken, those women who were watching the show were all shocked and hurriedly avoided the eaves. Arbor and Mo Lian got out of the carriage and walked down expressionlessly. When the onlookers saw this, they were immediately shocked. Their gazes could not help but focus on the two of them. They had completely forgotten about Blind Wang. Poor Blind Wang, who had been eating and waiting for death all his life, swindled and swindled everywhere. Today, he suffered a great crime. His two legs hurt so much that he could not stop howling. Arbor asked expressionlessly, "Is there no one in charge of these villages? Who can move in just because they want to?" When Xiaoyi saw the little crown princess's expression, he knew that things were going to get worse. He hurriedly replied, "This subordinate will call Manager Feng of Splendid Villa over. Logically speaking, the villages near Half Moon Cliff should be managed by Manager Feng and the nannies in charge. Since there was such a scoundrel who blocked their path and extorted them, they naturally could not absolve themselves from the blame." However, there was no need for Xiaoyi to pass the message. Steward Feng brought 3 to 5 older female servants and hurried over. Steward Feng was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. When he received the news that the blind scoundrel king had stopped the crown princess carriage, he felt as if the sky was about to collapse. It was one thing for Blind Wang to cause trouble normally, but today, he was so blind that he dared to cause trouble in front of His Highness the Crown Prince and that young mistress. Just how reckless was he to do that? Arbor stared coldly at Steward Feng, who was wiping his sweat. "Whose relative is this? Come out now. If you don't step forward now, you'll have to bear the consequences when I find out who your relative is." Steward Feng and the others could not help but shudder. The last time he met the young crown princess, there was no conflict, and the crown prince and his wife had only rested at Half Moon Cliff for a short period of time. Therefore, strictly speaking, as servants, they had not really come into contact with the crown prince and the crown princess. This time, they had truly witnessed how terrifying these two were. Just looking at how Blind Wang was being taught a lesson and rolling around on the ground, they felt a chill run down their spines. "No one will step forward?" The young crown princess said coldly and moved her finger slightly. She was already holding a dictum talisman in her hand. "I'll remind you one last time." The little stoic said icily, "After this crown princess finds out the truth, he, his relatives, and all of you who are covering up for him will be treated equally. All of you will be judged guilty." Plop, plop. Manager Feng and the others all knelt on the ground weakly. A plump elderly nanny wailed as she rolled out from behind Manager Feng. Unable to bear the pressure, she repeatedly kowtowed and admitted her guilt. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, please spare my life. Crown Princess, please spare my life." It was this old servant didn't know the severity of the matter and left my nephew here. This elderly nanny was filled with regret. Of all the people this blind one could extort, he just had to extort this stoic crown princess. Although they were far away in Splendid Villa, they had also heard of the crown princess's reputation in the capital. Arbor looked at Manager Feng with a sneer. "Out of trust, this crown princess gave you full authority to manage this manor and farmland, but what happened in the end? What did you give this princess in return?" Manager Feng was drenched in cold sweat, and his back was completely soaked by it. He hastily kowtowed several times in succession, and each time, he kowtowed heavily until he bled. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent, indecisive and improper in handling matters. The little crown princess coldly gave him a 4-word evaluation. "I think you don't need to continue being a manager." Manager Feng nearly collapsed on the ground. He hastily crawled forward and repeatedly pleaded while sobbing, reporting to the crown princess, it was this old servant's fault. It was this old servant was soft-hearted and agreed to elderly Nanny Wang's request. This old servant won't dare to do it again in the future. May the crown princess give this old servant another chance, woo-woo. The plump elderly Nanny Wang was filled with regret, but Manager Feng was so regretful that his intestines were about to turn green. At that time, when old lady Wang had begged him, he really didn't want to keep blind Wang, this idler, here. This person couldn't carry anything on her shoulders and didn't do any decent work. She was like a piece of rat excrement, stirring in the soup all day long. She often extorted a chicken or a duck from the host family and lived on Nanny Wang's monthly salary. Originally, he didn't want to let him stay, but Nanny Wang cried bitterly with snot and tears. She said that she would have to rely on this nephew to take care of her in the future. Steward Feng's heart softened for a moment, causing today's calamity. He was so regretful that he wished he could slap himself to death for making the decision that day. How could he bear to throw away such a lucrative job as the head manager of the splendid villa? As the chief steward, he had a monthly salary of 15,000 spirit coins. In addition, there were also countless gifts that he received during festivals. The most important thing was that other families might not be able to grow their crops and lack food. However, they had all kinds of food in their residence and would not lack food at all. Half Moon Cliff's vast fields were now famous throughout the entire Divine Continent. Everyone couldn't help but envy the farmers at the foot of Half Moon Cliff. They envied them for being able to get such a good job and live a prosperous life. They never had to suffer from hunger. When Steward Feng thought of this, he cried bitterly and became more agitated. How could he lose his title as a steward? Even if he had to die, he had to keep this job. Crown Princess, this old servant knows his mistake. May the Crown Princess give this old servant another chance to redeem himself. Steward Feng cried and cried. The young Crown Princess coldly ordered, "Go and invite manager Hu of Kaidai Pavilion here. Have shopkeeper Hu temporarily take over Splendid Mountain Villa, as well as all the farmlands within 100 kilometers of this place." When Manager Feng heard this, his entire body collapsed to the ground, and he kept thinking, "It's over, it's over, it's over, it's over, it's over. It seems that today's matter can't be settled peacefully. The little Crown Princess is going to remove my title as manager and find someone else to replace it." Steward Feng felt a chill in his heart. With a miserable expression, he looked at Wang Momo, who had fallen to the side, and couldn't help but grumble, "I told you to discipline your nephew properly. Truly, a loving mother spoils her son. This time it's really because of you." Senior servant Wang had long been scared silly, and she didn't know how to react for a long time. Manager Feng braced himself and stammered as he cried, "Crown Princess, please give this old servant another chance. This Half Moon Cliff is surrounded by thousands of acres of fertile land, and there are several hundred farmlands. These matters, the new manager definitely won't be able to take care of them all at once. This old servant is willing to atone for my sins by meritorious service, and wholeheartedly help that manager. Also, Crown Princess, please don't expel this old servant from Splendid Mountain Villa." When he spoke of the pitiful part, Manager Feng couldn't help but sob bitterly. Arbor glanced at him and considered for a long time before nodding and saying, "Since that's the case, then you can stay and properly learn how to manage from shopkeeper Hu." Arbor said coldly, "The manager this princess wants is someone who can manage matters and people, and someone who can help this princess share her burdens. And not someone who blindly acts as a good old man, selling this face and that favor. This princess doesn't have that many favors to sell to you." After experiencing this matter, how would Manager Feng dare to sell any face or favor? He nodded repeatedly and cried out, yes, this old servant will definitely properly correct and properly learn, and definitely won't disappoint the Crown Princess expectations. As for you." Arbor glanced coldly at Senior Servant Wang. "Take your rascal nephew and scram far away. Don't let this Crown Princess see you again." Old Maid Wang immediately collapsed to the ground. She couldn't figure out how such a small matter of extortion could escalate to such a high level. The little Crown Princess was so unreasonable that it was almost frightening. The remaining female stewards of Splendid Villa didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They all shrunk their heads and knelt behind Steward Feng. Their heads were lowered like frosted eggplants, crooked and smacking their lips. Arbor coldly glanced at them. Kai Xiao, who was in the other carriage, immediately came forward and bowed. "Go with the nanny in charge and check the accounts of these days." "Yes." Kai Xiao raised her hand and led 3 to 5 palace maids who were very nimble. She quickly walked to the front of the ashen-faced steward Mama and said indifferently, "Mama, please. We still have to check the accounts for nearly half a year today. Don't let the masters wait too long." The Mama trembled as she stood up and nodded repeatedly. She didn't dare to make a sound and hurriedly left with Kai Xiao and the others. When the two people got on the carriage again, there was silence all around. Even the villagers who were watching the show didn't dare to make a sound. The carriage drove towards the main gate of Splendid Mountain Villa in silence. Manager Feng and the others also didn't dare to complain and trotted all the way to follow. "Mother, which court do they live in?" In a flash, the carriage stopped at the main gate of Splendid Mountain Villa. Arbor asked with a cold face as she was led out of the carriage by Prince Mo. An old nanny with a proper appearance hurried forward and bowed. She said respectfully, "Master and Madam are currently living in Silver Heron Courtyard." "Your Highness, Crown Princess, please." The nanny didn't dare to be negligent. She lowered her head and trotted forward to lead the way. Not long after, she led Arbor's party to a garden. There were 2 rows of pomegranate trees in front of the door. From the angle of the head, the garden was quiet and elegant. It seemed that Steward Feng and the others didn't dare to neglect father and mother. Sir Jojo pulled Prince Mo and quickly walked through the flower-shaped arch of Silver Heron Courtyard. They saw the pavilion not far from the entrance. Wei Ziqin was sitting opposite a middle-aged woman, drinking tea and chatting. Thick cotton curtains were hung around the pavilion, blocking a lot of the wind. Wei Ziqin had her back to them. The middle-aged woman sitting opposite her had a sickly look and her face was a little sallow. From the perspective of Arbor's doctors, the initial judgment was that this madam's condition was probably caused by spleen deficiency or dampness. Of course, there were some hidden toxins that could cause a person's complexion to be sallow and weak. She might gasp for breath after taking 2 steps. The servant girl, Xianxia, was holding some tea and snacks. Just as she was about to enter the pavilion, she saw the little crown princess and the others walking over. Xiaoyan's hands trembled and she knelt down. She cried out in surprise, "Madam, His Highness the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess are back." Wei Ziqin hurriedly turned her head and immediately stood up with a face full of joy. "Little Mo and Jojo are back. Why didn't you inform us in advance?" Wei Ziqin hurriedly walked out of the pavilion and raised her hand to hold her daughter with a smile. "You went to Wangchuan for too long this time. Mother has been waiting for the stars and the moon at home. Finally, you 2 are back. Xiao Xiao, you must be tired from the long journey with Xiao Mo." Arbor shook his head. "It's all right." She was definitely tired, and there were many dangers along the way. Thinking about what happened in the River of Forgetfulness, the Emperor did not tell her mother and the others about it. Since that was the case, then there was no need to talk about it. In any case, the matter of the River of Forgetfulness had already passed. Telling them about those dangerous situations would only increase their worries. "Jojo, Murphy, did your trip to Forgotten River go smoothly?" Arbor nodded again expressionlessly. "Not bad." Prince Mo almost laughed out loud. His wife's words were so funny. His mother-in-law wanted to chat with her for a while more, but she felt that she couldn't continue the conversation. Seeing Wei Ziqin's speechless expression, Prince Mo hurriedly added, "This time, the River of Forgetfulness was quite smooth. We formed the Killer Heavenly Fate battle group and requisitioned an unnamed island in the River of Forgetfulness. The battle group has developed quite well. Also, Jojo became the owner of the island. The scenery in the River of Forgetfulness is not bad. After the 4 seas have calmed down, we can bring father-in-law and mother-in-law to the island to stay for a while. Just treat it as a vacation." Wei Ziqin was a little dumbfounded. Her daughter went out for a spin and became the owner of some island. Didn't she just become the head of the Mu family not long ago? So soon, she became the owner of some island. Jojo nodded with a serious expression. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth twitched. "Mother, I have good news to tell you. You're going to be a grandmother soon." For a moment, Wei Ziqin thought that there was something wrong with her ears. She looked at her daughter in surprise and joy. After a long while, she found her excited voice again. Daughter, you?" Her gaze shifted to her belly, and she couldn't help but cry out in joy. "Daughter, you're pregnant." Wei Ziqin alternated between joy and worry. "Jojo, why aren't you staying in the estate? If there's anything, just have someone inform me." The little stoic waved her hand and said, "Mom, I'm very good. Our family's baby Mo is very obedient and doesn't make a fuss at all." As she spoke, this fellow even lightly patted her stomach. Wei Ziqin couldn't help but feel melancholy and worried again. Her daughter still had a childish temper, but she was about to give birth to a child. Wei Ziqin was worried and happy at the same time. She was worried and happy at the same time. Her emotions fluctuated up and down, and it was indescribably satisfying. Aya, look at me. I was so engrossed in talking with you that I forgot to introduce you. This is the Countess of Huainan, a new friend that mother made. Wei Ziqin felt very apologetic for neglecting the guests because she was preoccupied with chattering with her daughter and son-in-law earlier. The Countess of Huainan walked forward and respectfully bowed towards Mo Lian and Arbor. This subject greets Your Highness the Crown Prince and Her Highness the Crown Princess. Prince Mo had always put on an amiable little white rabbit appearance in front of his mother-in-law. Therefore, no matter how tyrannical this fellow was outside, in front of Wei Ziqin, Xiao Zhongbang, and the others, he always pretended to be as gentle as a spring breeze and treated people kindly. Wei Ziqin always felt that her son-in-law's temperament was especially good. She often worried that he wouldn't be able to suppress those native officials of the divine prefecture when he went out to handle matters. She also frequently reminded her daughter to not always bully little Mo for not having a temper and not always exploit little Mo. Sir Jojo's ears were about to grow calluses from listening to her. This fellow was accustomed to putting on an act in front of his mother-in-law, and Sir Jojo had repeatedly expressed his disdain for him. At this time, Prince Mo smiled very amiably again with a gentle expression. He warmly said to the Countess of Huainan, who was curtsying, "Madam doesn't need to be so courteous. You are my mother-in-law's friend, which makes you my elder. You may rise." Jojo secretly looked at her husband with disdain. Mother was always worried about little Mo's nice guy personality. He would probably be at a disadvantage outside. However, her little Mo's personality was completely different from the one he displayed in front of her. Madame Count Huainan lightly coughed twice, stood up straight with a smile, and said, "Today, this subject's wife specially came to deliver the invitation to Sister Wei. Since the invitation has been delivered, I won't disturb Your Highness' family reunion any longer." Wei Ziqin smiled and said, "I'm sorry for the neglect. Madam, you came all the way here and you're leaving so soon. Let me see you off." When Wei Ziqin returned from escorting the Countess of Huainan, she saw her son-in-law standing alone in front of the pavilion, looking at her pitifully with his beautiful phoenix eyes. Wei Ziqin's heart softened, and she hurriedly walked up and asked, "Little Mo, where's Jojo? Why are you here alone?" Jojo went to see his sister-in-law, Xiaoyao. It was naturally inappropriate for a man like him to go over. His little wife turned hostile and heartlessly left him here, minding her own business and walking away. Mo, Little Monkey, Kong Kong, and Guang Guang were also following him. If he were to drag them along, wouldn't he be all by himself? Wei Ziqin was a bit amused, but when she saw her son-in-law's pitiful appearance, she felt a bit sorry for him. She hurriedly said, "Your father and second uncle will be back soon. Mother will take you to the front yard to sit for a while. Jojo shouldn't be looking at you for too long. He'll be out soon. Tomorrow, I'll catch up on 2 more chapters." In the end, little Mo accompanied his father-in-law and second uncle and chatted for more than 2 hours, but his wife still didn't come over. His heart was filled with grievances and melancholy. Don't mention it, his wife abandoned him and went to chat with his sister-in-law for such a long time. She wasn't a chatty person. It was most likely that Xiaoyao had nothing better to do and kept chatting with his wife. Arbor and Xiaoyao hadn't seen each other for a long time. Now that they were talking about babies, they really couldn't stop. It must have been hard on Mo Rua, this rash fellow, to wander back and forth in the room like a wandering soul. Although he didn't understand, he didn't disturb the 2 sisters-in-law's conversation. The little crown princess had already taken Xiaoyao's pulse earlier. As a martial artist, her physique was stronger than ordinary people. However, she was still a little weak after giving birth. As long as she had a good rest and paid attention to her diet, she would be fine. She didn't need to take medicine to recuperate. After Qiaomu finished taking Xiaoyao's pulse, she was fortunately unruffled as she took her own pulse. Xiaoyao saw her frown slightly and couldn't help but be on tenterhooks. "Crown Princess, are you feeling unwell?" Arbor shook her head. This was what she felt the most strange. Logically speaking, there would always be some changes in the body after pregnancy. Take Peony for example. She was a girl who was full of vigor before, but after pregnancy, she would also have some symptoms of pregnancy and would always be a little weak. But the little crown princess knew her body best. Not to mention that she didn't feel any weakness or pregnancy symptoms, there was nothing wrong with her. She was fine everywhere. She could still split mountains and seas with one punch. The most important thing was that every time she woke up, her body felt light and full of strength. She even inexplicably improved in her realm. She was too embarrassed to mention this to others. Now that she saw her sister-in-law, she didn't care so much about what she said. She simply dragged a stool and sat in front of Xiaoyao, carefully discussing some pregnancy matters with her. In the end, she even asked her with a serious face, "Sister-in-law, do you feel that way? How do you feel?" "It's just that, after sleeping, I always feel like my body is floating, as if I have an inexhaustible amount of strength, as if I can break seas and split mountains with a single punch." Her sister-in-law looked at her expressionlessly and said, "No." The little stoic replied with an "oh," and the two of them sank into a brief silence. After a while, Arbor couldn't help but ask, "Then, if you get pregnant, will your realm increase?" "What?" At first, Xiaoyao thought that she had misheard, but when she saw the little crown princess's hopeful eyes, she was sure that she hadn't misheard. She replied expressionlessly, "No. Only a weirdo would be like this." She could still increase her cultivation after getting pregnant, the little crown princess replied with an "oh." This time even the little monk couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Benefactress. Please listen to Xiaona." Arbor turned her head and saw a pair of short legs sitting side by side on a brocade couch by the window. They both had a shiny bald head and stared straight at her with round eyes. "Speak if you have something to say." "Benefactress, although Xiaona doesn't understand what you're saying, I feel that you're always comparing the strange things that happen to you with normal people. This is a very abnormal thing." Xiaoyao held back her laughter and nodded expressionlessly. "Crown Princess, Kong Kong is absolutely right. Although this child was long-winded, she always hit the nail on the head. This was exactly the reason. The little crown princess always liked to compare the strange things that happened to her to other people. How could it be the same? Master Jojo ignored the little monk and subconsciously reached out to touch her belly. She muttered to herself, "Recently, I feel that my cultivation speed has sped up a lot. It's like I'm cultivating even when I'm sleeping." What's the reaction of a normal pregnancy? Normal people have some reaction in the first 3 months. Take me for example. Although my body is not bad, in the first month, when I smell meat, I feel a little nauseous and vomited. It's only after that I slowly get used to it. It's indeed written like that in the book. The little crown princess had a serious expression on her face as she nodded. "But I don't seem to feel anything. I can sleep and run, and my appetite is especially good when it's time to eat." Xiaoyao resisted the urge to roll her eyes and continued expressionlessly, "When the fetus grows, I can't sleep well and even turnover will be a little difficult." Arbor made an "oh" sound and touched her belly. "Then it's probably because I'm still young. In the future, the situation described in the book will probably happen." "Xiaoyao, Crown Princess, have you read a lot of medical books?" The little crown princess nodded with a serious expression. She clasped her hands and said, "I don't have much experience. The crown prince is a man. He won't understand this kind of thing even if you ask him. I can only read more books and find some experience on my own. The book also says that during pregnancy, you have to pay attention to moving around more. It will be easier for you to give birth in the future." Speaking of this, she was a little distressed. "My symptoms are completely different from what the book says. Every time I check my pulse, it's always very normal. But there are some situations that I feel are a little abnormal." Xiaoyao originally wanted to laugh, but her expression gradually became serious. There was a hint of admiration in her eyes. Thinking about it, the little crown princess was looking forward to this child. She was so cautious and full of anticipation for this child. Thinking of this, Xiaoyao could not help but reach out to hold her hand. "Jojo, although our situations are somewhat different, as someone who has been through it, I have some experience to impart to you. Don't let your imagination run wild when you're free. If there's anything you don't understand or want to ask, feel free to look for me. Previously, when you were in the river of forgetfulness, there was no one close to take care of you. now that you're home, we're all here. Even if I can't answer some of your questions, you can ask your mother. Eldest aunt's experience is definitely more abundant. Auntie helped me a lot when I gave birth to the baby tigers this time. Thank you for your hard work. Xiaoya was deeply moved. She was so lucky to be able to marry into the Qiao family. Now, her husband treated her like a pearl and treasure, and her parents-in-law treated her exceptionally well. Living in harmony with each other, this is what a wonderful life is like. Arbor patted the back of her hand. Little Tiger was the pet name of Xiaoya's son. Because when he was born, his cries were very loud and resonated throughout the entire residence. Second Uncle Qiao Zhongxing laughed heartily and decided on the spot to give him the pet name Little Tiger. At this time, it was almost noon. After the two talked for a while, Little Tiger woke up a little and started to make a fuss in a small voice. Does he wake up every half an hour now? Xiaoya nodded. Little Tiger is fine. He doesn't make a fuss. Sometimes, he sleeps for half an hour. He only makes a fuss when he's hungry and pees. Adult Jojo raised his hand and touched the child's soft face. The little tiger was considered larger among the infants. His small face was wrinkled, and his eyes were closed. His small mouth was faintly opening and closing. When I was young, when Long Chiyun gave birth to me, I might not even be as strong as the little tiger. Arbor thought to herself as she stroked baby Mo in her stomach. Baby Mo was like a small ball of fire. Even through his stomach, he could feel the fiery aura that was being emitted. Just like his dad, Arbor thought to herself. His dad was like a small stove. Hugging him in the middle of winter was like hugging a hot potato. He was hot everywhere and couldn't be thrown away. Once thrown away, he would act cute, act coquettishly, and roll around. Humph, if Prince Mo could hear his wife's thoughts right now, he would definitely be angered into laughter by the little fellow. When he hugged her in the middle of winter, he would always ask her very considerately, "Is it warm?" If the little stoic answered, "The temperature is okay," then he would maintain his body temperature. If the little stoic answered, "It doesn't seem warm enough," then he would adjust his body temperature even higher. Was it easy to be a husband? Now, he was even being disdained by his wife, saying that he was like a hot potato. It was almost noon now. Sir Jojo finally remembered that he left his husband at the small pavilion in the middle courtyard and ran off with the group of little radishes. It should be almost 2 hours now. With this guy's personality, he must be secretly complaining about her in his mind. Perhaps he would even quietly curse her as a little liar. Arbor pursed her small mouth. Just as she was about to stand up and bid farewell, she saw Xianxia come in to report about the account book. "Crown Princess, you can go ahead if you have something to attend to," Xiaoyao hastily said. The little Crown Princess nodded and left behind a prescription for tonics before calling Xianxia out. After they walked far away and confirmed that they wouldn't disturb Xiaoyao's rest, Arbor then asked unhurriedly, "How was it?" Xianxia nodded and said, "The nanny in charge is quite well behaved and didn't make any big moves. She only took some small advantages in some places." Based on her understanding of the little Crown Princess, she was not a petty person. She would not make a fuss over such a trivial matter. The steward nannies were really smart people. If they went overboard and really lost a lot of things, then they would be in big trouble today. Arbor nodded. Just as Kai Xiu had expected, he didn't take this matter to heart. Since there's no problem with the accounts, let's find these nannies and talk to them one by one. I don't want people like old Madame Wang to appear again. The little Crown Princess said coldly, "I've never run a charity. Those who had the ability to do things were welcome. Those who just wanted to enjoy the shade under a big tree, or the fox who used the tiger's might to cause trouble for her, should scram as far away as possible." Kai Xiu immediately understood and nodded. "This servant will do it now. There's no need to rush." The little Crown Princess shook her head and said, "Let's go and eat first. We'll stay here for the next 2 days. There's no need to rush." Rules had to be set, but there was no need to rush. Since she had decided to reorganize all the farmlands and farmers around Half Moon Cliff, Arbor naturally had to stay here and tidy things up slowly. However, while she was on her way to the Half Moon Cliff, the old monk was still waiting in the Eastern Palace for her to return. After asking around, he finally found out where she went. He hurriedly mounted his horse and rushed to the west of the city with a dark expression. She was not in good spirits. Tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon and 4 in the evening. She would try to finish it. It was too difficult. The old monk had a knot in his heart. Although he rode his horse towards the west of the city, he still hadn't thought of how to tell the little crown princess about this matter. Whenever he thought of King Duoluo's arrogant manner, the old monk couldn't help but frown. In the end, he still sped up and flew towards Half Moon Cliff's splendid mountain villa. Now that things had come to this, the little monk's identity couldn't be concealed anymore. Fortunately, he had made a wise decision and sent the little monk to the Chow family at the first opportunity. These few years had passed smoothly. He knew that this day would eventually come. During lunch, his husband kept looking at him with his small eyes. Sir Jojo thought about it and decided to pacify him. Sigh, men. He was about to become a father, yet he still acted like a child. Sir Jojo expressed that he would definitely worry more in the future. Mo Lian's mouth twitched slightly. He could see some clues from his wife's strange expression. His wife was probably ridiculing him in her heart. Come, come, come. Sit down and eat. Xiao Zhongbang gestured for everyone to sit down. Xiao Sen and Lin Er were still in closed-door cultivation, so they didn't come out. The 10 people at the table randomly found a seat and sat down. Mo floated by the side. Xiao Zhongbang happily smiled at second uncle. Lao Er, do you want to drink? No problem. Second uncle chuckled in response. Madame Ren pursed her lips and tugged at her husband's sleeve. This fella who passed out in 2 tails always thought that he could drink a lot, but every time, he would fall asleep at the table. It had to be said that it was really hilarious. Xiao Zhongbang laughed. Sister-in-law, drinking is just a formality. Just let second brother take a few sips and he won't faint again. Madame Ren giggled and nodded. Today, our family is reunited. We have another happy addition to our family. Xiao Zhongbang cleared his throat. Just as he was about to speak loudly, he heard Wei Ziqing cough lightly. He turned to look at his wife and laughed. Madam, do you have something to say? Wei Ziqing nodded and smiled until her eyes turned into crescents. It's rare for all of us to gather together. Our Chow family has been having a lot of happy events recently. What do you think, old master? That's good. Xiao Zhongbang laughed and said, it's all up to you. Madame Ren smiled shyly, I'm sorry for troubling you. We're all family. What's there to be troubled about? You just focus on taking care of Xiao Yao and the little tiger. Leave the 100-day banquet to me. Madame Ren nodded repeatedly and said with a smile, it's not a big deal for me to take care of my daughter-in-law and grandson. Eldest sister-in-law is busy with the 100-day banquet, so just remember to send me around. There's nothing to be busy about. Wei Ziqing smiled and said, it's mostly the servants who do it. I just have to move my mouth. Everyone chatted and laughed. After 3 rounds of wine, Wei Ziqing turned to look at her daughter sitting beside her. Jojo, are you tired? The crown prince, who was peeling prawn balls for his wife, quickly nodded and said, Jojo, I can't sit anymore. Let's go back to the room first. Pooh. She was just sitting and eating. How was she so delicate that she couldn't even sit down to eat? Arbor rolled her eyes at her husband in annoyance. She turned and hesitated for 2 seconds before saying to her mother, Mother, actually, I don't feel anything. Wei Ziqing, sister-in-law, also said that the body will feel more tired in the later stages of pregnancy, but I feel. Arbor even paused when he said this. The whole family simultaneously looked at her, only to hear the little stoic say in deadly earnest, she probably won't feel anything. The little monk nodded in all apparent seriousness. You can't look at benefactress through a normal person's eyes. Compared to normal people, benefactress is very abnormal. The whole family speechlessly looked at each other. Although the little monk's words were very reasonable, his adorable expression was too indecent. Coco lovingly wanted to pinch his chubby little cheeks. The little monkey was the first to pinch Kong Kong's little cheeks. The little monk instantly leaned back and said, Ba. Benefactress, please don't get touchy with this little monk. This little monk is a person wholeheartedly devoted to Buddha and won't be tempted by the mundane. Arbor, The little monkey rolled his eyes at him and poked at the plate of vegetables in front of him. Being a monk is boring to death. You can't eat meat or drink wine. Only an oddball like you would like to be a monk. If the heavens gave you a chance to renounce asceticism, would you renounce asceticism? I wouldn't. The little monk decisively refused, a stiff expression appearing on his soft and puffy face. The mundane world is full of worries. Tempering one's heart in the secular world also requires great perseverance. This little monk doesn't want to be annoyed to the point of going bald. Everyone was utterly speechless. The little monkey even rolled his eyes repeatedly. Brother, you don't have any hair on your head right now. You don't want to go bald, but you make it seem like you aren't bald now. Just as everyone was silent, the little stoic concluded, everyone has their own aspirations. Everyone walks their own path, so who knows what will happen in the future. Xiao Zhongbang and his wife resisted the urge to laugh and nodded. Come, don't say these depressing words. Let's eat. The crown prince continued to peel shrimp balls and feed his wife, and they ate the meal in harmony. After the meal, everyone was idle, so they gathered in the living room and casually asked about the trip to Wangchuan. How could Arbor tell them everything that had happened in the Forgotten River? However, Xiao Zhongbang and Wei Ziqin were not stupid either. They realized that every time they asked Jojo about the Long family, Jojo would subconsciously change the topic. Over time, the couple also understood. It must be that the trip to Forget River was not as smooth as Jojo had described. At the very least, the process would not be easy. Wei Ziqin couldn't help but ask, Jojo, did something unpleasant happen between you and the Wangchuan Dragon clan? Jojo-sama once again passed the important task of speaking to Jojo's lotus. The latter hurriedly added, Mother, don't worry. It's not a big deal. There were some small problems along the way, but it's all solved now. The Forgotten River Dragon clan had even chosen a different clan head. The situation had changed so quickly that people could not help but sigh. In fact, if it weren't for Long Qian's stubbornness, Wangchuan's ending might not have been like this. Wei Ziqin knew that her son-in-law did not tell them the whole story, but she also knew that the young couple liked to report only the good news and not the bad news. They tried their best to erase some dangerous things and only picked some harmless happy things to tell them. This was also the children's filial piety, and they did not want them to worry about it afterward. Since that was the case, she knew better than to ask any more questions. While the family was talking, the maid, Xiayun, rushed in and bowed. Your Highness, Crown Princess, Master, Madam, there is a monk outside who wishes to see Your Highness and the Crown Princess. Monk? Everyone couldn't help but stare blankly. The little monk Kong Kong, who was using a small spoon to drink soup, touched his bald head with his other hand and asked curiously, a monk like me? Xiayun stifled her laughter and nodded. The master said his name is Kong Yin. Arbor and Mo Lian looked at each other and stood up. Let's go out and take a look. Jojo, did something happen? Wei Ziqin also stood up worriedly. Arbor hurriedly comforted her. It's nothing, Mother. Master Kong Yin is the great elder of the Elder Compound. He should be here because something happened at the Elder Compound and he needs my husband's help to deal with it. Sir Jojo casually came up with an excuse and said it very smoothly. When Wei Ziqin heard this, she put away her slightly nervous emotions and nodded. Then let little Mo go and meet this master quickly. Don't tell me it's something important. Benefactress, this little monk will go with you. When the little monk heard that Master Kong Yin was here, he naturally couldn't sit still. He stumped down to the ground and scampered outside after Qiao Mu and Mo Lian. Arbor only stopped after he left the dining hall and waited for the short-legged little monk. Although the little monk's legs were short, his martial arts weren't weak and his speed wasn't slow. In just a moment, the little guy ran up and asked with a pair of big black and white eyes, Benefactress, carry me on your back. Arbor was a little amused and was about to speak when he saw Mo Lian pick up the little monk first. Alright, let's go. The little monk angrily opened his big round eyes and shouted angrily, I don't want you, I don't want you. This little monk wants Benefactress to carry me. This stinky man always liked to carry him around. He wasn't a cabbage, as usual. Mo Lian completely ignored the child's complaints and walked out with Arbor. When they arrived at the entrance of the side hall, they saw the old monk Kong Yin from afar. He was dressed in a grey robe. his back was facing the two of them. He was pacing back and forth under a tree not far away. "Old monk." The little stoic faintly called out to his back. Kongyin hurriedly turned her head back with a look of joy on her face. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, Crown Princess, it's great to see both of you. Why are you looking for us?" The little stoic asked expressionlessly. "If you want us to contribute money to support the elderly home, then don't open your mouth." Mo Lian, the old monk's mouth twitched, and he glared indignantly at the little stoic. "You must have earned a lot from your trip to the River of Forgetfulness. So what if you sympathize with us old folks and allocate some funds to the elder courtyard?" The little stoic chuckled and didn't continue speaking. However, the old monk suddenly turned around and hastily said, "Jojo, I came to find you this time because there is indeed an important matter." This little crown princess was truly someone who was used to interrupting. After being interrupted by her just now, he almost forgot what he wanted to say. As he spoke, his gaze landed on the little monk on the side. The little monk's eyes brightened. "Master, are you bringing this little monk back? What the hell was this little monk address?" The old monk's eyes twitched before he shook his head seriously. "No." "Oh." The little monk immediately drooped his small head in disappointment. Upon seeing this, the old monk hastily asked, "Do you want to return to the monastery with Master?" "That's not impossible. It's just that, once you return to the temple, you'll have to separate from the benefactress." "Are you willing then?" The little monk immediately shakes his head like a rattledrum, hopping off the ground and even shrinking behind Mo Lian. Great Master Kongyin can't help but find it somewhat funny. He turns to look at Arbor and says, "This old monk has come this time to bring Kong Kong to a place." Arbor raises his eyebrows, but doesn't say anything, only looking at him. The old monk then says again, "To the Supreme Court's dungeon." A moment later, Arbor and the old monk sit down alone in the side hall. The two's gazes simultaneously fall on the two people outside the window, one big and one small. At this moment, Mo Lian has already picked up the little ghost, patting his head. The little monk raises his small fist, arguing with him about something, his voice sometimes high and sometimes low. Arbor looks for a while, then retracts his gaze, landing it on the old monk again. "What did you mean by what you said just now? You want to bring the little monk to the Supreme Court's dungeon to meet someone?" Just as Crown Princess heard, this old monk has indeed come to bring the little monk to the Supreme Court's dungeon to meet someone. Arbor raises his eyebrows noncommittally. "The person you want the little monk to meet is King Duo Luo?" She thinks carefully, a few strands of suspicion slipping through her eyes. The gaze she uses to stare at the old monk also becomes more and more unfathomable. From the moment you bumped into me in the long sparse forest's ancient temple, you've been scheming against me." "No, no. Crown Princess, you've misunderstood." The old monk hurriedly waves his hand and says, "This old monk has stayed in the long sparse forest's ancient temple for a few years. When I first saw Benefactress that day, I only thought that you looked very similar to Chu Yun. I really don't have any other thoughts. Even if you didn't have any thoughts at that time, after knowing my identity, you very naturally pushed the boat with the current and placed Kong Kong by my side." The old monk is silent for a moment, then nods. A monk doesn't make idle remarks. Benefactress has been an intelligent person since young, her mind is exquisite and clear, guessing correctly. After that, he purposely threw the little monk by the little crown princess's side, to keep her company. Firstly, to improve their relationship, he can definitely help his little disciple at a critical moment. Secondly, the little crown princess is very capable, naturally, she can protect the little monk. Xiaomu waved her hand in front of his face. "You old monk, you really have a good plan. What is the little monk's relationship with King Duoluo?" In the end, Xiaomu nonchalantly asked the old monk this question. Walking to enter the Supreme Court's dungeon to see a sea of bright orange bright yellow light. In the middle of the large iron cage, there were mighty lion and tiger totems carved on the iron pillars. Arbor to close to her to the point, Aaron's right to the point, Mo Lian raised his hand to pick him up. This time, the little monk doesn't resist. Instead, he hugs Mo Lian's arm and crawls into her embrace, his big eyes looking around vigilantly. "Master, what is this place that we're in?" The little monk suddenly asks. "We're going down to meet someone." "We're still going down?" The little monk suddenly reaches out and hugs Mo Lian's neck, a trace of confusion and panic flashing through his eyes. If we go down, it'll be the 18th level of hell. Master, look at the wall, it's filled with all kinds of torture instruments, so scary. At the end of his words, his voice ripples. Arbor can't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. The old monk was also somewhat speechless. He patiently explained to his little disciple, it's not the 18 levels of hell. Moreover, why would there be 18 or 19 levels of hell? Hell is not divided into levels. It's just a matter of areas. The old monk snorted and could not help but nag at his disciple. I told you to do more homework and not delay your studies, but you're used to slacking off. You haven't even comprehended 1/10,000th of the essence of Buddhism. Mischievous, mischievous. Master, I do my morning and evening classes every day. If you don't believe me, you can ask the benefactress. Seeing the little monk pointing at her, the benefactress only had a blank expression. Don't you usually sit together for morning, afternoon, and evening classes and finish tomorrow's morning classes tonight? The old monk could not help but blow his beard and glare. You must be slacking off and sleeping. You can't even get up to do your morning classes. The little monk pursed his lips and hurriedly shrank his head back, not uttering a word. Master, benefactress, benefactress's husband, can you tell me who you want me to meet? Meet your grandfather. Arbor pondered for a few seconds before telling the truth. This child's mental age was different from ordinary children. He naturally had the right to know about this matter. Unexpectedly, the little monk opened his mouth in shock. Xiaona's grandfather? Xiaona has a grandfather? How could he not have a grandfather? If he did not have a grandfather, where did his father come from? If he did not have a father, where did he come from? Arbor looked at the little fellow's dazed expression and could not help but raise his hand to pinch his little face. Yes, your grandfather is your grandfather. You are you. When you meet him later, don't believe anything he says. The little monk had a puzzled expression. He's a bad person? He's a traitor. Arbor nodded slightly. The little monk still understood the word traitor. A trace of shock appeared in his eyes. Don't tell me that rotten old man wants to drag Xiaona down with him? Everyone, this child's ability to infer many things from one instance was too strong. They had not revealed much information to him yet, but this child actually saw through the mystery himself. Mo Lian carried the little monk and floated down to the bottom floor of the water prison. She patted the little monk's head and said, You don't have to be afraid of this person. Just answer him however you want. The little monk pursed his lips and replied with a noncommittal "Oh." A pair of big watery eyes looked around curiously. When his line of sight fell on King Doro in the water prison, the little monk glanced at him and hurriedly turned his head away, subconsciously shrinking into Mo Lian's embrace. Bang! King Duoluo angrily smashed a few iron bars. He couldn't help but roar, Come here. Why are you hiding in the arms of this enemy? Little monk was startled by his roar and instinctively hugged Prince Mo even tighter. What he saw was that the strange man in the water prison was really disheveled and dirty. Seeing the little monk hiding beside Mo Lian and refusing to get down, King Duoluo's old face turned red from anger. His entire body couldn't help but tremble slightly. This child in front of him was King Duoluo's grandson, his direct grandson. Yet, he was looking at him with apathetic eyes and hiding beside the enemy. After meeting for so long, he wasn't even willing to call him grandfather. Thinking of this, King Duoluo couldn't help but be furious. He shouted, You're really my good grandson. You're exactly the same as your father. Shut up. Sir Jojo coldly spat out 2 words, There are still 2 more chapters to go. Even if I have something to do tomorrow, I probably won't be able to make it in time. I can return to normal on the 23rd. I'm going to sleep. Recently, the virus is wreaking havoc. I don't dare to stay up late. Everyone, pay attention to your protection. You're a prisoner in prison. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Arbor shouted coldly. When his gaze swept past King Doro, it paused for a moment. However, it only took one glance for King Doro to quiver all over, and a haze covered his face. Junior, how dare you speak to this old man like this? King Doro said furiously, I request to speak with my grandson alone. You don't have the right to negotiate with us. Arbor flatly refused this person's request and said coldly, if you have something to say it quickly. If you don't, you won't have another chance to say it in the future. A chill inexplicably arose in King Doro's heart. Of course, he knew who the person before him was. How could he not recognize the original form of Lily Er's plan and the core component of the entire plan? This young crown princess was rumored to be an extremely difficult person to get along with. It was said that her expression was apathetic and her methods were fierce, but seeing was believing. When King Doro saw this woman today, he felt that she seemed to be even more callous and ruthless than the rumored crown princess. What did she mean by saying those words just now? She meant that he, Emolyoshi, wouldn't live past these few days, right? Heh. He, Emolyoshi, had lived for so many years. What kind of storms and waves hadn't he seen? How could he be scared to the point that his legs went soft from mere threats from this ignorant brat? When he thought of this, King Doro resisted the urge to take a step back. He glared at Arbor in front of him and said word by word, you can try. If this old man dies, then is this old man's grandson, crack. After a crisp sound, King Doro only realized that he had been whipped by a slender vine whip through the water cage when the back of his hand was hit by a heavy whip. This feeling was simply indescribable. King Doro, who had always been high and mighty, almost didn't dare to believe that this stoic-faced girl in front of him would use a whip at the slightest disagreement. Arbor's eyes carried some impatience. If your goal is only to use the little monk's identity to threaten us, then there's no need for that. You can publicly reveal the little monk's identity. Arbor said coldly, at that time, you can see whether the little monk is unlucky or you are more unlucky. King Duoluo's eyes revealed a trace of viciousness as he forcefully slapped the water cage. Even though the electric current scuttled through the back of his hand, he didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. Aren't you afraid that the great emperor will blame you? Saying that the crown prince and his wife were raising the grandson of a rebel? When the time comes, the two of you will be held accountable for your crimes? King Duoluo let out a cold laugh and said with a threatening tone, being too close to the grandson of a rebel is not a glorious thing in the end. You don't know? The young crown princess said expressionlessly. On the way to the Supreme Court, the crown prince had already handed over a memorial stating that he wanted to adopt the little monk as his son. King Duoluo's face was filled with astonishment, unable to speak for a while. How the *CK did he know? He was locked up in this water prison, isolated from the rest of the world. What could he possibly know about the outside world? So you don't have to worry about it. From now on, Kong Kong will be the grandson of the great emperor. You. King Duoluo had an incredulous expression. Because of his fury, even his voice trembled a bit. How is that possible? If the great emperor knew his true identity, how could he possibly allow the crown prince to adopt him? Could it be that you haven't heard? Wildfire sets the prairie ablaze. If you still dare to keep the grandson of King Doro alive now, then 10 or 20 years later, you will definitely regret it. You will definitely regret it. Arbor sneered. You have no way of knowing whether others will regret it or not. But what I know now is that you will regret it immediately. You shouldn't have provoked me. You shouldn't have led us here. Arbor said coldly and suddenly raised a small porcelain bottle in his hand. What are you doing? Startled, King Doro subconsciously shrunk back. But he was surrounded in the water prison and the range was only so big. No matter how he retreated, it was impossible for him to escape the attack range of Arbor and the others. Bah. The little monk muttered and turned to look at King Doro with a somewhat dazed expression. This old benefactor, the evil aura on your body is too heavy. If you carry evil in this life, you will definitely be unlucky in your next life. As someone who has been through this, I can't help but give you a word of advice. The heavens are watching what you do. It's not that the time hasn't come yet. When the time comes, you'll be finished. Everyone, Arbor's hand that was holding the porcelain bottle paused slightly and glanced at the little monk speechlessly. He saw the little guy's round eyes staring at King Doro in front of him. Once he started talking about teaching, he couldn't stop his nagging rhythm. Say, you're already so old, what are you after? What are you thinking, why do you want to rebel? Your rebellion will inevitably consume countless soldiers, sharpen and kill on the battlefield, plunge the people into misery and suffering, and anger the heavens. You failed. The little monk's face was solemn as he shouted crisply. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if you succeed in your rebellion, with your lifespan, you won't be able to live more than 3 years. What's the point of doing this? Why can't you think it through? You're already so old, what are you tormenting yourself for? Everyone, the old monk's mouth twitched as he secretly glanced at King Doro's face. Sure enough, the other party's face had already swelled to the color of pig liver. Thinking about it, the little monk's words were simply piercing and stabbing like knives. No matter who it was, they probably wouldn't be able to endure it, let alone King Doro, who had always been proud and arrogant. Shut up. Why should I shut up? The small monk continued unhappily. Master said that there is a lack of people in this world who can speak out for justice. Me. Kong Kong is the one who inherited Master's legacy. The little monk said solemnly, this little monk will never yield to evil forces like you. King Duo Luo almost fainted from anger because of this little monk. Just thinking about it made him angry. Not only did he not gain any benefits from revealing Kong Kong's identity, he seemed to have completely offended the crown princess in front of him. He originally thought that by threatening Kongyin with Kong Kong's identity, Kongyin would think of a way to help him no matter what. Even if he couldn't get out of the water prison for the time being, it would be enough to let him keep his life. Who would have thought, when the matter was revealed to the crown prince and the crown princess, the outcome was completely different from what he had expected. The most hateful thing was this little monk's mouth. He was obviously the grandson of King Duo Luo, but he kept saying some unpleasant words. You're called Kong Kong, right? King Duo Luo suppressed his belly full of anger and reluctantly put on an amiable face as he faced the little monk Kong Kong. However, no matter how amiable his expression was, his face still looked a little awkward. Tomorrow at 12:04 p.m., 12:04 p.m., 12:04 p.m. To make up for these 2 days. The little monk retorted expressionlessly, asking when you already know the answer. That's unnecessary. How could this sloppy old man in the water dungeon not have investigated his identity? Otherwise, how would he know that he was his grandson? Even now, he still pretended to ask for his name. Wasn't that asking when he already knew the answer? Everyone, this little imp's words were clear and logical, and he always liked to jump out with 4 words. His face was clearly adorable, but he still had to put on the appearance of a little adult lecturing. King Doro was so infuriated by him that he felt somewhat depressed. How could this child's words be so infuriating? If it weren't for the fact that he was currently imprisoned and couldn't move, he would really want to pull him over and give him a good beating. He was his grandfather. This child must have been led astray by that old bald thief Kong Yin, or perhaps he had been following the eccentric little crown princess for a long time and had been led astray. Otherwise, how could he have learned such a sharp-tongued way of retorting? Arbor shot him a glance and asked impatiently, you called us here just for this? King Doro was momentarily speechless. These people didn't follow his routine at all. How could he continue chatting happily with them? Then there's no need to talk anymore. King Doro's entire face was dark and gloomy. Crown Princess, you'd better think clearly before you speak. The little crown princess cast him a sidelong glance with a bit of ridicule on her face. Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi is here. Properly explain to him how a prisoner should behave. Yes. Xiaoyi cupped his hands and turned around with quick steps. When he arrived in front of the water dungeon, he abruptly flung out a thick iron chain and wrapped it around King Doro's neck in an instant. King Doro was already on guard, but he was in a cage that was only so large and had no place to hide. After his neck was locked by the iron chain, he couldn't help but slide forward with the iron chain. With a snap, he was tightly stuck to the cage. The water dungeon was specially constructed so that once someone got close to it, it would recklessly emit gurgling electric currents. Previously, when King Doro slapped the cage, he only felt some pain from the electric current burning his hand. But now, it was different. His entire body was stuck to the cage. From top to bottom, from his torso to his limbs, he was suffering from the torment of the electric current. King Duo Luo, who originally wanted to hold on, instantly let out a miserable howl. The young crown princess looked at the old man expressionlessly and continued to say coldly, "Don't say that we don't know how to respect the old and cherish the young. People like you are really unworthy." How could an old man who treated his children and grandchildren as tools for his career have the face to be called an elder? In his mind, other than scheming, there was only scheming. Just like Long Qian, she didn't deserve anyone's respect and love. Arbor's face was cold and solemn. After saying this, he turned around and left with the small monk in his arms. Come back. King Doro stared at Arbor's back and shouted harshly. No. Come back. Could it be that he could only live like this for the rest of his life, to be locked up in this dark water dungeon and spend the rest of his life in fear and trepidation? No, he was King Doro, the ruler of the Doro kingdom. He was also a ruler, so how could the great emperor treat him like this? The rebellion more than 10 years ago had caused him to flee to the Pingjin Prairie. He had suffered for so many years, plotted for so many years, painstakingly cultivated and exhausted his mind. Was this the end? He couldn't accept it, he really couldn't accept it. Amidst the crackling electricity, King Duoluo glared furiously at the departing figures of Qiao Mu and company. He strenuously stretched out a hand and called out feebly through the cage, No, come back. No. Come back, come back, come back. Bang. Opening the secret door of the dungeon, a ray of light, like a flash in the pan, flickered at the water cage's entrance. Then, it once again returned to darkness. King Duoluo was completely flustered. He unwillingly shouted at Xiaoyi, You go call them back. We will have a good talk, a good talk. He really didn't expect that these two people would have this kind of attitude. They didn't give him the slightest compromise and didn't listen to him at all. King Doro was completely at his wits' end. He couldn't do anything to these two youngsters who were like newborn calves that weren't afraid of tigers. Who knew that this husband and wife pair would have such a deceptive character? Others hadn't even finished speaking when the two impatiently left with the little monk in their arms. Couldn't they have a good talk? So why did they come here today? Did they just want to arrogantly tell him that Kong Kong would become the adopted grandson of the great emperor in a short while? Or did they want to say that, in the future, Kong Kong would no longer have anything to do with him, King Doro, and the entire King Doro estate? King Doro's outer garment that was stuck to the cage was already completely soaked in sweat. This made the soreness even more intense. The electric current passed through his skin and went straight into his heart and lungs. That kind of heart-drilling and lung-piercing sizzling feeling really made his entire body feel extremely painful and numb. Only now did he know how vicious the methods of this couple, the Crown Prince and Crown Princess, were. However, Xiaoyi unexpectedly said with a smile, Just now, there was a child here, the masters didn't want this subordinate to be too strict with you. After all, it was bloody, the child might have nightmares at night. King Doro's face was stuck to the cage. If there was a mirror in front of him right now, he would naturally see clusters of small snake-like electric currents moving back and forth on his face. The skin all over his body had long been charred by the electric current. Because his spiritual energy was sealed, he simply couldn't circulate his energy to resist the power of the 5 spirits contained in the cage. Therefore, one could imagine the pain he was feeling right now. What do you want? What do you want to do? King Duoluo was now somewhat terrified. He thought that he had to find a chance to talk to Kong Yin. He had to find a way to survive. However, he did not expect that Kong Yin would be so tasteless as to directly seek out the couple. Now that things had turned out this way, it seemed that there was no way to salvage the situation. Don't forget, I am the Crown Prince's uncle. You can't do this to me. That's impossible. Heh. Xiaoyi could not help but sneer. He raised his hand to press his face against the cage. Is that so? If you don't want to cause trouble for His Highness, I can let you stay for a few more days. Xiaoyi waved the porcelain bottle in his hand in front of King Doro and said with a smile, Look, this is a gift from the Crown Princess Darren. What if you took it yourself? Let me help you. King Duoluo's complexion abruptly changed. He couldn't help but tremble. You dare to lynch this old man? His Majesty hasn't even said that he's going to execute me. How dare you? How dare you? Whether I dare or not, isn't it only after I do it that we'll know? Xiaoyi said with a chuckle as he waved the porcelain bottle in front of him. In this subordinate's opinion, King Duoluo is at death's door, yet he's no longer as brave as he was in the past. He's also a coward. How about this, let this subordinate fulfill my filial piety for the prince. Scram. Scram, scram, scram. King Duoluo forcefully waved his hands, but his entire body was pressed against the iron cage. The range of movement his hands could move was no more than half a meter. Moreover, his spiritual power was currently sealed, making him akin to a cripple. Even if he extended his hand to slap Xiaoyi, the other party would only treat it as scratching an itch. King Duoluo's slap had no effect whatsoever on Xiaoyi. You let go of this old man. We need to discuss this. How about this, you go and ask the crown prince and crown princess to come back. Tisk, Xiaoyi smiled and shook his head. I didn't expect the prince to actually admit defeat. I originally thought that with the prince's fearless temperament, he wouldn't admit defeat even at death's door. It's really only when things come to a head that one can truly see a person clearly. At this moment, King Duoluo didn't bother arguing with Xiaoyi. What he wanted to do the most right now was to fight for his life. He must fight for it. At this very moment, King Duoluo was already extremely regretful. In his opinion, if he had known earlier that the crown prince and crown princess were actually such stubborn people, then he naturally wouldn't have dared to provoke these two lords. The most hateful of all should be that old baldy Kong Yin. It was he who had to invite this couple over. Now that he was riding a tiger, he had no way to back down. He simply didn't know what to do next. Prince, can you go on your way with peace of mind? Xiaoyi asked with a chuckle. King Duoluo's entire body trembled, and he said in an almost pleading tone, Can't you give this old man, another chance? How about this? Before he could finish speaking, he saw Xiaoyi's expression turn cold, and he unceremoniously grabbed his face with one hand, forcing him to open his mouth. A porcelain bottle of medicinal powder was poured in just like that, without mercy, causing old King Duoluo to cough incessantly. You. Although King Duoluo didn't know what powder Xiaoyi had forced him to take, he was very clear in his heart that it definitely wasn't anything good. He was extremely flustered, and the hair on his head was standing on end because of the electric shock. Mo Lian. Chow Mu. He bellowed hoarsely, his tone laced with intense hatred. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he realized that he had completely lost his voice. His eyes were lifeless, and he sat down in a daze. With a splash, he sat down in the water. From his neck down, his entire body was soaked in the smelly water, but he didn't feel it at all. He just stared blankly at Xiaoyi. Heh. Not long after, Xiaoyi heard a few gasps coming from King Duoluo's throat. The gasps were sometimes fast and sometimes slow, sometimes short and sometimes long, but his face looked extremely normal. There was nothing abnormal about him at all. However, Xiaoyi knew that King Duoluo might have already lost his mind. Looking at how he was staring blankly at him, sitting in the cold water in a daze, he knew that this King Duoluo would probably stop here for the rest of his life. Everyone who stayed by the young crown prince consort's side was well aware of her methods. Anyone who provoked her definitely wouldn't have a good ending. What's more, this King Duoluo just had to court death by extending his hand to the little monk Kong Kong. With the little crown princess' protective nature, she definitely wouldn't let him go. Even if this King Duoluo hadn't done anything yet. Even though King Doro had yet to cause any harm to the little monk, based on the crown princess's watertight personality, she absolutely wouldn't look on coldly from the sidelines and watch the situation change step by step in a dangerous direction. She would definitely nip those people and matters that could endanger the little monk in the bud first. Xiaoyi observed King Doro for a good while and only turned to leave after confirming that there were no abnormalities. The last trace of light in the dungeon followed the light closing of the iron door. King Doro, who was sitting in the water in a daze, opened his mouth and revealed a foolish smile. When Arbor stepped out of the Supreme Court's main entrance with the little monk in his arms, he lowered his head to glance at the little baldy. She saw the child silently drooping his little head, looking listless as if he didn't have much energy. Sir Jojo bluntly knocked his smooth head lightly. Why are you acting so gloomy and pensive? Raise your head and look at me, the little stoic said. The little monk raised his small head and glanced at Arbor with his round eyes. Remember, no matter when or where, don't feel gloomy and upset over some unimportant people. How is he related to you? The little monk puffed up his small cheeks. He says he's Xiaona's grandfather. Benefactress, is this bad guy really Xiaona's grandfather? Yes. Arbor nodded and stroked the child's head. But other than that bit of bloodline similarity, it can be said that you and him aren't related in any way. Has he ever come to visit you since you were born? The little monk shook his head. Has he ever fulfilled even the slightest bit of responsibility as a grandfather? The little monk shook his head again. So to you, what's the difference between him and those strangers outside? The little monk thought about it and said, there's no difference. Then there's no difference. Arbor said, you and him are only strangers. Don't you feel a lot better after thinking about it this way? The little monk nodded. Benefactress, does this bad guy want to use me to threaten you? He is very bad and has done all kinds of bad things. He doesn't have the slightest bit of fatherly affection for your parents, nor does he have the slightest bit of blood kinship. But you don't have to call him a bad guy. He was heartless to all of you. Your deceased parents were implicated by him and had no choice but to live in seclusion in the Lower Star area. They never returned to the imperial capital, Dragon Flame City. In the end, they also ignored this person. You don't have to pay attention to this person either. When we meet on normal days, it's enough for us to treat each other like strangers. We only need to show some superficial courtesy. If you call him a bad guy, others will think that you don't understand reason. Of course, the two of you will never meet again in the future. Moreover, there is no need for you to meet at all. The small monk nodded his head in confusion. The benefactress said that if they met in the future, they just had to politely greet each other as if they were strangers. Actually, I don't really want to see this detestable old man with a twisted face. Benefactress, did you lie to him just now? What did I lie to him about? Arbor lowered his head and glanced at the little monk. She saw that the little fellow's cheeks were flushed red, and he glanced at her with some embarrassment. It's about that, benefactress's bandit husband passing the booklet. Who's a bandit? Mo Lian glared at him in annoyance. She took him from Jojo's arms and pinched his chubby little face. You have no manners. You have to call me Dad in the future. See you at the same time tonight. The little monk's round eyes slightly brightened, and he lowered his head in embarrassment. In his small heart, he actually yearned for his parents, but he had never mentioned it to anyone before. Now that happiness had suddenly descended upon him, he inexplicably felt that it was unreal. Benefactress was going to become the little monk's mother. The little monk was secretly delighted, and his head involuntarily rubbed against Mo Lian's body. He turned to look at Arbor and asked, Benefactress, haven't you always despised this little monk for being talkative? Arbor said expressionlessly, you are indeed talkative. But being talkative is also your specialty. Arbor followed up with another sentence. She didn't know if it was because she was used to his nagging, but sometimes without the little monk's nagging, she actually felt a little unaccustomed. The little monk replied with an "Oh." His round eyes glanced at Arbor, and then at Mo Lian. Benefactress's bandit husband. Mo Lian resisted the urge to knock his little head, and said speechlessly, don't you find it tiring to say such a long string of words? He always crowned everyone with the title of benefactress. Last time, his father-in-law even complained to him, asking him why little Master Kong Kong always called him benefactress's father. Wasn't he tired of nagging like this? What could Mo Lian say? He could only comfort his father-in-law that he was already considered good. For example, he might even add the word bandit on top of benefactress's husband. At that time, his father-in-law looked at him with a melancholy expression, and Mo Lian would never forget it. The child still had to be educated, and education had to start with changing the way he addressed him. From now on, you have to change all those nonsensical titles from before, do you understand? Mo Lian lowered his head to look at the little monk, and said with a serious face, in the future, you have to call Jojo's father and mother, and grandfather and grandmother. Don't keep calling him benefactress's father and benefactress's mother, it sounds like you're scolding people. It's also not elegant. Understand? The little monk nodded reluctantly. Benefactress's husband, why are you so demanding of this little monk? Look at the benefactress, she has never asked me to do this or that. You have to learn more from the benefactress. Mo Lian had the urge to slap this little monk to death. Enough! He roared at him and threw him into the hands of the monk Kongyin. The matter is settled. We are going back to the half-moon cliff. You bring the little monk back to the temple first. Recently, he has been neglecting his studies in the morning and evening. Master Kongyin should give him some guidance. The little monk widened his round eyes in shock. He pointed at Mo Lian with his little finger and said in a trembling voice, "Benefactress's bandit husband. You are actually such a vengeful person." He had just said a few unpleasant things about him, and now, he was taking revenge on him. The female benefactor's bandit husband was really a bad person. Arbor was speechless. Every time he saw the two of them bickering, he felt that the crown prince was like an idiot. His IQ was almost as high as the little monk's. Men, haha, Arbor turned to look at Master Kongyin. Do you want to spend some time with Kong Kong? That's good too. Kongyin smiled kindly. Kong Kong, who was used to living a good life, couldn't help but cry out with a bitter face, "Benefactress, are you going to throw this little monk away now?" Kongyin rubbed the child's head and said in a disappointed tone, "Kong Kong, it seems like you don't want to return to the temple with this old monk at all." The little monk quickly said, "That's not it, master." She turned to look at Arbor. End of chapter 51:33. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.